01 Sakazuki will need to doubt life. Malin Vander, as a symbol of justice, the Navy headquarters that should have been solemn today has made great alarm bells. Lieutenant General. Sakazuki Lieutenant General. The Warring States General has applied for the launching of the killing order. The target location is O'Hara. Please come to the military port as soon as possible. The Navy soldier who sent the order revealed panic and shock. Magic order: the naval headquarters authorized by the world government to set up, indiscriminately and destructively attack the area where the signal is sent, down to the fragile human body and vegetation, up to the solid buildings, bunker fortifications, and rocks. A major military operation sufficient to erase all traces of the marked area. The rigorous lieutenant who wore a navy hat under the hood and wrapped himself up in front of him was one of the main combat forces about to take part in this attack. Lieutenant General. Seeing that the person he was calling did not respond, he was still sitting straight on the chair, as if stunned. The young Marine could not help but think of the rumors of this general in the Navy integrity, but without a trace of affection, a soldier among the soldiers, a true iron-blooded general. Could it be that his flustered words and deeds just offended the other party? Thinking of this, the Marines couldn't help but sweat, and didn't know that the Lieutenant Admiral opposite him was no better than him. Tu Moling? Very familiar, Lieutenant General? It seems to be calling me. Wait, Sakazuki. A series of familiar terms made him react. Gan, I'm afraid it's not going through. Fortunately, he was not alone in the fight. The experience of many traversing predecessors told him that he had to stay at this time. Who are you? Who am I, is absolutely forbidden. I saw the Lieutenant General with a hoodie raised his head expressionlessly, staring at the messenger who was beginning to sweat, and the corner of his mouth was slightly pursed. I see, lead the way. The soldiers were relieved and turned and saluted in one go, as if they were facing a scourge. The Navy who passed the order walked in a hurry with a rifle, and soon walked out of the naval fortress, followed by a burly middle-aged man about 3 meters tall. Even though the atmosphere in the fortress is tense and people are walking in a hurry, the soldiers who saw him along the way still stop and salute in a regular manner. The view is a circular harbor with dozens of warships anchored in a bay. Soldiers in white uniforms with the word justice printed on their backs are busy carrying ammunition and supplies on and off the warship. These shapes resemble sailing warships that could only be seen in the 16th and 17th centuries, with thick steel plates wrapped around the wooden deck. The outer layer is sprayed with navy blue waterproof paint, and dozens of artillery are neatly arranged on the hull. This is the strongest and most aggressive warship manufactured by the Imperial Shipyard of the Seven Waters, and its quality is beyond doubt. 10 warships, each of which is equipped with nearly 1,000 elite soldiers, with the Major General as the deputy commander of each warship, and the captain and fleet command are coordinated by 5 lieutenants of the headquarters. This is the terrifying combat power enough to completely move an island into white ground, the Navy Killing Demon Order. Many warships have been waiting for the command to attack. A curly-haired man wearing a dark blue turban with a seagull mark stood on the deck and greeted him. He was already tall, even if he couldn't get out. The sound attracted the attention of others. Sakazuki determined to carry the indifference to the end, saluting in the direction of the curly-haired man, and kept walking towards the ship where the soldiers were stationed. Seeing this, the curly-haired man seemed to be accustomed to this, shrugged slightly, turned and continued to adjust the ship's work. The size of the sailing warship is naturally not comparable to the warships and cruisers of the world before the traveler. But in this world, warships of this tonnage are definitely among the ranks of behemoths, and even the best among them. Before boarding this huge war beast, sergeants came to report on the assembly. Your Excellency Lieutenant, the basic ammunition has been assembled. Major General Ghost Spider is counting the number of soldiers and checking the situation before the war. Your Lieutenant General needs. Take a break? Ship Doctor. Call the ship doctor over. Ozu, who was reporting on work, saw that the lieutenant's brows suddenly frowned in Sakazuki, and he slammed his head. He was very winking and interrupted the report that reached out his hand to support the lieutenant general's nearly 3-meter-high body, but he was just himself. Only 1.8 meters tall makes his behavior extraordinarily funny. Perhaps it was constantly bombarded by keywords, or it was an acquaintance who was familiar with it. Finally, the memory of the original owner of this shell flooded in, and the complex memory shock reaction turned into a severe headache in the body. Resist the headache. Sakazuki waved his hand to the supporting OZU to prevent the other party from calling the ship doctor. The task is important, find me a cabin to rest. Dazo didn't dare to violate the order, and quickly helped Sakazuki to rest in the nearest cabin, and then immediately notified Major General Ghost Spider of the emergency. With his own separate space, the traverser can finally calm down and carefully sort out the turbulence of memory. Highwind Calendar 1497, Gore D. Roger dominated the great route that was hailed as impossible, and then Roger was called the King of Pirates. In 1498 Highwind Calendar, the King of Pirates, Gore D. Roger went to the world. The government surrendered and was arrested, and was sentenced to death in Luge Town, Donghai. But the execution of Roger did not end a turbulent factor as the world government imagined. One sentence before the execution of One Piece opened up the era of great pirates. And now, in the year 1500 of the Highwind Calendar, as a colleague, Hagul D. Seiran released the criminal Nicole Alvia, who was captured by him, and then the current general of the Warring States of the Buddha flagrantly launched against Ohapol the slaughter order. In the original Sakazuki memory, it should have been the killing order initiated by the Warring States period instead of Spandane, just like the Green Pheasant gave Spondam the right to kill the Magic Order, but the Navy headquarters still recorded it as the Blue Pheasant. The general asks for the slaughter order. The turbulence of memories merged and annexed, and the traverser finally discovered a sad fact: Sakazuki. One of the 3 Navy officers in the future, the title of Akadog, Marshal of the Navy, and the most hated of One Piece. The character, readers, and viewers who want to blow his dog's head can go around the earth 5 times. Highwind Calendar 1500, Sakazuki Lieutenant General participated. Author's message. Newcomers work, welcome everyone to express their opinions, according to the time of the Highwind Calendar. 02 Sakazuki Lieutenant General's fan brother will not be a ghost spider. Under the military cap that resembled the shape of an ancient battle helmet was a cold square face, with half-closed eyes and an indifferent and serious face, giving people a vicious feeling. A thick layer of long curly black-brown hair hangs down on a sturdy back, which reminds people of the arthropod body covered with fluff. Ghost spiders are just like their names. As a major general, he was ordered to take a warship with the lieutenant general in Sakazuki to set off from the Navy headquarters to the destination Ohara Island in the West Sea, preparing to eliminate scholars who violated the laws of the world government on the island. The ghost spider, who was busy checking the preparations before the war, was interrupted by the hurried Dazo. The bad temperament Major General coldly glanced at the chief who interrupted his work. "Colonel, is there anything you need to report to me?" If the task is interrupted by trivial matters, the ghost spider doesn't mind giving the panting Dazuo a little memory. A ceremony at OZU Station. Major General Ghost Spider, Lieutenant General in Sakazuki has just boarded the ship, but it seems that his head is severely uncomfortable and his subordinates are helped to rest in the cabin. The ghost spider frowned. This is indeed something that needs to be reported urgently. Ghost Spider slammed his face. Why don't you arrange for a ship doctor to diagnose the lieutenant? But he saw the colonel look innocent. The subordinates suggested that the ship doctor come over to check, but the Lieutenant Sama was prevented from disturbing the pre-war preparations. Only then did the subordinates come to the general to report your situation. Will you be a soldier among the soldiers, even if you are unwell? Will it never hinder the execution of the mission? The ghost spider murmured to himself that he couldn't do better in this sudden situation. Take me to the Lieutenant Admiral immediately. Yes. In the cabin, eager footsteps from far and near interrupted Sakazuki's suspicion and negative negation of life. In any case, the one who inherited the memory shouldn't miss any troubles. This is also thanks to the tough and upright character and low-key handling of the original Sakazuki. Sakazuki, which has slowed down, quickly accepted the setting of becoming another familiar and unfamiliar character. Pressing the brim of the hat, Sakazuki took a deep breath and sat upright unconsciously, looking in the direction of the sound source. As soon as the ghost spider stepped into the hatch, he saw Lieutenant Admiral sitting and looking straight to this side. His face was still as solemn as before, as if there was no such thing as physical discomfort. Before the ghost spider could speak, the Lieutenant Admiral's low voice sounded, "Ghost spider, what's the matter?" The ghost spider's tone was a little worried. The subordinates heard that Mr. Sakazuki was unwell. "Come to visit, General, do you really need the ship doctor to come and see?" Sakazuki shook his head. "Maybe, I've probably been bored at the base for too long, don't worry, how is the warship prepared?" The ghost spider didn't think much, and when he talked about work, he replied, "The Lieutenant General said that his subordinates were relieved. The personnel of the various departments of the ship are already in place, and the ammunition is complete. Waiting for the command from the Lieutenant General of Sakazuki." Sakazuki left the chair and walked towards the cabin door. "Very well, let the crew cheer up and wait for the headquarters to start order." His calm and seemingly urgent order to kill the demons did not give him any anxious emotions. The ghost spider consciously stepped aside, waiting for the Lieutenant General's first move. After all, the lighting in the cabin is not as good as the outdoor lighting. The dim interior and exterior light and shadow are sprinkled on the body of Sakazuki, making it difficult to see his eyes under the shadow. The sea breeze blew the cloak behind him, and hunting sounded. The Marines assembled on the deck of the battleship looked at this burly god of war, and the head of the giant Lieutenant General's fleet departure shouted in their ears. The Lieutenant Admiral's low voice sounded, "Target, Zahai, O'Hara, set out, for justice." The crowd shouted in unison, "For justice! For the Alliance!" Author's message. I like more detailed descriptions, and I hope that it will have a stronger sense of substitution. Some readers may dislike my slow development of the plot. I am very sorry. P.S. There is an IELTS test in early February, and the update will be maintained every day. I will slowly increase it later. 03 Sakazuki the General wants to be a good person. The West Sea, the omniscient tree as a symbol of O'Hara, is located in the center of the island. No, it can even be said that the entire island is distributed around this huge tree that is 5,000 years old. The root system of the giant tree is developed and meandering, extending from the center to the surroundings. The crown is even more luxuriant, unlike an old tree that has lived for 5,000 years. The ancient and vigorous, after the baptism of wind and rain, it is still upright and the trunk is hollow. Inside it is the largest and oldest library in the world. There are countless documents and materials shipped from all over the world for a long time, and it also attracts outstanding scholars from all over to study these books day and night. Even the residents of the island are proud of these scholars, calling them the pride of the island. Today, however, the pride of the residents is gone. Officials of the world government who came to investigate claimed that the archaeologists on this island were all suspects of demons attempting to destroy the world, and launched a large-scale search across the island. At the same time, people on the island who have nothing to do with scholars are required to evacuate to the refuge ship immediately. The residents of the island questioned this statement greatly. After all, they have lived next to those demon scholars for so long, whether it is the outstanding conduct displayed by the scholars in daily life or the sincere love for academic careers. This fact is unacceptable and unbelievable. Even though the residents of O'Hara have doubts in every way, they are afraid of being arrested by the CP department that they are persons concerned with scholars in the face of the menacing arrest, which will prevent them from being able to evacuate. The Icelanders are not fools. This abrupt arrest was combined with the relentless remarks of the law enforcement officers that our duty is only to convey the evacuation notice, at your own risk. Today's incident reveals everything that is wrong. Not everyone dares to make jokes about their wealth and life. Although scholars are the pride of the island, how can they compare with their own safety? For a while on the island, the people of O'Hara hurriedly fled. Wow! I was shot. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore, damn. Report to the top, my son will take over my seat. The middle-aged man, dressed in a black and grey vertical coat and a few buttons on the front of his suit, had no arrogant steps before, and fell to the ground and howled, while beside him, two capable men who also wore suits looked calm. Unmoved, the orange curly-haired man wearing a bowler hat on his left said coldly, "Sir, take a good look. It's just a sleeve that was pierced." Undecided, Shponda turned his head and looked loose. With a sigh of relief, he looked up at the instigator who made him embarrassed this time. "I won't miss it next time." The white-haired woman with a gun is about 30 years old, with a large OK stretch on her beautiful face. Spandane with an embarrassed face forced a smile and said, "Ah ha ha ha, isn't this the guilty man who escaped from the naval prison? I didn't expect to meet you on this island." Nicole Alvia. The woman known as Nicole Alvia kept her aiming posture, and continued to point her muzzle at Spandane who was sitting cross-legged. "I just show up here and can't prove anything. You have been denying that you have anything to do with the scholars of O'Hara, but now you appear here. It's just a confession, indicating that this is your hometown, but it doesn't matter what you arrested and O'Hara, it doesn't matter what relationship you have." Chapter 2. It seems that you have guessed it. We only need to dig 3 feet here to find evidence of your study of the text of the history. The government has long been confident. Spandane spread his hands and explained, "Arrested and fled 6 at sea. The exploration ship of the year was just a fuse, and the historical text explorers we arrested all over the world have always been inextricably linked to O'Hara." Hearing this, how could Nicole Alvia's intelligence fail to guess the plan of the world government, even if she had already put her life and death out of the picture, but she was still frightened in a cold sweat by her conjecture. "Could it be, you plan to put O'Hara?" Shponda stood up because he patted the muddy trouser legs, and laughed triumphantly, "Yes, ha 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 ha, as long as the archaeological holy site O'Hara is destroyed, the whole world will be shocked, and they will understand the study 100 years of blankness. What will it end? Kill the chicken and be the monkey. O'Hara is the chicken that is about to be slaughtered." After figuring out the joints, Alvia stared at the domineering man in front of him. "That means you are waiting for the Navy headquarters. You know a lot, it's not to let go of a criminal, but you still have to confirm your crimes in form. After all, we are not pirates." Spandane grinned backwards. "Open, this action is already a winner, and it doesn't feel good to talk to a dying person about the planning of this action as a winner. Pack her." Author's message. Readers who have read the comics may have to complain, there are many places that have been copied and moved directly. It is better to read the comics directly to read your book. But for the continuity of the plot, and Sakazuki will be the decision made in this chapter, is more to pave the way for the rest of the article, and I deliberately did not make too many changes in the dialogue between Alvia and Spandane, because through the dialogue, we can see that the world government treats this time to Molling's attitude. There is nothing wrong with the crime you want to add. 04 The general in Sakazuki wants to be a good person, middle. On the northwest coast of O'Hara Island, Seiren's hiding place, you don't need to look up to the distance like ordinary people. Hagul D. Seiren has captured the excellent vision brought by the huge body given by the giants. Arriving at the far distance, the figure of a warship is blurred. As a former lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, Seiren couldn't help but sweat directly. As a former insider, he was naturally familiar with the operations of the Navy headquarters. The dispatch of a fleet of this size was obviously not a visitor's home, which indirectly proved that the Navy and the world government are the firm determination of this military operation. Things are not good. The more you know the combat power of the naval fleet in front of you, the more you can feel the fear. Under the roots of the all-knowledge tree in the center of the island, government officials, all dressed in black suits and gentleman hats, gathered scholars together while arranging personnel to step up the search of the library. Even scholars were always cautious and fearful when they read it. Damaged ancient books and well-written writings were randomly thrown on the floor, and as time passed, this destructive search became more and more exaggerated. The tall bookshelves were overthrown, smoke and dust were raised, and the government was conducting searches. The personnel randomly kicked open the storage rooms containing ancient precious cultural relics and turned it over in a mess. No one came to stop it, because those who dared to stop had all been detained outside. Outside the library, the government officials responsible for guards lined up in a circle, and scholars were forced to sit on the ground and wait for the trial. The only person standing in the circle is a thin black girl who is not as tall as an adult sitting cross-legged. "Robin, hurry up, go and stay on the refuge ship," the tall and thin old man who was calm and composed even though he was surrounded by dozens of flintlock shots persuaded him. The weird shamrock-like hairstyle is highly recognizable everywhere. The archaeological leader and archaeological authority, Dr. Shamrock, looked at the stubborn little girl earnestly. "No. No one treats me nicely on that boat. I want to stay here with everyone. And, I am just like everyone. Robin. That's enough, you go." Dr. Clover suddenly raised his voice and interrupted the young Robin who was about to talk. If this little girl was here to proactively admit that she was also a scholar. Even if the surrounding supervisors do not believe that this thin, black, 8-year-old boy can obtain a doctoral degree and proof of academic status, she will be detained for the sake of safety. In this way, it is really bad. Before Dr. Clover could persuade him again, bursts of brazen laughter interrupted his next language. "Wow, ha 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 ha, how are things going?" Spandane, who was protected by 2 CP9 elites one by one, asked the person in charge of the library loudly. "Don't worry, sir." After getting the answer he hoped to hear, Spandane nodded in satisfaction, looked at the scholars who were guarded by a bunch of scholars, and deliberately said with regret, "Unexpectedly. The beasts were infested, and she was almost killed by her." Actually, he didn't need to emphasize that. The scholars sitting on the ground had already noticed the object dragged by Spandane's side guard. "Alvia." As Spandane's voice fell, he dragged Alvia's CP9 and threw her scarred forward. Woo! The violent impact with the ground caused Alvia's wound to splash more blood. Almost unconscious, she was awakened by the severe pain again, and she couldn't help letting out a vague sorrow. Spanda was unconcerned. She is a fugitive from the Navy. A few days ago, all of her accomplices were executed for the crime of deciphering ancient characters. If you have anything to do with this woman, things will be easier. Nicole Robin looked back and saw a woman who fell on the ground who didn't know her life or death. She couldn't help but deepen the bad impression of the world government. Robin doesn't even remember her appearance when studying Wandering Mother overseas. Naturally. I don't know that the bruised woman in front of me is the mother I want to see. The young Robin doesn't know it, but it doesn't mean that the scholars here don't know. In front of you? Absolutely not. The minds of the scholars are unprecedentedly consistent. The determined Dr. Clover whispered to Robin in a hasty and stern tone, "Robin. Go to the refuge ship. Hurry up. Otherwise, it will be too late." The tough old man secretly added this sentence in his heart. Talk. Nicole Alvia, who was beaten with bruises and even a little fuzzy consciousness, suddenly became conscious when she heard the name Robin. She raised her head with difficulty, and put her chin on the grass looking at her daughter without recognizing her. "I've grown up so much," she thought. Boom! There was a violent sound from the roots of the omniscience tree, and the explosion of fire and smoke interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Asshole! What do you think of this library? What are you doing? Stop it!" Scholars shouted in anger one after another. Even Dr. Clover, who had prepared for the worst, couldn't help sweating in a hurry. "I didn't expect it to be so brutal." Blue blue blue. The number 9 telephone worm rang suddenly, and Spandane picked up the microphone. "Hello. Sir, there is a discovery. There is a secret room underground with a boulder that is suspected to be a historical text and research notes on ancient texts." Snapped. Spandane hung up the phone abruptly, grinned grimly. His already gloomy face was now like a ghost from hell. "Ha ha 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 ha, O'Hara scholars, your death is confirmed. Today is really true. It's a pity that the world's top archaeologists will all die here together. In the offshore waters of O'Hara, 10 warships have been deployed. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, the deployment has been completed. Have you given an order?" "Still waiting." Sakazuki looks at the direction of the omniscience tree and is lost in contemplation. How do you get a wave of OB when you have a high sense of existence? In the original book, the reason for the Red Dog being attacked, except that it penetrated Ace, was the bombardment of the refuge ship issued by the O'Hara Demon Killing Order, which caused the death of all the civilians that O'Hara had boarded the ship. Demonstrating his own view of complete justice, the traveler who has been influenced by various doctrines and theories in the information explosion age asks himself that he will not be so decisive anyway. And what he needs most now is to think of a reasonable reason, under the premise of not hampering the mission of the Demon Slayer Order, he can have the maximum leeway to deal with. "Help me connect with Lieutenant General Kuzan." "Yes." Sakazuki. "Lieutenant General." "Hi, Sakazuki." Kuzan's lazy tone came from the microphone. "It's me, I need your help in the next actions." 05 The General in Sakazuki Wants to Be a Good Person, Part 2. How to define whether a person can be called a good person. Not much else to say, the most basic ones are, good morals, good behavior, helpfulness. There are too many factors to measure and judge, but how to define whether a soldier can be called a good soldier, then the question will be much simpler, because all the generals will answer this question in unison. Obey the order. In the memory of Sakazuki past life, there are even 3 iron laws of a soldier. First, obey orders. Second, obey orders. Third, obey orders. The mission of a soldier is to obey orders. This is the most basic and core quality of a soldier and a soldier. But for a soldier, there are 2 types of orders from superiors, one is for direct superiors, and the other is for indirect superiors. If the direct superiors and the indirect superiors have the same command intentions, there is nothing to say. Just follow the order without compromising. The sharp question is, when the direct superiors and indirect superiors have different orders, how to choose between them as a soldier. This is actually a very worrying question, because according to the regulations, the orders of the immediate superiors are used as the basis for execution. Because the immediate superiors are directly responsible to the soldiers themselves. However, there is a certain gap between ideals and facts, especially in this era of the Navy headquarters, a military organization with a strong sense of rule of man between superiors and superiors. For example, you, Lieutenant Admiral Karp, is a well-known naval hero. Let me, a big soldier, go and give the current Admiral Akadog an old punch to avenge the killing of the Cubs. If you say that, young Marines, you can go. After the fight, your immediate superior, my naval hero Karp, will be responsible, and I will bear the consequences. Well said, I choose a dog belt. Because as a soldier, I follow your orders to fight the Akadog. Which is my indirect superior. He came here with the temper of Akadog. I don't know if I don't want you, but I, a big soldier, must be hammered directly, even indirectly. The superior is reasonable, does not care about you, is not subject to any treatment, and indirectly teaches you how to behave like a wave of shoes for you afterwards. In weekdays, these small issues can be ignored, but once this kind of disagreement between the direct superiors and the indirect superiors appears on the battlefield, it is simply a disaster. It is better to surrender and wipe your neck. So Sakazuki decided to make a fuss on this. Because the army of this world is vague and hesitant about the meaning and execution of absolute obedience. Just like after the Navy's problem children Smog and Yipping Ruffian Navy. Hey, General of the Warring States period. Is it Sakazuki? Yes, General, our fleet has arrived in O'Hara. The formation is complete and we are waiting for the golden telephone worm to issue an order. But regarding the disposal of the refuge ship, some people suspect that there may be scholars who slipped through the net hidden on the refuge ship. Please tell you, whether it is necessary to destroy the refuge ship at the same time after the shelling begins. The phone worm was silent, and for a while, the Warring States General's firm voice came, the ship is bombarded to evade the refuge ship, and there is a ship. Just check it out. Sakazuki raised the corner of his mouth, yes. Directly report possible incidents to your immediate superiors, and the immediate superiors will make the decision. If the Warring States period says, explode. So Sakazuki has no other words, just tell the ships to fire. If you have tried your best, even if you haven't achieved the goal you want to achieve, don't hesitate anymore. This is the style of Sakazuki as a soldier. But if the Warring States period said, don't blow up, then leave enough space for Sakazuki, and then some calculations will be possible. The biggest advantage of being a traverser is information. From the perspective of Sakazuki, the asymmetry of information and the advance prediction of information are enough to exceed the welfare of any traverser. Therefore, this book will not have systems and other special abilities. I hope to give you an authentic and more realistic pirate world. Sakazuki, which understands the temperament of the Warring States period, is confident enough to hear the command not to explode. Although this old boss is an absolute government faction. Since he was young, he firmly believed in the orders of the government. Because of the reliable accomplishment of tasks, excellent military talents and decent combat power, he has risen to the current general, but compared with the radical self afterwards, he is an out-and-out moderate. Moreover, even the 5 old stars, the highest authority of the world government, did not think of directly obliterating civilians, but prepared a refuge ship for them to escape. From a fundamental point of view, the benefits of obliterating civilians are not the same as not obliterating them. It is very simple, the word benefit. The benefits of obliterating these ignorant civilians are only the absolute secrecy of the O'Hara Scholar incident. It was sealed, but what followed was the panic and doubts of the franchise countries and islands. The world government ordered the obliteration of civilians will increase the level of suspiciousness of this incident. This will expand the gap between the world government and the participating countries, and the cost is definitely not something a refuge ship can make up for. Chapter 3. On the contrary, the relief of civilians before the demon-killing order will undoubtedly brighten the face of the government, and will also confirm the demon behavior of O'Hara scholars from the side the world government only targets scholars who illegally attempt to awaken ancient weapons. Strengthen the credibility that the government is absolutely the righteous party. How can the high cost of obliteration be compared with the refuge ship that will bring good returns? Wu Laoxing, as the highest power controller of the world government, definitely has the most cutting-edge vision and political pattern of this era. Sakazuki dialed the phone worm for the 3rd time, notify the entire army that the Warring States General has added a new order to make all ships and combat units absolutely not allowed to bombard refuge ships under any circumstances. Conduct personnel checks on the refuge ship. Receive. Acknowledge receipt of order. Receive. Allah, received the order. Receive. The combination of the brim and the hood effectively concealed the expression of Sakazuki. In the shadow that no one can see, a smug smile on the face of the perennially serious and indifferent iceberg. 06 O'Hara. O'Hara. Superior. Doctor? Everyone is going to die? It's a lie. It's just because of the interpretation of ancient text. The young Robin looked at Dr. Clover with trepidation, the amiable old man who smiles on weekdays, and hopes that she has always regarded it as this in her heart. Grandpa's old man suddenly looked out from the pile of books as high as a hill as usual, and smiled and told her that it was not true. Spandane finally noticed that there was a skinny little girl here, and his inertial thinking told him that this must be another little kid who worshipped scholars, just like the other residents on this island, repaying the scholars. Highly respected. They even called them the pride of this island. And after hearing this little girl's naive question, Spandane, who has always been proud and conceited, became angry with these ignorant civilians who do not know what is good or what, do not know the severity, and do not respect the government. He was dressed in the skin of the world government. Wherever he went, whether he was the dignified lord of a country or the powerful aristocratic squire, he treated him with courtesy and did not dare to disobey him half a step. But these civilians on this island have repeatedly challenged the government's majesty. First they sheltered these scholars on the island for so long, then they questioned the government's decision, and now even a little kid is presumptuous to ask him, a high-ranking official who represents the authority of the world government, but turned to ask his own prisoner. Shpanda was so angry that his face burst into blue veins, and he roared, "Listen! You stupid girl! Their purpose is to awaken ancient weapons and destroy the world." He thought he would see this. The skinny girl had a shocked expression on her face, but she didn't hesitate to wait for the little girl to shout back, "Lying! They didn't do such a thing." "Enough, Robin, I can't tell them clearly anyway," Dr. Clover, who had been silent since the secret room was found, interrupted. Spandane was almost angry with the three corpse gods. "What did you say?" "The call is connected, sir." CP9 on the right side vaguely reminds the idiot officer of his family to pay attention to the importance. After all, the phone worm is the masters of the highest authority. Riding on the Shpanda's distraction, Dr. Clover whispered to Robin, "Robin, get out of here. If you hear what I say, it will constitute a crime." Seeing Robin running away quietly, the old man who had been sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. He straightened his waist and stared sharply at Spandane, making the latter almost afraid to look at him. "Is it just the ancient weapons themselves that the government is afraid of? Before I die, at least let me talk to the leaders of the 5 old stars, the world's leaders. In this archaeological holy land, O'Hara, we have failed to achieve our goal through long-term research. But the historical hypothesis about blank 100 years has been drawn. I want to tell them." Spandane ignored Dr. Clover, turned his head and reported his achievements to the 5 old stars in a flattering tone. "Yes, it is a capital crime. The evidence is conclusive and only awaiting your order." "Is that so?" Wu Lao Xing's room was spacious and bright, but there were no extravagant decorations. At this moment, the 5 top leaders of world governments are sitting around a coffee table with telephone bugs. The old man with long hair like a waterfall carried a trace of regret in his tone. "Then there is no way, and we are very sorry, but after all, you have violated the laws of the world, and we can't just ignore it. Don't pretend to be official." 5 old stars! Dr. Clover shouted sharply. Shpandane's eyes widened. "Ruddy fanatic! You actually used this tone to speak to the highest official of the world government." Wu Lao Xing is non-committal, and his tone is still calm. "The authority of archaeology, Dr. O'Hara's Clover, you have made a great contribution to the culture of the world. I know your name. I didn't expect that you would also go there. This road." Dr. Clover's tone is very firm. "History is the wealth of all mankind, and people want to understand the unknown history. No one has the right to stop it. Reading the text of history may revive ancient weapons and cause a world crisis. Even if you are not malicious, it is inevitable that someone will take advantage of your achievements. Regardless of the past history, it was created by humans alone, and everyone must accept it. As long as we face it bravely, we can deal with whatever it is. This is just your personal theory. Really? You are actually afraid that the truth of history will be detrimental to you, right?" The expression on the opposite side that the phone worm conveyed perfectly, still expressionless, with a trace of shock in his eyes but could not hide it. Dr. Clover continued, "The content of the historical text is self-explanatory, but the reason for its existence. Why did people in the past deliberately engrave on the stone to convey the information to future generations? Spread the history on the indestructible stone. All over the world, it is to prevent those contents from being damaged along with the paper. Assuming that the people who left the stone are destroyed by the enemy, then their enemy will always live in history. The strange thing is that blank for 100 years the year that ended was exactly the year of the birth of the world government. The atmosphere was a little condensed, and Wu Lao Xing asked in a strange tone for a moment of silence, "What are you trying to say? If the enemy of perished people is today's world government, then blank 100 years is the history hidden by the world government." By reading ancient documents, we have discovered the existence of a country. Even though it no longer exists, they had already carved their thoughts and historical truths on the stone before they lost to the coalition forces of the world government. Dr. Clover is unprecedentedly sharp. The existence and thoughts of that kingdom pose a real threat to your world government. The specific threat needs to be further interpreted, and the key to all this is the name of the once prosperous kingdom. Kill him! Wu Lao Xing yelled. As soon as his voice fell, Spandane shot and fell on Dr. Clover and interrupted his words afterwards. Dr. Robin, who had been secretly observing the progress of the situation through his own fruit ability, hid in the distance and rushed to this side crying, "O'Hara knows too much, send an offensive signal, and don't let anyone go." Wu Lao Xing hung up the phone. Spandane took out a phone worm made of gold, and pressed it decisively. "Then I will activate the golden phone worm given to me by General Warring States, and I will leave the rest to you, make." The old man lying on the ground blamed the girl who rushed to him with a trembling voice, "Robin, you stupid! Why don't you run? Go! Go!" On the Navy warship, the silver telephone worm, which is specially responsible for receiving the signal of the golden telephone worm, rang suddenly. The ships are in place and ready for bombardment. The final task was arranged. Sakazuki legs squat slightly, knees bend, and the energy is stored like a horse step, and then a burst of air torn apart sounded over the deck. He rushed diagonally from the bow deck to O'Hara, and even the deck was slightly cracked by the force of the reaction. To Moling, it started. 07 O'Hara. O'Hara. Middle. A few minutes before the start of the slaughter order, Kuzan, who was lazily standing on the sun lounger on the warship waiting for the offensive order, actually resisted this military strike from the heart. In his perception, what needs to be treated with such caution and spare no effort should be those big pirates full of evil. It is not a scholar who has no power to bind the chicken, and it is not an innocent civilian. Although these scholars have indeed violated the law and need to be arrested, they are definitely not guilty of completely destroying O'Hara Island. You must know that not only criminal scholars live on the island, but more ordinary people. The devastating fleet shelling can certainly erase the demon in the government's mouth. And it will also erase the homes of countless civilians. But as a navy, even if he doesn't agree with the killing of demons in his heart, he must execute the order. This is his consciousness as a naval soldier. The so-called justice depends on the situation, Kuzan sighed secretly. Lieutenant General Kuzan. It was a contact number from Lieutenant General in Sakazuki. The colonel next to him with a phone worm in his hand reported to the chief, who was lying on the chair with a lazy cancer attack, "I didn't look at your parent officer. Are you thinking about life?" Kuzan thought bitterly, but he did not move slowly and took the phone worm with one hand. He was a little curious about why Sakazuki would contact him alone at this time. He picked up the microphone. "Hey, Sakazuki?" Kuzan asked knowingly, his tone still slouching. "It's me," came the calm voice of Sakazuki in the microphone, concise, and full of military style. "Have you seen the refuge ship? There are still a large number of civilians boarding the ship. I need it after the slaughter order is launched. As the inline commander, you command the fleet to launch an offensive against the entire island. Do you want to?" Kuzan had a vague guess in his mind. "My fruit ability is perfect for this operation. I will land on the island and perform the task of destroying the omniscient tree. At the same time, I will try my best to search for civilians who are still on the island and take them to the refuge ship." Kuzan was stunned. He was familiar with his colleagues' usual behavior. He absolutely killed the enemy pirates without leaving a living. There were even rumors that he would also execute on-the-spot soldiers who interfered with the mission in his opinion. But today's words and deeds are particularly in keeping with his appetite? Kuzan shook his head. No matter how he could minimize civilian casualties, it was a good thing. He changed his sluggish tone. Sternly said, "Don't you need me to walk with you? After all, my fruit ability still has some experience in protection. So, it couldn't be better, Kuzan. This time it is different from the previous game against the pirates. Except for the demon scholars who need to be erased, there are still many civilians stranded in the bombing area. We need to reduce unnecessary casualties." Sakazuki nodded. In fact, when he heard Kuzan say that he was going together, he subconsciously wanted to say no. If there are others around, it will affect his plan to some extent, but Kuzan's reasons make him unable to do so. Refuse. Rockberry is impeccable in destructive power, but the versatility of the fruit is indeed not as complete as Kuzan's frozen fruit. Although his Sakazuki is an iron-blooded soldier, this iron-blooded man should never be used on his own people. Only the corpses and flesh and blood of the enemy can be used to create a glorious military medal for soldiers. Adhering to the moral bottom line is easy to say, but the three views and the bottom line are often easy to lose their original heart when they have strong power and power. Holding itself means a challenge. If you don't pay attention, you will be defeated by external forces or yourself at any time. Perhaps the previous Sakazuki didn't even have the redundant idea of protecting civilians. However, the traversers who grew up under the red flag in the past must consider the safety of civilians. The army loves the people and the people support the army is not an empty talk. The long history has witnessed countless great armies from ancient times to the present. He clearly knows what kind of power an army with the support of the people will burst out. No matter whether he crosses or not, he has never been a short-sighted person. Sakazuki clearly realizes that only by not confining to the pattern and thinking of this era can his path go further and more stable. With several consecutive bursts of torn sound barriers, Sakazuki landed steadily on the shore of Ohara, and at the same time he landed on a tall man covered in frost and cold. At their level, the six forms are already familiar, stepping across the sea with moon steps, and rushing directly to the direction of the golden telephone bug's instructions. Kuzan, you go to the building complex on the island to search, and I will go straight to the direction of the all-knowing tree. Without looking back, Sakazuki pulled the black gloves and told Kuzan. As a general at the same level, Kuzan didn't care about anything, just nodded, and quickly moved to the nearest building complex with a chill. The black gloves turned dark red with the activation of the fruit's ability, the shoulders of Sakazuki were covered with sudden smoke, and the whole arm dripped with molten liquid similar to the melting of a candle, but the temperature was higher than that of a melted candle. Several times higher, the air in front of his body began to be distorted. The burly body of Sakazuki leaned forward, with its heels off the ground, and suddenly turned into a line of fire when it seemed to be about to fall to the ground, and blazed in the direction of the omniscient tree. 08 Ohara. Ohara. Down. The fire is burning. As a 5,000-year-old tree, the omniscience tree has been given countless praises by the world living history, a tree of knowledge, and even built it with the tireless efforts of generations of scholars and residents on the island. It is the largest library with the largest collection of books. However, it cannot escape its essence as a tree. After all, the wood will be ignited by flames. The agents of the world government brutally blasted the roots of the tree on its side with explosives, and found the hidden secret room and the boulder carved with the text of history. The flame caused by the explosion is not too big, but the countless books in the tree body have become the best fuel for the flame. At the same time, the burning stacks of books ignited the dry internal wood. Finally, some scholars noticed the billowing smoke from the roots of the explosion. Hey! Look! The scholars who focused their attention on Dr. Clover, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, couldn't help being frightened and angry. The all-knowing tree is on fire. Many impatient scholars stood up angrily, ignoring the surrounding gunpoints pointing at them, and yelled at Spandane, "Isn't it enough to kill us? What the do you world governments want to do? Asshole! Do you know? How precious are the documents in there? Although they have been awakened, the omniscience tree that has already begun to burn still makes them extremely distressed. They can die for the truth and sacrifice for knowledge. The books and ancient scrolls stored by O'Hara carry countless knowledge and wisdom of the ancestors. Is this precious wealth of mankind going to be burned today? This is absolutely unacceptable to scholars." Spandane beckoned to his subordinates, "Just ignore them, the government should retreat." He was not in the mood to argue with the dead, and the order to kill demons had been issued, and he stayed on the island for an extra second. It means more risk. Suppressed by the lost government agents, scholars rushed to the library to fight the fire. Seeing the scholar who rushed into the library fire without hesitation, Spandane seemed to remember something and looked at Nicole Alvia, who fell on the ground. He turned and walked towards the periphery of the island, while not forgetting to instruct CP9 next to him, "Bring me that woman. She also knows some useful information, can't let her die here like this." CP9 with orange curly hair quickly walked over and squeezed Alvia's arm, leading her to meet Spandane, who had already walked some distance away. The bruised Alvia couldn't help but peek at the little girl, who was still stunned, praying in her heart, "Robin, I hope you can escape safely and you can't die." Young Robin, looking at the dragged-back figure, it seemed to overlap with a figure in her memory. She didn't seem to hear the words of scholars urging her to leave, but there were tears in her eyes, just like watching someone's back figure gradually go far. She said, "Are you a mother?" Chapter 4. Nicole Alvia froze. At this moment, how much she wanted to turn around and hug her daughter, and smile with her head to respond to her. But it is precisely because of this moment, her reason tells her, "I can't admit it, absolutely can't admit it." She cannot let Robin be the daughter of her own sinner of the world government. Alvia lowered her head and bit her lip so that Spandane wouldn't see her expression. Because she can't let Spandane see her almost collapsed look. Once they become suspicious, it won't help if she admits that it's not. "I'm sorry, Robin, I can't say that it's your mother anymore." "Forgive my mother," she thought. Alvia did not say anything. Robin, who was already in tears, did not get a reply. She repeated the question in a trembling voice, "You are my mother, right?" Spandane finally heard the girl's words this time. He stopped and looked back at Nicole Alvia, "That's your girl." There was a piercing scream that tore the air, booming. An unknown object with a tail flame slammed into the open area between Robin and Alvia, and the strong impact smashed the O'Hara and Shponda. It was all shaken down. Only two agents subordinate to CP9 maintained their balance. In the smoke and dust, Shponda cried out strangely, "Asshole! What the hell? We haven't left the island yet, want to blow us all up?" CP9, who has remained calm beside him, shook his head, It's not shelling, sir." The CP9 agent with a short beard under his jaw looked at his colleague and seemed to want to confirm something, "That is, a meteorite." Agent Orange Hair, who was closer to the impact, could see more clearly. For some unknown reason, there was some cold sweat on his forehead. He corrected, "It's a large group of volcanic bombs." "What? There are no volcanoes on this island or nearby." Spandane was a little confused. The CP9 with this short beard did not explain to himself the chief but the brain, and waved away the exhausted smog. Only then did Spandane see clearly what had fallen. Author's message. P.S. Go A. Animal husbandry was finally cut. Praise the light. PS2. Yesterday the IELTS speaking test went well, and then there are only a few days left for the written test. Happy. 09 Let the flames purify everything. Superior. Under Spondane's almost sluggish expression, a group of tall human-shaped magma slowly walked out of the center of the impact pit. With each step, the magma began to shrink and shape at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dark red shirt was exaggerated by the strong muscles of steel. He was braced tightly, and the open neckline could vaguely see the navy blue lines like magma ashes, and the navy coat behind him slowly swayed with his steps. Yes, the devil fruit ability of the Navy headquarters. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, the holder of the nature system Rockberry. The curly-haired CP9 said solemnly. CP9, with a short, hard beard like a goat, has a hint of envy in his tone. Even the rare natural fruits have the most destructive power, walking natural disasters. This time the Navy headquarters even dispatched such monsters. Shibanda was dumbfounded, master of Sakazuki. He naturally knows the name of the lieutenant in front of him. He swallowed and sweated, completely forgetting what he wanted to ask Alvia. This time it is his turn to pray. I hope Sakazuki, have you heard his disrespectful remarks just now? Sakazuki looked down at the dwarf in front of him blankly, and sneered for a moment, asshole. Shibanda almost lost consciousness as his eyes rolled white. It's over, I still heard it, he thought. He stammered and explained, Sir. Sakazuki, what I said just now was not aimed at you. I thought the warships have begun shelling, I mean those. Then you mean that the fleet we are here to perform the mission is a bastard. The expression in Sakazuki is getting worse. At the same time, the Navy warships began to test fire, and many shells fell on the open space around the Tree of Omniscience, causing violent explosions, and the momentum was shocking. Absolutely nothing like that. If it weren't for Sakazuki with hot lava surging over his body, Spandane, who was about to burst into tears, would almost want to hug the thigh of Sakazuki and howl. Cried loudly. Sakazuki said indifferently, pressing the order to kill the devil means a devastating blow to the location where the golden phone worm gave the order, whether the person who gave the order is still on the island. I thought you just pressed next, do you think this is a child's play? The last sentence was almost violent. The two CP9s glanced at each other, their idiot chief offended this lieutenant. They can ignore and even watch jokes, but the words in Sakazuki express the meaning of annihilating all their personnel on the island together. The two of them have 6 patterns. Whether it is shaved or iron block, they are not afraid of the bombardment of artillery fire. Even if it is a devastating cover attack, they can escape the area by moonwalking, but if a Navy headquarters with top natural fruits really determined to annihilate them in this environment, they think they can't escape. None of the agents who can be agents are fools, and CP9, who appears very sharp and intrepid, said, Your Excellency Lieutenant, do you need our assistance? The naval fleet surrounding O'Hara has completed the test firing and began the first round of salvos. In the blink of an eye, countless fireballs exploded on the island. Sakazuki glanced at the vocal CP9, but he would stand in line. But what he needed was practical action. I have no intention of investigating your verbal faults. Although scholars are concentrated in this area, there are still many civilians in the bombing zone. Before he finished speaking, the CP9C agent said, This will cause inconvenience to you and Sakazuki to perform the cleaning work. We will be responsible for the rescue. Trapped civilians, please don't worry, the chief. As he used his eyes to suggest that his family was still in a trance, Spandane suddenly realized that he quickly saluted a military salute, and his voice was a little loud and out of voice, Please. Please rest assured, Lieutenant General, CP9 will assist you in your mission. Sakazuki couldn't help but admire that there are still some clever people among government officials, and it is really easy to talk to smart people. He no longer paid attention to Spandane, who was holding the salute position, and turned to look at Nicole Alvia, who had been silent since just now. Nicole Alvia, you have been arrested. Haguval D. Saren, Soro, sent you out from the naval prison privately. This is a scandal for the Navy. Tell me about Soro's whereabouts. Shibanda stopped because he wanted to say something. He was going to take Alvia away because there was still some information that needed to be confirmed with her. This woman is the best proof of his achievements, and the Lieutenant Admiral made it clear that he wanted to talk to him. Grabbing power, the person who was sent by the Navy had a fart relationship with his government intelligence department. But he yelled for a while, not daring to speak. His life was still pinched in the opponent's hand. At this time he was going to question the opponent for grabbing merit? He still didn't think his life was too long. Spandane turned around and ran towards the outskirts of the island. At the same time, he did not forget to call out to the two agents, "You two hurry up and look for the trapped civilians. I and the other agents are waiting on the ship for your good news." The two CP9s were obviously waiting for your good news. After being disgusted by his shameless remarks, he snorted without answering, and left with a shave, looking for civilians. Nicole Alvia recovered, looked up at the burly Lieutenant Admiral, and sneered, "Is O'Hara Island in the eyes of your Navy and will be erased just because it looks bad? The justice of this is really ridiculous." Sakazuki did not answer because it is a ugly fact. This time the killing order itself is the Navy's job of helping the world government to wipe their butts, so there is no justice in face. But his Sakazuki will not let Alvia, the old iron, pierce his heart. He stared at the little girl who was half sitting on the ground not far away, frowned and said, "Why are civilians still staying here? What about your parents, son? Did they abandon you and run away?" Little Robin, who was already in tears, was asked by this magma monster, and his already sad heart became more uncomfortable, and he cried out wow. Alvia even covered her mouth, lowered her head and figured trembling. Sakazuki took the actions of the mother and daughter into the eyes, and looked at the scholars who had been watching the situation here, and said silently, "Or, you scholars have fallen to death and you want to pull an innocent civilian little girl. Back up." He deliberately repeated the word civilian. "Drive." Shamrock looked at the Lieutenant General with a complicated expression, and he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. Combined with the words and deeds of the Lieutenant General, it shouldn't be a person who likes to kill innocent people. But deliberately rereading the word civilian, does the other side know what's inside? But the most important thing at the moment is to send Robin safely out of O'Hara. As smart as he could not understand the meaning of the opposite, he coughed up blood and shook his head and said, "This civilian girl is just joining in the fun. Please her to leave this island safely. We will be responsible for the crime of the devil. Ns. Although there is a slight sense of guilt as an excuse to bully the women and children of the good family, since he chose to execute the order of killing demons, he couldn't help being hypocritical. Sakazuki looked directly at Dr. Clover, who was covering his wound with his hand. The character of these scholars made him awe. The attack is regarded as a war, and I personally will not apologize for what I have done now, because everyone is just a soldier in the war. As a soldier, the order is like a mountain, and I did nothing wrong." Dr. Clover stared at Sakazuki, chewed his meaning, and sighed, "I accept your statement. But as a soldier, I'm sorry, it was our fault to launch an order to bombard the entire island." For the first time, Dr. Clover's face showed a puzzled look. He may be an authority in the archaeological world and a dean in academia, but he can't understand well what is the essential difference between soldiers and soldiers in meaning. Without seeing the other party answering, Sakazuki continued after a short silence, "I will not bear the sins of the entire Navy alone, nor can I carry it. I have generals and marshals on my head, and they have 5 old stars. So I can only give you a promise that is not a promise. This civilian child will be adopted by me personally, at least I won't give her a future to avoid chasing after having a meal without a meal." Dr. Clover looked at Robin, who was still wiping his tears, and looked around. The scholars were smiling, while Alvia stared at the soldier in front of him in a daze. "Here you are." Author's message. Regarding the relationship between the Navy and the intelligence departments of the world government, why is there a sense of both military and central unity? 10. Let the flame purify everything. Middle. No more words, and Sakazuki, with one hand holding Nicole Alvia between his arms, he walked quickly to Robin and picked up the crying little girl and placed it on his shoulder. "Doctor?" everyone!" Robin ran across the shoulders of Sakazuki, and the child's short arms grew from the end of Robin's palm, extending one by one towards the direction of the scholars. She activating the abilities of flowers and fruits, he stretched out his arms to try to grab Dr. Clover. But in the end, Sakazuki is faster, and the footsteps directly use shave to sweep the surrounding residential areas. The artillery continued to bombard the island, and he must hurry up to rescue more residents. The extremely fast-moving speed of shave made Robin sitting on the shoulders of Sakazuki interrupt the activation of the fruit ability, and hugged the head of Sakazuki tightly to avoid being thrown off. Fortunately, the bad attitude of government agents when informing residents to evacuate has increased the truth of the situation. Although the streets were in a mess due to the rush of evacuation, at least a few settlements near the center of the island Sakazuki did not find any remaining persons. Robin finally calmed down and sat on his shoulders and began to look around. Despite the constant artillery fire, he was either evaded and avoided by the magma monster at an extremely fast speed, or he was blown out by a volcanic bomb from his free hand. She cautiously looked down at Alvia, who was tucked beside her like a big package, and said softly, "You are my mother, right? I am Robin. I have been waiting for you to come back. Don't you remember me?" She paused. I always hope that one day you can walk with my hand. I have been studying very hard," said the little guy. Tears began to fall again. Alvia lifted her head and glanced at Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked ahead and drove forward and calmly said, "There are some things we know, some things we know we don't know, some we don't know things we don't know, and there are other things we don't know we know." Robin did not understand this seemingly circumstance, but Alvia understood. The lieutenant general called Sakazuki by government officials promised to adopt Robin before, combined with Sakazuki's previous statement. Obviously it means that the other party is not ignorant of Robin's identity, or even willing to take this risk. Alvia clarified his thoughts and finally no longer concealed his emotions. Tears rained down, and reached up to wipe the tears from the corners of his daughter's eyes. "I also hope to hold your hand, Robin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am an unqualified mother." "Mom." Robin suddenly couldn't say anything. She clearly wanted to tell her mother 1,000 words. She let go of one of her hands and her mother's outstretched hand, clasped her fingers, and clasped them tightly together. "You must have worked very hard, Robin, Mother, I am really proud of you." Alvia raised his head and stared at Robin's eyes, with an intoxicating smile. Although immersed in the short-term family relationship, the dialogue between Dr. Clover and Sakazuki echoed in her mind. "Do you want to drag innocent civilians when you die? This civilian girl is just joining in the fun. Please her to leave this island safely. It is enough for us to bear the charge of the devil." Alvia smiled, but his tone was a little serious. "Robin, can Mom ask you something? Little Robin must follow whatever happens afterwards. Now the important thing is to let Robin know, with a unified caliber, he killed himself as a civilian without letting go. Only in this way can her safety be guaranteed. In other words, Robin is just an ignorant civilian abandoned by his parents in the chaos." "Mom." Robin hesitated. "Promise Mom, okay?" Alvia said in an almost pleading tone, and Robin finally agreed. "Yet, you have to remember that no matter who asks after this, you can only answer that you are an ordinary child abandoned on the island by your parents, and you have nothing to do with the scholars of O'Hara. I'm not your mother anymore." Alvia put her head aside. The last words were low but very firm. "But you promised Mom, didn't you? Little Robin. There are civilians." Sakazuki interrupted the warm atmosphere. Although it was his acquiescence, but the two guys hanging on him suddenly showed a romantic drama. He is like a monkey jumping up and down in the gunfire with his cubs. As far as he could see, an old man in front of him was still dragging the heavy large suitcase and slowly moving towards the edge of the island. There were craters scattered all around. Sakazuki slammed into the air, changed direction at the moon, stopped in front of the old man and shouted, "Leave your luggage. Hold my neck." Chapter 5. No. This is my life's property. Unexpectedly, the old man refused directly even though his head was sweating profusely. Sakazuki almost turned his back, and didn't talk nonsense with him. With the other hand, he grabbed the old man's collar and threw him on his back. The stubborn old man instinctively encircled the Sakazuki neck. The Lieutenant Admiral immediately accelerated away from the ground and jumped into the air. The old man's luggage was directly blown to pieces by the ensuing shells. At the same time, Kuzan led civilians rushing to the outskirts of the island to run towards the refuge ship. Along the way, he waved his hand as an ice barrier prevented the cannonballs from flying. He has gone back and forth between the buildings on the island and the refuge ship several times. This wave of civilians should be the last wave he can search for. Suddenly he seemed to hear something. He turned his head and stared in the air, and saw a weird figure fleeing in the air, like a circus. Sakazuki carried a woman in his left hand, and a thin girl riding on his shoulder, wide and slender. There were 3 screaming civilians hanging on his back. How funny it is to be that way. Puff. Kuzan, who really didn't hold back, still laughed, but he smiled. He didn't move slowly. Ice ball. With the 2 cold air shot from his wrist, he accurately encircled the several stars that flew towards them. Cannonballs. These cannonballs can't even detonate, they are directly wrapped in the ice hockey and fall down. Sakazuki, which was still in the air, naturally knew that he was a little embarrassed like this, but he didn't expect that Kuzan was very shameless and laughed straight out. He couldn't help but screamed into anger at his colleagues who were about to laugh out of tears. Laugh again. I will discount your legs and throw them on the island when I laugh again. I ran away with the civilians. 11. Let the flame purify everything. Down. Tick. Sakazuki carried the person beside the Lieutenant General with his half-length frosty curly hair, squatted down and motioned to Robin and 3 other civilians who hung on his back and clung to his cloak and neck. With Kuzan's support, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Kuzan looked at the white-haired woman who was still tucked around her waist and raised his eyebrows. This one is. Sakazuki has a calm face. I found these civilians in the center of the island. As for this woman. He held Olvia by the collar and raised it to Kuzan. Kuzan then saw that it was hanging down. Looking at the face of the white-haired woman with his head, he condensedly said, Nicole Olvia. He knew this woman, who was arrested by his friend Soro on the exploratory ship and was imprisoned in the Navy prison. However, Soro, who was a lieutenant general before the launching of the killing order, risked his death to release her for the criminal. So far, Soro is missing. In this way, we can probably determine where Soro's hiding place is. Sakazuki looked into Kuzan's eyes. The round-edged sunglasses well covered Kuzan's eyes, making Sakazuki a bit of a moment. Can't guess what the other person is thinking. He added a little serious, if we have determined Soro's location, junior brother, what are you going to do? This questioning words were rather rude. As a general of the same level, he has no right to interfere in Kuzan's private affairs in Sakazuki. So he directly took out Teacher Zifa and asked as a senior to avoid causing Kuzan's unhappiness. Brother. Kuzan was a little stunned. After all, he didn't know much about Sakazuki, except that he had heard of Sakazuki and Polo Salino by chance from Teacher Zifa. Senior brothers of several terms, but Teacher Zifa didn't elaborate. Even when talking about Polo Salino's name, he was a little unhappy. Kuzan naturally wouldn't ask too much. After being promoted to lieutenant general, he never worked with these two. Kuzan's understanding and recognition of Sakazuki actually originated from the rumors between the admiral and the admiral being unsmiling, killing the pirates, and even admiring him at the general level. But this time, Sakazuki revealed in the order of killing the demon was in line with the rigor and reason of the military, the execution of orders without discount, and the reasonable handling of emergencies all made Kuzan look at this senior, in the comics. Kyuzen shocked Sakazuki, bombarding the refuge ship, saying that I didn't expect to be so overwhelmed and decisive, and indirectly proved that he didn't know much about Sakazuki. I would like to thank the book friends for their reminders. Sakazuki personality changes will not be too abrupt, and will slowly show up and change in future events. Generally speaking, it is tough injustice. Most of the hawks are like this. Let me give you the bottom line first. If Soro resists the arrest, even as his friend, I will still do it directly. Kyuzen hesitated and said the answer in his heart. Is this a test for me, brother? Kyuzen asked, tilting his head. Sakazuki has a rare smile on the face that has been squeezed. Forget it, Teacher Zifa will be very pleased to hear your answer. Kyuzen turned around and walked side by side with Sakazuki, walking behind Alvia and the three civilians. The young Robin originally wanted to hold his mother's hand, but remembering Alvia's previous promise with him, the outstretched hand stopped in the air. Had to follow Alvia's side. The civilians couldn't help cheering when the refuge ship was near, and the Navy personnel on the refuge ship quickly lowered the ladder for everyone to board the ship. Robin looked back at the mothers who were stationed in place with the two Navy. Alvia shook her head. Even though the wound on her face came with fierce pain, she still smiled and looked at Robin, using her mouth silently. Saying, "Go up quickly." "Ah! It's a monster. I don't want to be in the same boat with the monster." The children lying on the side of the refuge ship made strange appearances. "I know her. That child is Alvia's child who was listed in the newspaper. Letting her get on the boat might implicate us." A fat middle-aged man with a runny nose helped to hold the glasses of the crooked belt and said in a serious manner. Someone immediately retorted him, "Nonsense, she's just a child. Let her come up." Not far away, when he saw this scene, Kyuzen looked down at Alvia and asked, "Is this girl your daughter?" Alvia bowed her head and said nothing, but was extremely anxious in her heart. Unexpectedly, something went wrong at the last joint. Kyuzen frowned and said non-stop, "Ah la la, even the criminal's child, but the child is innocent, these people." Sakazuki interface said, "You don't know, Kyuzen, this child is a person with the ability of flowers and fruits. It is normal to be regarded as a monster by civilians who have never seen the world on the island." He stared at Robin, "So contemplation is like making some determination. No matter, our Navy has destroyed her home and family. We must not let this child's future life be in tribulation forever, nothing more. I will take this child to the warship. Yes, I will adopt her in the future, so there is nothing wrong with thinking about it." Kyuzen looked at the little girl who was stepping back with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would be a capable person at a young age. Thinking that he was regarded as a monster by many ignorant pirates and even residents in other areas, he nodded in sympathy. "This is indeed a method, guaranteed by our two lieutenants. Plus the little girl in Malinfan from now on. Live more, and she will find her new home and family." Putting the little girl under the supervision of the Navy headquarters, even if someone becomes accountable because she is a child of a criminal, there is nothing to say. Actually, Karp had the same plan when he adopted Ace at the beginning, but Karp's education method is very problematic. Boom! 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 Hurried and heavy footsteps came, and the scholars who were rescuing the precious collections of the O'Hara Library and throwing books into the lake outside watched a panting and desperate giant break into theirs. Vision! Where is Robin? Soro looked around. "Robin and Alvia have been taken away by Navy escort. Are you?" a scholar with glasses replied with a book in his arms. "What?" The giant held his head in his hands and grinned nervously. The dense beard around his chin was mixed with his hair, like a awkward lion. He had to close his teeth, turned and ran towards the refuge ship. Never let Robin be caught by the Navy. He wants to rescue the new friend he only knew. 12 Not all wanderers have lost themselves, Part 1. Unlike the Albaf people who are known for their brutality and bravery, Hagul D. Soro is a real moderate. Compared to other giants who are fanatical and belligerent, Sorrow is better at maintaining rational thinking. Therefore, he hesitated when he received the top-secret mission sent to him by the general of the Warring States period, as a lieutenant general in the headquarters to participate in the order to kill demons. Sorrow, who has always wondered why the government ordered the Navy to arrest the historical exploration ship several times, categorically refused to carry out this mission, and asked his superiors loudly, "The other party is just a scholar, so why do you have to do this? If it is really so dangerous, wouldn't it be okay for the government to come forward to supervise the research? We are the ones who killed people. You gave me a reason for them? An archaeological ship, an unarmed scholar." Sorrow firmly believes that such a ruthless obliteration order is by no means a real act of justice. Are you suspicious of the government? Carry out the order. The Warring States general shouted back. Unwilling to reconcile, Sorrow came to the cell where Alvia was being held. He needed to get the scholar's exact ideas from this female scholar, so that it might be possible to suggest that the Warring States general would withdraw the military attack. But with this conversation, Sorrow understood why the government resolutely ordered the Navy to carry out this operation. He knew that this time it was impossible to convince the Warring States anymore, and that the only way to stop this time was the interference of external factors. Emergency. Lieutenant General Sorrow escaped from prison with a felon. He knows the battle plan this time, to capture Sorrow and Alvia. Must be captured back. Life or death is a matter of life. The Warring States period gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The chasing soldiers are coming. Alvia, with his head bandaged, looked back at the sea. Sorrow is not afraid, leave it to me. Go back to your hometown and notify them, Alvia. Alvia took a deep look at the giant with orange beard and chin, a little hesitant. Sorrow, you can't be a navy anymore. Sorrow looked down at the white-haired woman. From a legal point of view, this action is too cruel. I want to start my own righteous action. Watching Alvia leave in a small boat, Sorrow certainly knew the consequences of his actions today. It is considered light to be removed from all posts by the Navy and expelled. He sighed secretly, but I don't regret it. But I don't regret it. The ragged giant ran towards the refuge ship. He could already see the refuge ship. It was Alvia and Robin. Of course, what I saw at the same time were several figures standing not far from the refuge ship. Looking at the former colleagues and close friends from afar, but now they can only meet each other in battle, Sorrow asked his heart, regret it. He knows that his friend Kyuzan is amazing, and he also knows Sakazuki, which is called the Monster Lieutenant General along with Polo Salino, but the righteousness is directed by tens of millions of people. He laughed and speeded up his pace, repeating his inner words, he, but I don't regret it. A warship not far away found Sorrow's huge figure that couldn't hide. It's the escaped Lieutenant General Sorrow. The watchman on the warship recognized the giant. The Major General under the jurisdiction of Kyuzan decisively ordered, pull the former Lieutenant General Sorrow. Don't let him approach the refuge ship. In the name of justice. Boom. 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 Intensive shelling blocked Sorrow's way to the refuge ship, and a precise shelling directly hit Sorrow's chest. But the giant's body soul is not a joke. It is only a black chest and some scratches. It seems that I can't get through without solving you first. Don't hinder me. Sorrow turned his head and rushed towards the warship. That's Sorrow. Kyuzan frowned when he heard the violent roar not far away, and the Sakazuki beside him had a rough tone, it saves us trouble, €. Sorrow. How could he be on this island? Alvia was surprised secretly. Sakazuki turned to look at Kyuzan, who was frowning, with a flat voice, you come, or me. 13 Not all wanderers have lost themselves, middle. With a soft sound, Kyuzan directly used shave to rush to his friend, launching an offensive in the air. The piercing cold air surrounds Kyuzan, condenses, and takes shape quickly. 2 tridents exuding faint blue luster were formed, and the ice cube? Two thorn spears shot at Soro's back at an astonishing speed. But the warning of this blow was too much, and it only brushed the sides of Solo's body, bringing up 2 bloodstains. Kyuzan. Solo's huge figure rushing towards the warship stopped abruptly. It's Lord Kyuzan. The navy on the warship cheered. The giant's undaunted charge with the artillery fire before really frightened many people. The shelling of other areas on the island will be handled by Lieutenant General. The Major General on the warship could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He is also about 3 meters tall. Unlike the burly figure of Sakazuki, Kyuzan looks a little longer. His fluffy curly hair is tied in a dark blue navy turban and draped over his shoulders. The round-edged sunglasses covered his eyes, which made people puzzled. He was not wearing a navy white uniform and a justice cloak showing the rank of a general. Simply putting a black jacket with a navy logo on her body, it didn't look like she had come to perform a military mission but went on a beach vacation. Oh yet! If the killing order is stopped by someone who was once a navy, then the navy will be disgraced. Although it was a lazy tone, the slaughter in the words let Soro know that he was my friend is serious. What did you want to do just now? It's a felony with intent to attack a naval ship performing a mission. Are you going to die? Soro. Soro turned to look at his old friend. Perhaps. I am no longer a navy, and I don't know what justice you believe in is what you believe in. I just want to protect my friends now. Kyuzan was a little annoyed. Alvia is a repeat offender wanted by the world government. You can't save her. Soro will catch her. As a former colleague, we can deal with Mr. Karp together, and we can still be with the general of the warring states period. Save you a way out. Solo stared at Kyuzan fiercely. What about the scholars like O'Hara? Can you keep them alive? What about little Robin? What's wrong with her? She's just a child. Why are you arresting a child? Is this your justice? Kyuzan. Kyuzan was a little confused. Children? Who told you that we arrested? Are you talking about Alvia's child? But he quickly reacted, although he didn't know how Soro knew their relationship. It seemed that the upright giant had misunderstood something. He pointed to Robin who had ran back to Alvia not far away and added, Sakazuki, rescued the little girl and several civilians from the bombing in the center of the island. In terms of scope, Alvia is the target of the Navy's arrest, but her child has been adopted by me and Sakazuki because of his special identity. In the future, she will start her new life in Marin Vander. Hey! Is that so? Soro's expression eased slightly, so that a stone in his heart fell to the ground. He looked a little complicated, and asked in a condensed voice, Kyuzan, are you proud of this attack? Facing Kyuzan, he confided his feelings a little bit angrily, I really can't figure it out. You know, this is just to warn scholars. O'Hara will perish because of this. Didn't Kyuzan think that this action was overkill, but he has his own responsibilities and obligations as a navy, but this is also for the future of the world, and there is no way, besides, these archaeologists have indeed violated the law. At present, most countries maintain peace under the governance of the world government. There are few wars to remove the threat of pirates. However, if O'Hara scholars really decipher the text of history, even if scholars only look at it from an academic perspective, it is inevitable. Interested people use these historical texts and even ancient weapons to make a big fuss. In this way, the war will not only sweep O'Hara, but the whole world will face the threat of war. Such a peaceful change will be completely broken, and civilians will be drawn into the vortex of war. Chapter 6. The flames of O'Hara burning and exploding everywhere reflected on Kyuzan's sunglasses. He paused. The so-called justice depends on the situation. So I do not intend to blame your justice. But if you sabotage our actions, then I can't just sit back and watch. Kyuzan looked at the old friend with a blank expression and said solemnly. Soro. Robin's voice came from the air. Did you bring them here? Kyuzan didn't look up. Sakazuki carried one on each hand, and landed beside Sorrow. Robin, who was being carried, watched Sakazuki with tearful eyes. "Don't you do something to Sorrow, okay?" Sakazuki, maintaining the position of the eagle catching the chick, looked at Sorrow, who was a little nervous. Indifferent to Robin's request, it depends on his own next behavior. Sorrow turned a deaf ear to the words of Sakazuki. He looked down at Robin, and said with concern, "They didn't do anything to you? Are there any injuries?" The little girl carried in the air shook her head and wiped it off. "A tear, I'm okay, Sorrow, don't fight this magma man. You will die." From Sorrow's mouth, I learned that his abilities are given by the devil fruit, and he is not a monster. However, Soluo didn't tell her the classification of devil fruits. She could only guess secretly that the navy that could be turned into magma was probably also some kind of fruit ability. In the eyes of little Robin, one can be transformed into magma and the other is just a mortal body. It is self-evident who has the greater advantage. Sakazuki put Alvia next to Kuzan, threw Robin into her arms, and took a step forward. He looked at Sorrow with a bit of disgust, with contempt in his eyes. "Sorrow, you may be a good person, but you are definitely not a good soldier. Sorrow's heart is too soft." As a soldier, Sakazuki never dared to give his back to such a soldier, even if Sorrow was persuaded by the warring states before the war. If he saw the current tragic scene on the battlefield, would he do it again? Persuaded by the enemy, did you turn your gun to point at your own person again? Sakazuki does not dare to bet. Release the repeat offenders in the naval prison and assist them in absconding, leaking major military secrets, and even more intent on attacking the military on mission. If it is placed in the previous life, any one of them will be enough for him to shoot, and then Sorrow will do it all. Is this the so-called indebtedness? Perhaps he firmly believes in his own justice, but in the eyes of the navy, this is a complete betrayal. From the perspective of Sakazuki, if there are other points that are excusable, the last attempt by the giant to attack the warship completely annoyed him. No one likes traitors, and Sakazuki is no exception. He doesn't like a traitor to beat his soldiers even more. Lao Tzu's soldiers, I can scold and beat, you try to touch one? Kuzan noticed that Sakazuki really had a murderous intent, and he sighed. If Sorrow did any more actions to resist the arrest today, I am afraid that the senior next to him would make a bold move. He is keenly aware that Sakazuki is a bit disgusting with Sorrow, but he has not heard the rumors of the two being guilty. Don't let him think about it. Sorrow has already spoken. Indeed, I'm not a good soldier. But I didn't think I had done anything wrong in this matter from the beginning to the end, and I would not be a navy anymore. I am just a wanderer with justice in heart. Without waiting for him to finish, Sakazuki then interrupted him. I just need to know, do you want to go back to the headquarters with us? Alvia sighed faintly. Sorrow, thank you for everything you have done for O'Hara, don't do it anymore, you can't save me. Author's message. A book friend suggested that I set up a group, 7075244952, I don't know how to take a dog in Sakazuki, friends who wish to discuss the plot can add it at will. 14 Not all wanderers have lost themselves, Part 2. The flame brings not only light and heat, but when human beings are still drinking blood, the raging fire is the embodiment of fear. Now, the residents of O'Hara finally recalled the memory engraved in the genes of human beings from the ancient blood, the fear and awe of the fire by the creatures. The refugees on the refuge ship stared at the island not far away with their mouths. Not long ago, there were still vibrant forests, peaceful small towns, and the omniscient tree that has stood for thousands of years, burning. Combustion. Combustion. The flames seemed to have ignited everything. The woods surrounding the island had already been swallowed by the flames, and the trees that had been dried out by the water vapor had become a new oxidant. From a distance, they looked like a fascinating red lotus in full bloom. With the continuous shelling, O'Hara is like a on earth. Many residents kneel on the deck of the refuge ship, praying for the salvation of the gods. Countless residents and their families hugged tightly, with tears streaming down their faces, watching the Red Lotus karma raging in the world, thinking of their hometown that they could not go back to. The salvo of shelling eventually destroyed the omniscient tree. Even though it stood for 1,000 years, it could not withstand the life-killing iron bullets fired from naval guns. The all-knowing tree is down. I don't know who made such an exclamation. Alvia covered Robin's eyes with his palms, and looked sadly at the all-knowing tree that was cut off from the middle of the trunk. Robin was stopped by his mother with one hand and cried bitterly, "Doctor! Everyone!" Sakazuki looked at Soro quietly, waiting for his reply. Even the loud noise of the omniscient tree being blasted could not distract him. Soro turned his head and looked at the O'Hara iconic giant tree buried in a sea of flames. Anger was burning in his eyes. He turned to look at Sakazuki and whispered, "You don't even have eyelids when you witness these tragedies. Will you blink? All these destroyed by you, don't you even have the least guilt? The homes lost by countless civilians, and you, as the initiator, just look at it indifferently, such a cold-blooded navy, it won't be what you want." Sakazuki looked at Soro indifferently, shook his head, hands suddenly clenched into fists, and rolling lava surged on his arms. "This is not the answer I want to hear. During the war, I was first a member of the Navy. A soldier. Then someone who considers humanitarianism. War is cruel, Soro. You are seeking your own death." The magma is gradually wrapping the arms, making the arms of Sakazuki look a bit huge. The dark red magma rotates on the arm, and the closer to the fist surface, the more red the luster of the magma, even faintly permeating the clenched knuckles. Incandescent. The giant magma fist ran into Soro's big hand from high to low with great strength. A heart-piercing scream came from Soro's mouth, and in Sakazuki, the left arm of the fist almost disappeared, and the hot lava burned his skin, muscles and bones. The half of the humerus bone that had not been melted by the talented magma was full of scorch marks, and the splashing magma fell on him. Soro lost his balance and fell face down on the uneven mud floor. His pupils suddenly shrank due to severe pain, and some of them lost their focus. The huge size has turned into a good target. The cold sweat on Soro's forehead couldn't stop dripping, and his whole body was trembling with pain. Sakazuki did not launch the next blow, because someone was faster than him. Kyuzen silently affixed to Soro's side, with one hand on Soro's body, and Soro's left body was naked. The visible speed was quickly covered with frost, and the power of the frozen fruit quickly took away the heat from his body, freezing his blood and organs. The ice on the stump of the arm burned by Sakazuki was visible, and Soro finally felt no burning pain. On the contrary, the whole body was bitingly cold. The freezing gave the consciousness an illusion, and Soro felt that he was a little warm, like a comfortable hot spring and hot bath. He tried his best to look up at Robin, whose mouth and eyes were tightly covered by his mother. He spoke a little laboriously, and his voice was a little astringent. "Sweet, don't be afraid. When you go to Malinvander, you will find that in the Navy there are also good people with a kind heart. You will find a companion who loves you and fights for your life there in the future. Sakazuki, Kyuzen, I want you to promise. No matter what, you must ensure Robin's thoroughness. Remember live, Robin. Just laugh like this when it's bitter." The voice became smaller and smaller, and with the complete freezing, Soro turned into a huge ice sculpture. Kyuzen and Sakazuki did not speak, and stood silently in front of Soro's ice sculpture. He is indeed not suitable to be a soldier, he has no hard heart. The rugged giant kept his big, gentle heart until he died. Alvia burst into tears, and no longer had the strength to cover Robin's mouth and eyes, and the thin and short girl in her arms was crying like a mottled and broken porcelain doll. Sakazuki stepped forward, took a half step back with his right foot. His knees were not on the ground, his hips were sitting on his right heels, his hands were naturally placed on his knees, his upper body was straight. He looked at Robin's eyes, sinking. He said, "Whoever you want to hate is your freedom, but I will still raise you well. You will study and grow in the Navy headquarters. Even if you want to take revenge on me, the culprit, in the future, I will allow it. But before that, I will still be your guardian. You have to be glad that you are alive. You have to remember. There is hope when people live. Kuzan didn't linger, and walked straight to his ship. On the edge of the coast, he stopped, turned his head and glanced at Zoro's ice sculpture, and stared deeply at the words of Sakazuki. Robin. He whispered, I agree to your request, old friend. With a soft sound, Kuzan leaped towards the warship. 15 What is a soldier? Part 1. The artillery fire that swept O'Hara lasted all night, and the silence did not belong to O'Hara tonight. The black night was supposed to be dyed red by the skyrocketing fire. Even if it is thousands of miles away, you can see the gorgeous but desolate scenery caused by this man. Countless people sleepless tonight, shed their tears, cried and throated dumb, but could not return to their homes in memory. The O'Hara fire slowly faded until the first glow of the sun appeared at the end of the sea level. Robin, who was wearing a military blanket on the warship, quietly looked at O'Hara, who was already a piece of white ground, through the slightly raised glass of the porthole. Tears were already dry, and his throat was so hoarse that he couldn't speak, only the sadness that was filled with nowhere to vent. A sergeant knocked on the door and pushed in with one hand. In the other hand, he was holding a sandwich with fried eggs and minced salmon salad. He gently pushed the dinner plate in front of the tear-stained little girl. He smiled mildly. The Lieutenant Admiral said that you have been crying for so long, and he was upset by the noise and asked the kitchen to make a breakfast. Robin looked up at the Uncle Navy who has the brown national character who. He opened his mouth to look a little anxious, but he couldn't make a sound hoarse. This Nazar, who was in charge of logistics on the warship, was gentle and had always had a good popularity. He recalled when the Lieutenant General and Sakazuki returned to the warship last night, he removed a recaptured felon, Alvia, and a civilian child abandoned by his parents. He announced in front of the crew of the ship that he would adopt this cause. The little girl who eats devil fruit by mistake is treated as a monster by the whole island. It surprised the seafarers of a ship, although it was known that the Navy also trained some orphans of naval soldiers and some unadopted orphans as fresh blood for the army. But it is difficult for them to think that this tough guy has the iron-blooded and tender side of being used to the vigorous and resolute military style of their lieutenant generals on weekdays. At any rate, Zhongzhou accompanied the ship on and off the Great Sea route, and he also heard some anecdotes that people with devil fruit ability were isolated and expelled by the locals as monsters. But today I saw one case with my own eyes. Obviously 8 years old, but thin and short, is not as tall as some 6-year-old children. The thin and black figure can know with the cerebellum that it must have never been full on weekdays. Now, under the order of 2mo, her family even abandoned her and run away. He couldn't help looking at the child with some pity, as if he understood Lieutenant General's psychology a little, and he might make the same choice if he replaced it. He looked at the girl kindly, and said softly, "Little guy, you are safe, don't worry that you will be bullied for eating devil fruit. Even uncle, I know several powerful devil fruit capable people." His thinking circuit did not match Robin at all. Robin tried his best to speak up, but the little girl thought it was a hoarse shout in Zhongzhou's ear but just murmured. Zhongzhou simply squatted down and listened to Robin's repeated words. His gentle smile faded. Because he heard the girl's question, the girl asked him in a hoarse cry, "Are there any people alive on O'Hara Island?" Zhongzhou raised his head and looked at O'Hara, whose gun smoke hadn't dissipated outside the porthole. After all, the Navy is the executor of this nightmare. He couldn't face the child in front of him for a while. He grinned reluctantly, "I'm going out first. Just put the dinner plate there after you finish eating and sleep well." He could no longer bear the increasingly desperate look in the child's eyes. Fleeing and leaving the cabin. The Marines on the deck had already stopped attacking. Gathered in 2s and 3s to wipe the deck blackened by gunpowder jets and the gun barrels covered with gunpowder slag. Seeing Zhongzhou walking out of the room, they all looked at him with inquiring eyes. Zhongzuo shook his head and walked quickly to the center of the deck. A heartfelt gift, Your Excellency, I have delivered the meal. Sakazuki Ohara, who was not far away, looked down at his logistics officer after hearing the words, Thanks for your hard work, let's do your job. Yes. The ghost spider stood beside him and slowly said, The Lieutenant Admiral really intends to adopt this child. He has never cared about civilian deaths and injuries. As long as the mission can be completed, the justice of the Navy can be served. He Ghost Spider does not care about the life or death of soldiers, let alone civilians. He has always used Sakazuki as his model. But today his respected chief's move made him puzzled. Sakazuki looked at his subordinates. The previous Sakazuki admired the idea that ghost spiders do whatever they can and do at all costs for their tasks. But now from his perspective, he can only say that he respects this idea, but he doesn't agree with it. From a historical perspective, is there any overlord who is not such a cruel or even cold-blooded lord? Even the Ming Jun and Xian Wang who have left his name in the past cannot escape a thick black hat, let alone the army, which has cultivated professional butchers since ancient times. Flesh and blood grinder. After all, Bai Qi, Han Xian, Li Jing, which of these Chinese military gods is Song Xiang Gong, who is a benevolent and righteous man? On the battlefield, he can use the most efficient means to cause the greatest degree of damage to the enemy, and even more so. The ultimate goal pursued and attempted by countless troops. The ultimate product of applying this theory to practice in the previous life of Sakazuki is the nuclear weapon that many countries are eager for. Sakazuki did not change the look, did not directly answer the question of the ghost spider, but turned the topic to the other side. This time the landing operation allowed me to sort out a problem that has troubled me for a long time. The ghost spider replied respectfully, Master Sakazuki, I would like to hear the details. Sakazuki tilted his head and asked his Major General, Who are we? This question came without a head, and the ghost spider thought for a while and replied, Naturally it is the Navy. Sakazuki nodded, Yes, our identity is the Navy. He continued to ask, Then what is the Navy? This problem is also not difficult for Ghost Spider. He sorted out his thoughts and replied affirmatively, The military organization directly under the world government maintains public security work and maritime military offensive and defense in the name of absolute justice throughout the world. Then we are the Army, right? Yes, Lieutenant General, there is no doubt about it. Sakazuki raises the last question, So, Ghost Spider, what is a soldier? 16 What is a soldier, middle? Soldier. The ghost spider muttered these two words in a low voice. He hesitated for a while. He replied with an uncertain tone, We are the defenders of peace, and we are the military positions serving in the army. Personnel, to maintain the stability of the world government regime and the stability of the country under the rule of the franchise. After speaking, the ghost spider looked up at Sakazuki and waited for the Lieutenant General's evaluation. Sakazuki nodded approvingly, Yes, but not all. The ghost spider is not impatient, and waits quietly for the following. Sakazuki pulls the gloves unhurriedly, and says, The soldier is accompanied by the war. The purpose of our existence is to control violence. Come to quell the turmoil and the war. These words fit the ghost spider's appetite, and he couldn't help but echo Sakazuki, as expected. Sakazuki waved his hand and continued, The soldiers are living for war and dying for peace. Being a soldier does not mean being a soldier. A true soldier has justice and enthusiasm in his heart, and uses his own clank and iron bones to defend the safety and interests of the country and the people. Many soldiers I stopped my work and looked here, listening to the words of Sakazuki. Some even kept nodding their heads. Sakazuki looked around and spoke again with a loud voice, The essence of a soldier is dedication and commitment. Soldiers chose dedication and sacrifice in their youth. Soldiers. They chose strength and perseverance when they were the loneliest. Soldiers. In the face of grievances from relatives and lovers, they chose patience and silence. When faced with the test of life and death, soldiers chose to work hard and forget their lives. On the deck, some soldiers and generals looking at Sakazuki, his eyes were filled with inexplicable enthusiasm and awe. There was no sound on the deck, and many Navy officers recalled their passion and pursuit of justice when they joined the Navy. Sakazuki turned his head to look at the meditating Major General. Where does our military expenditure come from? Before the ghost spider could speak, he asked, and replied, it is the world government. But have you ever thought about the world government? Where does the financial resources come from? Yes. From each of the participating countries. Where does the money from each participating country come from? A sergeant put down the rag to wipe the artillery, a little hesitant. It is the tax of the nationals and subjects of each country. Sakazuki quickly interfaced, yes, civilians from our vast numbers, who use their tax money to support the army. Even the vast majority of naval soldiers come from civilians with justice in their hearts. Then you tell me, if we can't protect their safety and interests, then, what is the difference between this and betrayal? The soldiers chose the army. Although there are many unspeakable helplessness and sadness, this will not become a reason for us to desert and refuse to carry out the mission. The army gave us being strong has given us responsibilities and obligations. Soldiers suffer from what ordinary people can't eat, and endure what ordinary people can't bear. As a soldier, you can be stunned, but as a soldier, you must have a backbone. A soldier, you must have a soul. Sakazuki shouted out, directly turning the conversation into an impromptu speech. He didn't ask everyone to agree with his point of view, but only hoped that the soldiers could remember and hold on to their bottom line as a human. Whether it is adopting Robin or rescuing civilians, Sakazuki does its best. He can't save the scholars on O'Hara, or Alvia, let alone Sorrow. But he hopes that similar tragedies will not happen again in the future. One severe pain is enough. Sakazuki hopes to change, not just me. He was unable to deal with this blow, nor did he expect to change the command of the general of the warring states period. But I hope that from this moment on, I will gradually influence the Navy headquarters with my meager power. After all, personal strength is limited, even if one's strength is amazing and in a high position. But if this kind of difficult reform from top to bottom is supported by the unanimous internally approved bottom-up will, it would be much easier than that. Several admirals moved their feet together and raised their hands to salute in the direction of Sakazuki. More and more people raised their hands without applause, but the soldiers remained silent, showing their sincere respect to the lieutenant in the way of the army. The silent ghost spider looked at his boss with enlightenment, even if he was cold and iron-blooded, even if a long time passed. I will never forget my original intention. But today's Sakazuki words opened a new door for him. People may have different definitions and understandings of justice, but the iron bones and dignity of a soldier are what Sakazuki wants to tell him in the end. He stands upright, kicks and turns, and salutes Sakazuki deeply. Sakazuki has a deep but powerful voice. Tell me, what are you? The voices of the people on the deck broke through the clouds. Soldiers. 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 Author's message. Ma yet. This chapter is simply difficult to write, don't say I am short today. This is a big proposition, but I really want to write this chapter well. In order to be rigorous, I asked a big sister next to me last night what is a soldier? Then today I asked a certain military area leader the same question, combined their views and then wrote my own views. I would like to pay tribute to the great soldiers who have given all to the people and the country and dedicated their lives. The military soul will last forever. Salute. 17 The So-Called Soldier, Part 2. Chapter 7. Allah, really, what's going on over Sakazuki? Kuzan, who recovered from the salty fish state after leaving the island, suffered a relapse of lazy cancer and lay down on a beach chair. Kuzan, who had just entered shallow sleep, was immediately awakened by the shouts not far away. The energetic lieutenant general raised his upper body and glanced at the source of the sound and complained. It seems that the lieutenant general in Sakazuki is giving lectures. The major general, who knows the temper of the self-administrator, immediately jumped onto the mast, grabbed the work of the watchman, and replied while holding a telescope in the direction of Sakazuki. Kyuzen half folded his eyelids and sighed with sleepy eyes. The navy that landed on the island is probably coming back soon, right? The personnel of the refuge ship will be checked directly by the government. But wake me up when I'm almost at the headquarters. Kyuzen rested his head on his hands, and went back to sleep in the sun. Master Kyuzen! Wake up, it's almost time for Malinfantu. The conscientious Major General acted as Kyuzen's babysitter, watching the Lieutenant Admiral who stretched and yawned. He couldn't help but sweep the other ships. At a glance, he sighed secretly, the same as a Lieutenant General. Other lieutenants are sitting on the front line of command. Look at you again. The fleet returning to the Navy headquarters in an orderly formation in a vigilant formation can already see Malinvandana flooded with giant military fortresses similar to the Japanese architecture of the Second World War. This crescent-shaped island is located in the center of the Great Channel, adjacent to the Chamardayan Islands and the Red Earth continent. It is stuck in the throat leading to the New World. It is in a triangle with the Judiciary Island and the underwater prison that has frightened countless pirates. Standing on each other, there is a huge reverse vortex ocean current between the three, and only through the huge valve called Gate of Justice arranged in the shape of the three Taoisms can the destination be reached. On the front of the fortress, the seagull logo symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order and the eye-catching navy are clearly visible. Sakazuki stands on the bow of the ship, with his hands in his trouser pockets, his legs slightly straddling, and the cloak engraved with the word justice is hunted and hunted by the oncoming sea breeze. Sakazuki takes a close look at this magnificent war fortress built on high mountain terrain. Countless large-caliber heavy artillery is distributed in various areas of Marin Vatican, and the excellent deep-water harbor in front of the ring is not frozen or silted, and is navigable all year round. It can even handle the capacity of dozens of large warships. There are dozens of huge forts in the bay. The towering cliffs on both sides are built with lighthouses, which can be surveyed from far away. The Navy headquarters is absolutely easy to defend and difficult to attack. With the assistance of commanders on the shore, the warship is moored in a deep water harbor without the assistance of a towing ship. Hand over command to the major generals on board, dispatch materials, arrange personnel, and maintain weapons and ships. The 5 lieutenants rushed directly to the upper level of the fortress to return to the commander-in-chief of this military operation, the Warring States General. The interior of the fort is extremely spacious, most of which are rooms with tatami mats and various training facilities. Above the fortress are the offices of marshals, generals, and lieutenants or conference rooms of various sizes for holding important meetings. The 5 lieutenants headed by Sakazuki stepped into the office of the generals of the Warring States period. Even if the upper space is not as wide as the interior, the Warring States, the iconic figures of the Navy and one of the highest combat forces, still enjoys special treatment. Trees and flowers decorate it, and there is even a large lawn space. Report. Sakazuki made a soft pop with feet close together, the upper body was straightened, the right hand was quickly raised, and the 5 fingers were brought together to straighten naturally. A salute to the general of the Warring States period, who seemed to be reading something, sitting across from the desk. The 4 lieutenants arranged in a wild goose shape simultaneously raised their right hands in a very standard salute. The general of the Warring States period, with a fluffy haircut like a Buddha, looked away from the document and looked at the 5 generals who carried out the order to kill demons. His voice was steady, "You don't need to be polite, you have worked hard." He stood up from the mountains of documents on both sides. He was quite tall and sturdy, even with the most burly Sakazuki, but also majestic physique. As the general came here, Sakazuki and others unanimously felt a strong sense of oppression, even if they knew that this pressure was not deliberately directed at them. Invisibly, the power that the warring states showed surpassed any of the 5 of them. He has a long black beard, and the long beard is knitted very distinctively, which hangs on his chest like a braid. He wears a pair of round black-rimmed glasses on his face, and his temperament is gentle and elegant. If he doesn't look at his figure, he might think he is a scholar. However, his wise and sharp eyes seem to be able to see through people's hearts like the legendary Buddha, and his white uniform showed his military identity. The Buddha's warring states is indeed well deserved. Sakazuki opened again. Mr. Sengoku, this military strike, the order to kill the devil, has been completed. O'Hara has been wiped off the map by covering artillery fire. O'Hara's illegal scholars are all punishable. Nicole Alvia, who previously escaped from the naval prison, has been rearrested and is currently being held in the prison of the headquarters. The mutinous Lieutenant Admiral Savigol D. Soro was arrested for resisting and was joined by Kuzan and I killed on the island. Government personnel are responsible for verifying the identity of the refuge ship that civilians are on, and arranging the following matters. Waiting for the next order, please give instructions. Very well, you accomplished this task excellently. You have maintained world peace and justice. The 5 of you wrote the details of the task as a report. You have all worked hard, go rest, and disband now. The warring states period looked at this. Several outstanding and powerful love generals, let them go to rest. Although he is a general, he is not a general, but a subordinate of the same class as the marshal. The rank of lieutenant general is actually the rank of general with the greatest freedom of activity. As a symbol of the Navy's highest combat power, the general plays a more deterrent role. The dispatch of a general often means major actions and events of the Navy. These lieutenants are still the mainstays of the Navy in carrying out advanced missions. Reasonable arrangements will not make these senior combat forces physically and mentally exhausted. Yes, replied cleanly. The lieutenants disbanded and rested. Only Sakazuki and Kuzan stayed. Warring States was a little curious. Hey? Is there anything else to report now? Author's message. P.S. Recommend a new work, Comical Journey, with a relaxed writing style, and it is decided that you are a comical beast. Pi Wave, everyone is a new book, encourage each other. 18 Double Spring, on. Yes, Mr. Sengoku, I want to adopt a child as a private person and let her join the Navy. Sakazuki organizes the language and reports to the Sengoku. How smart is the warring states period? Sakazuki adopts an orphan as a lieutenant general without such a formal report to him. Joining the Navy requires only Sakazuki to take the child through the formal recruitment process. I guess the identity of this child is a bit special, right? In the warring states' eyes flashed, the adoption of the child was a personal affair. The subordinates do not need to inform him about their private privacy. Right now, as soon as the O'Hara slaughter order is over, he and Kuzan come to ask for advice on the raising of a child. This shows that this matter involves public affairs and is important enough to require him. The general knows. It can't be the whim of Sakazuki and Kuzan, you want to adopt a child after you get married. Sakazuki actually hesitated for a long time about whether the matter of adopting Robin was reported. If Robin was adopted and placed in Malin Vatican without the knowledge of the general of the warring states period, even if Robin kept a low profile, the sudden adoption of a child in Sakazuki, which has always been known for its iron and blood, absolutely it will arouse the curiosity of others. Many families are fragmented after O'Hara was hit by the killing order. Why did you choose this child in Sakazuki? Besides, Robin was in the Navy headquarters and these old ghosts bowed their heads and looked up. People who are interested will naturally notice that, besides, there are still a large number of O'Hara residents who survived. If the Navy is willing to investigate Robin's identity, no matter how desperately Sakazuki was to hide, Robin couldn't hide it anyway. If Sakazuki were still explained in accordance with Robin's narrative that he was a civilian, the paper couldn't contain the fire, and the warring states period, known as the wise general, would inevitably be suspicious. The worst result was that Sakazuki was put on a big hat deliberately concealing government criminals and was imprisoned in Push City. Naturally, Robin couldn't run away. Sakazuki answered with some hesitation, "Yes, she is the blood of the criminal Alvia. She is 8 years old and still a child. But, she is the daughter of sinners after all. Considering her particularity, it's better to be more cautious and place it under our noses." As soon as he finished speaking, Kuzan retorted, "Although Alvia's blood is flowing, he is essentially a civilian child without a mother. To be on the safe side. I also asked the civilians on the refuge ship and learned that although that the child is Alvia's daughter, but when she was 2 years old, Alvia put her in a relative's house and went to sea on her own. This child can't even remember her mother's appearance. Let alone an 8-year-old innocent child. The scholar is involved." Sakazuki coldly interrupted Kuzan's words, "That's why I said that I was cautious. Your precaution is to treat her as a sinner." Kuzan insisted on his point of view. "Okay. Don't fight." The general of the warring states suddenly interrupted the dispute between the two and made a decision. "Kuzan is right. Although this child is the child of Alvia, he has been born since he was born. Raised by relatives, it has nothing to do with Alvia in essence. An 8-year-old child has not even formed his own ideas. We don't need to label her a sinner. The child is innocent." Sakazuki frowned, with an expression that didn't agree much, and finally responded to the warring states period, "Yes, I'm sorry, the general of the warring states period." Warring states waved his hand and said, "No need to apologize, Sakazuki, I didn't mean to blame you, your original intention is correct, and there is nothing wrong with caution, but even if it is the blood of a sinner, the environment and atmosphere of that girl in the Navy headquarters don't we elders teach a child well?" He seemed quite confident. The girl suddenly reminded him of his adopted son Don Quixote. Luozindi, who is also an orphan. Luozindi's growth made him quite proud to be proud. He is also confident that this girl can become an excellent navy. As a general of the warring states period, he naturally heard of the style of Sakazuki, and he was still a little bit resistant to the over-absolute thinking of Sakazuki. However, the multifaceted thinking and careful handling of the task in Sakazuki before the killing of the magic order made the warring states look different. The Navy must train more than just cold-blooded butchers. As generals, the ability to deal with various emergencies has always been the focus of cultivation since the warring states general took office. Sengoku doesn't mind using this adoption as an opportunity to change the too absolute character of Sakazuki. He looked at Sakazuki and said softly, "Your worries are not unreasonable, but the child is in Malinvander. It is not her mother who has the most impact on her, but you as the Navy. You must pay attention to your own. Behave in words and deeds and lead by example. But on the other hand, as an adoptive father, you must fulfill your responsibilities and obligations. Raising a child is not about leading soldiers to fight. You have to ask others for advice on the knowledge. Yes. Guarantee to complete the task." Sakazuki saluted again. "By the way, you didn't mention the true identity of that child before the subordinates, did you? What did the warring states think of?" "No, just say that it is a child of ordinary civilians, because there is no qualitative conclusion about this matter, it is not easy to jump to a conclusion." Warring states' expression became more satisfied, "It's a child who claims to be a commoner. If there are doubts from high-level generals, I will help you suppress it. The less people know about this, the better. Too much gossip is not good for children. Growth. Go and rest." Kuzan and Sakazuki bid farewell to the generals of the warring states period, turned and walked to their respective rooms. It's just that the warring states period didn't see it. The moment the two left the room and separated, their eyes met and the corners of their mouths tacitly twitched. 19 double read, middle. Sakazuki walks slowly back to his office. Although it is not as stylish as the warring states period, it is still spacious enough. Although the area is not small, there is no extra decoration in the house. A desk by the window, a set of brown and red, a short coffee table with a leather sofa is all the belongings. Nicole Robin was taken to the office of Sakazuki by the lieutenant colonel on board. At the moment, the thin girl was sitting on the sofa awkwardly, looking around. The door to Walla was opened, and the girl saw Sakazuki, her body trembling obviously. Sakazuki sat straight on the sofa next to Robin and slowly said, "The subordinates just reported to me that you didn't eat the breakfast that was delivered on the boat, but I don't think you are in the mood to eat now, right?" Bar. Robin didn't say anything. For a moment, she gritted her teeth and stared at the lieutenant next to her. "Where is my mother?" Sakazuki did not answer her right away, but lifted her right leg onto her left thigh and raised Erlang's leg. After doing this, he spoke unhurriedly, "I don't want to lie to you, telling lies like your mother will be fine. Although the truth is cruel, I can tell you responsibly that her death date has come. But I did not take her out of O'Hara to save her, but Sorrow previously rescued her from the naval prison. Then we are obliged to bring her back so that the Navy's majesty can be maintained. Offenses in the first place, no one can save her." Robin's pupils were a little dilated. Although there were speculations in her heart, Sakazuki personally said that she still couldn't accept it for a while. "In addition, I didn't eat anything, and I was a little dizzy, and my ears buzzed." Sakazuki looked at her dimmed pupils and continued, "Adopting you is a promise to the scholars on the one hand, and Sorrow's request on the other. Although we tried our best to rescue, this time the killing of the demons ordered the destruction of the family. There are not a few children." Robin hugged her knees and lowered her head to make her look unclear. She almost whispered, "Since you know, why are you doing this?" Sakazuki looked indifferent. The world government stipulated that the history of the blank 100 years should not be studied many years ago. It is no wonder that scholars tried the law. He paused and added, "It's even more extreme, Oha. The casualties and separation of the residents are all thanks to scholars." Robin looked up a little puzzled. Sakazuki did not look at Robin again, but stared at his knees. For a moment, he asked back, "Nicole Robin, you tell me, don't those scholars know that studying the text of history is illegal? They don't you know that your research will involve innocent people around you?" Robin suddenly recalled that in the days before the killing order, scholars cheered and celebrated her birthday, but panicked when they heard that they wanted to participate in the study of the historical text together. I remembered Dr. Claver's words when she asked her to leave, "If you hear what I say next, it would constitute a crime, go Robin." The girl muttered to herself blankly, "They all know. Now it's too late to blame or justify. You're very smart, and I didn't treat you as a foolish kid. I told you that I don't want to let you go, but I've been defending the safety of civilians. And the Navy that always fights pirates on the front line will not do such a thing for no reason. Everything has its own cause and effect." Sakazuki got up and walked to the desk and said softly. Without waiting for the girl to entangle, Sakazuki has picked up the phone worm and dialed a number. He shook the microphone in his hand at the girl and said, "Who is right and who is wrong, you will slowly pass through your own eyes. Think, look slowly, and distinguish and judge for yourself. Many things are not one or the other, black and white dualism of good and evil can make sense, but unfortunately many people just eat this one. Set. Thinking and analyzing problems at multiple levels and angles. This is the first lesson I teach you as your foster father." There was a voice from the microphone, with a trace of depression, "If I haven't seen you for a long time, I will take advantage of me when I come up. It is very difficult for me to be like you." Sakazuki. Sakazuki didn't care, "I didn't talk to you just now. By the way, Jonathan, I adopted a civilian girl." Before he finished speaking, he saw the phone worm simulating the opposite. The look of stunned dog. "What? You wait for me to finish talking." Chapter 8. "Oh, sorry, please continue." "The food in our Navy canteen is indeed good, with reasonable portions and nutrition. But for a little girl who is malnourished, I still tend to take care of it for a period of time. Therefore, I can come to your house for a meal. When? The microphone on the opposite side seemed to be snatched by someone. The male voice called Jonathan by Sakazuki just uttered, and before he finished speaking, it was replaced with a soft female voice. Of course. How can the food in the main cafeteria compare to my cooking skills? Jessica, thank you very much. Sakazuki politely thanked the microphone. Then see or leave at 6 o'clock tonight. The man's voice came in, followed by a panic of footsteps and the sound of overturning cabinets. Is there still cold beer at home? Sakazuki hung up the phone helplessly, and looked back at Robin, who was startled, with a smile in his eyes. I'll teach you the second lesson. Man is iron, rice it's steel. Go to the stove. 20 War on the chessboard, the double reed did not play. The headquarters of the Navy, Malenvander, has a large town for most of the family members of the Marines. Lieutenant General Jonathan, as the future G8 branch, the Hedgehog Fortress, the supreme commander of Nabaran, is now only in his early 30s. The same group of lieutenants who were promoted in Sakazuki also have their own officers' dormitory in this town. Although Jonathan was originally a TV original character, he has appeared in the Top War and the Strongest Enemy Z after Oda. This is also a style of Oda. Add original characters that you think are suitable into the main story. The lieutenant general's cloak was hung on the back of the chair at will. He sat relaxed on the chair with his elbows against the table and his hands supporting his chin. In front of him was a game of chess that was already an endgame. It wasn't until the knock on the door that he interrupted his thoughts. He got up and opened the door. The first thing he saw was the burly figure of Sakazuki, standing at the door like a wall, but Jonathan didn't seem to see this comrade who had been close to each other since joining the army, but his eyes gleamed and searched for something. A small head poked out from behind the cape of Sakazuki, and looked timidly at the middle-aged man with short brown hair and short brown beard at the door. Jonathan squatted down with interest, making his eyes even with Robin hiding behind the Sakazuki cape. He exclaimed as if he had seen some precious animal, "Oh! This is the child you mentioned on the phone." Robin was so scared by the look that looked like a precious animal, he retracted directly behind his cloak. Sakazuki looking down at the middle-aged man maintaining a squatting posture, with a hint of doubt in his tone, "Aren't you going to invite us in?" Jonathan. "Oh. Sorry. Only then did Jonathan found his behavior a bit rude, stood up, turned his body sideways and made an inviting gesture. The space inside the house is not large, but it is full of the warmth of home. It can be seen that the owner's meticulous care. The dark brown wooden dining table is the first to impress the eye, and the walls are dotted with a lot of leaf patchwork Navy Seagull logo. There are a lot of books neatly arranged on the bookcases leaning against the wall, and exquisite photo frames are also placed on the bookshelves. In the photo, the short-bearded middle-aged man put his arms around a blonde with drooping shoulders and a delicate face with a bright smile. Sakazuki glanced at the tabletop of the dining table and looked at the black king surrounded by several white chess pieces, locked in the corner of the chessboard alone. Jessica went shopping for ingredients and will be back soon, so do you have to come to pass the time? Sakazuki. Jonathan's voice came from behind. Sakazuki did not reply immediately, but turned his head to look at Robin holding his cloak. Can you play chess? I have read the rules in the book, but... Robin replied cautiously. Sakazuki turned his head to look at Jonathan, who had been seated to recover the chess piece, pulled the chair away and sat directly opposite him, and motioned Robin to sit on the side chair and observe. Sakazuki also has no politeness, nodded, and Tsubasa took the lead in the offensive. What he chose was actually an opening system called Open Opening in the previous life. Both chess players expand their forces quickly, and the central blockade is low, which makes it easy to form short-to-kill battles. The in front of the White King moved 2 spaces forward, and Jonathan was unwilling to show weakness and put the black in front as well, resisting the path of the white pawn. He stretched out a hand to twist his short beard, and asked, "I was on a mission earlier. I heard that you went to Zihai to execute the demon-slaying order." Robin, who was sitting by the side, bowed his head and said nothing. His shoulder-length black short hair hanging in front of his eyes made it difficult to see his expression. Sakazuki jumped the knight on the side of the white king to the side of the white pawn. G1 jumps to F3, yes, the target location Ohara has been razed to the ground. I heard from the soldiers on this mission that it was just to wipe out the scholars who studied the text of history. The middle-aged man with the same hair color as his beard jumped out the black knight beside his queen. Yes, this is the command of the general of the warring states period. The white in front of the white queen ignored the black who could attack him diagonally, and moved forward 2 squares resolutely. There are a lot of civilian casualties in this blow. The black who was unable to move was not polite, and directly slashed another white who had accepted the order to send him to death. Although our navy tried our best to rescue Jonathan, it is undeniable that there will always be sacrifices in the war. Ignoring the disadvantage of losing the first piece, the white bishop who occupied the black grid on the side of the white queen suddenly shot out. Under the protection of the white knight who had been arranged to jump out, the queen blatantly pointed at the black side. Sakazuki pursed his lips lightly, with a solemn expression, "I don't approve of this blow, but I will still execute it." The black queen was surrounded by allies, but could not move in other directions. It would be terrible if a bishop had replaced the maximum combat power at the beginning. Reluctantly, Jonathan had to block his bishop in front of the black queen as a shield. He squinted his eyes. "I heard the giant Lieutenant John Jardin said that Soro was executed by you and Kuzan." Sakazuki did not hesitate to use its own bishop to redeem the opponent's bishop in front of him and continue to threaten the black queen. He looked a little indifferent. "My original intention was to arrest him, but since he chooses to resist, then I have no choice." Jonathan commanded the black queen to eat the enemy bishop who was in front of him, but the first opportunity was lost. Sakazuki naturally would not let go of this opportunity. In the defense line, the Scottish beginning battle process is fast, easily lead to sharp and complicated offensive situation and hidden many abandoning variants of the characteristics of his men vividly. In the middle of the game, Sakazuki is already dominant, but at this time, the door is opened from the outside by the key. A young and beautiful blonde walked into the house with a large paper bag of fresh food ingredients in her arms. Even though the big bag was blocking her, her bumpy figure coupled with her graceful posture still attracted the attention of everyone present. "We have to prepare for dinner," said the woman confidently, who had just entered the house and had not even done the preparations for cooking. 21 The Naval Headquarters on the Bite of the Tongue, Part 1. Jessica moved extremely fast and turned around on the battlefield of the kitchen. The general on the battlefield of the kitchen did not stop at all. His petite body almost turned into an afterimage. From the migration of individual lives to the transportation of food materials, the prawns that were only salvaged by the island residents are simply burned in boiling water, shelled and tails are left, and the shrimp threads are stripped. Jessica's cooked prawns dab a few times on the shrimp belly. Knife, remove the muscles and cut the meat. Put them together neatly, evenly sprinkle with coarse salt and white pepper. Pour the cooking wine and marinate for half an hour. The fresh and tender beef is tossed in boiling water to remove the excess blood in the meat and make a circle of impurity bubbles, which are quickly picked up and drained. Add the half-drained beef to the slices and stir-fry until the color changes. She kept moving, cutting open several tomatoes and putting them into a pressure cooker with hot water, and finally putting the beef into a stew together. At the same time, Jessica took advantage of the free time in this room and began to make tartar sauce. The eggs were cooked in the boiling water where the shrimp was just cooked, the onions were finely chopped, the pickled cucumbers were diced, and the onions were stirred together to cook. Peel off the shell of the cooked egg to reveal the white and tender egg whites, chop it into cubes with a kitchen knife, put it in a bowl, drizzle it with salad dressing, and stir evenly. Prepare the delicious dipping sauce. The delicious chef methodically took out the breadcrumbs and flour and placed them in different dishes, knocked on several raw eggs and stirred them into a warm orange-yellow, and carried the marinated prawns with the prawns. The tail is evenly wrapped in flour, then immersed in the egg white, and finally a thick golden breadcrumb is attached. Oil is the medium between the pot and the food. Put the prawns in a pan that is heated to 180 degrees and fry until the color darkens. Remove the cabbage. Cut the cabbage into strips. Put in the center of the plate. A small slice of lemon can be used as a decoration and can increase the freshness of this deep-fried shrimp. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief and took out a delicate pocket watch from the inside of the chef's suit. "Well, it's just right." The aggressive queen's voice, strong but not offensive, turned her head and smiled at the three people sitting around the dining table. Sakazuki couldn't help but admire it. "It is impossible for me to make a delicious meal with extremely fast skill in such a short period of time. It even produced the illusion of is the Navy's strongest arm really a chef?" And Jonathan next to him was already a fan of his brother, looking at his wife in admiration. Robin looked at the delicacies that had been on the table, and he had been hungry for a day and protested directly. Jessica stretched out her hand and gently rubbed Robin's hair, and said softly, "Can you please taste it?" Robin, who was fostered at his uncle's house since he was a child, but even the jam with white bread was restricted by his stingy aunt. Has he ever seen such a delicacy? A richly colored tomato sirloin soup, paired with soft white bread, and a dish of exquisite fried shrimp exuding a seductive aroma. She couldn't help feeling a little worried, and looked up at the pretty big sister with an uncertain tone. "Really? Okay." Undoubtedly Jessica smiled like a flower. For the chef, nothing is more satisfying than watching the diners eat. Jonathan also laughed out loud and echoed, "Yes, yes, try it." Robin picked up a spoon under their encouraging gaze and gently scooped up a small spoonful of sirloin soup, slowly sending it into his mouth. The sweetness and sourness of the tomato exploded in the mouth, making people appetite. The beef butter is blended into the soup, which perfectly combines the sweetness and sour with the savory meaty aroma of the beef. Robin scooped another spoonful of beef into his mouth. It is not as hard to chew as imagined, the beef fiber is stewed, and the sweet and sour tomatoes infiltrate, which is quite tasty. Robin picked up the white bread next to the plate and dipped the bread in the rich soup like Sakazuki. The bread with the brown-red soup was bigger than the original. Oh! Robin took a big bite of bread, and his cheeks swelled up cutely as he chewed, looking like a squirrel storing nuts. But being full often means choking easier. Robin's face started to flush, but fortunately Jessica smiled and offered a glass of juice. After swallowing it hard, Robin blushed slightly embarrassed. She ate too quickly, but since she was born, this is undoubtedly the most delicious meal. Looking at the white bread in her hand, it seemed to coincide with the days on the island. The difference was that there were no stingy aunts and silent uncles who made her eat less and were not allowed to eat. Only the big sister who handed a glass of juice with a warm smile and the middle-aged man with a mustache who also looked at her gently. Sakazuki, whose expression on her face has not changed, said softly, "Eat slowly, rest assured, Jessica has done a lot." Tick. Tick. Tears spilled out of Robin's eyes, like a broken pearl. She felt the warmth of home for the first time. This kind of strange feeling was so strange and so longing for her. Doctors and scholars are more as teachers and professors to inspire her and encourage her to pursue knowledge. But they all overlooked one thing. The most important thing for children of this age is not the desire for knowledge, but the expectation of family and family members. According to Sakazuki, Robin's eager pursuit and learning of knowledge in childhood is actually just looking forward to others' recognition of her. Jonathan and Jessica glanced at each other. They had previously speculated why Sakazuki would take in a child so abruptly. Sakazuki, the order of the killing, and the child were strung together. "I am afraid this child is one of the orphans of the residents of O'Hara." But it is not easy to ask directly, so Jonathan will use chess to ask sideways. The scene before him undoubtedly confirmed Jonathan's conjecture, and it was even worse. The child is not as thin and black as his peers, and the choking at the dinner table, I'm afraid this child has never had a good meal. Jonathan thought to himself. The expressions of the newlyweds in the Navy became softer, and they looked at the crying girl with pity and distress. Jessica held the girl's little hand backhand, rubbed Robin's face with the other hand, and gently wiped the child's tears with her napkin. Jonathan turned his head to look at Sakazuki, and the two of them nodded tacitly. It's best for Jessica, who is also a woman, to talk about this kind of thing. Jessica leaned into Robin's ear and said softly, "We Navy, if you want, we are all your family, and you will also have new friends. Come, try this fried shrimp. She will be next to her." The fried shrimp was placed in front of Robin's eyes, diverting the girl's attention. Author's message. It's Valentine's Day. The dog food brought by the Jonathans and the Navy stove that poisoned late at night will bring you a double experience of fullness and hunger. 22 The Navy headquarters on the tip of the tongue, middle. Robin tearfully picked up the deep-fried burnt fragrant, combined with the crispy taste of the fried clothes, and the plump and fresh shrimp inside. The elasticity of the shrimp and the overflowing gravy when bitten off stirred in his mouth. Served with tartar sauce is even more delicious. The food in front of me comes from the sea, meets the tip of the tongue, and touches the soul. From stewing to frying, from the evolution of cooking methods to the flow of life's destiny. On this day, Robin opened a new chapter in her life in this small town on Marin Vatican Island. The 1500 year of the Haiwan calendar is destined to be an extraordinary year. On Batalila Island in the South China Sea, Portkas de Luyu's face was full of sweat, and she was exhausted, holding a newborn baby in her arms, full of exhausted and contented smiles. Luju's already bleak eyes reflected the appearance of the child in her arms. She whispered Ace. Suddenly, there was a heavy knock at the door. Luju's eyes sharpened suddenly. Who? This woman who had just given birth squeezed the last bit of strength in her body, and tightly protected the crying baby in her arms with her palms that had been relieved and slightly convulsed. The people outside the door were silent and did not answer. After a moment of creaking, the door of the room was dismantled by Jula's door lock. A sturdy man in a suit stepped into the house and closed the door with his backhand. The other side looked at the woman lying on the bed and the baby boy in her arms, and asked, "You are Portkas DLU9. The visitor is not good." Luju's face was a little gloomy. Although the wise woman roughly guessed the intention of the brawny man in front of him, who had a beard and hair trimmed to a small head, and had a familiar face, she still refused to enter. Holding the last glimmer of hope, "Who are you? You broke into the house illegally, please go out immediately." The burly man with a circular suture scar at the corner of one eye was unmoved. He stared at the baby in Luju's hand. The second question was asked, "Is this his blood?" He ignored the strong hostility from the woman, and took a chair and sat down. Seeing that Luju didn't speak, the man reported to his house and said, "I am Monkey D. Carp, Lieutenant General of the Navy Headquarters." Luju looked bitter, and she finally knew where this familiarity came from. The naval heroes who were vigorously exaggerated in the newspapers chased the One Piece up and down several times, almost desperate, and finally arrested her husband's navy. Without waiting for her to speak, Carp looked dignified and looked directly at the somewhat disturbed woman. "I am commissioned by Gore D. Roger. This is also your husband's last request." Chapter 9. Monkey D. Carp looked at the child Luju was holding in his arms, and the voice of his old enemy, who was also a friend and foe, appeared in his ears in a trance. "Kapu. Can I believe you? My child is about to be born, but unfortunately, I am no longer in this world at that time." Roger didn't care about his own life and death, and smiled openly. "What did you tell me as a seaman?" As a long-time enemy who has fought countless in his life, he is often the first to guess the other side's thoughts. "The mother of that child, the woman who is related to you, will definitely be found and executed." The light of the kerosene lamp flickered, and the man with a few thick chains of sea towers paused, as if he had made some determination, and continued to speak, "That's why I want to tell you." He slowly got up, and the chains followed his footsteps. "The government will definitely investigate my whereabouts this year. Find her and kill her." The man known as the One Piece approached his lifelong enemy step by step. "But she... the kid in the stomach is innocent, Carp." He clung to the iron bars of the prison, and as he called the name of his old enemy, his saliva almost splashed on Carp's face. But neither of them cared. Roger stared at him. "Keep Carp's eyes. Our friendship is based on countless fights. You are as trustworthy as my companion." The kerosene lamp suddenly went out, the light source disappeared, the prison plunged into darkness again, and the flame was lit again for a moment, re-illuminating the silent prison. "It's up to you to protect him." Roger's eyes widened and he made a decision. "Don't make your own claim," Carp roared, pounced on the iron fence. And Roger gave him a brazen smile. "No, you will help me." Carp looked at the woman in front of him, almost bit her lip to bleed, and promised word by word, "I will protect this child, Luju, I will protect the blood of Gordy." Roger. The unexpected answer made Luju a little stunned. She had already prepared for the worst, but this was undoubtedly a surprise. She didn't doubt whether this lieutenant had lied to her at all. It's the way she sees her husband in her heart, without questioning or doubting at all. And Carp, who is Roger's old enemy, said this guarantee, and she has absolute trust in her. When Roger was with himself, he complained about how difficult the Navy mad dog was chasing him, but Luju, who was keen, could always hear a hint of relief and joy from this complaint. The last burden in her heart disappeared. Luju couldn't help but relax. Boundless exhaustion and pain came like a tide, almost swallowing her. She forcibly maintained her consciousness not to blur her. She looked at the child and gently pressed her face against it. On the child, Ace. She whispered the child's name. This great mother showed a very happy smile, but her eyes slowly closed, and the arms holding the child slowly fell weakly. Carp caught the baby quickly with his eyes, and hurriedly said, "Cheer up, Luyu." The mother did not respond anymore, and fell asleep quietly, with a pink flower on her head gently falling down. Author's message. The year of the dog is approaching, and the red dog is here to wish all readers and friends a happy family, all the best, and good health. The year of the dog is prosperous. 23. The Naval Headquarters on the Bite of the Tongue, Part 2. The Navy Headquarters restaurant is different from the queuing at the cafeteria window in the Army in the previous life, or the teams eating according to the already arranged tables. The buffet system, which was more common in the European and American armies in the past, is extremely popular here. Obviously it is a Japanese-style building, but it is matched with a European and American-style catering system. In the view of Sakazuki, it is inevitably a bit nondescript. But from the perspective of nutrition, the customized dishes recommended by the government's nutrition experts can meet the needs of the Marines of the headquarters to quickly replenish energy and restore the body after the hard work of drifting at sea and fighting. The Navy's food is enough to laugh at all the Allied forces at the same level, not to mention the pirates who wander at sea every day. Large pieces of beef are smoked so that they are fragrant, and all kinds of sausages are neatly arranged in a row. Salmon, shellfish, and other seafood are placed on a layer of ice dregs to keep them fresh, waiting for the Marines to take. The soft white bread and baked biscuits in the wooden basket on one side are spread out on clean white paper. Sakazuki entered the restaurant and went straight to the second floor of the general area. The food on the second floor is not much different from that on the first floor, but there are more kinds of sea animal meat in the meat food. These sea overlords in the eyes of ordinary people are nothing more than a high nutrition and low-fat delicacy on the table. Sakazuki picks up a dinner plate, picks up a few pieces of sea beast steaks that are just right and fried, tops them with sauce, and walks to the side table. A lieutenant wearing a Navy justice cloak sat crookedly at the dining table for 4 people. With short black hair curled up on his scalp. This lieutenant's eye bags are a little big, matching his looseness. His eyes always give people a sense of carelessness. The strangest thing is his mouth shape, slanted pouting. If it weren't for the coat to show his identity as a soldier, most people would think that he is good at acting comedy. Star it. He reached out from his shirt pocket and took out a tin-made exquisite cigarette box with the seagull icon printed on it. He slowly took out a cigarette, and he did not even see him taking out the lighter. The bright light in his hand flashed and the cigarette disappeared. Was ignited. He took a deep breath. Before he could spit it out, the figure of Sakazuki had enveloped him. How many times have I told you, Polo Salino, don't smoke in the dining area? He was called Palu. The weird man in Salino slowly exhaled a breath of smoke, his lips twisted into a strange mouth shape, and he sighed slowly. It's terrible. Sakazuki, you are still as severe as ever. What? Sakazuki did not answer, put the dinner plate on the table and sat opposite Polo Salino, pursing his lips slightly. You still do your own way as you always do. In the future, the middle-aged man who will be called one of the highest combat powers in the Navy with Sakazuki has no temper, with a strange smile, then I will accept it as a compliment. Sakazuki looked at his colleague who was stubborn and didn't want to accuse him anymore. His voice was a little low. You have such an attitude. Teacher Zifa has such a relationship with you. Difference. Porosalino shrugged slightly to show that he didn't care. He changed the subject. By the way, I heard that you adopted an O'Hara orphan. Sakazuki lightly cut a piece of steak with a dining knife, dividing it into several small pieces. Your message is very well informed. I brought it back yesterday afternoon. You knew it at noon today. Even with meals, Sakazuki still maintains the figure of a soldier. Sitting on the seat without touching the backrest of the card seat, it is straight. In sharp contrast to this is Polo Salino, who is opposite him, with his back slightly humped against the chair. Now far from the point where he needs to wear glasses decades later, Polo Salino tilted his head. Non-committal, tell me? I'm really curious about what kind of child can make you, a hard-hearted fellow, change his mind? You will actually adopt a child? With my friendship with you and my knowledge of you, I really didn't expect you to be soft. Well, it must be a girl. The last sentence was full of gossip and playfulness. Ah la la, Polo Salino, you really guessed it. Kuzan's voice was near and far. He was carrying a lunch while carrying 2 glasses of lemonade in his other big hand. He walked slowly to the table of the two of them and sat lazily beside Sakazuki. Handed a glass of lemonade to Sakazuki. Just eat meat, why don't you eat it? Sakazuki. Sakazuki did not take over the lemonade that was handed over, and looked at this nonsense teacher with angrily, give me a chill. Hey Kuzan had an expression that you could not help but activated his abilities. A piece of ice scum appeared on the lemonade, and several square ice cubes swayed in the cup. This delicate operation showed Kuzan excellent ability control level. Sakazuki took a sip from a glass of water. The taste was just right. The layer of fine ice on the water combined with the slightly sour taste of lemonade made people feel refreshing from the bottom of their hearts. Porosalino very consciously stretched out his hand. Is the other cup mine? Kuzan shook his head. It's a pity that this cup belongs to me, la. You were blocked from the previous viewing angle, and you are not seen here, Polo Salino. Porosalino realized that the topic was inexplicably skewed by him, and hurriedly asked Kuzan, so, it's really a girl? Sakazuki put down the water glass and took the topic. This girl has no parents since she was a child, and she accidentally ate flowers and fruits, and was regarded as a monster by the residents of the island. When the killing order was launched, it was accidentally rescued by me and Kuzan. Down. That's it. The man who will be called Yellow Ape smiles a little wretchedly. Is there no other reason? Sakazuki has a cold tone. Since your news is so fast, then you must have known what I told you on the warship? Why did you bring this child back? This is my answer. Polo Salino rarely suppressed his smile, and his tone was a little solemn. Naturally, I heard it. You may not know, how much influence your conversation about what is a soldier in the middle-level Marines? Short? In one short night, half of the captain-level Marines of the Navy headquarters were discussing it. I think that sooner or later they will have to be passed to the general and the marshal. He said with a tone of admiration, it's no wonder that teacher Zifa has always valued you so much. Being a soldier does not mean being a soldier. Kuzan, who was asleep since returning to the room, was a bit at a loss. He didn't understand the conversation between the two. He interjected, God, it seems that I need to inquire about it later. By the way, what about the kid? Didn't come over for dinner with you? I put her to Jonathan to recuperate for a while. Sakazuki lowered her head to deal with the food in front of her. Jonathan. Jonathan. Two different tones, with a hint of envy, chanted the name. The generals of the Navy headquarters all know that a named Jonathan is now in charge and abducted the beautiful chef on the ship under Lieutenant General Crane. Then the cafeteria at the headquarters didn't come, and I ate small stoves at home every day. It can be said that the hatred of the single dogs in the Navy headquarters is full. By the way, have you heard that? Polosalino suddenly remembered something. The death of that fellow Gordy Roger brought us a lot of trouble. People have all become swarms of things. Pirates, the strength of our navy can be said to be very tight now. The generals may have to send us to guard and hunt the aggressive guys everywhere. It's really scary. Sakazuki nodded and said, the general of the Warring States period has cancelled the paper-based post-war reports of the lieutenants who executed the Demon Slayer order and asked us to immediately prepare to go to sea. Kuzan lazily sighed, the pirates are eagerly looking for the great secret treasure of One Piece. And countless pirate groups are fighting at sea. This is completely detrimental to our maritime security. It started to swing. Sakazuki has a firm tone, that's why we have to take the initiative. Keep the damage to a minimum and kill the pirates in the cradle. The three of them stopped talking, silently finished eating, put the plate in the washing place, and walked out side by side. The warships moored and prepared in the military port became the background. The noon sun was very good, stretching the shadows of the three people until they touched the flagpole with the word justice. 24 The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. 2 years have passed since the pirate king Gordy Roger was executed in Luge Town, East China Sea, and the era of the pirate has begun to emerge. Except for the great pirates who had been famous before the Great Pirate era, the pirates swarming in the first half of the Great Route forced the Navy and the world government to shrink their forces. Countless pirates are scouring the sands and scavenge in the fight, bringing the most potential and elite combat power to the Great Channel, and finally hitting the New World. More and more powerful elites are competing for territory in the paradise of the New World. Several old brand pirate groups and rookies advancing from all over the world collide fiercely. Under this kind of momentum, the Navy was forced to transfer the combat power originally distributed in the 4 seas to 7 routes to chase, suppress, and guard, and concentrated a large number of naval elites in the Navy headquarters near the gate of the New World to counter these powerful pirate groups. Sakazuki removes the daily coastal patrols and is mainly responsible for hunting down the pirates who have a high bounty. He sat in the captain's room and carefully checked the several reward orders that had just been passed from the headquarters in his hand. These rewards were not too high, generally around 40 million Baileys, and the highest one was only 54 million Bailey. However, Sakazuki did not dismiss the goal this time as being too weak and not in line with the status of a lieutenant general in his own division. In his opinion, if the pirate industry is compared to a huge food chain, those big pirates with high rewards are beasts at the top of the food chain, lions, tigers, and sea kings, then those swarming from all over the world the low rewards or nameless pirates of the Great Sea Route are mice and cockroaches running around, endlessly killing them. Although the fierce beasts at the top of the food chain are fierce and violent, they are few and far between. Ordinary people are difficult to deal with, but as long as the army and the country are concentrated, they can be trapped in cages or even strangled. Although the rats and cockroaches at the lower level of the food chain are low in strength, they have a huge base, like weeds. These gangsters, who only destroy islands and towns everywhere, looting property, and killing innocents but do not know about construction and production, are causing headaches for the world government but unable to effectively manage and improve them. Coupled with the great threat posed by the big pirates closest to Raedruff, the world government has indeed made the world government powerless to take care of the poor pirates in the sea because in the eyes of the 5 old stars, it is most likely to collect history. The main body that immediately shakes the rule of the world government is still those big pirates who are entrenched in the new world. But in the eyes of Sakazuki, like a previous life, the lion and tiger were finally locked up in the zoo for tourists to watch. Even if there are occasional wild beasts, it is not a sense of fear, but a kind of oh, it turns out that there is still the kind of wonder and freshness of wild alive. The daily troubles to the common people and civilians are still the large rats that steal food and bite utensils and the cockroaches that spread bacteria and disgusting people. He dialed the phone worm to connect with the Major General at the helm. According to the latest news provided by the local residents, the Black Sam pirates should be in this direction. Ghost spiders, have you searched for their ships? As this ship the deputy commander of the warship, the Major General who is in charge of the affairs of the warship, looked up and stared at the colonel on the observation deck. The colonel who was searching around with the spectacles on the heights was named Eric Lindemann, who was regarded as the confidant of the ghost spider. One of the subordinates. In order to complete the task assigned by the Lieutenant Admiral as quickly as possible, the ghost spider directly mobilized his subordinates to seize the lookout work that should have been undertaken by ordinary naval soldiers. The colonel was staring straight at his head. He picked up his binoculars to investigate again and bit his head to report to the ghost spider, "Sorry, Major General, so far, there is still no trace of the Black Sam pirates." Wait, a suspicious ship was found at 3 o'clock. The ghost spider was secretly happy, frowning and yelling, "Quickly confirm the identity of the other party." The other party's flag is a skull with a black captain's hat diagonally. "Sir, it's the Black Sam pirates." The ghost spider bowed his head and reported to the waiting phone worm, "Lieutenant General Sakazuki, found the enemy army, and ask for the next step." "Very well, Ghost Spider. Tell everyone to prepare for battle. Let the artillery range and prepare for shelling." Sakazuki got up from the chair, hung up the phone and walked out of the captain's room. Beasts are not common, but rats are common. His Sakazuki is not only a warrior who can fight the liger, but also an expert in eradicating cockroach mice. Chapter 10. On the other side, Sam Roberts, who was sitting on a pirate ship with nearly 200 people when he was only 28 years old, was already a well-known pirate nouveau in the North Sea. After several bold plunders, he named himself started in the North Sea. After that, relying on the modified sailboat that was originally a slave ship, it evaded the Navy's interception several times with excellent speed. The Vita with 28 cannons can reach 13 knots under ideal conditions. Sam, who had looted a town not long ago to maintain his supplies, was dozing off in the captain's room. He was eagerly awakened by his subordinates. He was inevitably a little angry, but the huge naval ship that he observed through the telescope gave him the thought of just rob. The idea of a vote for the opposing warship poured cold water. The North Sea Navy does not have such a fine and huge ship. He is a little frightened by the dense artillery that is twice as many as his own ship and the thick steel plate wrapped in the hull. I have seen many pirates and navy ships when I came to the Great Sea route, and they are rarely equipped with such sophisticated equipment. Is this a navy ship? Sam secretly guessed, combined with the news in the newspaper that the Navy slaughter order destroyed O'Hara a few days ago. Sam Roberts didn't want this kind of warship with firepower. The young pirate ship captain was amazed but not panicked. His own Vita is known for its speed, and it is not difficult to get rid of this huge and heavy warship not far away at full speed. He commanded the troops to tighten the sails with a loud voice and began to prepare to escape with the help of the favorable wind direction. Boom, boom, and boom, dozens of water jets soared into the sky. The test fire of the naval ship on the opposite side obviously fell on the Vita, but the water jets exploded around the hull reminded him of the power of the guns on the opposite side. Quickly, move! Sam put down his binoculars, turned his head and shouted at the crew to hurry up. "Captain! Look!" the lookout yelled. Then more pirates stared at the direction of the enemy ship. "What's that?" Sam was a little angry with these fussed subordinates, but when he looked up, he saw that besides the round cannonballs flying to this side in the sky, there was also a crimson figure stepping on the air, rushing towards this side at high speed in the violent blast of air being torn apart. Author's message: when Oda draws the characters of One Piece, he likes to draw on well-known figures in the world as his prototypes. This fan will also use this interesting method. Several characters appearing here can also find their prototypes in reality. The name of the naval colonel is a combination of the names of two admirals in the real world. Erich Radl, German Navy Marshal during World War II, Otto Ernst Lindemann, German naval colonel, and commander of the famous battleship Bismarck. For the same reason, Hessam is based on the 18th century British pirate Sam Bellamy and the Pirate Prince as the prototype, combined with the famous pirate Bazaromeu Roberts. 25 Crush them! Sakazuki stepped on the air, and at the moment of kicking in the air, a cloud of white mist was produced around the toes. This is a peculiar phenomenon that accompanies the object when it breaks through the sound barrier. It was called the Prandtl-Grau or decondensation cloud by the scientific community in the past life, which is also commonly known as the sonic boom cloud. We must know that in the previous life of Sakazuki, humans need to rely on supersonic fighters to do it. Here, they can do it only by relying on the body. The 6 types are well deserved as a physical skill that exceeds the limit of human physical ability. As one of the 6 forms, the principle of the return of life to the cultivator's limbs, the internal organs and blood vessels, and the external pores and hairs, is very simple compared to the need to use meditation training to perceive and manipulate the cultivator's limbs. After a short period of power accumulation, a strong kick is used to generate thrust. When the user's movement speed in the air breaks through the speed of sound, the instantaneous thrust can be achieved with the help of this reaction force. When the running speed is close to the speed of sound, there will be a strong resistance, which will cause the object to oscillate strongly and decay the speed. This phenomenon is called sound barrier. The moon step uses the user's powerful physical power to break through the sound barrier, change the moving track before falling, and accelerate again, hitting the enemy without dead ends in the air. If you use Sakazuki, the essence of moon step is supersonic kick. With several short and strong violent blasts that tore the atmosphere, everyone in the Black Sam Pirates was surprised to see a figure wearing a high-collared coat, accompanied by the ensuing cannonballs, approaching here at extreme speed. How is it possible? Sam? Roberts could no longer maintain a calm state of mind, and the dark red figure slammed into the deck of the Vita under his horrified eyes. The violent impact caused everyone on the pirate ship's deck to sway. As the captain, Sam firmly supported the rudder and stared at the place where the big hole was smashed into the deck. The edge of the deck seemed to be melted, with thick smoke billowing from the center. The young captain with the nickname Black Sam motioned his crew to wrap around the deck breach with his weapon. He knew very well that if he wanted to get rid of this hunt, he had to get rid of the navy that had attacked the ship alone. Sakazuki finds that he likes this kind of preemptive attack more and more. It is easy to take advantage of the psychological warfare when dealing with these low-power and large-number enemies. The strong deterrence and visual impact are enough to affect the overall morale of those groups that are not aligned. He stepped out elementally and stepped on the edge of the burning deck. Shooting! Without waiting for Sam to speak, he cooperated with the already quite tacit understanding of the pirate crew and shook the trigger, intending to shoot this tall figure who dared to appear into a hornet's nest. They did it. The tall navy was full of gunholes caused by shooting all around, but the countless gunholes did not flow out a drop of bright red blood. The inside was faintly visible orange-red and dark red wrapped in melted waxy fluid slowly closing the muzzle. On repair, the burly figure exudes amazing heat, reminiscent of the hot lava flowing underground. The lead bomb that passed through the opponent's body was melted by the high temperature, and lost its kinetic energy, turning into a small puddle of lead liquid and falling on the deck, like the metallic silver flower dotted beside the demon god. But how is this possible? How can the magma that only accumulates power in the volcano and flows in the earth appear on a person? This is the voice of the pirates who participated in the attack. Sam's eyes widened and he looked at the undamaged navy in front of him in disbelief. Unlike other ignorant pirates, he was born in the North Sea somewhat. He guessed this when he saw the crimson figure crashing into the deck. The navy that hunts alone must have reliance on it, and it is very likely to be a rare demon fruit-capable person in the sea. However, I never thought that the opponent would be so tricky. The ability of the opponent to show no fear of bullets is a sign of a person with natural ability. Even in the North Sea where heroes frequently appear, a person with natural fruits is absolutely the top. For that group of people, he never dreamed that this monster-like existence would deliberately come over and strangle himself. There are many powerful pirates offering a bounty of more than 100 million in the world, but the monster in front of him is eyeing him. Sakazuki stood there, staring at Sam not far away expressionlessly, and stepped heavily on it. From the footing point to the center of the circle, a circle of dark red fluid with choking black smoke gradually formed, rippling like ripples on the surface of the water, suddenly exploding a circle of red magma, almost exploding like an explosion. Shoot! Sam looked at it more clearly from a high place. The viewing angle almost made him think he was in hell. He saw a fascinating and deadly red lotus blooming with Sakazuki as the heart of it. Ah 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 ah! Help! Hands, my hands! Ah! The pirates who surrounded Sakazuki fell horribly, and the terrifying adhesive force of magma stuck to the pirate's skin, melting the muscles and blood vessels, and the toughest bones of the human body could not stand it. The terrifying high temperature scorched and carbonized quickly. Many of the broken limbs and arms fell on the deck, and one or two of the unlucky ones were directly covered by the wanton blooming magma, and fell on the deck with a plop without even making a sound. The few pirates who had escaped by chance crawled around with their farts, and they were so frightened that they just wanted to stay as far away from the disaster star as possible. The Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters directly expanded the elementalization area, increasing the burned area, and the Vita suddenly fell into a sea of flames. A brave bearded pirate with red eyes went around this blind spot of the tall Navy's perspective and carried a machete to the back of Sakazuki. The machete cleanly separated the Navy's back, but the beard in the white vest did not have the slightest joy, and there was no sense of barrier that cut the flesh with a sharp blade. The knife went down as if it was cut in the ooze, and the beard exhausting all his strength but not cutting on the entity, he immediately lost his balance and fell into the magma that was cut and scattered by himself. In just a moment, the part of the blade covered by the lava has begun to turn red. And the pirate's sturdy body fell directly on the burning deck, and the magma above his neck was directly transformed into a burning black skull. Even the unblinking pirates were still shocked by this terrifying scene. Sakazuki, which was slowly moving towards the rudder, was filled with fireworks on the ship. In the eyes of the pirates, it was like a balrog walking out of the abyss. Author's message. Here is a collection of moves for reference. Everyone speaks enthusiastically. 26 die. Insect. Superior. Sam Roberts had his teeth closed, looking directly at the tall figure who was coming for his life, gently let go of the hand holding the rudder, straightened the captain's hat that had been worn diagonally on his head, and slowly pulled out the bend around his waist. The blade pointed straight at the advancing navy. From the time when he first followed the old captain to trade slaves to when he was 26 years old and truly took the lead of a pirate ship, which time did he win by not relying on his own life. He has always been bold and careful, daring to fight. Bargaining from underground arms dealers to obtain weapons and ammunition, choose the safest channel for disposing of stolen goods, and control the gang of old pirates. At the age of 28, he is already a veteran pirate ship captain. The merciless attacks on merchant ships, the wanton looting of innocent townspeople, and the merging of underpowered counterparts made Sam gradually become a well-known pirate in the North Sea. After entering the Great Channel, he escaped the Navy's pursuit several times by relying on the speed of the ship. But this time he will be chased by the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, which is absolutely beyond his expectation. Can't win. Sam showed a look of despair. He knew very well in his heart that if it was an animal or superhuman demon fruit-capable person, relying on the many pirates on the ship and his own swordsmanship might not let him go, but what is in front of him is an incarnation of natural disasters. Sam yelled and encouraged his subordinates, trying to save the morale that was nearly collapsed. Nothing to fear. The devil fruit ability is just a land duck. Get him off the boat. After all, he was never reconciled to his pirate career. The captain of the pirate at the end urged the surrounding gunners to turn around a cannon not far away and point it at a conspicuous target about 3 meters tall. Boom! The cannonball hit the opponent accurately, and the spherical iron cannonball smashed half of the monster in front of him. It's hit! The gunner, who was sweating in cold sweat, whispered in exclamation. The deputy who was in charge of pounding and loading the ammunition waved his left hand and shouted loudly, but the others were more self-comforting. This is the case. No one can bear the injury. Even if the Neptune is shattered most of its body. Halfway through, the deputy's voice seemed to be squeezed to death in his throat, and stopped abruptly. Under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, the Navy, half of its body being shattered by the shells, seemed to be unaware of it, and it still approached its captain. This time the pirates can see clearly. Through the broken body of the other party, the internal structure can be easily seen. There are no organs. The whole body is flowing with hot crimson magma. The fiery red magma can easily make the body big. The hole was filled and recovered as before, like a stone thrown on the water, breaking the water and splashing waves, and finally returning to calm. Strange. Monster. Finally, a pirate tremblingly threw down the knife and muttered to himself. You can't win, that kind of monster navy, you can't win. A thin and tall pirate with a colorful headscarf on his head turned and ran. There was fire everywhere. He jumped into the sea desperately, a blank brain. Don't think about how to survive in the ever-changing waters of the Great Sea Route without a ship. There was only one thought in the pirate's mind: escape. The farther you escape, the better, as long as you can avoid this monster. More pirates made the same choice, abandoning the ship and jumping into the sea, even if the prestigious captain is still on board. The captain of the pirate of course saw the actions of the crew, but he was too busy to take care of himself. Sakazuki had already come to him. The tall figure enveloped him completely. The Navy opened his mouth and said the first sentence since he boarded the ship. Black Sam Roberts, offering a reward of 54 million Baileys. Captain Sam gripped the scimitar with several gems in both hands, and roared like a beast. The pirate who had been unable to retreat took the initiative to attack, suddenly exerting a knife from the bottom up, slamming the opponent's head. Sakazuki didn't dodge or evade, with one hand protruding like lightning, and a knife with a screaming wind was directly sandwiched between the index finger and the middle finger. With his free hand, a choking black smoke suddenly appeared from his shoulder, and it made a low grumbling sound like boiling water. With a soft chuck, the color of the whole arm changed directly. Muddy crimson-orange. Sakazuki slammed a fist close to the body, punching the brave pirate captain directly into Sam's heart, and the magma punch that protruded from the front of his heart came out from his wide back, and the flesh and blood around him, it was so hot that it was rolled up, and a faintly burnt odor came from his body. Sakazuki lowered his head to the ear of the opponent so that the pirate could hear clearly, and the capable person slowly said, "Die, bug." Author's message. Mom, I have been on vacation these few days. Today, I started from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. to reach the destination. It's really troublesome to travel by car. 27 Die, bug, we got a traitor. Sakazuki stands with arms folded, standing on the side deck of the warship and looking at the pirate ship not far away into a torch violently burning sea coffin. Most of the hull of the sailing ship has been submerged into the sea, and it has previously jumped into the sea. The pirates who escaped are like moving black spots on the vast sea, trying to free the ship that is about to sink completely. Report. Lieutenant General. Major General Ghost Spider asks you for the next step. The colonel stood beside Sakazuki and saluted and asked. Sakazuki didn't look back, let the warship approach the drowning sea thief. Lieutenant General, do you need us to rescue those pirates? The colonel seemed a little hesitant and couldn't help but ask. This instruction always sounds a bit of a violation. After all, Lieutenant Admiral's usual style is against pirates. No mercy, even merchant ship hostages or civilians captured by pirates were executed at the same time, but he suddenly remembered the dialogue between the Lieutenant General Sakazuki, and the Major General Ghost Spider after the operation of the slaughter order, which made him unable to guess for a while the intention of his own Lieutenant General. Did your head be damaged by the artillery fire just now? Colonel Lindemann. Sakazuki looked back a little surprised. He remembered the demon-killing order that helped him before the operation. The soldiers informed the soldiers. Point the rifle at the pirate falling into the water, not leaving one. Remember, civilians are civilians, and pirates are pirates. Don't get confused. Yes. Colonel Lindemann was so frightened that he nodded hurriedly. The last trace of disobedience in his heart dissipated, and he slandered in his heart, sure enough, I think too much, so I will say, when will Lieutenant become Lieutenant General? Sorrow is the kind of old man. What are you doing here in a daze? No. I'm very sorry. The colonel, who was distracted in front of the Lieutenant General, saluted as fast as he could, turned and ran towards the rudder, lest he would get a magma punch. While running, he loudly ordered the Marines on the deck along the way. There will be an order in Sakazuki. Each battle sequence on the deck will aim the muzzle at the falling pirate, and shoot freely after the warship arrives in the designated area, without leaving one. Soon the warship adjusted its rudder and headed towards the pirates who were struggling at sea. The Marines raised their rifles and aimed at the figures struggling to swim in the waves. Bump! Bump! Touch! Chaos of gunfire on the warships one after another. The soldiers fired at the sea from high ground, and many pirates blossomed with blood blossoms and slowly sank into the sea, but there were still some experienced pirates desperately diving down to escape. With a bullet, the round lead bullet quickly loses its kinetic energy when it enters the sea, but the purpose of Sakazuki has been achieved. This blood-soaked water will become a stage for fierce ocean hunters. Maybe there are pirates free from bullets, but facing this feast, there is no chance of surviving. Sakazuki noticed that a soldier's hands were shaking a little, and he seemed to be engaged in a strong ideological struggle. The Ghost Spider, who was in charge of commanding the Marines, naturally noticed the strangeness of this soldier. The Major General, who wanted to stab the coward off the ship with a knife, directly saw Sakazuki staring at himself somewhat meaningfully, and he tisk. With a sound, he turned his hand and pulled out the scabbard together, and slapped the soldier on the back with a pop, and the dazed sea soldier staggered with a not-so-light force. The Ghost Spider retracted the scabbard and said coldly, "If you still remember the declaration that you called yourself soldier the other day, then execute the order." Soldier. The voice of Sakazuki came in at the right time. "If you have any questions about the order, I will explain it afterwards, but now, I order you to shoot, Sergeant." "Yes." The sergeant took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and pointed the muzzle at the pirate who was crying in the sea, and pulled the trigger. Sakazuki nodded slightly behind him, knowing that obeying orders is not a slogan that screams loudly, but an absolute order that soldiers can implement even in such a sudden crisis. Chapter 11. Underscore 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 on the warship has left the sea filled with killings. Sakazuki stands on the second deck looking down at the neatly arranged seamen below and said, "Everyone has done a good job just now. I asked for a perfect execution of the order. But at the same time, I also know that you have more or less doubts in your heart." He paused deliberately and looked at some of the seamen who were whispering below. After they stopped the brief discussion, he spoke again, "It is actually a good thing to have a question, which shows that everyone is thinking, rather than mechanically completing the arrangement of the superior mission. At the same time, it proves that everyone listened to what I said last time and regulated themselves in accordance with the requirements of the soldiers. I am proud of you." He took the lead to salute the Marines, boosting morale and preparing to push the atmosphere higher. Almost all the Marines had a proud look, straightened their chests, and paid a neat salute to the officer. The praise of Lieutenant General known for being harsh and indifferent is enough for them to show off to their comrades for a long time after returning to Hong Kong. Sakazuki changed the wind and was rather severe, however. A moment of hesitation on the battlefield, momentary trance, may lead to the death of you and your comrades in arms. I want you to remember that you must not only treat yourself responsible for his life, and at the same time, you shoulder the safety of your companions and comrades in arms. Many soldiers lowered their heads, and more soldiers glared at a soldier standing in the middle of the queue. Sakazuki clapped his hands and refocused everyone's attention. I don't want you to blame, scold, and target your comrades in arms, because everyone is human. If you are a human, you will make mistakes. Of course, this also includes it's me. Before the words fell, the ghost spider spoke anxiously and defended, Sakazuki, will not have. The soldiers are doing ideological work, I know what everyone is thinking. Why do you want to kill the pirates? Why do they kill them when they are unable to fight back? The most important thing is, what are you thinking about? Is it the dignity of the soldier, the backbone of the soldier, the soul of the soldier? 28 die. Bugs, the following is super delicious. Sakazuki was a little helpless. This chase operation not only ended up with Wushuan himself, but also did the work of the political commissar and the lieutenant general. But after the speech, I saw the faces of the following subordinate officers and soldiers who suddenly realized that, Sakazuki felt that this kind of painstaking life of being a father and a mother was worth thinking about. Returning to the captain's room to rest, Sakazuki tilted Erlang's legs in deep thought. This time the opponent's pirate ship was too fast. It was originally intended for the pirates to be the whetstone of the combat power level of the soldiers on the warship to test. The plan for the naval power level of the headquarters has been ruined. But today, the most joyful thing is to see that his subordinates, ghost spiders, resisted the urge to kill and changed to slap people with scabbards. People change little by little. Sakazuki never counted on his own words to completely change a person's character and the thinking of a group of people. He just planted a seed for them, and as time passed and his own body exerted subtle influences and changes, this change would become more and more obvious. He wasn't Long Aotian who knelt down and licked the tiger's body, he was just a soldier who was not very eloquent and was able to fight. Today's action by the soldiers Sakazuki has a panoramic view, which undoubtedly wakes him up again. These soldiers and generals are not bones and stepping stones for their success. Not even the cold numbers on the battle damage list. They are human beings, real people. Real people will have all kinds of thoughts, will be afraid, will speculate on the boss's will hesitate, will be angry, will complain. Therefore, Sakazuki temporarily took advantage of this emergency to teach the soldiers a lesson in thought. Elite soldiers are destined to learn both internally and externally. With excellent skills and firm beliefs, then an invincible army can be formed. It wasn't until 2 short knocks on the door of knocking that the thoughts of Sakazuki were pulled back. Come in. The licensed colonel walked into the cabin with a fragrant meat sauce noodles and a glass of lemonade, and put the supper on the table. Sakazuki frowned. He is not in the habit of eating supper, and it is impossible for the colonel in front of him to know this. The voice of Sakazuki was a little bit cold. Lindemann Dazuo, I need an explanation. He doesn't want his subordinates to be too flattering, although the army will arrange guards to ensure the quality of life and safety of the chiefs, but a large colonel came to deliver supper. This should never be the style of a good army. Lindemann has been with the ghost spiders for so long and thinks that he has a confidant. How can he not know how to look at his eyes? How can he not understand the style of his chief executive? See Sakazuki, his face turned cold, and he smiled calmly. Liao Xiao, Lord Admiral Sakazuki, you have misunderstood, this supper was not requested by me and Major General Ghost Spider. The chefs in the kitchen spontaneously made it for you. Sakazuki was a little dazed and didn't come back to his senses for a while. Lindemann added, some Marines talked about the content of your speech today during dinner, but the chefs who prepared dinner in the kitchen regretted that they were not on the deck. Therefore, there was only an exception to make a supper for you to show that they were right. Your opinion today agrees. The indifferent lieutenant general's complexion eased. He looked at the meat sauce noodles on the table. Tell the idiots, don't take it as an example. Tell the chef, it tastes good. The colonel solemnly saluted, yes. Sir. The colonel closed the door lightly and walked back to the kitchen, watching the chefs sitting in a circle waiting for news. He smiled and nodded. The lieutenant general said it tastes good. Yet, the previously condensed atmosphere instantly became active. The chefs hugged each other and high-five, and the gentle chef smiled and patted Lindemann on the shoulder. Thank you, Lieutenant General, thanks to our heartfelt feelings. You. The colonel laughed from the bottom of his heart. It is our blessing to be able to fight under the generals of Sakazuki. The head chef was a little lost, and the words of the Marines reverberated in his mind for a long time during today's dinner. Time went back to dinner. Soldiers from various positions began to eat in the kitchen restaurant one after another. It was different from the fatigued expressions of the seamen in the past. It was nothing today. The crew members discussed and agreed with excitement, which could not help but cause the curiosity of the chefs. Finally, a few sociable cooks couldn't help but spit excitedly at the soldiers who were eating. What? Don't you know what the general said today in Sakazuki? Sergeant Ryan looked at the chef who squeezed to the table to inquire about the news in surprise. Seeing the blank expressions of the chefs, the Marines were so angry, as if the other party had missed a big news. During the battle, the sergeant who was slapped with a scabbard by the ghost spider looked excited and vividly imitated the lieutenant general's speech. It is undeniable that there may be men who go to sea for real adventures, or there may be righteous thieves, but there is no denying that things are produced, civilians wantonly looted, and hedonists are carrying things that do not belong to them. If you are soft-hearted because of their temporary begging for mercy, tell me how to be worthy of the civilians killed by them innocently? Have you seen towns and islands looted by pirates? Hey? Women are abused, and young and old are treated like pigs and dogs. Arbitrary slaughter, countless people's homes broken, their wives scattered, and their legal property obtained from hard work was mercilessly robbed. The blood debt was only paid for by blood, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. The other sea soldier felt the same way, with red eyes, and took the words of the sergeant, recite the words of Sakazuki. If the pirates survived, do you think they would do good according to their bullying nature? No. I have tasted the sweetness of mastering everything that is most precious to others. These jackals will bring violence and killing to more people, and even retaliate against the civilians who support our people and provide us with news. Massacre, we dare not use the lives and property safety of our people to bet whether there is goodness in the hearts of the pirates. We are not gamblers. We are an army, a law enforcement agency that uses violence against violence. The interests and safety of the country and the people are our dignity. Never succumb to pirates, never give up to comrades in arms, this is our iron bone." The whole table stood up with the officers and soldiers, holding hands, singing this oath full of iron and blood hoarsely. Author's message. You may not believe it, yes, I had a heat stroke today, why did I go to such a hot place to play? 29 I bring life and hope, on. Life at sea is far from being as beautiful and colorful as imagined and described in novels or cartoons. Except for a short period of time hunting and fighting pirates, life at sea is actually quite boring. This is how I feel about Sakazuki after a 2-month short voyage. The navigator on the warship must always observe and pay attention to the changing weather, climate, and ocean currents on the sea, and direct the marines and direct them to make fine adjustments to the sails at any time to obtain sufficient wind power. Not to mention the tedious work, the marines even need to master dozens of knotting methods for different purposes. Cleaning the deck with seawater is the daily work of marines, but this kind of heavy mechanical labor is very important. We must know that what scares people in the sea is not only the huge and terrifying sea kings, the vicious pirates, and the changeable climate and ocean currents. It is the disease that really makes people talk about it. On the dusty deck, water-seeking ship bottom bins, and cabins where various odors are mixed and not very ventilated are areas with high incidence of bacteria and viruses. Once a crew member gets sick, under such poor sanitary conditions, it is very easy to cause death. In contrast, the more serious is the outbreak of infectious diseases. Once the outbreak occurs among the crew, it basically means that the entire ship's personnel are at risk of infection. The Navy therefore stipulated that the deck must be washed daily to maintain the air circulation in the cabin. These regulations have greatly improved the sickness of crew members on naval warships. Although the sanitary environment of naval warships is far better than that of pirates, it is far from enough from the perspective of later generations in Sakazuki. After he inspected the ships, he immediately issued 2 new regulations. 1. The floors, tables, chairs, and counters on all floors and cabins of warships must be cleaned and wiped daily. 2. Set up sanitary posts and arrange for personnel to take turns daily to check whether the cargo in each cabin, compartment, and storage room is damaged or corrupted. These 2 regulations seem simple, but they are also extremely basic in later generations. But when implemented on the individual's head, the additional workload still caused the Marines to complain. Sakazuki is a little grateful to the world's various inventions and creations beyond the times, especially the refrigerators placed on warships powered by manual stepped generators. The emergence of this storage weapon allows you to at least eat cold frozen meat and delicious noodles. It's not like the Royal Navy of the Empire that never sets in the days of the Great Seas, gnawing on the salty and throbbing zombie meat that can be stored for decades. Although this warship still stores a lot of bacon marinated with a lot of salt, for the chefs on the ship, these armaments are only used for emergency situations, or with the daily salvage. Seafood gives the Marines a change of taste. However, the staple food of the officers and soldiers on the ship is still breadsticks, biscuits and other flour products dried with moisture. Therefore, Sakazuki pays special attention to checking whether the materials in the bottom warehouse and storage room are corrupt or smelly. He didn't want to experience a walking hard biscuit, a staple food of the Royal Navy during the sailing era. He had previously unintentionally browsed this information. This kind of dark cuisine that breaks through the psychological limits of people can make every person in modern society who taste it disgusting to doubt life. Hard biscuits are kept in large wooden barrels under the bilge, and they are often covered with parasites when they are eaten. The most common ones are black-headed maggots and a small thing called weevil. After sailing for a year or a half, it is normal to eat a few worms while eating biscuits. Inadvertently, the hard biscuits placed on the dinner plate will be pushed away by the parasites entrained in it. Some sailors even recalled this way, well, black-headed maggots eat fat and sweet in their mouths, not bitter like weevil. Although, as an excellent soldier, when the mountains and rivers are exhausted, he will never dislike this high-quality ration that has 4 times the protein of beef, but if it is on weekdays, because of improper storage and poor sanitation in the cabin, it will be in full bloom in front of him. It's such a little cute. Sakazuki didn't mind learning the self-rescue method of Redfoot GP, breaking cues in a leg. The non-commissioned officers of the Navy are mainly responsible for these routine tasks, so are the officers at ease? Innocent. Because of the unique and huge individual differences in this world, in addition to supervising the progress of the soldiers' missions from lieutenants to generals, they must also always pay attention to the anomalies and various emergencies during the voyage. In the face of crises such as various sea beasts and high-reward pirates, it acts as a sharp knife, taking on the role of rescue and assault. As the commander with the highest rank and the strongest combat power on this warship, Sakazuki examines the last reward order from the headquarters, and after conveying the information to the commanders and generals, taking advantage of this rare opportunity in his short free time, he began to plan for the future. In this world, people still can't escape the pursuit of wealth, fame, and power, but if there is not enough power to maintain it, then everything is just empty talk. The four emperors that emerged a few years later were formulated by the high-level government targeting the endless pirates on various routes like ants, while using personal contradictions and competition to contend with the Kaiwahei system of restricting the four emperors. Sakazuki frowned. Although Sakazuki in the original book still has a huge power to touch the ceiling of this world decades later, it is precisely because of his knowledge of the future that he feels extraordinary urgency. The increasingly unbridled pirates, the four emperors who established supremacy in the New World a few years later, the Kaiwahei who did not listen to the announcement, the revolutionary army like a wildfire, the corruption of the navies in various places, and the increasing confrontation. Powerless world government. If you can't increase your own strength as soon as possible, then many future plans will be nothing more than clouds. He stared at the vast expanse of the sea beyond the porthole, the waves surging on the surface, and the waves hit the warship, pushing the huge hull slowly forward. The end of the waves is the waves, like a scene that will never change, just like the trend of the times in the original book. This exotic butterfly its wings and will set off turbulent waves on the long river of time. Sakazuki muttered to himself, low but extremely firm, I will bring life and hope. Author's message. P.S. Thank you readers for your discussion and suggestions in the book review area. This time I focused on the following issues: no chapter numbers, subsections, and the age limit of the four emperors. Strive to make everyone feel comfortable. Thank you again for your support. Your encouragement is my biggest motivation. P.S. The code in this chapter is not saved. It made me start over. Heartbroken. P.S. Click to refresh the page and the new layout will appear, but it seems that the position of the enter posting has shifted a bit, so let's make do with it. Chapter 12. 30 I Bring Life and Hope, Middle. Lieutenant General Sakazuki. Seeing the Supreme Commander of this warship step onto the deck, the sergeants along the way put down their ongoing tasks to pay tribute to the Supreme Commander. Sakazuki was wearing a Navy military cap as usual. Upon seeing this, he stretched out a hand and gently pressed his finger on the brim of the hat, and pressed it down in return. Keep working. Yes. The Marines leaned their heels to the back of the other shoe and made a soft pop in a uniform. Sakazuki stayed the same pace and went straight to his Major General. Even if it was held down by the battle helmet, the thick and messy hair of the ghost spider stretched and curled in all directions like a living thing, and finally gathered into bunches. The Major General with his back to Sakazuki suddenly turned around as if in a sense, and there was a trace of awe in the somewhat hoarse voice, Your Excellency Lieutenant. Sakazuki then noticed that even when the ghost spider was talking, his eyes were still closed. He asked this question in a certain tone, Return to life. The ghost spider opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Sakazuki with a rather fierce look. If anyone didn't know him, they would think the two were a bad enemy relationship. But Sakazuki is accustomed to this kind of eyes. What else can we do if we look fierce? He said to his Major Admiral with a tone of admiration, Amazing control level, in the Navy of the same rank, your level of mastery of the 6 style life return is unmatched. Without any other physical actions, the ghost spider slowly twisted the long hair scattered on his shoulders into a few bunches, and his somewhat hoarse voice rang in the ears of Sakazuki. Absurd, Sakazuki Lieutenant General, Your Excellency. Compared to your level of mastery of the 6 forms, I am still a lot worse. Sakazuki slowly waved his hand. There is no need to be humble, ghost spiders, and even I can assert that the level of your life return must be higher than that of many lieutenants. Although generals with the rank of Lieutenant General can be familiar with the use of 6 style and domineering, but there are special skills in the art industry. All of you, including me, should ask you for advice. The Major General was a little flattered. Don't dare to be, Sakazuki. Adults have any questions, the subordinates should do their best. The top commander of the warship nodded. He actually admired the ghost spider who seized all the time to cultivate perseverance and ideas. Apply the 6 styles to daily life, and see the truth in the subtleties. This is the source of the powerful 8 swords of ghost spider in the future. Although I have already mastered the 6 forms under the guidance of teacher Zifa, Sakazuki really dare not say that this subordinate who suppresses himself in the field of life return. The Navy generally faces a problem when practicing the 6 types, whether it is due to talent or the compatibility of individual 6 types of moves. Most practitioners are not proficient in all of the 6 types. Out of the consideration of being more greedy than chewing, the vast majority of navies have chosen to practice all the 6 techniques, but only thoroughly proficient in 1 or 2 of them. Sakazuki naturally also has a very good style, iron block, which invigorates the muscles that have been exercised to make the body have the hardness of steel, which cannot be penetrated by bullets or swords. Although iron blocks are more defensive skills than arbiters and finger guns, in the original work CP9 also uses iron blocks to locally act on the hands and feet to attack. In fact, it is relatively easy to master offensive and defensive moves. As one of the 6 formulas, iron can not only rely on the strong body to strengthen the body's defenses and reduce the basic hard work of pain, but can mobilize the blood flow rate around the body to fill the muscles. Senior cultivators can promote the further transformation of the whole body function, the tyrannical physique and the tenacious vitality. But it is easy to learn but hard to master. Many major generals and lieutenants who have mastered the iron block will still be defeated by the powerful pirates to defeat the iron block's defense. This has also caused many people to think that iron is not as practical as armed color domineering. But this is not the case. Physical skills, devil fruits, and domineering, as the 3 power systems of this world, there is essentially no difference between superior and inferior. Just as Luffy in the original book did not know the domineering situation, relying on physical skills and devil fruit still defeated the domineering cotters of the 9 snake pirates, Rob Lookie's assessment of the strength of the Lieutenant General in this section was enough to crush the low-level domineering Lieutenant Generals. In the comics, the fighting dog Daubman and the ghost spider were quite relieved when they heard that Lucci was guarding the Judicial Island and fighting the pirates. They were shocked when they heard that Lucci was defeated. As a major general, the Supernova Drake's performance in Luchi is still a lot worse than Luchi. Luchi is probably the Lieutenant General's level of combat power before mastering the domineering. In the theatrical version of The Strongest Enemy Zifa, a high-level domineering user who is famous for his wrist-armed and domineering style, knocked out a major admiral of the Navy who was using iron defenses. The scene made many people become a lot of domineering. Defensively better than the supporters of the iron block. But to be fair, a veteran general who is good at domineering and 6-style combat power and a major general who was stunned by Luffy when he appeared on the top of the war, Sakazuki, I really don't know the meaning of the comparison between the 2. The level difference is too far. However, Sakazuki secretly speculates that the Red Dog can withstand the punch of the Whitebeard during the war, and can continue to hunt Luffy like a mad dog afterwards. The tyrannical physique strengthened by the iron block and the domineering high-level armed color are indispensable. In the future, although Sakazuki has made up its mind to use the various theories, hypotheses, and animation techniques of the information explosion era to focus on fruit development. But this does not mean that he will stagnate the progress of physical arts and domineering practice. Physical skills, domineering, and fruit interact and influence each other. If you want to reach the pinnacle of power, you will never leave these unilateral developments aside. Sakazuki turned the topic to the other side. Ghost Spider, what do you think of the combat power of the soldiers on the warship? There was a trace of contempt on the Major General's face. He said with disdain, slag. Author's message. P.S. Recommend a wave of pirates. Hei Zhang's work. I was seasick and I actually crossed to one pirate, who is dragging the watch, tends to be humorous and relaxed. The author is also a writer who came from the starting point, and is considered a fellow Taoist. 31 I Brought Life and Hope, Part 2. Ghost Spider's answer is not as expected in Sakazuki. In this world where there is a huge gap in physical strength, there will indeed be talented weirdos who have reached the height of other people's efforts for decades through several years of tempering, and there are even many people. Throughout his life, he could not reach the same level as those monsters born for fighting. One-man army is by no means empty words in this world, and there are not a few strong men who can defeat a country with one person's strength. Strictly speaking, Sakazuki also belongs to this kind of monster born for fighting. But this does not mean that he is as indifferent to the low combat power of the grassroots officers and soldiers like the Ghost Spider. In his opinion, even those soldiers with limited individual strength in the previous life would be enough to crush most ordinary Marines if they were placed here. What determines the strength of an army is never the individual strength and bravery of Yuki Jueshin, but the crystallization of collective strength forged through strict discipline and hard training. Perhaps because of the training methods, the soldiers in the country in the previous life did not have the muscles of those white soldiers in foreign countries, but the quality of individual soldiers and teamwork are absolutely world-class. Especially under this training mode, the endurance that can adapt to long-term hard and fierce battles has almost overwhelmingly crushed the armies of other countries. There is no harm if there is no comparison. If a soldier is drawn from the previous life army to fight against a navy in this world, the ending will not necessarily win, but if the two sides draw 10 or 100 people to compete again. If individual differences are not counted, then the navy of this world will be unilaterally hoisted. The ability of individual combat and the quality of team combat, even if they are already the excellent Marines of the Navy headquarters, still makes Sakazuki unsightly. For this reason, he deliberately asked for a reward order that was not considered high on the great route. The purpose is to be able to test and strengthen the training of the seamen on board in actual combat. Find the target at 12 o'clock. The observer in charge of the lookout spotted the target of this Sakazuki on the observation platform high above the mast. Every battle sequence is in place. A piercing alarm sounded on the warship, and as the officers ordered and mobilized the command, the deck entered a wartime state. A triple turret placed on the bow of the warship adjusted its firing angle under the gunner's range. The pirate ship on the opposite side obviously found the Navy behemoth behind itself, but this pirate ship is much slower than the Vita of the Black Sam, and the waterline of the hull is already under the water. The speed of the looted and hoarded spoils was restricted, and the speed of this pirate ship was even more unbearable. Boom-deafening cannons rang out, and the warship on the side of Sakazuki fired first. But the hit rate in naval battles has always been a test of probability and character. Even battleships during World War II generally had a hit rate of 3.38%. And the hit rate of the warship Sakazuki is simply touching. As the school shot failed, the pirate ship began to fight back, but it was originally a chase formation. The stern of the pirate ship had no firepower at all, and only a few poor artillery were pushed from the deck by the pirates. Sakazuki walked quickly to the rudder, with a gloomy face, picked up the phone worm and gave the command to his gunner. They are all veterans who have fought with me for so many years. Sometimes the old gunner feels better than the ruler is more accurate. I will see you hit the enemy after the calibration is completed. The artillery commander at the end of the phone bug was a little bit weeping, but he made a tentative round, and the captain asked me to make an accurate hit. This was a moving target on the turbulent sea. Boss! You are so anxious, why don't you go on your own like last time? The artillery commander vomited in his heart, but he didn't delay his hands. He shook the axle and adjusted the firing angle himself. He could serve as the gunner of a top warship and still had a few brushes. Combined with the feeling, he glanced at the ruler and adjusted the firing angle. It is adjusted up slightly. Fire, he shouted loudly. Boom! As expected, the bombardment hit the back compartment of the pirate ship with smoke and sawdust. The artillery commander picked up the phone that hadn't been hung up. The bug reported with a hint of pride, "Report. Hit the target ship." Sakazuki can naturally see the position where the enemy ship was blasted away. He kept talking and then ordered, "Load chain bomb instead." Boom off the opponent's main mast. The phone worm vividly showed the expression of the artillery commander. He smiled sullenly, and replied, "Received." Very happy. He had already guessed his own lieutenant general's plan. He blasted the mast with a chain bomb, and without motivation, he naturally made the opponent lose the possibility of escape. At that time, the pirate ship is really the fish on the chopping board. The pirate ship was already in chaos, and the chief mate on the ship suggested that the captain abandon some cargo in order to speed up the ship. And many pirates are quite dissatisfied with this proposal. And the things they have looted with all their energy will be thrown into the sea in a blink of an eye. But they were stronger than others. The pirates carried the goods reluctantly with a painful expression. Before they could throw them down together, 3 loud bangs spread from afar. Here, the iron ball-shaped cannonball flew here with a stern roar. Boom! 2 shells hit the ship's hull. The violent shaking of the ship caused many pirates to lose their stature and fell on the deck. The cargo lifted by several people was also scattered on the ground. Quickly, the captain couldn't help but yelled. He was at the helm, waving his other hand, and then issued one command after another. The pirates huddled on the deck, running noisily to complete the captain's instructions. Boom 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 sounded more dull than the last round of shelling. "Be careful." The first officer threw his captain down to avoid him being smashed into flesh by the fallen mast. The chain bullet that rotates at high speed consists of 2 solid iron with a thick chain link in between. The gunpowder on the warship was ejected with several times the gunpowder, and with amazing kinetic energy, it hit the main mast of the pirate ship that was tightening its sails. Suddenly, the mast was broken by a chain bullet, and the sawdust shot at a rapid speed pierced the pirates around the sail. Ah 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 ah! Several pirates fell from a height to the deck with screams. After a few bangs, there was no more life. The captain of the pirate was pulled down by the first officer, but did not suffer any harm. 32 Port Barrage Billy, Part 1. Hit. As expected of the artillery commander. A shot into the soul. Look at this precise artillery technique. Chapter 13. Yet, I only dared to play a big goal like sailing. I didn't expect the artillery to be so stable. Looking at the adoring eyes of the artillery around him, the artillery commander pulled his mouth vaguely and couldn't say it's all luck, this kind of thing, can't say it. I am clearly aiming at the rigging. The artillery commander remained silent and decided to push this to the end. He looked around and smiled proudly. I used to be a man known as a humanoid self-propelled gun. What is a self-propelled gun? I don't know how to be strong, let him go, just hit it, the gunners whispered. Sakazuki personally took the helm. Taking advantage of the wind, the warship quickly chased the pirate ship, which was greatly reduced in speed. He roared loudly, trying to make every soldier on the deck hear, "Lieutenant officer, Colonel out." 2 rows of soldiers wearing justice coats came out of the neatly arranged team. Although the number is small compared with the many sea soldiers behind them, each officer exudes the breath of iron and fire. This is forged in countless battles with pirates. Out of temperament. Today, your mission is different. What I want is not a pioneer who fights against the pirates. Instead, I want an instructor to ensure the survival of the soldiers and give instructions to them in the battle. Major General Ghost Spider will sit on the ship as the inline commander, and I will lead you in the battle, understand? Yes. Your Excellency Lieutenant. The officers responded neatly, and they were quite new to this task. In the past, they all took on the responsibilities of tackling tough points and commanding them, and they were on the front line to fight high-reward and high-threat pirates. Although this time it was a little pirate with a bounty of about 20 million, it was still a big challenge for ordinary soldiers. The warship chased from behind and kept sailing in the same direction as the pirate ship. Prepare for battle. Portside shelling begins. If viewed from the perspective of the previous 18th century, this top naval ship of the Navy headquarters is almost equal to the rank of the Sovereign of the Sea. The laying of 3 decks, the upper rear deck is equipped with 18-pounder guns, and the main deck is loaded with 38 24-pounder to 32-pounder guns. The most frenzied is the 26 42-pound guns on the bottom deck. These 42-pound heavy guns, which are generally used as small shore defense guns for the branch base, were invited by the warship designers to board the top sailing battleship equipped with the lieutenant general level of the headquarters. Boom! Fierce artillery bombarded the fragile body of the pirate ship, as easily as a strong man beating a child. The pirate ship's counterattack could only cause minor damage to the steel-clad warship, while the Navy's 42-pound artillery can easily penetrate the wooden ship's plate, destroying the pirates' artillery and killing their personnel. In just 2 rounds of shelling, the left side of the pirate ship was beaten to pieces, and there was no way to fight back. In order to prevent the pirate ship from being sunk directly, Sakazuki signaled the Ghost Spider to call the Worm to inform the artillery chief to stop the shelling. Offensive. At the instruction of Sakazuki, Colonel Lindemann drew out a saber with a handguard, and the tip of the knife pointed diagonally in front of him to send out an offensive signal. Roar! Let's go! For justice! While the pirate ship was suppressed by the firepower of the warship, countless flying claw hooks were thrown up by the seamen, and more seamen placed the landing boards on the side of the pirate ship. Compared with the pirates, the seamen of the Navy headquarters are still well trained. Under the leadership of the officers, dozens of small battle groups were organized to attack the pirates who rose up to resist. A soldier with the rank of sergeant raised his rifle and aimed at a pirate who was rushing towards him, but he did not see a machete that was slashed from the side Chiang. The scimitar was held by the saber. Lindemann flicked his knife to block the fatal blow from the side, and a man cut the throat of the sweaty pirate. Thanks. Thank you, Colonel. The sergeant kept his eyes on the pirate who was already approaching, with a cold sweat. Bump! The pirate fell to the ground. Lindemann frowned, and he reminded loudly, on the battlefield, you must always pay attention to the situation around you. The enemies you are fighting against come from all directions. Different from the fact that the officers were quick to make decisions in the past, although the Marines were still in the upper hand, there were many flaws. The officers did not kill the pirate cotters as they did in the past, but instead paid attention to the safety of the Marines in their battle group and gave instructions on the spot. Several Marines are besieging a pirate cotter. The height of a pirate cotter is much higher than the average person, and the muscles on his body are tattooed with various tattoos, which makes the pirate quite deterrent. A few seamen rushed up and tried to hack the burly pirate to death, but the pirate's chief officer squatted down veteran and put the blade up, against the 5 sabers that were slashing from top to bottom. He violently fended off the 5 sabers staggered on his head, taking advantage of the situation. He planned to twist around and swept across the few soldiers whose blades were cut with the force of his body's turning. The 5 seamen were pushed away by the pirates vigorously, temporarily losing their balance. Seeing that he was about to be cut through the belly of the abdomen by a circle of cross-cutting, a large gloved hand was inserted into the battle group abruptly, and the first officer's blade was firmly clamped. Sakazuki cuts directly into the battle group and instructed, "Don't swarm, pay attention to the direction and angle of the attack. Learn to cooperate with your comrades. When you see someone making the first cut, you have to cooperate with your teammates from another attack the enemy at an angle." The 5 people will either stab, slash, or sweep. Don't be stupid and stunned. Come on. Oh! The sea soldiers swung their swords up again, with great momentum. The pirate's chief officer was clamped on the blade and listened to the on-site teaching, and couldn't help yelling, "Fuck!" Sakazuki let go of the pirate's knife, walked out of the battle circle and looked around at the navy pirates fighting like a fire, feeling a little helpless. There is no way to let these lieutenants and lieutenants with rich experience on the enemy guide in actual combat. This group of killers is a good hand, but it is really difficult for them to teach and rescue on the battlefield. There are still many seamen injured, but fortunately, no deaths have occurred yet. Sakazuki finally uttered a scream behind him, very miserable. He remembered that the sound was from the pirate cutter just now. A seaman stabs the pirate's brawny man with a knife from the dead corner behind him in an unscrupulous manner. Even though the opponent is tall and powerful, Kongwu is powerful, but he can't resist such a ruthless knife. Many pirates finally found out that they were being used as a training tool for living bodies, and they were immediately furious. You must die with dignity. Fight against the navy slut. Damn, they are training the soldiers with us. Sakazuki punched through a pirate who clamored the most fiercely, and sneered at it. Dignity? You are worthy too. He loudly reminded the navy who were fighting, don't mess around with yourself, stay calm at all times, pay attention to the pirates' subsequent play styles and make targeted adjustments. Colonel Lindemann chuckled softly, the Lieutenant General is right. Soldiers beware of the pirate's death. Only in this life and death fight can you make the most progress. Another brave colonel said loudly, don't be afraid. These gangsters are natural knives training stakes. It is hard for you to die if we are the colonels and generals. 33 Portside Barrage Billy, middle. Many pirates began to fight for their lives, which hit Sakazuki. The Navy soldiers of the headquarters have learned various naval warfare skills in the base, but they have learned and mastered 2 concepts. The combat skills repeatedly practiced in the base can only be penetrated through a lot of actual combat. The most important thing is that Sakazuki wants them to understand how important teamwork is in actual action. An army that cooperates tacitly and has good soldiers is undoubtedly a nightmare for the death on the battlefield and the enemy. But for the Marines, the situation became tricky. The play style of these desperados dying together made the Marines quite constrained, and the scene was somewhat reversed for a while. However, the officer corps led by Sakazuki was fighting the fire in the audience, and the Marines finally eased from the frenetic offensive of the pirates. A seaman stepped back several steps, letting the pirate's knife pass the pirate's head, and the navy saber held flat and sent forward, and the tip of the knife was passed into the pirate's abdomen. And the pirate let a knife pierce his abdomen to get closer to this distance, and the machete held high in both hands slashed again. But the navy's saber was stuck in the pirate's abdomen and couldn't be pulled out. Lindemann didn't pull his sword to save him when he saw it, but flew a kick on the soldier's back. This force pushed the seaman forward and slammed forward, lowering his body to submerge the saber into the pirate's body until the hilt. The two smashed into each other fiercely, which just made the pirate's machete smashed from the air. The zero-distance contact leaves no room for the machete. And the saber still stuck in the pirate's abdomen becomes the last straw to crush the camel. With a subconscious twist of the seaman, the blade of the pirate's belly was opened with a big mouth with the flip of his wrist. Lindemann slowly spoke at this time, I don't care how many times you have trained to walk the knife or concession to puncture, but you can learn to grasp the space distance when you fight with fate. Life and death are only a few cents away. The seaman who passed by the of death nodded, drew his saber, turned and rushed towards another enemy. Many navies have resolved that their opponents turned their heads and began to assist their companions in killing the enemy. The combination of 2 or 3 people can easily block the pirates' weapons and then kill them with one blow. Sakazuki set its sights on another battlefield. Dozens of navies formed a circle and trapped the captain of the pirate in the center. The pirate leader with a stabbing sword attacked angrily. If not for a few captains to intercept in time, at this moment, a circle of marines had to fall around him. He waved his hand to stop a soldier standing on the periphery from raising his gun recklessly, and yelled, so densely in a circle, if the pirate avoids the bullet, who do you think it will hit? Your Excellency Lieutenant Admiral has always wanted to complain about the Navy's ability to coordinate operations. In the original book, 2MO ordered to besiege the Judicial Island. Obviously, the rhythm of the group fight turned into a heads-up. It's a shame to think about it. Although it has something to do with the suppression of the Straw Hat's own combat power, it should never be so easy to let the other party abuse vegetables like playing mowing wushuan. Because high-end combat power can often dominate the battlefield of one side, the so-called single-handedness is very popular in the Navy. On the one hand, it reduces the battle damage to ordinary soldiers on its side, and on the other hand, it creates enough space. But still, using this set of rules in the mid to low-end combat power situation seems a bit rigid. For those pirates who can clearly cooperate with dozens of people to besieged and killed, but because of the arrangement of soldiers to soldiers and generals, the opportunity to kill is missed. Sakazuki wanders outside the battle circle, teaching his own skills. You don't need to be so densely enclosed. The battle circle expands a bit, moves with him, and learns to hunt the opponent. Yes, just like this disrupted his offensive rhythm. The Navy separated several individuals from the battle circle and attacked the captain of the pirate in the center from different directions. His navy was broken. However, several swordsmen from within the battle circle immediately followed up, working together to block the pirate's stab. Swords from other directions forced the captain of good swordsmanship to draw his sword back to defense. At the same time, the seamen who were blocked by the parry were hugged by the peripheral generals and sent back to the battle circle to roam. Yes, that's it, don't panic, learn to trust your comrades in arms and concentrate on attacking. It is your comrade's business to protect and defend you. Continue to attack in batches and don't give him a chance to breathe. Within 2 hours of breathing, 5 multi-angle attacks were launched in the circle. Even a pirate swordsman with a strong physique felt a suffocating pressure, and he couldn't get a moment of breathing. There were several more knife marks all over his body, and the blood flow between his arms and abdomen was more than stop. It's too frequent and intensive, and this attack frequency must be broken. Otherwise, you will die here, the pirate thought. Don't let him think about it, it was another surprise attack. Long-term defense is bound to be lost. A peripheral lieutenant is propped on the ground with one hand, with the machete in the other hand. He squatted on the deck, under the cover of the crowd, and the whole person brazenly launched a surprise attack against the deck. This pirate with a reward of 20 million Bailey escaped this long-planned fatal blow relying on the intuition brought by the life and death fight all the year round, but only escaped his life. The captain of the pirate reluctantly tilted his head. The sharp blade driven by the speed wiped his face and brought up a blood stain while cutting off half of his ear. From the captain of the pirate who resisted, a right hand holding a stabbing sword was thrown into the air with a soaring blood color. A corporal rushed out of the battle circle and slashed abruptly towards the back of the pirate's neck. With incredulously horrified eyes, the head of the pirate captain flew out from the front, and fell heavily on the ground with a muffled sound, and rolled twice more with inertia. I was stepped on by Sakazuki pacing outside the circle. The various battle groups on the pirate ship suddenly fell into a strange stagnation and silence. Both the Navy and the pirates were a little dumbfounded. Really, did it? Under this kind of uninterrupted and structured tactics, the ordinary Navy successfully killed a pirate with a reward of 20 million Baileys through the subtle cooperation and the sniper of the lieutenant officers. Captain. This result almost broke people's cognition that this kind of pirate who needed a school officer to catch and kill was actually killed by an ordinary corporal. The lieutenant general bent down and picked up his head, admiring the other's expression a little, and nodded in satisfaction. Throwing the head back to the corporal in the circle, he looked at the deadly silent battlefield. The sound is not loud, but it is particularly noticeable in this sudden and silent battlefield. Look, a head of 20 million will be cut off by an ordinary seaman with a single knife. Roar. Chapter 14. The battlefield was instantly ignited. The Marines roared loudly. They are holding the sword. It seemed as if a beast was locked inside, bursting out with an amazing aura. Sakazuki relied on the extraordinary height to overlook the inside of the battle circle, and raised his hand to press down the brim of the hat. This is what he wants. Although it is only in its rudimentary form, an army that knows how to cooperate with each other and has good individual combat capabilities. This is the essence of team strength. Author's message. Today actually broke the second more. I'm afraid it's not the Red Dog's upper body, covering his face. 34 Portside Barrage Billy, below. The pirates who were still resisting widened their eyes and watched the head of their boss be cut off. There is very little real friendship among pirates, and most pirates have anti-water and fire unions between their accomplices. These gangsters linked by interests were terrified when they found that the backbone of the ship was almost dead. Most people are still afraid of death, not to mention that the navy is now soaring. At first, pirates threw their scimitars on the deck, leaving the naval soldiers to point them with their guns. More and more pirates began to follow this behavior. The pirates' morale was vented. Facing the threat of death, they finally chose to surrender. The surviving pirates on the entire ship dropped their weapons and stopped resisting. Lindemann raised his eyebrows, walked slowly to a disarmed pirate and raised his chin with the tip of a knife. His eyes looked at the flustered pirate with a joke in his eyes and smiled. Just now I heard you shouting, "Die with dignity and fight with them. How come you have become so fast?" The pirate, whose chin was held by the tip of the knife, raised his head helplessly, and chuckled, "This sir, you may have misheard us." "No, I did hear it." Sakazuki interrupted aloud, half of his face covered by the brim of his hat, making it difficult to see his expression. He walked to Lindemann's side and patted the colonel on the shoulder when he passed by. "Old rules." Lindemann smiled knowingly and opened the pirate's neck with a stab. Blood spewed out instantly. He loudly conveyed the command of the lieutenant general, "Don't keep one." Sakazuki was full of the pirates howling and begging for mercy before they died. He walked straight to the warship, his coat swaying slightly with his steps. The blood splattered behind him and the fallen human figures turned into the background, and he never looked back. The British Empire in the 17th and 18th centuries was similar in dealing with piracy issues. Those who resisted were killed on the spot and surrendered by the judges who were hanged. Except for those few pirates with private pirates, it seemed that other pirates had a miserable end. The ghost spider who had just boarded the deck of the warship greeted him, and he whispered with sincere admiration, "Master Sakazuki is really a dripping command. This is the first time I have seen this method of siege." Sakazuki asked the comment of the Major General who has been in the spectator mode, "What do you think of this method of killing? Can it be used in the future?" "Naturally." The ghost spider replied rather simply. "The captain of the pirate is like an insect trapped by a spider web. It is a terrible and hardy hunt. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that these soldiers could pass." The cooperation of the battle formation entangled a 20 million Bailey pirate, and finally killed him. Sakazuki nodded, "I count the materials on the pirate ship, and destroy the pirate ship after the collection is complete. Let the military doctors stand by and bandage the wounds of the wounded soldiers. I will immediately collect and reply to the generals of the warring states for the past 3 months. Mission report." Then the whole army rectified a bit and prepared to return to the headquarters. "Yes." Ghost Spider gave a standard salute and immediately set about arranging personnel to go. "Your Excellency Lieutenant General returned to the captain's room alone. In fact, he was a little worried about how well Robin, who was placed in Jonathan's house for the past 3 months, would adapt. I have been drifting at sea to hunt down pirates, but I have never called privately to ask my comrades in arms." Sakazuki shook his head, putting this indifferent anxiety behind. "After all, it was only a matter of these few days that I returned to the headquarters. What's more, with Marin Vondo and the Warring States generals taking care of him, Shouldn't little Robin have a bad life? He picked up the logbook of the past few months and carefully checked the matters that needed to be reported. After another moment of brewing in his mind, he dialed the phone worm of the Warring States period. Sakazuki is not ready to let the Warring States know about the battle formation cooperation. If it is not perfect, it has been tested this time in actual combat. After waiting for a large number of pirates to practice in the future, the experience report will be written to the Steelbone Kong Marshal, to see if it can be extended to the entire army. Hey, Sengoku General, I'm Sakazuki. The Lieutenant General organized the language and was planning to give the pirates and the town in chronological order. Wow! You. What came from the phone bug was not the steady voice of the Warring States period, but the cry of a little girl. The point is, why is this voice so familiar? The phone seemed quite noisy. A vigorous and loud voice overwhelmed the girl's crying voice. Her tone was full of puzzlement and a trace of grievance. Let you do 300 push-ups is my inconsideration. The goat braid has already criticized me. Come and have a donut. Can we reconcile? Immediately afterwards, Sakazuki finally heard the voice of his beloved Warring States General, Kapu. Shut me up. Don't mess with me. It's all caused by you. The phone worm mimicked the roar of the Warring States period vividly. The expression, the general's voice changed, and he was very gentle. Stop crying, Zayahi, don't watch jokes here, hurry up and help. The stunned Lieutenant Admiral let out a dazed hey. Oh. Sakazuki. I haven't heard from you for a long time. Sengoku finally realized that there was still a phone call, but the tone seemed to be a little guilty. What did I want to report just now? 35 My Lieutenant General and Sakazuki also had a day when MMP was in his throat. Sakazuki took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions, but the soaring veins on his forehead and some trembling hands revealed his true inner reaction. He was a little puzzled, and asked in a deep voice, Warring States General, excuse me, why is that kid in your office? Sakazuki still holds a glimmer of hope, maybe it's another kid? Lieutenant General Crane's men are also female soldiers maybe. Before the Warring States could speak, the naval hero beside him directly smashed the delusion of Sakazuki. Ha, when I returned to Malin Vatican, I heard the news that you adopted a civilian child, and then I learned from as soon as Kuzan inquired about it, he decisively sent her from Jonathan's house to visit here. Pu. Sir. Thank you so much. Sakazuki almost gritted his teeth, replying word by word to the phone bug. Ha, you're welcome, Sakazuki. The kid wants to come out to exercise and gain knowledge. The little fellow Jonathan stopped me at first, but I got 2 punches to be honest. Carp with a loud voice, he confided in himself. The capable person of Rockberry finally felt the feelings of the pirates who had been used to practice before. Jonathan. You have worked hard. Kuzan. Please take a magma bath when I come back. As for the presumptuous old soldier on the phone bug MMP. I said MMP, do you know? Sakazuki suddenly found that I had another motivation to increase my strength. Sooner or later, I will hammer you, Mr. Carp. So many good seedlings, all taken by you to the ditch. The general of the Warring States period finally grabbed the microphone and changed the subject. Call me during this time, presumably the task is also completed, right? Although Carp and Sengoku are slandered, Sakazuki has not forgotten the reason for this call. Yes, General, we are about to return to the headquarters. It is worth noting that according to the short-term statistics collected in these 3 months, the number of pirates' influx in the North Sea during this period has continued to increase. Although the quality of the pirate personnel varies, many trash fish pirate groups have begun to set off on the Great Sea route. This is not a good momentum, and the Warring States period frowned. As a result, the Navy's already heavy arrest and extermination work will become more and more, and it can't stop it at all. The old man in front of him is still slightly teasing the child, even more upset him. Kapu! Get out of me! Zaya-he, you will be closer to this kid in the future, don't let some idiot get crooked. Sakazuki couldn't help but give his general a thumbs up in his heart, and the prestige of the Warring States period was directly brought to respect by him. Ben General began to believe in justice again, praise the general of the Warring States period. You saved the future of the Navy. The Warring States period, known as a wise general, turned his head to the phone worm. Other statistics and mission conditions, my office will explain to me in detail after you return to Hong Kong. After that, he hung up the call and continued to comfort the old friend who was scared and crying. The little girl comes. Marin Vondo. The seat of the Navy headquarters. Today's Warring States General's office was particularly lively. First, Karp took a little girl and sat on his sofa to eat donuts. Then they started thinking about his own collection of senbei, and talked with the kid about the senbei and tea are the best match or something like that. It just happened to be free. For the sake of the child's face, the Warring States still took out his favorite snacks to entertain the two. Karp was holding a paper bag and stuffed it indiscriminately. The Warring States period was a little curious. This child is your granddaughter? No, the kid dragon, hasn't moved so fast yet. Sengoku seemed to recall something and asked tentatively, this is the child adopted by Sakazuki. Karp gave his old friend a weird look, I thought you two met. No, Sakazuki and Kyuzan just reported this matter to me, and I agreed, but this is indeed the first time we met. Robin, who was squeezed in the middle by the two big guys Kapu and Sengoku, inevitably lost his senses eating senbei and matcha, especially after learning the status and position of these two people. Previously, the Lieutenant General, who had an arc-sutured scar under his eyes, visited Jonathan very abruptly. From the surprised and respectful expressions of the Jonathans, Robin speculated that this cheerful lieutenant had an unusual status. Lieutenant General Karp. Why are you here? He was obviously a lieutenant general, but Jonathan respectfully saluted the army with a respectful tone. Karp, who was digging his nose casually in front of them, was full of anger. I heard Kyuzan say that it seems that the civilian girl adopted by Sakazuki is staying in your house temporarily, right? Jonathan, bring her out. Let me see, this is so rare, that indifferent kid in Sakazuki actually takes children. You are right to say that. Robin is indeed staying at our house temporarily by Sakazuki. Robin, come and meet the Navy hero. Robin? Really a good name. Karp put his hand directly on the coat of the Lieutenant General with the reddish-brown beard, not even thinking that the hand had just left his nostril. In the past 3 months, Jessica has been constantly changing the dishes and ingredients to improve and regulate the body of the little girl through diet therapy. She doesn't want to wait for Robin to be malnourished after the return of Sakazuki, so where does her dignity as a chef go? Chapter 15. Therefore, the little girl Karp saw was still a bit dark, but full of energy. She leaned down from the attic, holding a book of Navy warships in her arms. Jonathan? Jessica. Seeing outsiders, the little girl was still a little timid. Aha! You are here, come and let Grandpa take a look. Kapu raised his seniority to the top with a shy face, even though he was almost at the point where others called him Grandpa. Did you have a good stroll on this island? Robin walked slowly behind Jessica and looked up at Karp. Jessica and they took me shopping. Then I will take you to the main fortress to eat senbei, okay? Before Robin could speak, Jonathan was more anxious than her. Is this okay? Mr. Karp, he has a lot of work. I ate a light hammer on the head first. Karp waved his hand carelessly. It's okay, the Warring States period is not busy in my eyes. You said it all, how can I answer it? Jonathan rubbed his head and hesitated. But, Sakazuki entrusted her to me. Karp lined up Jonathan's back with a palm, then rest assured. I can't beat that kid anymore. Jonathan almost used iron and domineering to defend this shocking palm, that. I will leave it to you, cough. Robin looked at the gentle lieutenant general who kept coughing, it seemed. Even more worried? Jonathan saw the girl's concern, and he smiled and touched Robin's head. Lieutenant General Carp likes children the most. Don't worry, he is a good person. 36 I don't want to learn 100 crack QAQ. How does it taste? Warring States also held a cup of steaming matcha. His mouth was ambiguous because he was chewing on half a piece of senbei. He looked down at the little girl. The voice of the Warring States made Robin quickly exit the memory mode, and she raised her head with a polite smile. Very delicious, thank you. As the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the Buddha Warring States, who has made countless pirates fearful and awed by countless seamen, does not hesitate to smile in front of the children. His eyes narrowed slightly with a smile. That's it. That's great. I'm also worried that you don't like the taste of senbei. There is no doubt that compared to Carp, the Warring States period is a competent leader and, at the same time, a qualified father. The delicate thoughts allowed him to always consider some details that other people hadn't thought about. He glanced sideways at his comrades who clicked on the donuts next to him. Except for the Marines, ordinary people are relatives of soldiers. It is also not allowed to enter and leave the fortress at will, because this involves the principle of military secrets and military secrecy. But according to Carp's straightforward character, it's not deliberate. He smiled gently and continued to ask, is it a habit to be here these few months? Kuzan told me that you are malnourished. I still don't believe it. I have to give your guardian some advice. I'm 8 years old. The little guy drinks more milk. Even if Robin guessed that the general with the Buddha-like haircut was probably just joking with herself, she was very careful. Robin anxiously defended, Mr. Jonathan and Miss Jessica are both very good people. They took good care of me. Please don't blame them. Since she came to this island, she has never been ridiculed or teased by others. Everyone in the town is very friendly. Every day Jessica will make a table of delicious and hearty dishes, and Jonathan will take her to play chess and read books while handling tasks. For Robin, this is already a great kindness. How can they be blamed for their shortness caused by a single diet all the year round? The smile of the Warring States period grew stronger, but he knew gratitude and contentment at a young age. Especially after the dispute between Kuzan and Sakazuki learned that the child in front of him had been bullied by the residents of O'Hara for a long time, the general with the title of Buddha had a trace of compassion in his eyes and comforted him. Everyone on this island is our relatives and friends that we want to protect. I am very happy to hear that they are so hard-working and the Warring States uncles. This is the Navy that represents justice. Carp finally swallowed the food in his mouth, and hurriedly added, yes, that's right, which dares to bully you, tell Grandpa Carp that Grandpa will call you back. The corner of Zenguo's eyes twitched, he counted his seniority in his heart, and then slapped Robin on the head of the old man who was showing his strong biceps. Warring States. You also ate the fruit of the great Buddha of the Eudemons. Why don't you have the generosity of the Buddha? The shameless naval hero immediately took a bite. Robin was a little puzzled, did Uncle Warring States also eat devil fruit? The general who was trembling with an angry beard took a deep breath, and ignored Carp, turning his head to teach the girl about science. Yes, I am a person with the ability to eat the devil fruit of the animal type phantom beast, like taking you. The returned Sakazuki and Kuzan are both top natural ability people. By the way, I heard that you are also capable, right? Robin nodded. She had heard Jonathan talk about it before. Devil fruits are not uncommon in the Navy headquarters, where devil fruits are often a symbol of the strong. There has never been a farce of being accused of being a devil on O'Hara Island before, especially when the Jonathans asked Robin to show off his abilities. Jonathan's envious eyes shining with stars made Robin feel the little pride brought by this fruit for the first time. Oh, this is the first time I have heard of this. Little Robin will come to see him performing. Carp begged with pure curiosity like an old child. The girl interlaced her hands on her chest, and she gently closed her eyes. Suddenly, a burst of pink slender petals floated around her short body, like a flower blooming, and suddenly 4 slender arms grew on the shoulders. As if growing in that place from the beginning, he turned his wrist flexibly. Even the Warring States period couldn't help but wonder, and asked softly, "Are there other changes?" Robin opened his eyes and did not speak, but 4 small hands suddenly grew on Carp, making a V-shaped gesture. A great ability, whether it is a surprise attack or an effect on oneself, this kind of instantaneity is amazing. The Warring States period gave a high evaluation from the practicality. "Carp, what do you think, Carp?" Seeing that his question had not been answered, Zanguo raised his head and looked at Carp, who had been silent since Robin showed his ability. Carp looked at Robin stunnedly, his lips pursed, and he burst into tears. He choked at the bewildered 2 people. "Yes. Yes. Sorry, so handsome. So handsome. Me, your life dream is about to come true in you, Robin." Warring States frowned. "What and what?" "We didn't understand." Carp vigorously wiped his face with his sleeves, and when he received his tears, his expression was solemn and determined. He gave a thumbs up to the bewildered girl. "The old man has decided. I will teach you boxing. You think. I use 100 flexible fists in the battle, and each iron fist strikes dozens of attacks in 1 second. This is my dream when I was young. This punch is called 100 cracks." The Warring States period raised his eyes blankly. Robin's eyes widened, dumbfounded. Carp looked enthusiastically at the dumbfounded girl. "Come on, do 300 push-ups first." Robin was a little embarrassed. She whispered, I haven't practiced before." Before the girl could finish her defense, the Lieutenant Admiral had already leaned on the ground very neatly and demonstrated push-ups. He raised his head and grinned and encouraged Robin, "Come on, try your ability." "Hey! Carp, the Warring States is somewhat helpless with this Kapu-style intermittent convulsion." Robin gently placed the teacup and senbei on the coffee table, and Yin leaned over on the smooth and clean wooden floor, trying to activate the flowers and fruits to support the floor with his hands. 1. 2. However, Robin, who has never done this kind of ability exercises, is still not quite used to it. The number of hands is not well coordinated. The bang of his arms dissipated, and Robin's face grabbed the ground, and his forehead was already raised when he raised his head. Flushed. No. It's too far. From now on, 300 push-ups will keep up every day, Carp laughed loudly. Robin, who likes books far more than sports, hesitates. It is too difficult for her to manipulate the ability to do 300 push-ups. Robin, who read books from a young age and obtained his PhD at the young age of 8 years old, is actually quite smart. Remembering Jessica's previous girls cry when they are sad. Little Robin blinked under the gaze of the 2. After blinking, his eyes started to turn red, and before Carp and Warring States had reacted, they cried out with a cry of wow. On the one hand, it is expressing his dissatisfaction implicitly, on the other hand, the face really hurts. At this moment, the phone worms at the Warring States table rang loudly, and the 2 hurried generals were busy comforting the girl. At the same time, Lieutenant General Crane's voice came from the door. "I said, what are you 2 doing? Are you bullying the child?" "No. Kapu did it." The Warring States period sold his teammates very decisively and then reached out to answer the non-stop phone bugs. "Hey! General of the Warring States period, I am Sakazuki." A few big characters suddenly appeared in the heart of the Warring States period. "The Suffering Lord is here." 37 Thread the needle. Sakazuki put the phone worm down heavily, and he really had a headache. God knows what Carp will indoctrinate the kid, but fortunately, Sengoku means that Robin will follow Ms. Crane for a while on the phone. The Lieutenant Admiral pressed his fingers lightly on the tabletop, his mind turned sharply. On the one hand, Robin was able to enter the fortress under the leadership of the naval hero Carp, and followed Carp to the office of the General of the Warring States period. Although Cap is probably not as complicated as he thought, it is inevitable that the generals in the following headquarters have their own minds. In other words, this is almost a subtext. Robin is under the influence of the warring states of the General Buddha and the legendary navy with high reputation. Chapter 16. According to Sakazuki, the navy of this era is actually a monster of mixed systems. Because it not only has the characteristics of a modern army consisting of a small number of elite officers and a large number of trained cannon fodder soldiers, but also has the typical characteristics of an ancient mercenary army. Soldiers are privately controlled by generals, soldiers are generals, and combat effectiveness mainly depends on the generals themselves, and his soldiers emphasized personal bravery and lacked cooperation. Therefore, Sakazuki has the intention of including the individual's subjective initiative emphasized in the modern military into the naval system. Soldiers must not only be proficient in combat, but also know why to fight. Although military regulations and disciplines are considered complete in the Navy, the leading generals have different styles and habits, coupled with the military management model that is biased towards the rule of man. This makes the Navy, which has many branches in the 4 seas and various waterways, there are many factions. Even in a place where the elites gather in the headquarters, there is no way to escape the stereotypes. Every general has the lieutenant generals and major generals who are comfortable and confident. The lieutenant generals are also divided into military and moderate factions. Headquarters factions, branch factions, and brother camps under the guidance of the same instructor. It can even be said that the elite training system selected by the Navy headquarters also contributed to this to a certain extent. Sakazuki further inferred that Robin was basically divided into the protection of the head faction headed by Carp and the warring states after this incident. In addition, Sakazuki, Kuzan, and others are all Zifa students. Without knowing it, Robin won the goodwill of many Navy commanders. Generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, but Carp's unreliable education method still makes Sakazuki feel nauseous of eating flies. The lieutenant general shook his head and tried to erase the slightly laughter of Kapuna's ghost on the phone from his mind, but found that the impression seemed to be even more impressive. The rescue failed. Sakazuki decided to give up the treatment. He got up and walked out of the cabin to divert his attention. All the seamen who had just fought on the pirate ship had returned to the warship, and the ship doctors were busy bandaging and stitching the wounds of the wounded soldiers. Fortunately, no personnel were killed this time, and the most injured soldier was only stabbed through the abdomen. The injury was quickly stabilized under the rescue of the military doctors. The lieutenant general took out a bottle of alcohol from the ship doctor's medical box, dipped it in with a clean cotton ball, bent down and disinfected the non-commissioned officer who had been cut with a large incision on the nearest arm. The military doctor on the side began to inject local anesthetics to prepare for sutures. "Lieutenant General, thank you very much." The sergeant enjoyed this treatment for the first time, and Sakazuki did not pretend to say anything like "you are all my lovely soldiers" and other sensational words. He just used his own practical actions to follow through in silence. Seeing the soldier still gritted his teeth while stitching the needle, Sakazuki softly distracted his attention. Because Sakazuki knew that this kind of local anesthesia was just a little less painful, and the needle should be inserted into the skin. Some pain will not decrease much. "Do you know why you got the knife?" The non-commissioned officer nodded quickly. "It's because I panicked when the pirate rushed toward me desperately." "Yes, if you can stay sane while the opponent is fighting, you can use a saber to block the back and turn your hand to cut. You can remove the pirate's finger against the machete, instead of being attacked by the opponent with 2 consecutive swords." Parry. Sakazuki wandered the battlefield and noticed many seamen's mistakes. The sergeant listened carefully, but didn't want the military doctor to pierce him with 3 consecutive needles very quickly, and shrink him back painfully. "Your Excellency!" Lieutenant slapped this guy with an angry slap. Howl, it's all done." The military doctor nodded in thanks to his lieutenant general, and then quickly asked other soldiers who watched the excitement to replace him, and wrapped the wounds stitched by the non-commissioned officer with a bandage. And he quickly turned to another soldier who needed stitches. Boom! The bang deafening heavy artillery sounded again, returning the pirate ship full of dead bodies to the embrace of the sea. Sakazuki turned his head and looked at the ghost spider and Lindemann who were directing the soldiers to move supplies to the warehouse. The Major General glanced at the colonel, and Lindemann consciously picked up the list of materials still in his hand and ran all the way. Lieutenant General, 20 barrels of gunpowder, 50 barrels of alcohol, and dozens of boxes of ammunition were seized this time. Other miscellaneous materials are still being counted. Colonel Lindemann reached out his finger and checked the list one by one to Sakazuki. Reported. Well, let the soldiers speed up, we are ready to return home. Sakazuki said exciting news. The 3-month sea voyage was not particularly difficult, and the food on the warships was also considered reasonable, but compared to the daily food supply in the headquarters, it was still a lot worse. What's more, the joy of being reunited with relatives and friends is incomparable no matter what military exploits are. Okay. Long live. Believe in justice. Sakazuki turned his head to the general direction of Malin Vander, looking far away, as if he could see the Navy headquarters behind the gate of justice. He couldn't help wondering, what kind of happiness is in the headquarters at this moment? Of course, he didn't forget to go back to comfort Jonathan, who was actually hammered, and give a freshly baked magma bath to junior brother Kuzan who was owed by the mouth. I'm ready to go to court. I'm sorry to bother you so late. It's just that I ran into a problem. Yesterday I discovered that the content of my novel Sakazuki, was stolen by the starting point Dujin area Sakazuki Smoke General, and it was directly used without my consent. Plagiarized the contents of chapters 30 and 33 in my novel. In the case of conclusive evidence, I asked him not to continue plagiarism, but the other party refused to listen to the advice and distorted the concept of plagiarism and imitation. The editor in charge who also moved out of the starting point supports his chat history. In desperation, I would like to ask, can I go to court with the author of the starting point in my own capacity? 38 Own Way, Part 1. Stepping on the long-lost solid ground, this makes the Marines who have been sailing with the waves and currents at sea for nearly 3 months feel very relieved. Marine soldiers swarmed into the canteen of the headquarters, and many soldiers with families chose to go straight home to share with their families. This was a warm reunion. As an ordinary Marine at the grassroots level, every voyage means a test. Whether it is a battle with pirates or severe weather and disease during the voyage, they may never return. Therefore, the Marines always enjoy the rare rest time after the mission, and as the leader of the generals, Sakazuki does not have this treatment. He was serious and reported to the general of the Warring States period, summarizing the intelligence and information collected during the voyage. Sitting on the sofa with him is the head of the staff Crane. This veteran lieutenant general of the same period as Karp, Warring States, and Zifa is quite strong, and even eats the superhuman washing fruit, which is said to be the soul of a pirate. A powerful fruit that can be washed. But she is best known for her shrewd mind and the wonderful schemes planned by her. Before the era of the great pirates, countless pirates were afraid of this naval beauty like a snake and scorpion. A large number of pirates were stared at by her outstanding and far-reaching vision even before they really became famous, and they were strangled by the Crane before they grew up. In embryonic form. More pirates were thrown around by her all sorts of tricks, and then plunged into the Navy's layout. At this moment, the expressions of the three of them are a little gloomy. Combined with the previous summary of Sakazuki, the feedback from the various branches located in the 7 air routes and the short-term data returned by the naval headquarters that went to crusade are really shocking. The pirates were hunted down and killed one by one. However, more and more reward orders were issued, and even some pirates continued to exercise and break through their strength under the pressure of this pursuit. King C has already added some frosted cranes, although there are some unconcealable wrinkles in the corners of his eyes, but with an undoubted intellectual and mature beauty. But the two people in front of her didn't have time to appreciate them. Sengoku and Sakazuki sat on both ends of the sofa and read them carefully, each holding a branch report. The Warring States first broke the weird silence and asked Crane, who is also a wise general, "Ahe, what do you think?" Lieutenant General Crane, wearing a light purple suit, leaned his back against the sofa, put his hands on his chest, crossed his palms and fingers inside, cushioning his head drooping. Her tone was flat. There is no doubt that from the information gathered by the various branches and captains, the number of pirates is increasing. We can even assume that this data will continue to increase in the future. She paused deliberately. After a while, so as to attract the attention of the two opposing people, even if there is a sudden increase, it is not impossible. This is naturally a blockbuster, and the eyelids of the Warring States period can't help but jump. Nowadays, the power of the Navy has been spent too much on hunting down pirates and maintaining law and order. If it were not for the pirates of the New World to counterattack, the Warring States period would really want to go out to maintain maritime order by himself, and capture these numerous pirates. He suddenly envied Carp, and the rank of Lieutenant General was already the general rank with the greatest freedom. Carp's repeated refusal to be promoted to general is definitely not because of his lack of strength, but that compared to generals, the Lieutenant General can move up the sea at any time. The Warring States feels deeply powerless, and the Navy has made every effort to cast a net to hunt down these giant rats, but the pirates seem to have the ability to reproduce as rats, and they can't stop killing them. This general himself seemed to be a great general, but he didn't get the approval of the 5 old stars of the world government and Marshal Steelbone Kong, and he couldn't even get out of Malin Vondo. Only stay obediently at the military base, guarding the gates of the New World, and at the same time ensuring the safety of the people of Tianlong not far away. But the Warring States period is not Carp, who only relies on brute force to fight. He nodded in response to Lieutenant General Crane, who made the data judgment. "I saw it. I will arrange and suggest that the Marshal increase the batch and number of naval cruises." Sengoku stopped talking, and glanced at the silent Sakazuki. The words of the lieutenant in front of him after the O'Hara slaughter order finally reached the generals and marshals' ears. The Warring States did not deliberately ask about the marshal's comment on this. But from his personal point of view, it seems that the figure in Sakazuki faintly overlaps with an old friend who has left the post of general. Even though the concepts of the two are quite different, the Warring States period saw the shadow of Zifa in Sakazuki. Although the Black Fist, who is not known for killing, and the iron-blooded Sakazuki have different opinions on handling pirates, they even run counter to each other at all. But the two people's hearts that have always been firm in their conviction are extremely similar. He looked at Sakazuki quietly with a hint of school examination on his side, and asked, "Sakazuki, as a general who has been fighting on the front line for a long time, I want to hear your opinion on this." The expressionless lieutenant finally moved his eyes away from the report. The unpleasant indifferent face appeared to be more gloomy. Although the number of pirates in various regions continues to rise, this does not mean that our work in the past few months has been done in vain, and a large number of pirates have died. The sea. The maintenance of tranquility in the towns is inseparable from the Navy's ongoing efforts. The Warring States nodded, expressing his acknowledgement of this point of view. Sakazuki watched Lieutenant General Crane continue to add, "The number of pirates has continued to increase in recent years. On the one hand, the bewitching of Gore D. Roger has led to the proliferation of pirates. But on the other hand, it also shows that our Navy, in some respects, the policy has been unable to adapt to the current environment. It needs to be fine-tuned according to the actual situation." Lieutenant General Crane finally showed a hint of interest. "Be more specific." Sakazuki considered the words and was quite cautious. "We generals who perform tasks dare not arbitrarily discuss the policies and guidelines set by the marshals and generals." Sengoku nodded gently. "There are no outsiders here, Sakazuki. Let's talk about the point." The Lieutenant Admiral, who was not an outsider in the Warring States period, was not happy at all. If he is now a general, he can speak freely. But as a Lieutenant Admiral, this behavior is indeed a bit arrogant. He slows down to ensure that every sentence he says is thought and organized. Our Navy focuses on the Great Route, which can indeed be very big. To a certain extent, the number of pirates going to the New World is reduced, and the branches and fortresses set up along the way can also have a good deterrent effect. But in my opinion, this method is still somewhat suspected of making up for it. He pointed to the statistics in his hand. Except for a small number of pirates born on the islands of the Great Sea Route, the vast majority of pirates come from all over the world. The large fleet moved from the Great Sea Route to the Four Seas, and finally settled in the Four Seas and began to disinfect. Sakazuki only dared to talk halfway. What he really wanted to express was more than just organizing the fleet. Sengoku seemed to have heard the unfinished sound of Sakazuki, and he stared deeply at it without saying a word. Lieutenant General Crane naturally had a tacit understanding with the Warring States period. Seeing the topic, he stopped and began to talk to Sakazuki about his adopted daughter. Author's message. Chapter 17. Regarding the starting point writer who directly stole my point of view, I just think he is a bit sad. Without his own talents, without his own ideas, he blindly borrowed and imitated other fan articles. I don't comment on his Kong Yuji's sophistry that the writer's things are not stolen, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it. An article without one's own soul and own thoughts is dead. Forcibly twisting Smog's style of painting to a cruel killing is actually the biggest failure of the Pirates' Smoke General. The reason why aka INU is because of his hawkish style and his consistent standpoint from beginning to end. Where is a protagonist whose position and bottom line are always vague and constantly changing? A full-time author on the other side could not write as an amateur author who relied on interest to write. You can only prove yourself through the so-called imitation and Long Kong's mouth cannons. Writing for money, how much can you really earn at your level? This has fallen to the bottom. 39. The Navy Headquarters Routine Deep. Seeing that the topic changed from official to private, Sakazuki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be labeled as arrogantly discussing decision-making at the upper level. But after thinking about it, his expression began to suffer again. Sengoku and Crane will definitely use Robin's funny stories as an atmosphere modifier, and then turn around and start teasing themselves. Sure enough, Sengoku smiled gently. You don't know Sakazuki? No, I know. Knowing that you made others cry, the corner of Sakazuki was twitched vaguely, and there was no sound. The Warring States period stroked a section of the very delicate and beautiful beard, without any embarrassment. After Carp made little Robin cry that day, I saw the panic expression of this old man for the first time, even though it was a golden one. I have never seen him panic when the lion raided the Navy headquarters. But this time his expression is like a bear kid in trouble, ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, the Warring States period laughed loudly, as if he was extremely relieved. Sakazuki, which didn't get a smile at all, tried to lift the corners of his mouth vigorously, trying to show that he was laughing as a foil. Crane also gave a rare smile and echoed, Kapu has always been a shameless temper, and only a little girl can eat him to death. Sakazuki nodded in sympathy, thinking about the way he treats his grandson. It's no different from treating class enemies. I happen to be playing with Robin these few days, but I am indeed a very worry-free child. Lieutenant General Crane's eyes flowed. The unique gentleness of the woman made it almost impossible for the two elders in front of him to match. Now she is connected with the naval staff who has just been calm and versatile. She changed her voice. Although we Navy are all family members of this child, in name, it is Sakazuki you who adopted her. Lieutenant General Crane carefully considered the dress of Sakazuki, a red printed shirt, dark red trousers and black leather shoes. I am very worried that your aesthetic level will indirectly affect little Robin's appreciation. Female comrades complained about taste problems. Sakazuki watched the nose and nose without saying anything. The experience of the 2 generations told him that this was just the beginning. Once he returned the mouth, then the plan to drink cold beer at Jonathan's tonight was really cold. Yes, that's right, your taste in Sakazuki has to be strengthened. Especially if you are a bachelor yourself, you don't know how to bring girls. Sengoku continued to make up with a smile. Looking at the maverick beard hairstyle of the Warring States period, Sakazuki hesitated to speak. If I remember correctly, the boss seems to be alone now. Crane, who is well versed in the art of war, finally throws out today's theme: you should also find a female friend for serious consultation. Isn't one of the so many female elites in our Navy headquarters able to come into your eyes? The Warring States suddenly slapped his head, and made a look of sudden realization. Or because of your affection, have you been afraid to associate with female friends? How can this work? The meticulous and iron-blooded warrior finally came to his senses, and the 2 people in front of them sang one and performed a double act in a tacit understanding. Tusk, 2 old drama bones. It's just that he has some doubts. An expensive general is also his immediate boss, and an old lieutenant general whose reputation and qualifications are far above him. Even if he has any task, he will directly release it to him. It makes no sense to give him such a show. Without waiting for him to think deeply, Lieutenant Crane approached the tough guy with a smile. She watched Sakazuki with her eyelids jerking, then turned her head and replied softly to the Sengoku, "There are a lot of things under my hands." Excellent female soldier. Sengoku smiled quite triumphantly. Then it will be easy, Lieutenant General Sakazuki. Here. The soldier, who habitually stood up and saluted, reacted as soon as the conditioned reflex stood up, and suffered. In order to better serve as a qualified adoptive father. In order to practice an excellent military character. As a general, I am obliged to let you find a suitable female comrade in arms and learn from her for a long time, so as to improve your aesthetic appreciation, knowledge level, and execute orders. Come on! The Warring States also stood up and gave instructions loudly, but the smile in his eyes couldn't hide it. It's cold, it's really cold, and the days when the old men gather for beer will be gone forever. The Lieutenant Admiral, who was nearly 3 meters tall, felt that he had jumped into a pit tailored for him today, and it just happened to be buried in his neck. The mission of a soldier is to execute orders, which he has always carried out. But today happened to be found by the Warring States. Seeing Sakazuki standing in a daze, Sengoku said again, "Lieutenant General Sakazuki. Are you an excellent Navy soldier? This routine is really deep." The 2 veterans listened to the deep voice of Sakazuki, muffled, and even both of them could hear the hesitation and helplessness hidden in it. "Yes. I promise to complete the task. I told the soldiers under my hand what is a soldier. If I don't follow the commander's orders, how can I convince the people?" Even if he knew that there was a pit ahead, this wave of operations made the big-headed soldier Sakazuki bitterly had to jump down. Crane is not familiar with Sakazuki, and at best, he has heard some extreme behaviors. It wasn't until he heard the content of the precepts that were circulated in the Navy headquarters shortly after the O'Hara incident that Crane's sense of Sakazuki improved. But her steady style. How could it be possible to attack the unfamiliar Sakazuki for no apparent reason? She cast her eyes on the door of the Warring States office, and the drama she performed with the Warring States today is for the finale of this moment. Report. A cold young female voice sounded at the door. Author's message. Although it is shorter, there is one more tonight. Guess who is the heroine? 40. The girl who fell in love with Sesangamaru. Come in. The Warring States replied loudly, lest the other party could not hear it. The tick and tick high-heeled shoes hit the ground with a crisp sound. With a short soft pop, the owner of the high-heeled shoes stopped and stood in a military posture not far from the 3 of them. Warring States General, Sister Crane, take the liberty to interrupt. This is the maintenance situation of the warships entering Hong Kong this afternoon. Please have a look. Sakazuki turned his head slightly to look at the person at this time, the other party's hairstyle was very refreshed, and his black hair was simply coiled up, and only a strand of hair was hanging down on each side. The tall and delicate bridge of the nose adds a three-dimensional face to the temperament of her oriental classical beauty. The towering chest, the chest was wide open, exposing a large area of snow-white skin, and the peach-colored uniform zipper with white lace was pulled to the erect chest. The bottom of the chest seemed to barely hold the heavy fruit. In stark contrast to the proud bust is the waist that is gripped by yin-yang. The tall figure makes the round curves of the hips more attractive. The short uniform can't hide the white and slender thighs, and the outside of the left thigh is decorated with a vicious spider pattern. The other party seemed to like Peach very much, even the cuffs of her general's coat were filled with pink. However, Sakazuki did not pay attention to the opponent's stunning appearance. He shifted his gaze downwards and landed on the white sword with a white handle that was hung diagonally around the opponent's waist, the famous sword Jinbira. "Jun, it's hard work." Crane smiled and motioned to her major general to focus on the tallest human-shaped beacon present. "Let me introduce to you, this Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters is Sakazuki." "I know you," Jun said with respect in his cold voice, "soldier among the soldiers, it's an honor to meet for the first time." Sakazuki nodded slightly in response. His mind turned sharply. Presumably Jun was the candidate recommended by Lieutenant General Crane. But he and her have never been ignorant. Did Lieutenant General Crane and the warring states be too hasty? But at this time, it is better to pretend to be ignorant, and it is more appropriate to follow the situation. If I want to come to Lieutenant General Crane, I will recommend it to the warring states period because there is an outstanding female soldier here, and then this great Buddha will follow the water and pick up the mandarin ducks. Thinking about it this way, let them finish the play, and then talk about asking for knowledge with the beautiful lady in front of them. Jun Zhu lips lightly said, "Your Excellency Sakazuki, this time I ask Sister Crane, and hope she can arrange for me to see you once." I was trying to figure out how the opponent would stage a first-time encounter drama. Sakazuki was hit by this sudden straight shot, which was quite unexpected. The three of them looked at each other and were a little surprised. They said yes and went through the script again. "Why don't you girl play cards according to the routine?" Crane, who is familiar with Jun's character, sighed slightly. The two have a close relationship and have a very good personal relationship. Tsuru has always treated Jun as a younger sister. So she roughly guessed what her sister thought. Had it not been for Jun to beg her to meet with this first-line general who has a high reputation among generals in the headquarters in recent days? Why would Crane bother to ask the warring states period to cooperate with him in a play? God knows what happened to this little girl. I fell in love with this stunned Sakazuki. Thinking of this made her feel frustrated that she would jump out to feed the pigs with her own cabbage. Sakazuki looked directly at the female soldier, and was really confused. "Why do you want to see me?" "Because I want to see what kind of soldier is who can say that." Jun looked at Sakazuki squarely, and made no secret of his appreciation. "Oh? What about now?" Sakazuki was a little helpless. Although the remarks made on the warship about what a soldier meant to promote this trend of thought, they did not expect it to spread so quickly. Jun smiled. "Better than I thought. Can you date me?" "Your Excellency Sakazuki." The straight ball turned into a supersonic mode, but I gradually got used to the Sakazuki that was rated and didn't feel much afraid. "This is the first time we meet, right?" Jun. Chapter 18. Yes. Under the premise that we don't know each other very well, is this kind of communication a bit improper? I may not be what you think. Because of this, I need to judge through contact with you. Jun is unusually firm. This is not pure love. At the same time, I hope to learn and prove whether real soldiers are like those generals said. So upright. "How do you want me to pick you up?" Sakazuki tactfully refused to be blocked back. He glanced at the warring states period that kept hinting to him, and then at Lieutenant General Crane who had been silent. He turned his head and looked at Jun, who had always been calm, then please advise me more in the future. Author's message. Just read these 2 chapters as one chapter. 41 Kyuzen's intuition is the max that breaks through the sky. Sakazuki strolling on the white and clean streets of the Navy town, the generals of the headquarters have long been on the front line against the pirates. It is rare to have a chance to hang out in this town of naval family members. Especially those powerful lieutenants who have climbed up from the grassroots level with their countless military exploits, whether they are fighting against powerful high-stakes criminals, or commanding troops to fight against a large number of pirates. Years of expeditions made these generals, who are full of the smoke of war, walking on the road particularly eye-catching. The lieutenant general, who was much taller than the basketball stars of the previous life, was next to him, diverging a half of his body, and following a beautiful officer exuding a blade-like vigor. Compared with the razor-sharp aura of a rare female swordsman in the Navy headquarters, the majestic and burly body of Sakazuki is not so eye-catching. At first glance, the breath is like a sleeping volcano. Only by looking carefully and watching can you glimpse some clues the calm volcano is vigorously under the power that can change the earth. The Jun beside him has deep feelings, and only when he reaches a certain level can he perceive the natural disaster-like destructive power hidden in the opponent's body. Even if the opponent did not deliberately target himself, this sense of oppression made Jianhao unconsciously mobilize his aura to resist. Even the Crane sister, who was her immediate superior and a best friend, never brought Jun this level of pressure. I'm not as famous as meeting, Sakazuki, this guy is really strong. Jun was secretly surprised. This invisible pressure is only weaker than the generals in the headquarters. The seamen and their relatives on the street almost quickly stepped aside, allowing the 2 murderers to pass. That's right. Sakazuki and Jun's current behavior are called walking in scientific name and pressing the road in common name. It's just that the pedestrians in this snack street thought that these 2 generals were carrying out the legendary killing order. Sakazuki stopped and looked at the big and small figures on the benches of the cold drink shop not far away. He turned his head and asked, "Would you like to have a cold drink?" Of course, Jun readily agreed, but didn't know that Sakazuki was eagerly looking for a shield. Fortunately, he found it, and he was able to complete another task with 1 stone. Sakazuki wraps around with one-handed armed domineering, and slams into a frozen salted fish lying on a bench outside the cold drink shop. Bang! With a muffled sound of fist, face and head contact, he was on the border of the Navy headquarters, which was quite safe, and Kyuzen, who had not noticed that murderous intent was useless even for domineering defenses, only activated the elements when the wind was blowing in the back of his head. Change. Oh. Allah, it hurts. Kyuzen, who propped up his upper body, lazily covered his head with his big hand, and rubbed it lightly. Sakazuki, the way you say hello is really true. Excessive. You can rest assured that Mr. Karp will take the children. Sakazuki stared at his junior. Kyuzen looked blank. Hey? Is there anything wrong? Sakazuki is a bit distressed. How did you get trained when you were a major general under Mr. Karp, don't you know? Now, even Kyuzen was not calm, and half woke up from sleep. He aimed at the opposite side, and replied to Sakazuki with an uncertain tone, "Hey, Kapu. Isn't it going too far, sir? Robin-chan never mentioned it to me." He scratched his head and asked tentatively, "Do 3000 push UPS first." Sakazuki pointed his finger at Robin, who was sitting across from Kyuzen, originally holding a book in one hand and a small spoon in the other, scooping ice cream. Under the gaze of the 2, the little girl slowly put down the cup and spoon, feeling a little depressed. "It's 300. Did you really do push UPS?" Kyuzen really didn't know this. When his respected Mr. Karp came to ask about the child's living conditions, he thought that his old superior would only go to see the fun. 3. Kyuzen breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to the Sakazuki side. "Allah, I just said, what's the situation?" He finally noticed the tall and slim woman beside Sakazuki. "You are that, who's here?" Jun was not angry at the young Major General who had followed Sakazuki to drink cold drinks, but watched Sakazuki and Kyuzan choking with interest with his arms around him. Seeing that someone finally noticed herself, she gave out her name briefly, and there was no extra introduction. I said, "What are you two?" Kyuzan stretched out his index finger, and pointed his fingertips back and forth at the two of them. The command of the General of the Warring States period, arrange for Major General Jun to instruct me on how to take care of the children. Sakazuki took the lead in the official language. He was really afraid of Jun's concise and straightforward military style. Compared with Sakazuki itself, at this point, Jun's execution is simply better than Blue. Jun didn't make a sound, as if he had acquiesced in it. Kyuzan looked at Sakazuki and then at Jun, as if he suddenly realized, "Are you dating? So how did you come to this conclusion?" Sakazuki bite to death, "It's a task." You say yes, do you want to sit down?" Kyuzan shrugged, "What to drink?" Sakazuki turned a little sideways, waiting for Jun to take a seat first. Kyuzan snapped his fingers and signaled the waiter to move closer to order. "Lemonade will do." "Lemonade will do." Sakazuki and Jun answered almost in unison. Now Robin, who was immersed in the battle with Sunday, raised his head and stared at the two weirdly. The scene suddenly calmed down. Sakazuki didn't change his face. "This one I drink at sea. We all know this from the warship. But, do you order this when you come to the cold drink shop?" The waiter looked at the military uniforms of the two in front of him and stopped talking. "Then I have a cup of colorful sundae, just like this kid," Jun suddenly said, and pointed at Robin's cup with a slender finger. Sakazuki watched the waiter's gaze turn to this side. He continued to insist on the previous choice. "Lemonade is just fine." Kyuzan looked at the colorful sundae in the Robin cup that was almost scooped out. There was a lot of milky sundae melted at the bottom of the cup. He stretched out his hand to hold the cup, and instantly the cold rose, and there was a rustle in the cup. With a soft sound, he pushed the cup back in front of the little girl. "I made half a smoothie, so it will be easier to scoop some." This refined ability control surprised Jun, and she also recognized the lazy man in front of her. Kyuzan, who is naturally capable of frozen fruit, and a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters. Sakazuki is not surprised, but has a headache. He glanced at the fine smoothie in the glass. "Among us, you are the least qualified to bring Robin to the cold drink shop for cold drinks. You are not afraid of being caught. Is the shopkeeper going out?" Kyuzan answered naturally and confidently, "I don't know how to be a Sunday." The lieutenant general, who was choked by his junior brother to speak, finally realized that the topic was taken aside. He turned his gaze back to the little girl who was secretly looking at him. "How did you spend these 3 months on the island?" Robin, with a complicated look, lowered her head and replied softly, "Everyone treats me well." She was a little confused, and she really didn't know whether to hate the general who destroyed O'Hara and arrested her mother, or to be grateful for his adoption. "I can meet so many kind-hearted people here." Every night, she could always dream of the fire, surrounded by shells roaring by. Dr. Clover smiled as always, but his figure gradually disappeared in the fire. The scarred mother handed her hand to her in tears. How much she missed her mother. In her dream, in the burning world, she kept running. Chapter 19. Running, running, but my mother is getting farther and farther. Alvia always smiled softly. Her voice sounded like live. "Robin, Mom loves you." Live, live. He, there are also kind people in the Navy. There, one day you will find companions and family members who love you and are willing to fight for your life. Robin turned his head and looked at Zoro. The huge body was gradually swallowed by magma. In the end, she was left alone and alone. After being frightened by nightmares every day, Jessica, who slept with her for more than a month, always got up and rubbed her sleepy eyes and wiped Robin's cheeks with tears or cold sweat. Hold her again and fall asleep slowly. Every morning Jonathan would sit on the sofa and think about the game last night. When I saw her, I was always full of enthusiasm. She also asked Jonathan what kind of person Sakazuki is. Jonathan squatted down with her with a smile and rubbed her little head. He is an upright soldier. I don't know what happened between you. Let him resolve to be your guardian. But I hope you can be your guardian in the future. Use your own eyes to judge, and finally answer yourself, what kind of person is he, okay? It seems that Sakazuki also said something similar. Robin nodded and agreed to Jonathan, and also agreed to himself. Robin had thought a lot in his mind, how he should answer when the two met, but today that person is across from him, one table away. But Robin didn't know what to say. What did you ask? 42 Chongwei also said that you don't know martial arts. By the way, can you tell us in detail about the situation that day? I only heard a small part of it on the phone bug that day. Sakazuki nodded in thanks, and took the lemonade from the waiter. He looked at a little embarrassed child and tried to communicate with her daily. Robin quickly adjusted and buried the trace of confusion in his heart. Seeing that the three generals were waiting with great interest for her answer, yet she tried to think about it. Grandpa Carp suddenly visited Mr. Jonathan's house that day and said that he would take me to the headquarters to eat senbei, and then I saw Uncle Waring states. I remember that Mr. Carp and Mr. Sengoku are Kuzan's expression is a little weird. Comrades in the same period. Jun gently squeezed the bridge of his nose. The two of them are happy. Sakazuki twitched the corners of his mouth. The three outstanding generals could no longer maintain their calm expressions, and Robin looked at the three people with different expressions with some confusion, wondering if he had said something wrong. Sakazuki waved his hand and then, "Did you go to eat senbei?" "Well, then Uncle Sengoku asked me to show my devil fruit ability." Kuzan frowned. "Ah la la, what does this have to do with push UPS?" Listen to the little girl. "Oh, sorry, Robin, you continue." Robin hesitated and wondered if he should show them his abilities so that he could vividly restore the situation at that time. But considering the excitement of Grandpa Carp at the time, what if they were unreliable? I showed Grandpa Cap a little bit of his ability, but he seemed to be moved inexplicably, and then he asked me to learn something to break the box. Said it was to do push UPS to lay the foundation. Robin said deliberately a little vaguely, I don't want the three of you to have this plan. Hey! It's really Mr. Carp's style. Kuzan, who has been with Carp the longest time, scratched his head, a little annoyed. He finally knew why Sakazuki came over and punched him directly. The key is that this leaked information is really his own pot. Sakazuki was silent for a moment, but decided to express some of the insights in his heart. He does not appreciate Carp's educational philosophy, but Sakazuki will still give an objective and fair evaluation of Carp's behavior. It is undeniable that Mr. Carp is a kind person with a righteous heart, but very often, he doesn't know how to express his love for children correctly. I hope you don't hate him for that. Sakazuki, a little worried, glanced at the girl. If it really made her impression of the Navy worsened again because of this, the child might be determined to become a revolutionary army in the future. Robin shook her head slightly. She looked at Sakazuki. I know, and he told me the same way. She looked at the three with a pitiful look. But I really don't want to learn. Hundreds of fists said. Lieutenant General Crane. Dain didn't say thank you. Sakazuki suddenly came up with such thoughts. Kuzan in his own words are not exquisite, and the straightforward temperament of Jun is not so sophisticated and sleek. If it were not for Lieutenant General Crane, who was very forward-looking to break the problem apart, everyone's chat today would be awkward. He looked at Kuzan with sullen eyebrows, and asked with some doubts, "What is that 100 boxing?" Without a sufficient understanding, I can't judge the practicality of this boxing technique. Ah, it is said that it is a boxing technique that can hit 100 blows in an instant. That's it, it will be easier. Sakazuki looked sideways at Robin. We are all different in actual situations. To be honest, you don't have to deliberately imitate one's moves. Because this is not your own combination. Experience gained from actual combat in one's own actual situation. He pointed to Kuzan, then pointed to Jun, and finally pointed to himself. Let's give an example. Kuzan is a person with the ability of frozen fruit, so he will not learn boxing from Mr. Carp, but will focus on it. In the tempering of their own abilities. Jun is a rare swordsman in the Navy. Her swordsmanship is a combination of basic moves combined with fighting at sea and killing skills forged in blood. Like Kuzan, I am a natural ability person. I can refer to Mr. Carp's boxing skills, but I will never deliberately imitate plagiarism. I have not absorbed and merged these things, and then opened my own way. It will always be the power of others. To put it bluntly, war is to use one's own strength to attack the other's shortcomings. The strong always have their own beliefs and persistence. Robin. Robin raised his head and stared at Sakazuki, and asked softly, "Then are you strong?" The old-fashioned lieutenant general smiled gently, and he put his hand on the girl's head gently. "I am naturally, and you will be among them in the future. One day, we will grow old, and you will eventually be the main beam of the Navy." The girl didn't expect that the indifferent Joan would have such high expectations of herself. She stammered for a while, but, I still don't know my way. With a slender hand slowly pulling her small palm, Robin can clearly feel the calluses on the opponent's hand. Unlike Jessica's delicate skin, the palm is a bit rough due to holding the knife all the time, but it is warm enough. Jun took Robin's little hand and shook it. She was cold but not overly strong. No one is born with omniscience and omnipotence. Maybe we were not as talented as you when we were children. There are many excellent moves in the Navy. Combine your own devil fruit abilities, and you will slowly choose the appropriate ones to integrate into your system and then exercise in actual combat. Sakazuki, which gently rubs the girl's head, is getting cold and sweaty. It's bad words, straightforward, and military demeanor. Such a delicate, methodical, and rational comfort comes from the Jun who hits himself with a straight ball and a supersonic confession. "Jun?" The girl looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and nodded heavily. I feel like I was wasting my tongue to give an example for so long." Sakazuki and silently put his hand back. "Shame real. Other young ladies can do it with a single sentence, and I have been there for so long, and I may be a fake political commissar." "Your Excellency." Sakazuki. Jun turned his head and smiled at Sakazuki. "The feeling you gave me today is really different." Jun sighed softly. "Disappointed? Must be disappointed, right?" He beat his colleagues, ordered lemonade in the cold drink shop, and couldn't even convince a loli. Sakazuki seemed to think that all his actions today were worth it. He could almost imagine Jun's actions. In one sentence, "You are worthy of being a soldier like this." The female swordsman Zhu's lips slightly opened. "It's really a soldier among the soldiers." I was deaf. Or we are not on the same channel." The old general who was frequently slapped his face widened his eyes, waiting for Jun's explanation. "Be vigorous and resolute on the battlefield, persist in completing tasks, make fun with comrades after work, and evaluate my superiors and colleagues reasonably and objectively. I treat my child with due diligence, lest she be wronged if she fails to fulfill her responsibilities and obligations." In the face of the child's question, she did not directly order her to do anything, but followed the persuasive approach and carefully analyzed the pros and cons for her. Jun's eyes gleamed, and he put an end to this extremely high evaluation. "Tenderness with iron bones, worthy of being a soldier among the soldiers, I like you more." Facing Kuzan and Robin's double scrutiny of Changwei, "You also said that you don't know how to martial arts." Sakazuki shows what I can do. I am also desperate. Author's message. I am also very desperate. I wrote my graduation thesis these 2 days, and then a book friend sent me a message asking if I was a pigeon and went to Filu. I do not know how. Then I opened Filu. I saw a very similar book. The apology post of the dude at the starting point for plagiarizing my work in the Chinese translation has not been taken down yet. Fei Lu here has another work that even looks like a novel cover. What can I do? I am also desperate. I don't want to be stunned anymore, I'm tired, and I can be plagiarized twice a week. Everyone has become accustomed to photocopying books. Just be happy if you guys are happy. On the other hand, a friend said to me, "You are famous, it means you wrote well. In the future, writing Navy or Sakazuki as the protagonist will not miss your book." But within a week, Inside was stolen twice in a row, which is truly unprecedented. No matter what, I just write in my own style. The mentality is bursting. 43 liter. After being highly praised and showing love by the beautiful lady in front of everyone, Sakazuki showed no panic or nervousness on his face, showing his unmoving stability like a mountain. He even leisurely picked up the lemonade on the printed table and took a sip slowly. Just in the eyes covered by the brim of the hat, someone is looking around in the direction of the ground, to see which piece of soft ground is suitable for being melted through by himself, and walk away. He is certainly an expert against the enemy pirates, but in the battlefield of love, he is completely a recruit. Hey! Robin's eyes widened, and the girl gently pulled the corner of La Cuisine with her left hand. Cuisine understood, turned her head to the side and waited for the girl's words. Robin seemingly faintly whispered whispers. In fact, to the hearing level of the three quasi-generals present, it is no different from normal conversation. Because everyone can hear, are they dating? So are children now so precocious? Sakazuki has a solemn look, and casts a deep glance at the friendly army, implying that he is not allowed to say anything. Chapter 20. Cuisine seems to have not understood the eyes of the brother at all. How can I see you wearing a military cap? He deliberately put a hand on his side and pressed it to his mouth as if to hide his voice. Ah la la, sure enough, do you think so too? Then he sat upright, put his hands on his lap, and stared blankly at his blank-faced senior, waiting for the indifferent short-guard man to explode in place. Let me hit my head as soon as you come. Besides, how can it be said that something that is clear at a glance can be said to be a confession? Hey, Ghost Spider, don't you just talk about it. There was a conspicuous cross-shaped knife scar on the left cheek of the speaker. He asked doubtfully, and the object of his questioning was obviously not a good talker. The Ghost Spider burned a match and handed it to the cigarette next to his mouth. He shook his wrist to extinguish the flame, and at the same time took a deep breath of smoke. After the smell of tobacco spread in his mouth, he was content to relax. Spit out, hey, when did I make such a joke to you? But to be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it was true, Doberman. This powerful lieutenant general with scars on his face and a mustache in the original book 20 years later, he is only in his 20s at this time, and his face is bronzed because of long-term drifting on the sea. He shook his head. If someone else came to tell me about this, I would only treat those people as mad. More than 20 sergeants, and individual lieutenants could kill a bounty of 2,000. Juan Bailey's pirate, tell me in detail, how did Master Sakazuki do it? Dogman took a sip of his cigar, staring at the Ghost Spider leaning on the sofa. It's a siege. Ghost Spider shook the cigarette into the ashtray. The siege? Of course it should be the siege. Should they be caught with the pirate? A major general sitting on a padded armchair tidied up his tie, keeping the light yellow tie and the cyan suit in harmony. It is crisp, and the lines of the whole person are smooth and meticulous at first glance. What's different is his tall and erect hair, but if you look closely, those hair just clings to the tall skull that is different from ordinary people. The slightly squinted eyes and the dense circle of the national character who are very consistent with his peaceful and tranquil temperament. As long as his maverick skull, he has a somewhat convoluted name, Stoloberg. The Ghost Spider with thick long hair draped on his shoulders carefully recalled the battle scene that day. Those Marines under the command of Lieutenant General Sakazuki launched an offensive in an orderly manner. Instead of swarming in the past, they hunted their prey just like weaving a tight cobweb. The soldiers in charge of the offense launched raids from multiple angles at the same time, and when the pirates counterattacked, other naval sergeants were in charge of intercepting and blocking, maintaining an extremely fast offensive frequency. Several lieutenants were hidden in the battle circle, using their not-so-skilled shaves to perform disruptive assassinations. Excellent generals will review this battle in their minds after the war, repeatedly scrutinize their shortcomings, and carefully reflect on the gains and losses of this battle and their experience. Tisk. It's a terrible idea. Dogman carefully simulated the situation in his mind based on the description of the ghost spider, and couldn't help taking a breath. No wonder, the ghost spider said so. Sakazuki Lieutenant General is indeed an extremely subtle command. Stolberg opened his eyes completely, clapping his hands sincerely in praise. But he is more concerned about another key question, in other words, can this method of tactics be extended to the entire army? Unfortunately, the Lieutenant General of Sakazuki believes that the current tactics have not undergone more actual combat tests. At the same time, the battle formation itself has shortcomings. It requires soldiers to run in with each other for a long time. After enhancing the stability of the battle circle in the end, this paper war plan can be presented to the marshal. The ghost spider naturally understands what the two are thinking, but it is true that haste is not enough. There are no tactics or weapons that have undergone repeated experimentation. Once the whole army is directly promoted, if there is a mistake in it, it is by no means only a ship of seamen that is endangered. Dogman nodded, it is true, but can we apply to the Sakazuki to assist in the improvement and formation of this battle formation? Thinking like this will be a lot more efficient. Doberman is straight-tempered, but Stanoberi is more thoughtful. I wonder if in Sakazuki will I think I'm waiting for his credit. The Major General is quite deliberate. As the initiator of this delicate battle formation, if it is really promoted on a large scale in the future, it means that the spare combat power has more room for use. The pirates who originally had to rely on the colonel to take action can directly let go of the battle circle led by the lieutenant officer, and the vacated colonel and generals have no significant impact on the battle situation. So Sakazuki, as the original creator, is almost a splash of credit. So now the plan of a few of them is inevitably suspected of grabbing merit. No, Stornoberg, don't underestimate the grandeur of the Lieutenant General in Sakazuki, adults are not that kind of person. Ghost Spider replied flatly. He straightened up. This time I will invite several people to my house to chat. Although it is a custom after each mission, the Lieutenant General in Sakazuki also has the willingness to wait for me to cooperate. Okay. This kind of mind. Worthy of being a role model for the military. Doberman is willing to work for Sakazuki. Doberman, who is already faintly known as Fighting Dog in the Navy headquarters, was the first to express his opinion. The dogs who belonged to the main battle group of the Navy directly supported this highly practical proposal at this moment. The tough and iron-blooded Sakazuki was originally regarded as the leader of the Hawks. Although he himself never formed a party, it is inevitable that those who have good things will divide the faction privately. It's all for justice. Stornoberg stood up solemnly, his military posture upright, and he saluted the ghost spider. All for justice. The three men treated each other with military courtesy in this slightly narrow officers' dormitory, contributing to the future of the powerful Navy headquarters. 44 Three hyenas are a Simba? Before the three ghosts and spiders were seated again, the alarm bells set up on the island of Malenvander all over the island suddenly sounded abruptly, screaming at the same moment. Warnings of this level are almost rare in the past. The three major generals clearly knew that the order of the killing demon that could turn the island into white ground, its rallying number would also be lower than this time of warning. This sirens that resounded through the main fortress and the entire island, except for the reminiscence of the large pirate Golden Lion Shiji invasion in 1498 in Haiwan Li, it never happened again. Could it be that the pirates of the New World started to counterattack the headquarters this time? The three major generals rushed out of the door at the fastest speed. With their eyesight, they could see that many generals in Navy Justice coats had stepped on the air to gather at the headquarter, turning into small black spots in the air. Dogman and the Ghost Spider glanced at each other, their bodies violent, and skillfully used the shave to run towards the huge fortress at high speed. Stoloberg's expression was solemn. He did not hear the sound of fighting from afar, nor the screams of injuries. This made him a little relieved, but the incident that made the headquarters so important must be no more invaded than the pirate group. Take it easy. He also immediately followed the movements of the two in front of him, and quickly moved closer to the military headquarters, waiting for the order to be issued. The Ghost Spiders moved quickly, and they gathered in the marshal's office in just a few minutes. Sakazuki arrived sooner than them. The lieutenant general, who was in a dilemma, faced the sugar-coated cannonballs in front and the rearrangement of friendly forces. The harsh alarm bell sounded like a fairy in his ears. He glanced around at the panicked crowd, and his voice was loud and not panicked. You quickly find the nearest building, enter the house to hide, and wait for the notice from the headquarters of the phone bug to come out again. Jun took Robin's hand while he was speaking and sent the girl into the cold drink shop. Just stand where you are, don't run around. Robin looked at Sakazuki and Kuzan that had disappeared out of the window in the blink of an eye, and obediently nodded at Jun. You have to be careful. At this moment, on the top floor of the main fortress, the large office of the highest officer in the naval military system, Marshal Steelbone, was full of dignified generals. Wearing a dark shirt, a light yellow short scarf is loosely tied under the shirt collar. The clothes that were tightly tightened because of his sturdy figure. As he tightened his arms, Marshal Kong of the Navy headquarters looked around the surrounding generals, and quickly and reasonably arranged the selection of manpower. Kapu, Sengoku, I want you two to sit in the Navy headquarters, although the possibility is very small, but beware of him attacking and attacking again. Sakazuki, Kuzan, you two form a search fleet, surrounding the underwater prison Impelton patrol. Once the opponent is found, report quickly and drag him. Polo Salino led the fast reconnaissance ship to investigate in the open sea area. Other lieutenant generals and major generals deployed defenses at the three gates of justice to strengthen the New World pirates. Be alert, don't let them take advantage of the fire to rob and add to the chaos. Yes. Clear. The old man knows. The burly old man with a Mexican hairstyle resembling a lizard's crown raised his chin, and three white and forked beards pointed at the crowd. Go! All the generals quickly formed a sequence of tasks and went to the naval port to dispatch the warships to sail. Only Carp, Sengoku, and Kong were left in the office. Warring States frowned, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. We all know how tricky his ability is. If he directly calls the warships deployed around Impelton to fly away instead of forcibly breaking through the headquarters, then the layout of the project fell through. I have eaten it once in our hands. I don't think his veteran tactician will make the same mistake. Carp echoed. The muscular pierced empty raised his hand and touched his white beard. He naturally knew that this possibility was in the majority, but he didn't keep that bastard's brain twitching. He single-handedly entered the Navy headquarters as he did 2 years ago, or he patrolled around Impelton for help. Together with the strength of Sakazuki and Kuzan, even if he can't defeat him like Carp and Sengoku. But at any rate, he could hold the opponent tightly, waiting for reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. Polo Salino arranged to investigate in the far sea, relying on his fruit ability to fight and retreat. Airplanes rely on their own rich experience to make deployments in response to what may happen, even if it is a very small possibility, but no one can say what will happen. However, I really didn't understand how he escaped from the heavily guarded place like Pushing City. The Warring States sighed in a low voice. The pirate Admiral Golden Lion who was imprisoned in the 6th floor of Hell. Shiji. Author's message. I was hung up and hammered by my eldest brother Mew today, unhappy. Today I write so much, I don't believe that I won't come back after touching my legs and riding a hammer. 45 The warden who called with the 5 old stars is afraid that it is not a bit swollen. Kuzan and Sakazuki were on the same ship and patrolled Impelton with all their attention. Even Kuzan, who was lazy on weekdays, changed his bad habit of placing recliners on warships. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. The golden lion Chiji is enough to stand on top of Roger and Edward Gaywheat with the white beard. The pirate fleet under his leadership has achieved a great reputation in this vast sea. What's more, 2 years ago, they witnessed the Lion and Ghost rushing to Malin Vander alone to face the joint attack of the two peak forces of the Navy headquarters Warring States and Carp. The Battle of the Three directly destroyed half of the main fortress, and the Golden Lion was a glorious defeat. Even after being detained in Push City for 2 years, the Golden Lion, whose strength is likely to decline, is still not a strong opponent that Kuzan or Sakazuki can repel alone. However, even a ghost shadow was not seen on the sea, and the 2 lieutenants who were still unwilling to give up wandered in the waters surrounding the city for more than an hour. Polosolino also found nothing in the more peripheral areas. After the 3 had roughly explained each other's situation through a phone worm, the 3 unanimously decided to report back to the headquarters, waiting for the marshal's next order. Chapter 21. Unsurprisingly, did the Golden Lion escape? Kong's tone was a bit regretful. It would be even more difficult to catch this legendary pirate now, and I don't know how much effort and money it would cost the Navy. Material resources. You immediately formed an investigation team and went to the site of the incident in Pelton, the great deep-sea prison, to find out how he escaped. Telling. Allah, received. Hey. The largest prison in the world, Impel Down. This deep-sea prison, Propulsion City, is located in the windless zone in the first half of the Great Route, forming a triangle with the marine headquarters of Marine Vatican and the judicial island, Enias Lobby. There is a huge vortex ocean current between the 3, and the huge gate called the Gate of Justice is opened and closed to allow the ocean current to flow in order to enter smoothly. As a place of detention for serious offenders who endanger society, the security measures here are extremely strict. There are more than 10 warships stationed on the outskirts of the prison all year round, arching the outer wall of this fortress. There is only a large suspension bridge between the inner castle and the outer wall. Once the suspension bridge is closed and the suspension bridge is closed, this deep-sea prison will become a dead city, and there are a large number of large sea kings swimming on the seabed outside the prison. It is managed according to the strength of the offender and the level of crime. Corresponding jailers, jailer beasts, and even ferocious beasts that are not known to ordinary people are installed one by one. Every level removes the guards of the jailers, as well as multi-directional video phone worm surveillance. Every warden and deputy director in the prison has a combat power that is close to a general. In the eyes of the world, this giant prison is as daunting as the recorded in the Ukiyo-e. A fleet of top warships and several light patrol and reconnaissance ships arrived at this on Earth at this moment. Impelton, who had already heard about the arrival of the fleet, deployed and arranged the responsible personnel to stand quietly and wait in front of the gate of the outer wall. As the sampan was laid, the 3 lieutenants of similar height walked down quickly with expressionless faces. The deputy director Magellan, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted the 3 members of the crime team sent by the department. I am extremely sorry, but we have no excuse for Pelton's dereliction of duty this time. All members of the deep-sea prison will do their best to cooperate with the investigation. As the deputy director of the prison, Magellan held a very low posture. This time the escape of the Golden Lion made the conscientious Magellan deeply blamed. The headed lieutenant general wore a navy hat, and the shadow under the brim covered most of his face. Sakazuki has an indifferent tone. The reason for this incident and the accountability are later matters. Deputy Director Magellan, please answer me now, where is your warden? There was such a big accident. Next, he planned to hide like this when facing the investigation team of the headquarters? Didn't he even plan to meet us? According to the regulations, the person in charge of the prison should accompany the person in charge of such a major accident or the arraignment of important prisoners as soon as possible. And this time, after the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiji escaped from prison, because Pelton's supreme officer only sent a deputy to dismiss the investigation of the headquarters? With such a bad attitude, it is no wonder that Sakazuki is directly accountable, and even Kuzan and Polo Salino beside him are quite unhappy. Because of Pelton's accident, you let the criminals who the Navy has worked so hard to arrest to escape. In this case, the top officer still holds his own identity and avoids seeing it. Is it really not a shame to be the Navy headquarters? You are misunderstood, the warden is talking with the 5 old stars at this moment. Magellan replied, neither humble nor arrogant, therefore the only arrangement is to accompany him. 5 old stars. Polo Salino repeated softly. As the highest officials of the world government, the 5 old stars naturally have a higher priority than them. But this also means that this incident is highly valued by the high-level officials, and the warden who was called directly by the 5 old stars must have heard nothing good. Sakazuki takes a step forward. In that case, please ask Deputy Director Magellan to take us directly to the Golden Lion's cell. Without the cumbersome courtesy of the bureaucrats of the world government, the other party's words are concise and efficient. Magellan does not think it is a pestle, and it is always more pleasing to be able to do things realistically than relying on a quick mouth. Yes, please come with me. Level 6 Hell is a monster-level figure whose criminals were wiped out of history for being too ferocious. The prisoners at this level are all very powerful guys. They will be sentenced to death or life imprisonment. Because the criminals at this level have done a lot of evil, they have made some excesses. Cruel events. So this 6th level is almost rarely known to outsiders. A group of people passed by dense videophone worms along the way, and the guards were heavily guarded 5 steps and 1 sentry. Riding on the direct elevator, as the number of floors slowly dropped, Kuzan began to learn about the specific situation from Magellan. So, how did Golden Lion Shiji escape? Based on the surveillance and patrol I just saw. Density, it's hard to believe that you will not be able to detect the escape behavior of Golden Lion Shiji in the first place. So, is there any help from the inner ghost? This is really terrible. Polo Salino's tone was strange, but the guesses he said were extremely ridiculous. 46 Detective Sakazuki begins to reason. In Pelton Level 6 Infinite Hell, these special prisoners are divided into single rooms and pass rooms according to their threat levels. As one of the 3 legendary pirates of the Golden Lion Shiji, Pelton naturally arranged a separate cell for him intimately. The fence made of high-quality steel and fine iron is like being torn from the inside to the outside by a beast, revealing a big, hideous hole. The steel on the outside was bent into an arc, and the iron fences near the entrance were broken and twisted and staggered toward the elevator. Sakazuki and others walked out of the elevator, and as far as they could see, the big hole in sharp contrast with the surrounding cells was like a giant beast showing its fangs to the crowd, demonstrating silently. Only a large pool of semi-coagulated blood and a pair of stumped legs were left in the empty cell. Juan. I'm extremely sorry, Deputy Director. I couldn't stop Shiji. The voice came from a guard with a distinctive appearance. He was wearing an Egyptian pharaoh's headdress and his stomach puffed like a ghost. This is... Polo Salino pointed his finger at the weird man in the long guard costume. Sakazuki recognized this evil-looking man Hannibal at a glance. Faced with the escape group composed of supernovae and the original Kaiwohei, he knew that he was invincible, but he still clung to the upper passage node. Magellan put his palms together and pointed to Hannibal to introduce to the 3 lieutenant generals. He is the current warden Hannibal of Pelton Grand Prison. At the same time, he was the first to witness the escape of the Golden Lion Shiji. Oh! How did you see him escape? The explanation made by Deputy Administrator Magellan made the 3 lieutenant generals turn their attention to this side. No. I didn't see what happened in the beginning. Hannibal waved his hand in a panic. Sakazuki walked to the outside of the broken prison and looked carefully at the curved iron bars. He didn't look back. Starting from how you discovered Shiji's escape from prison, Hannibal, I want you to remember what happened at that time. Everything of Hannibal gently touched the devilish horns on his forehead. Today is the day of feeding in the prison. As usual, I will come down to check the cold food records for the 6th-tier prisoners. Kuzan turned his head to look at Magellan, and saw that the other party nodded slightly to show that Hannibal was not lying. But when the elevator just reached the 6th floor, I heard a loud noise inside, accompanied by the harsh noise of steel breaking. That is to say, the Golden Lion Shiji had already broken free from the stone shackles of the sea tower and destroyed the cell. Sakazuki cast his eyes on the stump in the pool of blood. Hannibal nodded constantly. Yes, I immediately rushed into to find out what happened. Then I found that the cell of the deposit lion Shiji broke through from the inside out. And Shiji was missing. Wait, Magellan said that you were the first to witness the escape of the Golden Lion. Polosalino keenly grasped the loopholes in the other party's words. If Shijinran was not found, then how would Magellan claim that Hannibal saw it with his own eyes in the process of Golden Lion escape? Then, I saw him. Where? Hannibal lifted his head, trembling fingers pointed at a beam on a high place. In that place, Ski was sitting there, his legs dripping with blood. Ha ha ha, laughed and asked me about his famous sword Sakura-ten and Deadwood where are. Before Hannibal's voice fell, the person with the shining fruit ability had already appeared on the beam he was referring to. Oh, it's true. Sakazuki, I saw some drops of blood on the beam. Polosalino squatted on the beam and gave Sakazuki into the cell of the Golden Lion Shiji. Confirming the message. A pair of broken legs still wearing fetters lay quietly there. The legs broke from the knees, and the wound was not as smooth as a mirror, but it was as if it had been cut by a small knife countless times, full of fine knife marks. Shiji is a capable person. This is well known. The natural restraint of a substance like halo stone is harder than diamonds. It makes it an excellent material for shackles, and those without any ability can perform vigorous exercises under the suppression of the sea floor stone. Therefore, the great undersea prison gave Shiji a shackle made of Shanghai Lu Shi and placed him here with great confidence. Sakazuki is puzzled. How can he still use his strength to cut off his feet under the influence of Halashi? Kuzan also slowly walked into the scene of the crime. He squatted down and picked up a sea floor stone with a broken foot. He felt weak, and even the simple gesture of raising his hand became difficult. He looked at Sakazuki and said in a deep voice, "The halo stone shackles have not been replaced, which means that Shiji was weakened, completely unable to lift the spirit and other negative effects, and used unknown methods to cut off the double the leg escaped from Impelton. It's not an unknown technique, Kuzan, Polosalino, Magellan, look." Sakazuki seems to have discovered something. He put his finger into the cross-section wound of a broken leg and fumbled carefully, then take out one thing. 47 iron-blooded man, true man. This is, bone fragments. Kuzan squinted his eyes and looked at the object pinched between his fingers and Sakazuki. I don't think this is part of Shiji's body, right? Magellan, who had not spoken all the time, finally said, and he gestured the shape of the fragment with his thick fingers. Chapter 22. Sakazuki shook his head. It's really not. The knee is the connecting part between the upper and lower legs, but there is no such sharp bone. He looked up at Polosalino, who had moved through the photon of the Yata mirror, and handed over the fragments. Can you tell what kind of animal bones this is? Hey, this is too difficult for me. I can't tell you exactly what sea beast is, but this two-fingered bone blade is undoubtedly made by rough grinding from the spine bone fragments of the sea beast. Russolino picked up the fragment, placed the bone between his thumb and index finger, and pressed it in front of his eyes to identify it, while turning his gaze to Hannibal's side. Sea beast bones? Could it be the sea kings that Brug Elila hunted? Brug Elila? Asked Kuzan, who was a little clouded by Hannibal's words. Magellan took the words. Brug Elila is the jailer who pushed the Red Lotus under the first floor of the city of Impelton, which is what we often call the Blue Orangutan. They remove the maintenance of the first level of public order and management, and at the same time because they are very good at breath holding and swimming, the prison arranged for them to hunt and kill the sea beasts on the bottom of the sea as a supplement to food. Many people regard Neptunes and sea beasts as the same type. In fact, there is a big difference. There is no wind zone or Neptune nests located in the abyss of the sea, where the giant sea kings appear in groups can be truly shocking. Behemoth. Sea beasts are common species in the sea. They have different shapes and generally have beast heads and fish bodies. Most pirate ships, merchant ships, and naval warships encounter these sea beasts that do not belong to the Sea King class. These huge but not too fierce animals are often beaten by some strong men, and they are regarded as a high-quality source of food in this deep-sea prison. The blue orangutans wielded a huge double-edged axe to dismember these sea beasts or sea kings directly in the sea, carrying food of nearly the same weight back to the large prison and sending the food to the cold storage room. In this process, it is inevitable that some pieces of meat with bones will be cut off together, frozen in the cold storage, and finally sent to the prisoners. Kuzan still scratched his fluffy curly hair in a puzzled way. Although the tool is found, it is unlikely to be sharp enough to cut off the bones of the leg. Not to mention the golden lion history. That strong body. Sakazuki directly held a broken leg covered with hair in his hand, and showed the broken cross-section to everyone. This is his horrible place, you see. Between the calf and thigh the skin and muscles on the joints were cut open by sharp tools, and the 4 ligaments in the main internal structure of his knee were all white marks left after being slowly pulled back and forth by the sharp blade. Oh! Really? The rupture of the ligament doesn't look like it was directly split by a knife. Hannibal stepped forward, staring at the blood-infested but still identifiable scratch. The meniscus, which was used to cushion the knee joint vibration and avoid the direct collision between the lower end of the femur and the upper end of the tibia, was directly torn away. He bypassed the front patella. The lieutenant general wearing a military cap could not help but feel a little bit. There was a chill behind. Kuzan understood what the Golden Lion did. That is really cruel. Although he is under the confinement of Hailishi, his domineering can still be used. He used his own armed color domineering winding to strengthen the roughness on the ground. Polished bone fragments, and then performed a precision surgery on yourself. That, lunatic. Polosolino sighed softly. Using this inferior scalpel without the help of anesthetics and fully awake, even in the parts that need to be cut multiple times. Did you cut it under severe pain? Perhaps the previous few people did not realize what Shiji did, but with the explanation of Sakazuki and the supplements of others, the vague case was gradually sorted out and restored. That, lunatic. This is the voice of everyone present. As enemies, they have to admit, and even admire the big pirate who escaped from prison, such a move and terrifying willpower. This kind of legendary big pirate, except for the large-scale killing and destructive fruit ability, the extremely high-ranking two-color domineering and tyrannical physique, which are enough to dominate the team's aptitude and ability. What kind of tenacity is there? These tough-willed people will be strong even if they don't have the indispensable and inborn domineering look. But unfortunately, people who often possess this kind of perseverance are also the domineering who can best match the king aptitude. It is hard to imagine that such a tough lunatic would give up after escaping from prison after paying such a heavy price. Porosalino glanced at the watch he was wearing on his left hand. Since we have found the cause, are we going to report to Marshal Sakazuki? Sakazuki. The calm lieutenant general looked around at the crowd. Do you have any opinions that need to be supplemented and corroborated? No. I want to be the warden. Shut up, Hannibal. Seeing that there is no objection, Sakazuki took out the communication phone worm in his pocket. Marshal Sakazaki, the above is the result of this investigation. Even when facing the phone worm instead of himself, Sakazuki still salutes it. That's the case, Golden Lion Shiji, what a tough spirit this is. This terrible opponent is now escaping, and it really makes people sleepless. You go back to the headquarters first. Sora made a decision, and the phone worm showed his frowning expression. I will propose a rectification plan to Wu Lao Xing. Seeing the end of the dialogue, Magellan turned his gaze to the general headed by, "Are you ready to return? Do you need me to report to your warden?" Deputy Administrator Magellan, thank you very much for your cooperation and support, so that the case can be investigated quickly. I will report the details of this operation to the Marshal and General according to the facts. Sakazuki turned and walked towards the elevator. As for what news does the warden deliver? I don't think this is necessary anymore. Under this kind of error, does he still want to not be held accountable? 48 young people don't want to make big news all day long. It was late at night when the warship arrived at Marin Vatican. The small turmoil on the island caused by the alarm has long since calmed down. Under the star-moon intertwined night sky, everything has returned to peace. Only the inside of the fort is brightly lit, and the information from all parties is transmitted quickly and efficiently. Report. The investigative fleet to Impelton has returned to the headquarters. A major notified each conference room of the latest news from the port. The lieutenants who were previously required to be stationed around the 3 gates of justice have successively returned to Marin Vander to stand by as the alarm was lifted, and conducted emergency investigations on key areas or islands where golden lions may appear and attack. The golden lion Shiji broke his leg and walked away. The steel bone did not mean to conceal the news, and it spread immediately on the level of the general officer's news. Since the golden lion escaped from the big prison, we chose to avoid the edge when we searched the fleet for investigation. Is this a kind of concession? Dao Berman, who was sitting in the back seat of the conference room, asked aloud. I agree with this view. Even if it is a great pirate like Shiji, it will take some time to cultivate and rejuvenate after experiencing Pelton's torment and his physical disability, right? Huo Xiaoshan rubbed his own fleshy mound. Duan's nose, added with a smile. The ghost spider lit a cigarette and stared at the Sakazuki sitting in the front row. So, what about the patrol of our warships in the short term? Should the pirates who cannot be caught, and the golden lion continue to hunt? To be honest, our strength is somewhat stretched. Crane, with both hands on the round table in the conference room, glanced at the major generals who were in the back seat. I'm still too young, and I still lack experience, she thought. He still decided to dispel the unrealistic thoughts of these children. Don't think that this is the victory of the Navy. Since the golden lion can cut off his legs with perseverance, how can he die willingly in peace? During this time we will notify all bases and branches to strengthen their guards. As for the hunt for the golden lion, few of the lieutenants in this department can reluctantly hold him. We are simply unable to hunt him down and can only passively defend. Kuzan sitting on the side of Sakazuki nodded. Well, actually what Hua Shaishan said is not unreasonable. We went to investigate on the spot in Impelton. This time the golden lion Shiji is indeed a big injury. I don't think he will rush into a surprise attack, so he will have to cultivate for a while. The admiral sitting in the center listened carefully to the general's speculations, and he watched Sakazuki, which had been bowing his head in silence. As the leader of this investigation, apart from his strong strength, Sora himself also carries a hint of consideration in it. Being able to speak does not mean being able to do things. Fortunately, Sakazuki did not disappoint him. Sora has never been a person who admires authority and status. He has always regarded Zifa, Karp, and the warring states generals and lieutenants as his brothers, rather than his subordinates. Speaking farther, even when the original warring states stepped down as the marshal, he still called him the big brother from the bottom of his heart. Even in the face of Karp's dereliction of duty during the war on the top of Karp, it was only for him to come forward to deal with all parties. Under the rank of Karp. After the capture of the pirate king Gore D. Roger, with this great contribution, the 5 old stars had planned to arrange for him to be promoted to the post of military commander, but Sora himself proposed to postpone it. He is not greedy for the position of the admiral, but during his tenure, he can still rely on his face and prestige to continue to take care of these brothers. As long as you are in power, there will not be too much turmoil, and you will be able to provide shelter from the wind and rain for the new generation of Navy seedlings to continue to grow, and provide better talent resources for the next martial candidate warring states period. More adequate preparation for opportunities. Long-term plans such as the organization of naval scientific forces have just been put on the agenda. If the replacement of marshals is carried out at this initial stage, then the time for the start of construction will inevitably be delayed. Not to mention a bunch of other messy messes, the maintenance of the authority of the Tianlong people, the wrangling between various kingdoms, internal chaos. Kong said in his heart, "Wait, wait. When the seedlings become towering trees, you can safely take charge of the commander of the whole army of the world government." The growth and rise of a group of young and Zhuang navies headed by Sakazuki, Polisalino, and Kuzan made Wu Ziwei really gratified. The navy cannot always rely on some old guys to support it. The most important thing for the continuation of a power is successors. Sakazuki, as the person in charge of this operation, talk about your thoughts. Sengoku noticed Sakazuki's hint and said. Sakazuki, which was dug daily by his boss, raised his head. His perseverance and determination are rare in the world for a legendary big pirate like Shiji. After absorbing the experience and lessons of the failure of his own raid on the headquarters, he does not rule out his attack on the navy. The bases, fortresses, and branches are launching lone wolf-style raids, but it is more likely that he will recruit his subordinates to form forces to carry out large-scale confrontations. Even occupy an island for inhumane research. It is not impossible for us to engage in gas warfare and biochemical warfare in the future. Combining the impression of the theater version, Sakazuki talks about possibilities in more detail. Chapter 23. Yes, these aspects mentioned in Sakazuki are very specific, and Sengoku and I have also guessed this way before. Sora nodded with satisfaction. Besides the strength of the general, the prestige within the army is also crucial. Important. Excellent overall view and reasonable handling of emergencies are also key to the assessment. As a decision maker, it is not only necessary to have the power to dominate the battlefield of one side, but also dominance and strategy on the qualified line are also essential. The commended lieutenant inadvertently caught a glimpse of the chief Zenguo closing his eyes and whisking his beard, and suddenly understood that the marshal must have discussed this kind of big issue with the general. It seems that his performance is still expected by the general. Accelerate the initial construction of the naval scientific force, and let the scientists of the world government come up with a plan in a short time. The marshal said at aggression. All of you here share the same feeling. If there is no strong military technical support and excellent medical rescue, they don't know how many death notices they have to add or write for the Navy's continuous campaign. Without the strong support and frequent urging of the marshal, if this matter only relies on government departments, relying on the bureaucratic and formalist excuses can make the composition of the scientific force technical personnel 100 years away. It can be said that it is the air that chooses the Navy, and it is also the Navy that chooses the air. 49 How to lose the flying dragon riding face, on. After coming out of the meeting at the headquarters of the fortress, the generals returned to their dormitories to rest. The lieutenant who hung up the coat of justice solemnly and kept his nerves tense all day compared it a little. He even felt that the threat that Jun brought to him was much greater than that of Golden Lion Shiji. After simply washing and taking care of it, I lay on the bed until I was about to fall asleep. My 5 internal organs buzzed with dissatisfaction, and Sakazuki realized that I had never eaten dinner. After searching the dormitory, I found a bag of instant noodles and a dozen eggs. This was the military food that Jonathan brought to Sakazuki during the last visit, which was not required by the military, and it came in handy. Instant noodles are convenient and quick to eat, but they lack sufficient nutrients. The most important point is that on warships where freshwater resources are extremely important, this kind of fast food that requires a lot of fresh water to brew has been unanimously denied by Marine soldiers and chefs. The food vendor who failed the recommendation easily stuffed the bag of instant noodles into Jonathan's arms when he was disappointed. In the spirit of being a dead friend and not being a poor man, Jonathan brought it again at a high beer 3 months ago. Give Sakazuki. Instant noodles are lonely food. The water boils at 100 degrees, and the noodles are boiled through in 3 minutes, but the teeth are most resilient when they are not through. Perfection only exists in a moment. Time is the enemy of noodles. The noodles in this second and the noodles in the next are two completely different bowls. On the stall was a golden, gorgeous, and fluffy omelette, and the hot noodle soup was polished with a thin layer of oil stains. The tall lieutenant admiral, who was naked in the kitchen, cautiously put tonight's dinner on the table. Staring at this steaming bowl of instant noodles, Sakazuki seems to have returned to the past life. At that time, one person was studying in the dormitory. A cup of instant noodles and a book are the most interesting memories of the student days. When you are alone, you are the easiest to be touched by the scenery, to see your true self, one's dinner, one's gathering, and dispersal. Alone in a world that seems familiar but unfamiliar, walks alone and stands alone. He is alone, alone. Boom, boom, 2 light and short knocks on the door. Sakazuki has recovered. Who else will bother me at this late hour? Is there a new task order to execute urgently? Not much. The thought of Sakazuki opened the door with his hand. Since then, he has developed the habit of mobilizing domineering investigation before opening the door wherever and whenever he opens the door, because Robin and Jun are outside. The little girl was holding a box of bento in her left hand, and her right hand was raised in the air, planning to continue knocking on the door after a short pause, while Jun stood quietly behind her. It's so late, why don't you take a break? Jong is still hot after all, Sakazuki asked first. Gee. Miss Sika guessed that you didn't have dinner either. Bye, let me bring the lunch. Robin stammered and finished. She lowered her head, forcing her to keep her eyes from the Sakazuki. Major generals must have finished the meeting in advance. You must have known it. Then I went to Jessica's house to confirm Robin's situation. After all, I placed the child in the cold drink shop. Jun spoke very consciously, and she stretched out her hand and rubbed it. Robin's hair is very handy, and he looks at Sakazuki with a smile. By the way, he has a good body. Blocked at the door of the house, the 8 angled abdominal muscles of the middle are exposed, and the 2 strong pectoralis major are like hard rocks, and the navy blue fire pattern that overturns the left half of the body is dotted with blossoms. Small and delicate rose. Jun is not like Robin, who is shy when he sees a man's upper body. Among the pirates she encounters with soldiers in battle, there are many perverts and perverts. In order to win, these scumbags still get rid of the Navy's pursuit, but they have done all kinds of indiscriminate actions. All the pirates who dared to dance the elephant dance in front of her, the female general unceremoniously let them lose their man's capital forever. Naive, my old lady is driving a warship, you scumbags still dare to drive in front of me? You are seeking your own death. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, the heroine swordsman even wanted to study the tattoos on the body of Sakazuki. This female hooligan. Sakazuki tries to keep her majesty by turning her lips down. I'll add some clothes. Sakazuki, who was riding his face by the flying dragon, Jun, rushed into the inner room with a shaven, took out a dark red primer and beach-style shirt from the closet and quickly put it on. When it was confirmed that no trace of the golden lion was found, Robin was picked up by Jessica in the afternoon. The two are quite worried about the situation outside, and even more worried about the Jonathan and others who are working outside. The absent-minded two hurriedly ate dinner until Jun, who had only been acquainted with Jessica, came to confirm the news of the child and let them know the outline of the matter. Knowing that everyone had returned safely and was having a meeting in the headquarters, Jessica relieved the heart that had been hanging in her throat. Jun and Jessica are old acquaintances, and we have worked together on Crane's warship. Jessica's cooking in Jun was naturally tasted, so when Jessica invited Jun to leave something to eat when he was pregnant, Jianhao readily agreed. Gossip is a woman's nature, and it is also an effective means for two old friends to quickly get closer after they haven't seen each other for a long time. How did you meet this kid? Jessica played the kid's card, and Jun confirmed that Robin's trail actually aroused Jessica's curiosity, sense of crisis. Jun put down his fork and wiped the corners of his mouth gracefully. It was Sakazuki that I met when I went to the cold drink shop, although I had heard of little Robin from Sister Tsuru a long time ago. Seeing that it was not for Jonathan's own mail ticket, Jessica was secretly happy, and of course the gossip came from Sakazuki in Jun's mouth. Sakazuki? Why would you go for a cold drink with him? The shop? You guys didn't know each other before, did you? Now, Yuan Zhang, are you here? Jessica deliberately half-talked and waited for Jun to speak with a smile. It was the general and Sister Tsuru who arranged for me to guide me on how to bring girls and Sakazuki in more detail. Although I got the words of Sakazuki in the fortress agreeing to communicate, but Jun is not the kind of woman who can make an inch. She doesn't like to go around to make news that the two are dating. Moreover, the low-key behavior of Sakazuki has never publicly publicized the affairs of the two. Oh, I understand, Jessica, with an expression of someone coming over, hugged Jun's shoulder sideways. It's Ren Shi well. Would you like my sister to teach you how to sublimate this pure revolutionary friendship? Jonathan used to eat this one very much. Jessica smiled like a cat that caught a fish. Then please. Jun shook shamefully. 50 Flying Dragon, Jun, how to lose when riding a face, middle. If you want to grab a man's heart, you must first learn to grab his stomach, Jessica said earnestly, her slender jade fingers slowly sliding over the other two bento on the table. Since you didn't even have time to eat dinner in Jun, you must be the lieutenant generals. Jessica did not finish her words. A cry of wailing came from outside the door, and people came first. I'm going to starve to death, Jessica. Lieutenant generals are generally strong, even if they continue to fight in a harsh environment, they can last for several days without eating or drinking. By doing this, Jonathan was naturally betraying him. Obviously he had the key to the dormitory. But he was like a puppy strolling outside, waiting for the mistress to open the door. Jessica complained with a hint of helplessness, "Don't you have the key?" Jonathan, but the pampering in her eyes could not be concealed. She smiled apologetically at Jun next to her, and turned around to open the door for her husband. The short brown hair of Jonathan, who had just finished the meeting from the headquarters, turned up in a mess. With a dusty face, even if he encounters a major emergency, he will always keep a bright smile when facing his beloved wife. "I'm hungry. I want to eat," the new lieutenant general, who was calm and wise outside, sold cute brazenly. "Jonathan, we have guests." Jessica, who managed to hold back a smile, let go of her tender body, and pointed her husband to Jun, who was sitting at the dining table and looking over here. Jonathan scratched his messy hair. "Haha, I'm sorry to let you read the joke." He slapped Haha. "Are you Jessica's comrade in arms? I think you are called Jun, right? Where, the two are so loving, it's too late for Jun's envy." Jianhao somewhat envied the couple in front of him from his heart. Jessica gently touched Jonathan, who was about to run towards the dinner table, with her elbow. "Robin, what's the first thing in the meal?" Robin, who is not interested in gossip topics, has been lying on the sofa and reading. The girl raised her head to Jessica with a bright smile. "Be sure to wash your hands before meals." The former top warship chef stared at his husband with a smile, and did not speak kindly. The head of the household, who could not bear this silent objection, wailed again, "I haven't eaten in a day." He said so, but Jonathan walked to the bathroom very honestly. "It's really delicious, it's delicious, it's delicious." Some lieutenants with tracheitis gulped through the delicious bento, and didn't hesitate to compliment themselves. Chapter 24. The wife who was almost praised to heaven was sitting opposite with a smile, her white hands supporting her chin and watching Jonathan carefully, as if she couldn't get tired of it. She suddenly pointed to vegetables. "Good." The carnivore's small abacus was seen through, and he hesitated to pick up the broccoli that was deliberately set aside in the bento box and put it in his mouth. As if suddenly remembering something, Jessica pointed to another lunch box. Jonathan is stationed at the gate of justice and has not eaten, then the Sakazuki that has been patrolling should have not eaten yet. Robin, the delicate blonde beauty, folded her hands together. Can I ask you to send food to Sakazuki? Me? The little girl who was named again replied with some uncertainty. Jun, can I ask you to accompany Robin? I still feel a little worried when the kids go out at night. It's okay to have a super powerful swordsman to accompany you. Jessica looked at Jun mischievously after blinking. My sister can only help you get here, The tall Jun stood up and compared Robin and Jessica's eyes with a cute scissors hand. Waving goodbye to the girl who is determined to be a dog, Jessica returned to the table and sighed softly. I hope this daily life can change the relationship between Sakazuki and Robin. I always feel that the child is a little bit against Sakazuki. Jonathan gently held his wife's hand. We don't know what is wrong between them, but I believe that all this will pass over time. Whether it is Robin or Sakazuki. Yet. Jessica shook her husband's hand back, smiling intoxicatingly. Would you like some lemonade? Sakazuki, who got dressed and walked out of the inner room, greeted the two sitting on the sofa. Robin handed out the bento in his arms. Add ice. Thank you, Sakazuki. Miss Jessica said you haven't eaten dinner yet. Finally, the less awkward hunk took the lunch from the girl with both hands, and said in a deep voice, I should thank you for it. Miss Jessica has bothered. Seeing Sakazuki treat the food she delivered so solemnly, the little girl actually still has some small satisfaction in her heart, but for a while, she still couldn't give her most sincere smile to the burly general in front of her. Some things are too unforgettable and can only be hidden in the bottom of my heart, like drinking absinthe to slowly soak the bitterness. Sakazuki looked back at the steaming instant noodles, which was a bit difficult to choose for a while. Jun looked at the large bowl of noodles along his side and asked, Is this instant noodles? Yes, it was given to me by Jonathan last time. The rockberry who finally found the topic breathed a sigh of relief. It is still difficult to see this kind of food with no nutritional value in the headquarters. Jianhao's voice is still cold, but anyone who is attentive can hear a bit of it. Embarrassed, well, I really haven't tasted it in warships and the cafeteria. This is all here, Sakazuki naturally understands, but he hesitates, his voice is low, but hesitates and hesitates. That is not common in normal days. Would you like to taste it? Although I definitely don't cook as well as the chefs. Craftsmanship. He turned his eyes to the little girl drinking lemonade again. Robin, do you want to have some supper? Sakazuki thought for a while and added in a low voice, usually Jessica will not let you if she wants to come. Eat this fast, junk food, do you want us to taste it secretly? The two ladies nodded unanimously. Without noticing the routine, Sakazuki turned around and walked into the kitchen to add a pair of bowls and chopsticks to the two of them, and used the chopsticks to serve the two girls with a small bowl of just the right amount of instant noodles. It won't taste good when it's cold. Ns. He opened the lunch box he sent, and vegetables, seafood, rice, and meat were delicately arranged in a small food box. He stretched out his chopsticks to pick up 2 fried shrimps and put them into Robin's bowl, and put all the tempting barbecued pork in the soup in Jun. Sakazuki picked up the lunch box, and the three said in unison, I'm moving. 51 How to lose the flying dragon riding face. I won't write it down for you after drinking. Murlocs, half human and half fish, can walk upright. Breathe with the lungs on land, and breath with the gills in the water. Murlocs have more than 10 times the wrist strength of ordinary humans, and they are natural experts in naval warfare. Are you serious? Sakazuki. Sengoku has been frowning since Golden Lion Chiji escaped from Impelton. His eyebrows were almost twisted together. He couldn't help but straighten his waist from the soft sofa. Enter the Fisherman Island. Are you convulsed intermittently by carp? Hey! What do you mean? The warring states. The naval hero lying next to a shot scooped up the sitting comrades, spitting. Ignoring the two elder brothers who started to wrestle in the solemn Navy headquarters room, staring at the straight young and strong Lieutenant General standing a few steps away, I have no way to agree to the 4C's disinfection plan you mentioned earlier. The Navy's manpower is already stretched. We simply can't mobilize so much combat power to station around the world to hunt pirates regularly. Marshal Sora, I know that. The tone of Sakazuki did not change. 5 old stars will not agree that we give up the pirates swarming on the 7 great sea lanes and instead target the 4 seas. The pirates who are ready to move in the New World are staying honestly because of the concentrated combat power of the headquarters. Their respective sea areas. Kong continued to add. Once the pirates of the New World counterattack the Holy Land Marijoa, the gang of Tian Longren will not be able to sit still. Sakazuki sneered with a rare sneer. Of course, I will not fall into the headquarter in unrighteousness, but stationed on Fishman Island is just 4C's disinfection's preliminary plan. Sengoku rectified the military uniform that had been messed up by Carp. He turned and stared at his subordinates. The Sakazuki I know is not a reckless person. Explain your plan in detail. Sakazuki paid a military salute and walked to the battle table with a huge world map. Everyone, please move. Fishman Island is located on the seabed 10,000 meters below the Holy Land Marek Shwa, and it is the only place to reach the New World. It is also the birthplace of most Murlocs and merfolks. Carp placed his hands in his trouser pockets and carefully looked at the direction of Sakazuki. This naval hero is always carefree, but it doesn't mean that he has no brains. To get to the Fisherman Island, you must pass through the coater of the Chamardayan Islands to coat the ships. It can be said that there are 2 main points of the relationship between the Fisherman Island and the Chamardayan Islands. Close. Do you mean that the Navy should be stationed at the checkpoints of Chamardayan Islands and Murloc Island, and the aboriginal people of Murloc Island will block all the pirate groups who have worked the Great Route? The warring states took the topic. The idea is very good. Okay, but have you ever considered the complicated and sharp relationship between Murloc Island and us? Sakazuki glanced at his boss and asked cautiously, if I remember correctly, the Murlocs and mermaids on the island were once classified as fish by humans, and they were discriminated against by humans until 200 years ago. After the former Dragon Palace Kingdom became a member of the world government, it began to forge friendly relations with humans. The King of Fishman Island was also allowed to participate in the World Conference. Kong nodded and confirmed the news. Nevertheless, we cannot deny that most humans still hold an aversion to Murlocs. This is also the root cause of our worries about this plan, where the Navy cannot be defended by a large number of people. The pirates attacked, but also worried about the retaliatory attacks of the Murlocs and merfolk who hate human beings on the Navy stationed there, and they will suffer from the enemy. Seeing that the Marshal said something, Sakazuki also bluntly said. Even we can say that the problem of discrimination has not improved, but has worsened. Because after Roger was executed, the number of pirates has increased unabated, and the number of pirates has risen in a blowout manner. Many pirates passing by here have also begun large-scale abductions and looting of the Murlocs and mermaid tribes on the island, because young female mermaids can be sold at high prices in human trafficking grounds. Human pirates who come here often abduct mermaids on the island. Sakazuki is deeply embarrassed. I don't know if the Marshal, you really don't know, or you were forced to close one eye by the senior government of the world. In addition to the pirates, part of the Navy who came after the pirates was to please the Tianlong people also participated in the plunder of the Murlocs and mermaids. Sakazuki really hates this kind of behavior. He looks at the high-ranking Navy in this room. We soldiers arrested innocent civilians from the countries of the world government and used them as slaves to pay tribute to the dragon people. Carp directly spit on the ground, turning his head and staring at Kong. Is this true? This is so ashamed of the Navy. Although it can be regarded as the unspoken rule of the military to the Tianlongren, this time Sakazuki did not give any affection to anyone, and directly put the problem on the table. Kongda did not appear embarrassed. Wu Laoxing once gave me a call to signal the navy to rescue the mermaid from the pirates, but the navy should not interfere in the handling of the incident afterwards. After all, it is a direct order from the 5 old stars, and Brother Kong can't help it. As a general, the Warring States period obviously has a certain understanding of this matter, and came forward to make a round. Military personnel are task-oriented. The high-level government and the Tianlong people are so arrogant. We really have to carry this notoriety on their backs. Sakazuki gave the marshal a step down, and his words changed, but this time the plan is an opportunity. The important strategic location of Murloc Island is self-evident. Let me lead a fleet stationed on Murloc Island. The powerful New World pirate forces are carrying out blood transfusions. On the other hand, the 5 old stars must have been coveting these naval warfare experts for a long time. They can maintain the security and stability of the fisherman island and close its relationship with the government. It can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How happy the world government not for. In fact, the world government's decision to recruit An Jinping as Kaiwahei in the original book naturally had similar considerations. But in the end things backfired, and they made wedding dresses for the reputation of the Straw Hat Group for nothing. The Warring States period was silent, and the words in Sakazuki were profound and simple, and every sentence came from the heart and soul. With the current trend, the Navy headquarters simply cannot hunt down these numerous pirates. Some pirate potential stocks are constantly breaking through their own strength with the help of naval pressure. Since the pirates are scattered and unable to catch them in the process, they can at least catch them all at once when they are concentrated. Sora stared at the map locations of Murloc Island and Chamardayan Islands referred to in Sakazuki without raising his head. So, what is the price? Sakazuki. The people of Denon made a slight concession to pet demand. Other issues and disputes are left to my fleet to deal with, Sakazuki wrote lightly. Our navy has no action, and the pirates in the New World will not be without action. The Warring States period supported the remarks under his own heart, for example, Whitebeard. Let me think about it, Sakazuki, let me think about it. Sora was tempted. Author's message. I felt cold after being filled with 5 bottles of beer, but I have to write this chapter today. Dogs only fish. Although the protagonist is the red dog. Chapter 25. 52 Man is a political animal. The Navy headquarters does not have any fixed holidays. As a soldier, Sakazuki has never complained or regretted this. But different from the usual sailing, the highest commander of the Navy headquarters, the highest commander of the Navy that controls the 4 seas and various channels, the Admiral of the Navy is also on the warship. Sakazuki took the Marshal's flagship, and was escorted by 3 other warships to the holy place of Mary Joya, the seat of the highest official of the world government. And his ship is led by the Ghost Spider to the Chambord Islands, waiting for the matter to be settled. The 5 old stars, the 5 leaders with the highest authority of the world government, the highest leaders of other complex departments such as the major institutions of the world government, the franchise countries, and so on. Including the secret spy agencies directly under the world government, and the navy that the world government acts as a facade. This is the first time that Sakazuki has seen the 5 highest officials of the world government in person. Does it involve the celestial dragon? An old man with white curly hair whispered to himself. He has a fluffy white beard and a scar on his left cheek. Even sitting on the sofa, he habitually uses his hands to pestle a wooden cane with a natural spiral texture. The other old man slowly turned around to face Kong. The previous admiral had been gazing at the giant world map mural opposite Kong with his back hand while explaining his plan. The tailor-made dark blue suit is more sturdy because of his straight stance. The previous O'Hara incident was when he was the external representative to talk to scholars. A neatly groomed pure white long hair hangs around his waist, and even his beard has been carefully combed. He glanced at the soldier who had been listening behind him. The rank of lieutenant was also considered the backbone of the navy. The generals who could be brought here by Kong must still be highly regarded. Even this proposal is inseparable from the person in front of you. He thought to himself. From the perspective of strategic layout and long-term impact, this proposal is indeed quite forward-looking. The old man's reply was more pertinent, and he turned his attention to another authority standing with arms folded. The blond man dressed in a burgundy suit was completely different from his previous well-dressed companion. He didn't wear a tie, and the buttons on the top of his shirt were also open, revealing a bleak scar on his chest. He stretched out a hand and rubbed the short tufts of light golden beard on his chin. If the precious naval forces of the Fisherman Island can be used by the world government, it would be a good thing. It's really killing two birds with one stone. The pudgy old man sitting on the sofa in a dark green suit took the topic. He had a distinctive figure-8 mustache and a birthmark on his forehead that resembled a map of the world. His style changed, but what qualifications do you have to ask the Tianlong people to do what your navy says? You are just the facade of the government. Yes, if the privileges of the Tianlong people are arbitrarily trampled by our own people, how can the face of the world government survive? Putting a samurai sword on his shoulder and knocking it casually, the unsmiling bald kimono old man stared sharply at the two in front of him. Navy. Faced with the highest authority of the world government, he nodded his head. If you ignore the Tianlong people, I have discussed with the warring states and others. The feasibility of this plan is very high. On the existing basis, only you are needed. Add a personal safety agreement for Fisherman Island citizens issued by the world government. The old man in kimono pushed his glasses down, and said sternly, "Where is the dragon man that day? Sora? Did you know that once this decree is issued, your navy will become a target of public criticism, not just for the pirates who wish to enter the New World, mass slave traders, grey zone personnel, and pet-loving Tianlong people are completely offended here." Before the admiral could reply, a low voice sounded from Kong's side, "If we station troops on the Chambord Islands and Fishman Island, the veteran pirates who are closest to Raedriff and the growing team, it's hard for the new pirates to get a blood transfusion from the rear pirate team. In addition, the Shanghai pirates are not monolithic in the first place, and the other is changing. It takes less than 20 to 30 years for the government to directly send troops into the New World. Exterminate those pirates who are closest to the text of history. Are you Sakazuki? The Warring States period mentioned you in the report on O'Hara initiating the killing order." The brown-black blonde man rubbed his temples. "If I didn't I remember it wrong, the Warring States period spoke highly of you." The long-haired elder who was reminded by his colleagues finally remembered where he had seen the photo of this lieutenant general. Among the 5 people, his temperament is the most elegant. He was originally in position with high authority, and always gave people a high level and simple feeling, able to execute orders decisively, and be able to make reasonable decisions in emergencies. Adjust the deployment. Did you come up with the plan of Sakazuki? Sora frowned. He was a little worried that the 5 old stars would directly be angry with Sakazuki, and rushed to explain, "It is indeed the draft proposed by him, but it was approved and reviewed by me, and finally finalized by Sakazuki Carp." The voice of the old man with long hair like a waterfall eased. "We didn't mean to blame him, Sora, you don't have to rush to take this matter." The 5 people carefully inquired about the government and navy personnel after the slaughter of the Demon Order, and they were fairly satisfied with the actions of the fluent lieutenant. "You are still just an ordinary lieutenant general, and naturally you can't access extremely dense intelligence. It is not guilty to make such a strategic consideration, but I also want to warn you that the majesty of the Tianlong people cannot be trampled on." The pudgy old man with the birthmark stood up and walked to the front of Sakazuki and whispered softly. "Sakazuki is not very appreciative. I really don't understand that. On the one hand, it can consolidate the existing peace for the world government, increase the source of Murloc troops, and it can also fight against the forces who try to get close to Raedriff. To protect the face of the Tianlong people, do you Tianlong people treat your pets more importantly than maintaining the peace of the government and consolidating the current state of the government?" "Presumptuous," Sakazuki! The kimono old man shouted loudly. Sakazuki! Sora also raised his voice to remind his subordinates not to overstep the rules. Don't take our tolerance and kindness toward you as evidence of wanton and reckless behavior. Sakazuki, with your current rank, is not qualified to preach to us. The top officer with fluffy hair pressed his flat hat. The tone is unhappy. The lieutenant who was scolded naturally knew the rank and rules, but he still chose to offend this time. The relationship between the 5 old stars and the Tianlong people has always been unclear. As the highest officials of the world government, they have to maintain the interests and reputation of the Tianlong people at all times. Fake news is concocted at the request of Doflamingo, just like a puppet of the Tianlong people. On the other hand, they are vaguely restricting the power of the Tianlongren, secretly vying for greater real power. It's simply a mixture of the British constitutional monarchy and the Meiji Restoration in Japan, Sakazuki slandered. If the 5 old stars are compared to a supreme council, then as the royalists, they must maintain the majesty and glory of the monarchs. But at the same time, they strive for greater power for the parliament. What's ridiculous is that at the same time these monarchs are not vases, and they have some trump cards in their hands. Even the former US presidents who are known as sashimi still want to benefit the beneficiaries behind the scenes. It is not difficult to understand the action of the 5 old stars. Sakazuki does not dare to hope that a single sentence will be able to disagree between the highest-ranked Draco 5 old stars and the moth-like Dracos. If you say too much, it will cause these people to question. So he thought carefully for them from the perspective of the government with a kind of military frankness. It's hard to know how to test the heat. But he knows that there will only be one winner in politics. Author's message. The psychological shadow was blocked by the starting point history category at the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, and the French piece did not dare to touch it at all. 53 Whatever you think is your pot. Empty, it's a matter of great time for us to think about it again. Wu Laoxing didn't reply directly, and eased the tension. So, then we will return to Malin Fando to perform the task first. Kong followed the steps given by Wu Laoxing, and turned away without a lot of words. Sakazuki took a deep look at the 5 silent elders, then slowly saluted and turned to follow the sky above. This proposal itself is Sakazuki a trial of the power of the 5 highest officials of the world government, Wu Laoxing, as well as the bottom line of the world government's treatment of the dragon people. But Wu Laoxing's ambiguous attitude towards this proposal made Sakazuki a bit confusing. There was no decisive veto, and there was no meaning to agree. Even if some politically minded lieutenants think in empathy, the world government and the navy that represents its appearance will probably not directly issue a statement on the human rights of Fisherman Island citizens. This kind of turbulence would be too great. For example, your incarnation of justice put the human rights of fish people on the table in order to deal with the pirate problem. Then, should other squeezed races also put pressure on your navy and the world government? Should the hard laborers on the Bridge Kingdom Tequila Wolf also riot? The mess and evil deeds accumulated over the years by the world government and the dragon people can hardly be overstated. Even the army has a lot of corruption. Corruption can give you a glimpse of what is happening inside the world government. The nobles in so many places levied aggressively and did nothing as a tyrant dictatorship. Your world government does not intervene under the banner of irrelevant to the internal affairs of the kingdom. You will take over the internal affairs of the Fisherman Island? Once the first opened, it couldn't stop it. Sakazuki thought from the perspective of the 5 old stars, and found that he didn't dare to dictate to intervene in such sensitive issues. If there are so many franchising countries and regions, if dissatisfaction or even turmoil arises because of this strategic plan, then the real gains outweigh the gains. From the perspective of the 5 old stars, Sakazuki can deal with the problem of slave trade in Fishman Island from the side through other channels, but it must not be clearly stated with a big fanfare. But this is where the actions of the 5 old stars are interesting. From the perspective of stabilizing people's livelihood and state power, this plan is absolutely impossible to implement. Sakazuki does not believe that these 5 savvy politicians who are at the top level in the world will be invisible and unexpected. However, Wu Laoxing did not give a clear and direct rejection, and instead gave affirmation and support from the perspective of military strategy. It's interesting, what do they want to do? Sakazuki is full of thoughts but dare not say anything. Sora was very considerate and did not interrupt the thinking of Sakazuki, but stood quietly on the warship waiting for his subordinates. It wasn't until Sakazuki suppressed the incomprehension in his heart that he came to his senses, only to notice that the chief had been waiting there for a long time. Extremely sorry, Marshal Sakazuki. Sakazuki apologized, and it was very rude to let the officer wait for him. The lieutenant general with a strong sense of responsibility felt very guilty and felt very sorry. Sora waved his hand indifferently, don't care, the subordinates will think but can save a lot of things for our old bones, so that Sengoku and I can worry less. The admiral who turned to comfort his subordinates smiled and talked about official business. Sakazuki, what are you going to do next? Come back to the headquarters for a break, or continue to kill the pirates on the channel? The murderous iron-blooded general responded with a bloodthirsty smile, since my warship is still on standby in the Chambord Islands, I will trouble the marshal to send me a ride. I don't care about the reward on the island, right? Okay, I will let you know if there is any news from Wu Laoxing. Sora readily agreed to the request of Sakazuki. What do you think of the proposal just now? The pale blonde senior official who watched Sakazuki board the warship from the window asked the other people. Hey, the kid who is no one in the pastoralist, dare to ask us in turn. The old man in kimono is still a little dissatisfied. Is the majesty of the Tianlong people regarded as a toy by him? However, there is one sentence in Sakazuki that still makes sense. Can the toys of the Tianlong people compare with the stability of the regime? Hehe, the little guy who doesn't know anything really dare to say it. The old man in a flat hat echoed his words. Chapter 26. Those in power with white hair like a waterfall are a little worried. Ladrif has always been our biggest knot. Now the pirates' struggle for hegemony in the New World is getting more and more fierce. Maybe one day a powerful group of pirates will come to the fore and take the history. The text is headed towards the goal. Whitebeard's powerful force is the closest, and most likely to get the true history, coupled with his reputation on the islands, I have to guard against it. If he is allowed to take the first step and control the chaotic Murloc Island. I haven't waited for the old man to finish with the birthmark on the map that resembles Gorbachev. The first man with short blonde hair leaned against the window and said, then we will not want to attack the New World on a large scale within 20 years. The tricky part of the New World will only become more difficult to manage. It is not impossible for him to subvert everything we do. Actually, we can take advantage of this opportunity. Hey? You mean, yes, this is indeed a rare opportunity to use the cover of the Navy. There is no beginning and no end to this, but the 5 people in the room know it well. But what is the explanation from the Tianlongren? The curly-haired old man with the stick did not fluctuate on his face, but the stick was tightly clenched in his hand. The waist-length politician got up and looked at the huge map of the world. He set his sight on the first half of the Great Route. Isn't the Navy always worrying about the countless pirates on these 7 routes? Just go to the that we discussed first. A prototype, you can first try to recruit a pirate to divert the attention of the Navy and the Dragon people. The knowing bald old man took the cotton ball dipped in maintenance oil and wiped the treasure knife in his hand. Those soldiers are not willing to compromise, but the dog still has to listen to the owner after all. Modify the plan of Sakazuki, we just need to give him an oral order directly, even if the Tianlongren detects something wrong, they won't be able to grasp our heels. The white-haired old man smiled, and the world's eyes will be focused on the other side. In a major event, can a small lieutenant's secretive actions still be detected? Lei Ching is Makage? His abacus is very loud. Has the pirate gang who allied with him find out? Sakazuki knows the name of the pirate, and the original blockade Doberman. The pursuit of the Straw Hat was one of the first few pirates among the 43 captains under the Whitebeard to perceive the Navy's plan. Decent ability and rare wisdom, Sakazuki does not intend to give him the opportunity to find Whitebeard in the New World. Yes, Lieutenant General, these are the 2 pirates who intend to form an alliance with them. With the help of information from the naval force stationed in the Chambord Islands, the Ghost Spider quickly identified the 2 swaggering pirates. He will just pass the message. 2 rewards were handed to the superior with both hands. Very well, then, let's get rid of these 2 first, hey. Sakazuki arranged a chase plan in his heart, but his words were interrupted by the 2 wanted warrants in his hand. Ghost Spider, did you hand me the wrong thing? Sakazuki's fingers trembled a little, even if he was as calm as he was a little excited. The Ghost Spider looked at the Lieutenant General's bounty with some doubts. The general, who was a little puzzled why he did not move like a mountain, was a little gaff this time. He picked up the information that came with him and verified it. The information from over there shows that the Thin N is a bomb maniac, and the bounty order in the hands of the lieutenant is that the other tall, fat guy is said to have mastered the not-so-weak armed dominance. Ghost Spider, you arrange the troops to hunt down Lei Ching. I will meet these 2 people. Sakazuki arranged the battle plan without changing its face. He squinted his eyes and looked at the map carefully. The information showed the locations of the 2 pirates. The next moment, the lieutenant's figure turned into an afterimage, and disappeared in a flash. I couldn't get on the ladder before, you all caused it. Author's message. P.S. Thanks to the characteristic of the red dog in the original book that he will kill when he sees the enemy, I can insert some characters without disturbing the original story. Anyway, the 2 of them won't be able to pass after a few chapters. This can be regarded as an attempt at writing techniques, how to conform to some interesting character moves under the pirate power system. In addition, some book friends said that all I wrote were dry goods, which was too hard to read, so I tried to add some other animation elements. 54 Geometric Rat and Skyhook Pig, Part 1. I know that there is something outside that can blow me up to the sky, but I still wander around here. Flakenstein's short, dry, tousled silver hair stretched upwards as always. The ends of his hair were also woven with several golden copper bells, which jingled as he walked. He wears a round frame observation mirror, and his thin cheeks paired with a white scientific research suit make people always feel that he is a scientific maniac. But the most striking thing about him is not his clothes, but his mechanical prosthesis on his left leg. The large spring made of alloy ensures that he can walk quickly and effortlessly at every step, allowing him to easily follow the footsteps of the fat man around him. If you are bored, go bomb a few more naval bases and government departments. The accomplice who covered his face with a gas mask replied in a muffled voice. His fat pig-like belly hangs down, and there are plenty of white patches on the exposed skin. I really don't believe what the pig head said to me the other day. What did you say, Marco? Some crazy weird people raised their heads to look at the gloomy bodyguard these days. The fat man called Marco raised his head and looked into the distance. This place is very close to Mary Joya and the Navy headquarters. With every step closer, the hatred and anger in my heart grow stronger. World government. In his last sentence, he almost roared. Ha 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 ha, anyway you are a dying person. Pollard's lead disease is terminally ill. Let's make a big fuss. What? The pedestrians along the road looked disgusted and shocked. I was thinking about the white spots on that fat man. Hello, this disease will be contagious. What? Run. In a word, panic began to spread on the streets, and in a blink of an eye the lively streets were empty, leaving only a mess. Hey! As expected. The masked man sneered. He was from a country called White Town by the world, Flavance. This country has formed a peculiar landscape of white and flawless trees and ground due to the underground PB lead minerals. At the same time, PB lead is also an excellent raw material for making exquisite crafts and porcelain. However, the world government has concealed the truth about the amber lead mine. Once it is mined, it will poison people and suffer from amber lead disease. Residents will become ill due to the accumulation of trace toxins that make the lifespan of each generation of citizens become shorter and shorter. Those who are ill can only watch their skin and hair become whiter and whiter, and die while enduring severe pain throughout the body. Seeing his parents dying in pain, Marco took advantage of the convenience of the bomb lunatic who was driven out of the country by Baltimore to come to Whitetown to rest, and went out to sea as a pirate together. There is no need to evacuate the crowd now. You really save me trouble. An indifferent voice came from behind the two. Ha 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 ha. You look like you need to be bombed. Navy. The two looked back, and at the end of the street, one came slowly. There was no extra verbal confrontation. Frankenstein immediately raised the grenade launcher he held in his right hand, and launched the grenade at a 45 degrees oblique upward angle. Several grenades bounced on the street wall many times and directly sealed it. All directions that the Navy dodges ahead. Sakazuki does not evade, watching the chaotic grenades activate at low speed and explode in front of my eyes. Boom! Boom boom boom! The shock wave spreading from the center of the explosion blew the hair of Marco and Frankenstein, and their white hair fluttered in the air. A set of geometric operations blasted the streets with smoke and flames, but the bomb madness did not show a happy look. His grenade was so powerful that it was unreasonable that someone would dare to use the flesh to harden it. The unreasonable naval move ahead made he was a little puzzled. Dodge! Marco beside him suddenly yelled, and quickly dodged to the sides with a completely different kind of agility from his fat body. In the smoke filled with a dark red giant fist accompanied by a grunting sound like when water is boiled, it suddenly broke open and hit the two of them. The thin lunatic laughed wildly and threw a flat round object with his left hand. And then stepped on it with his prosthesis. When the tip of his nose could almost feel the hot temperature on the giant fist, Frankenstein was bounced into the air behind by the impact from the soles of his feet, just avoiding the end that was swallowed by magma. Even the skills are the same. After a tentative punch, Sakazuki raised its eyebrows and watched as the pirate blasted into the air by the bomb on the soles of his feet, and then punched out again. This is too coincidental, right? Frankenstein, who was unable to turn in the air, picked up the grenade launcher on his right shoulder and fired it against the huge magma fist that soared into the sky, trying to smash the huge arm. Wow! Accompanied by the clinking of the chains, a chain hook shot out from the side of the street at great speed, hooking Dr. Crazy's waist and pulling him to his side, avoiding the second Navy attack. Frankenstein, who was almost alive, had no fear at all. He smiled nervously, sticking the tip of his tongue out of his mouth and licking his upper lip. What freaks and perverts are all here, but I like it. The other party is a natural ability person, and your bomb is useless to him. The fat man who grabbed the front of the chain hook with his left hand reminded him. He chose to take the initiative, his fat belly swaying from side to side because of his footsteps. Hatred has swallowed him, training day and night, in order to use the fireworks of life to ignite those who are the most profitable. Marco saw with his own eyes his homeland turned into a of chronic death, and has since been changed forever. When he destroyed an agency of the world government for the first time with the help of Frankenstein, he realized it. Those lords who usually live up to the top sullenly hugged his thighs and begged for mercy, and didn't care whether they would be infected with the lead disease. Chapter 27. Revenge is so sweet. He used the big shotgun provided by his crazy employer to knock out the rich and greasy intestines in the chubby body of the rich and powerful with a single shot. Marco was mad and sober. He set off from the Great Route and attacked the Navy and government personnel along the way with his skinny accomplices. Of course, there are also all the civilians who dare to look down on them, and those who once made a gesture of repugnance to him who suffered from Pernight's disease. Stronger, stronger. Every night the pain of blood vessels and organs reminded him that he hadn't been able to live well in a few years, and Marco began to exercise more and more frantically. Only with stronger strength can the senior government officials of the world who know that the lead is poisonous but encourage them to mine it can taste regret. Only enough strength can pull people in this world to bury them. Very close, very close. World government. The fat pirate slammed out the chain hook, and he wanted to give the navy that relied on the elements of natural fruits a fatal surprise. In the first half of the Great Route, basically no pirate can master the domineering, but Mackay, who squeezed the strength of this body at any cost, did it. For this reason, the body has suffered many injuries and left many hidden injuries. The alloy hook covered with armed color and domineering accurately grasped the seemingly unprepared abilities. The pirate with the nickname of Roadhog pulled the chain and planned to smash the navy's head with the domineering shotgun. 55 The dog bites the red lotus likes its mouth. There is a common problem among those with natural devil fruit ability. Because their fruit element has no fixed physical relationship, the difficulty of mastering the domineering armed color is much higher than that of people of the same level. This has also led most people with natural abilities to choose to improve the use of fruit abilities instead of practicing and strengthening the domineering armed color. Even if there are some capable people who have mastered the domineering, they are still faced with the embarrassing situation where the armed color is not high and the domineering rank is not high. Smog, the smoker fruit eater in the original book, is the best example. He relied on his own fruit ability in the early stage. After the war, he finally learned domineering, but he still couldn't compete with most pure physical skills and domineering practitioners. Expanding the elemental form of the natural element is a more conspicuous target in the eyes of high-level armed and domineering users. As one of the 7 C's of martial arts, the Sand Crocodile and the Fire Fist Ace, the big pirates who have worked hard in the New World, if you don't know what domineering is, absolutely no one believes it. It's just a choice between mastering the low-level domineering use under high pay and low return, and making a choice in the contrast of more proficient use and strengthening the natural ability of the fast and high return. In the first issue of Oda SBS, it was mentioned that Ace will be low-level domineering. The pirate who attempts to hook Sakazuki to a set of seconds is not wrong in thinking from the perspective of the domineering and low ranking of those with natural abilities. This is also universally recognized by the world. It's just that he ignored the peculiarities of rockberry fruit. In most people's minds, magma is a very devastating fiery fluid. But when the temperature is low, magma is almost a thick and viscous solid. The cooled magma forms a hard igneous rock with obvious mineral crystals and fine pores. In fact, rockberry is a natural devil fruit with a special entity that can be elementalized. On the one hand, it is the advantage brought by the particularity of the fruit. On the other hand, it must be talented and more diligent in practice than most people in the Navy. Sakazuki mastered the domineering time and position far beyond the imagination of the pirates. The previous large-scale attacks and the lack of evasion of bombs were all traps, inducing the attack by the armed and domineering pirates and the intelligence in front of them. Sakazuki looks unscrupulous against physical attacks, and is deliberately held by a domineering hook and chain. The lieutenant general who was easily pulled in front of the pirates was a strength-type player himself, and even if he was hooked, it should be the pirate in front of him who was pulled back. Induction step by step, precise details. Just for this momentary assault. The Avengers could see the Navy's panicked expression in front of them. It's done. This thought flashed in the hearts of both of them for a moment. Well, the lava punch wrapped in the domineering hardening of the armed color will hit the multifunctional large shotgun designed from Baltimore Future Kingdom with its internal parts flying around. With the help of the pirate's pull, Sakazuki still feels inadequate, and slams a foot in the air, and the two are close at hand. The fat pirates who were close to the body of Sakazuki have lost the optimal distance for punching. This is naturally the same for Sakazuki. The distance of close combat is suitable for fists, but close combat is not. The left elbow, which was almost incandescent, slammed into the other's fat belly, scalding cleanly into that layer of skin and fat. Sakazuki, which is merciless to the enemy, treats the elbow as a knife, and pulls it sharply to the side. Just like a hot knife cutting through butter, there is no resistance, an elbow stroke with domineering and fruity ability, purgatory hot knife to make achievements in one blow. After the abdominal cavity was cut, Marco's feet were soft, his knees hit the ground, and his intestines and other organs slipped out of his body following this downward trend. Why domineering? The pirate who used domineering defense on the upper body at the moment of being close was puzzled. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. If Sakazuki is hard-headed, the advantage will be great, but it will definitely not be able to achieve such a heavy blow. The high-level domineering and high-temperature magma skills, ignorant pirate. Zhongjiang's free right hand threw a fist to his side, and the large-scale magma fist blocked Frankenstein, who was trying to rescue his companion. Ignorance? Ha ha, ha 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 ha, the innocent people in the white town of Frevans have believed your nonsense. Why don't you tell us the harm of amber lead? You who are profit-stricken, take the profits from our lives good, but turned around and laughed at us ignorance. The lieutenant who was prepared to mock the last two sentences was abruptly silent. He looked down at the dying man covered in white spots and asked softly, "Are you from a white town?" Already dying, Marco grabbed the Navy's ankle abruptly. He looked up at the somewhat anxious Frankenstein and screamed, "Go!" Sakazuki no longer had the previous pleasure of revenge on the Roadhog Junkrat group. He watched Dr. Crazy turn around and left, frowning. The world government has the first error, but this shouldn't be the case. Your reason for slaughtering civilians. Take revenge on society as your own revenge, bastard. If the pirate who suffers from the amber lead disease is committed to revenge against the world government, the incident Sakazuki will be taken, and he will even have some respect for him. But what is it to blame the misfortune of oneself on this society and let these innocent people bury them for themselves? Such people are clamoring for revenge and doing the act of a coward. From the future kingdom on the island of Baltimore, Frankenstein, who was once called a genius in the nation of the born of genius, focused on the study of explosives. The wanton explosion of gunpowder aroused Pierre's attention. Dissatisfied, the explosive genius who ignored the warning was interrupted by another genius among geniuses. Frankenstein, who vowed to retaliate, left with a bit of resentment, with his most proud work controllable bomb wheel. Dr. Frankenstein knew that the dying bodyguard could not hold the insidious natural ability person for too long, not to mention that he would not be domineering at all. He directly removed a wheel that resembled a rudder from behind and ignited the built-in engine. The metal axle smashed through the soft ground and rushed towards the two standing in place. The doctor did not ask for the ability to injure the elementalization. He only needs to explode the Navy violently, and the time to reshape it is enough. He escaped completely. The nimble original doctor did not run away in a straight line, but ran into the lane on the side of the street around the corner. He didn't pay attention to how the bomb exploded. Damn Navy, he cursed and turned several times. Finally, under the impact of a concussion mine, Frankenstein turned over to the backyard of a bar. He looked at the environment that seemed to be a little safer, and patted the somewhat unstable mechanical prosthesis. Damn Begapunk. The pirate, who focused on how to escape, didn't pay attention to the changes over there. A large amount of dark red lava dripped down and condensed and changed on the arm of Sakazuki. The drooping beast ears, the uneven incandescent fangs and sharp teeth, under the fine control of Sakazuki, turned into a huge, ferocious dog head. Kuzan can use frozen fruits in a glass of lemonade to meticulously manipulate the fine crushed ice on the upper layer, the ice cubes with the clear edges in the middle, and the light frost on the lower layer. Sakazuki, which is a few years older than him, has no reason to be worse than Kuzan in terms of fruit ability control. The dog bites the red lotus. The magma beast swallowed the insane pirate in one bite, then turned around and bit down the bomb tire that had jumped into the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, along with a large amount of magma being exploded, the head of the beast covering the bomb deformed from the inside and suddenly exploded. Thanks to the almost open-ended nature of magma, Sakazuki, which easily reached the level of physical control of the natural system, was not severely affected by the bomb. Don't want to escape the hunting dog, pirate mouse? Sakazuki smiled sharply, and the tall navy was full of domineering colors, accompanied by a large amount of black smoke slowly sinking to the ground. Author's message. P.S. The observant readers should find that the classification of this book is different. This is also the reason why these two chapters are chaotic. Okay, let's put down all the knives. After trying it out, continue the rigorous style, and I hope everyone likes this book as always. 56 Geometric Rat and Skyhook Pig, Part 2. Seeing that no one had caught up for a long time, Frankenstein breathed a sigh of relief, but he ran a few blocks in vain. Looking back now, that navy was definitely showing the enemy's weakness, otherwise, with their cooperation, they shouldn't have been beaten like this one by one. Damn it, ha 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 ha, so how can I avenge that Caesar? He grinned furiously. The appearance of the navy ruined all his plans. Originally, it didn't take long for the two talents to form an alliance with Lei Ching Makuga, but now they are only pure scientific researchers. Without a companion who can use domineering, I must have less right to speak in this pirate alliance. A lot of. Chapter 28. The doctor, who hadn't grasped the domineering look, did not notice that the ground not far behind began to turn red. Wow came from the ground with a low muffled sound, like the low bark of Cerberus, the three vicious dogs guarding the portal of in the legend. I don't think any of you can get revenge, little mouse. The voice came from behind Frankenstein like a nightmare, accompanied by lava soaring into the sky. The doctor turned his head abruptly and looked sideways in shock at the navy like a tarsal maggot. Unleashing the fruit's ability to chase after him, the lieutenant general's majestic body radiated amazing heat, and magma slowly flowed down his face under the brim of his hat. Sakazuki did not rush to do it. The weapons and equipment of these two pirates must be stable and a large part of the active naval forces, even with a sense of future technology. Where is the source of the weapon? Sakazuki must be ascertained. The pirate who claimed to be from the White Town would naturally not be the master of such scientific research techniques, so the man in front of him who was wearing a research uniform must be somewhat insane. Not only that, but Caesar in the other person's mouth reminded him of another person. At present, Marshal Kong is the main driving force and cooperates with the world government to form a Navy headquarters scientific force. An extremely young scientist newly recruited in that army is called M. Caesar Courant, who is said to be an expert in the field of biochemistry and the development of poison gas weapons. After the Golden Lion escaped from prison, Sakazuki mentioned that the other party might organize biological and chemical weapons and poison gas attacks. Chapter 48 above. The far-reaching Sengoku Warring States was very concerned about this matter. In order to prevent Shiji from using this weapon of mass destruction to attack the headquarters in the future, he also specially called this expert to consult with countermeasures. Do you know M. Caesar Courant? Sakazuki seemed to touch a little thought, and he carefully observed the changes in the other side's expression. The pirate, who was still a little cowering before his eyes, changed a lot, and roared furiously at the admiral, "No? Ha 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 ha! Of course I know!" Frankenstein turned a blind eye to the dark red lava fist that the navy did not relax. His eyes flushed, and he took a step closer to Sakazuki. I will remember his stupid face for a lifetime. The lieutenant general who was talking about it was a little puzzled, because he remembered that the original book did not specify where Caesar was born. He looked at some doctors who had fallen into madness and deliberately said with a dismissive tone of sarcasm, "The Caesar expert is now a high-end technical talent in the Naval Science Corps. Look at you. You are both born in the same place. This level of technology is really..." Pride is a common problem among scientists. Even if you use all your words to insult their looks and morals, and use a rich and decent life to ridicule them, there will be basically no scientists to take care of you. It is not as important as they conduct more experiments. But once it comes to their field of expertise, if you dare to despise their research and scorn their achievements, it is definitely an explosive barrel. Encountered a few extremes, it is almost endless situation. That is not my fellow countryman. It's just a scholar who came to study with crickets. How dare I break one of my legs? The careful Sakazuki noticed that Frankenstein, who was already a little hysterical, unconsciously showed pride, contempt, and a trace of fear when talking about this matter, but was quickly covered by fury. The spitting lunatic continued to reveal the message, that little devil Vegapunk is not a thing, who is rare about the power prosthesis he made. Everyone knows that he only came to help me for disgusting Caesar. The corners of the mouth in Sakazuki are slightly raised, and if it is Vegapunk, it makes sense. Vegapunk, the leader of the future naval scientific force, is the premier genius scientist in the future kingdom on the Institution Island. It is known that its level of science and technology is 500 years ahead of today, and it is called a scientist who has surpassed human wisdom for 500 years. However, the current enlistment of the Navy headquarters has run into a nail in this scientific researcher. He heard that Polo Salino, who was ordered to invite him, seemed to have a closed door. Sakazuki looked at Dr. Baum, who was complaining constantly, and sneered and concluded, "So, you just developed the bomb, and there are no mechanical or biochemical products. What is just? Multifunctional grenade launcher, concussion mine, remote control bomb, do you know how important the invention is?" Dr. Baum jumped. "Oh? Will you contribute the research results to the Navy?" Sakazuki asked rhetorically. "No. I'm dignified." Then there was no more. Sakazuki hit the pirate's head with a punch. The dark red magma at about 800 degrees Celsius burned directly through the clever head of the doctor, and the brain pulp that was punched out was burned dry and burned out in the blink of an eye. The pirate, who was no longer worth squeezing, was decisively slaughtered by Sakazuki. He turned around and took out the phone worm and dialed in to contact the confidant of the Ghost Spiders, Commander Lindemann. 57 Ghost Spiders' favorite game is Call of Duty, Part 1. Major General Ghost Spider. I have confirmed the specific location of Lei Ching Marco Guy and others, please indicate. Lindemann and several colonels at the same level compiled a copy of the information sent, and cooperated with a few skilled people. The specific number of pirates and the distribution of firepower are marked on the map. It seems that they are waiting for the coding to be completed. Don't give them a chance to enter the new world. The Ghost Spider glanced at the densely marked map and made his own judgment. He took out a cigarette and put it on his mouth. The very eye-catching Ozo took out a lighter and lit it to the Major General, and asked respectfully, "How do you deploy the military?" The Ghost Spider spit out a breath of smoke. "Separate the two colonels and lead them to outflank both sides of the pirate station. Lindemann led a team to raid the pirate ship they are coding, and I will be responsible for the frontal interception." Yes. All combat units continue to use the battle formations organized by the previous Sakazuki. Continue to test the feasibility of the battle formations in actual combat. Only after the pirates are killed again and again, can the Marines learn to cooperate with each other. The Ghost Spider furrowed his eyebrows, and his already ferocious appearance could almost scare a child into tears. Seeing some of the subordinates who were enthusiastic and seemed to regard victory as something in their pockets, he reminded. Don't underestimate the enemy. This time the enemy is a strong pirate group that has experienced many trials and arrived here on a route. Army attack. Lindemann followed the Ghost Spider out of the war planning room, and just stepped out of the door, when the thoughtful colonel retreated. Turning back to the house and holding a video phone worm on the desk, regardless of the results of the actual combat exercise, the Navy can use the video to carefully analyze its advantages and disadvantages after the war. Major General. Lindemann hurried to catch up with the Ghost Spider that had gone away. Hey! The Ghost Spider was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood the intention of his subordinates. Well, Lindemann. Treating the indifferent Ghost Spiders to his subordinates, it is rare to say, I only assigned you a team of 100 people. When you raid the enemy ship, you will retreat with one blow, even if the expected goal is not achieved, Don't get entangled. Although the number of pirates on the ship is definitely not many, but don't take it lightly. Lei Ching is a meticulous person and will definitely arrange capable cotters to be stationed in the rear. If it were before, the ghost spider, who was not concerned about the life and death of his subordinates, would definitely not explain the order, and was particularly distracted to care for Lindemann. Sakazuki said the ghost spider indeed listened to it. At least for the subordinates he recognized, the Major General still put some effort into training and cultivation. The ghost spider slowly instilled some of his experience against the enemy into Lindemann, not asking him to grasp it immediately, but only hoped that he would suffer less in the details and experience of this kind of combat. Yes, I will keep the phone worm in contact. Da Zhojing gave a military salute, turned and ran away to gather the elite marines from the headquarters. The Chamardayan Islands are formed by the exposed roots of the world's largest mangrove tree, the Alchi mangrove. The island is composed of 79 trees, each with a number. Each tree has towns and facilities. The naval station and government entrances and exits are located in mangroves No. 60 to 69. The target of this trip by ghost spiders is Thunder Ching Markoge, and his accomplices are in the illegal zone 1 to 20. The Navy, which had circled the island almost half a circle, finally locked the target in a large hotel in mangrove No. 17. Observing the subordinates in ambush on both sides in place, the ghost spider stepped up and placed the video phone worm on the towering town clock tower. On the one hand, it prevents the video from being affected by the later turmoil, and on the other hand, the bird's eye view makes it easier for the Navy to analyze after the war. This large hotel was completely covered by Lei Ching, and Markoge was not a stingy person. At least where he thinks it is worth spending money, Lei Ching has the courage to use a large amount of fortune in the pirate group to get it done. The cost of paying for the hotel is far from painful to Markoge, who has accumulated a lot of treasures by fighting and plundering all the way. Let the whole team stay together. Lei Ching has its own considerations. One is that the Navy headquarters is close at hand, and a large number of elite navies are deployed on the Chambord Islands. Only by concentrating your strength can you better respond in times of emergency. Only a team is left to guard the pirate ship, ensuring that it can escape when necessary. From another perspective, Markoge is trying to avoid unnecessary friction with other pirate groups who stayed in. It's not his usual shrewd style to consume combat power in vain before entering the new world. On the island, he formed an alliance with two other famous pirates. The other party provides him with advanced weapons and equipment, while Lei Ching is responsible for the issue of scientific funding for the other party. If it weren't for Markoge to be jealous of the bodyguard next to the somewhat mad doctor, Lei Ching would definitely dare to eat the black bomb and even the bones and scum left by the scientific research bomb. Head, it's a bit strange, the pedestrians on the street feel a little less. The pirate navigator who was doing nothing by the window keenly noticed something abnormal. Hey! Few pirate captains who can get here from a great route are fools. Markoge will naturally not ignore this slight anomaly. The captain of the pirate, who had put two extra slender legs on the sofa, jumped up and paced a little uneasy. Let the crew on the lower level go out and see what's going on. Let the brothers be alert. The navigator led the way. He patted a few pirates who were playing cards in the middle of the corridor to relieve their boredom. The captain tells you to go down and see if anything goes wrong. Oh, although he was a little dissatisfied with the navigators interrupting his game, but it was the captain's order after all, and several pirates reluctantly picked up the flintlock rifle and went downstairs to investigate the situation. Chapter 29. After a while, the navigator standing in the corridor asked loudly, "How? Is there anything unusual?" No one answered him, and the navigator knew it was impossible that those people would not hear such a loud question. Something happened. He took a deep breath. Enemy. A white knife light flashed abruptly in the darkness of the first floor, obliterating the pirate's voice that had not yet finished roaring in his throat. But the first sharp voice of the other party still reached the ears of the second-tier pirates. Enemy attack. The combatants are in place. Captain Markoge. We were attacked. 58 Ghost Spider's favorite game is Call of Duty, middle. Markugai was very calm, let the brothers upstairs stop rushing down, and use the terrain advantage to suppress the enemy. He drew out his sword. Who is the enemy? How many? I don't know. Captain, all the 15 crew members we arranged at the bar on the first floor have lost contact. Tisk, have you already captured the first floor? Lei Ching touched his iconic long nose and made an analysis in his heart. Those crew members failed to send out a warning. This time the enemy is extraordinary. Markugai looked at the cotters gathered around him. The others will follow me and see what's going on. The pirates formed an orderly defensive phalanx under the leadership of the Backbone and went downstairs to investigate the situation. There is only one person downstairs, wearing a navy coat, but what makes the other person's burly body 6 more long hands like spider limbs than ordinary people? The fierce-looking navy was smoking a cigarette diagonally, and stepped on the corpse of the pirate group navigator with its right foot, and slowly exhaled a white smoke. Like a giant spider entrenched on its prey, spitting out spider silk, waiting for the next victim. Seeing everyone going downstairs, the ghost spider showed a cruel sneer. The reaction is not too slow. The 6 arms behind him flexibly took a knife, and faced the light of a pirate officer with one hand. After parrying and unloading, the long hand behind the ghost spider cut a bloodline into the pirate's chest with a knife, and then the war blades held by the other hands held up the rescued pirates and forced them away. The pirate officer who had a good relationship with the navigator who died on the ghost spider stretched out his thumb and wiped his chest, wiped the blood from the knife wound on his chest with one hand, and stared at the ghost spider in front of him fiercely. You are not his opponents, I'll retreat. Markugai's judgment was quick and accurate. Oh? I want to see why you are called Lei Ching. The ghost spider put a saber on his shoulders. Before that, the Major General sneaked in from the back door of the hotel and raided alone sitting around the bar. Many slacking pirates. It's a pity that it's different from ordinary mobs. Before the Navy had arranged it on the first floor, the pirates who were aware of the improperly went downstairs to investigate, which made the ghost spider's stealth plan fall short. Markugai tapped his toes, and his legs suddenly rushed forward, slashing at the Navy who was blocking the road. You'll know soon. Chiang. The 2 sabers collided together, and before the ghost spider wielded the other sabers, the hum of electricity rang between the 2. Crack. The powerful electric current from Markugai's blade was conducted to the ghost spider through metal conduction. Suddenly, the ghost spider felt his arm numb, and the passing of electric current made the muscles stiff. Hey! With this powerful stab of the captain of the pirate, the Major General who suffered a small loss first kicked on the ground and slid away to the rear. Electric shock. The ghost spider glanced at the dry and forked black arms behind him, a little surprised. Fire! The ghost spider decisively ordered that he was not alone on this trip. Although the first layer of firepower net was not arranged properly, it was enough from the perspective of separating the 2. Be careful. Markugai stepped back. His previous footing was splashed with sawdust from dense lead bombs. The pirates are inevitable at the top of the stairs, and the capable cotters waved their weapons to block the flying lead bullets, but ordinary pirates do not have this ability, and this is unfortunate. Ah! Damn it! Damn, I was shot. Chief, what shall we do? The pirate who was closer to Markugai was anxious. Brothers are being targeted here. Retreat first. Lei Ching has a serious expression. If you rush out, God knows how many Navy ambushes are still outside. You go up first, I'll come to the back of the palace. Markugai swiped a sword, forced back the ghost spider that struck again, and said to the rear. The Navy's flintlock rifle still has a common problem with the long loading time of the front musket. Most flintlock guns need to be poured into the black powder every time they are fired. When loading the projectiles need to be placed in the muzzle, the projectile sticks are hammered hard, and the bullets are pushed into the barrel from the muzzle. It takes about 1 minute to fill even with skilled soldiers. Fighting with pirates in the sea, time is alive. Many Navy soldiers choose to use linen cloth or animal skins soaked in grease to wrap the projectiles into the muzzle, reducing friction, not only speeding up the filling speed, but also it has the effect of holding breath, the accuracy is improved, and the range is also increased. The pirates prefer to use another method. Since it takes time to load a gun, I simply brought a few more short-handled flintlock pistols filled with ammunition. While improving the killing efficiency, the additional weapons also bring more security to the precarious pirates. Riding the Marines to reload the ammunition, the captain of the pirate quickly retreated to the second floor to join his companions. As soon as he went upstairs, his subordinates gathered around him and asked about the next step. "Captain, are you not injured?" "Captain, what should we do?" "We are trapped." "Captain." "Okay, be quiet." Makoge was so upset by the noise that he simply told them to shut their mouths. The prestigious Lei Ching, who looked around, quietly nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Since the first floor has been taken by the Navy, the back door of this hotel must also be ambushing the enemy. Then what shall we do?" "The captain, should we rush out from the front?" "There are only about 20 Navy soldiers on the first floor. We have a total of more than 300 men." They rushed out in one breath and they couldn't stop them. The second officer suggested that the second officer had always been brave and fearless as the leader of the pirates' frontal combat, but this time the captain did not adopt his suggestion. Makoge shook his head. "We don't know what kind of troops and firepower the Navy deploys outside the main entrance. If it is a frontal assault, I am afraid it will cause heavy casualties." The clear-thinking captain of the pirates suddenly remembered that the navigator had warned that the number of pedestrians outside the window had decreased. "We turned out from the window. This is only the second floor. The windows of this hotel are on the side. Even if the Navy has ambushes, there won't be too many people waiting there." He turned and jumped out of the window first, and his loud voice echoed in the room, "Let's go. Kill them by surprise. Roar. Come on." Author's message. P.S. Lei Ching Makoge blocked Berman in the aisle during the war on the top, and he did show that lightning attached to his sword to attack. The ghost spider will not be weaker than him, but it is too bad for him, a little restrained. PS2, on Saturday, which is tomorrow. I will take a day off and will not update. I stay up all night to cultivate immortals every day, work, IELTS, essays, novels. Every night, I rest after 1 and 2 o'clock. My body can't stand it a bit, so I have a rest tomorrow. I hope everyone forgive me. 59 Ghost Spider's favorite game is Call of Duty, Part 2. While the captain of the pirate was not standing still, intensive gunfire suddenly sounded. "Hey, I knew there was an ambush." Makoge sneered, and the oncoming bullets were knocked down by the sword in his hand dancing up and down. With 3 missing 1, the ghost spider even led a small number of sea soldiers to personally raid the first floor, in order to deliberately create a sense of oppression of the powerful fire outside the front door of the store. He was betting that the shrewd captain of the pirate was not willing to take the risk of heavy casualties and attack and break through. But in fact, the frontal formation was guarded by only these 20 people, and the major generals on both sides of the hotel window close to the hotel window cleverly used the blind spots of the perspective to deploy heavy troops. In order to be realistic, he also asked these civilians who should have been evacuated to walk away from the garden path on the side of the hotel without a hassle. More pirates jumped down from the window, and under the leadership of the captain, they stormed towards the Navy pockets. Chapter 30. The ghost spider did anticipate that the opponent would break through from the side of the hotel, but he never thought that instead of dispersing his forces and fleeing from both sides, the ghost spider gathered more than 300 pirates to assault the naval position on one side. In this psychological battle, Ghost Spider won the first half, but lost the second half. The number of Navy ambushing on one side was only more than 400 people, led by a great sergeant. Although they had the upper hand in number, they fell behind in combat power. Not to mention Lei Ching, who has the same combat power as the Ghost Spider. The cotters of the pirate captain are not fuel-efficient lamps, and the worst can stand in a stalemate with a lieutenant-level admiral for a long time. Report to the Major General. We need support. Dazhou bit the scalp and greeted him, but unfortunately, not everyone's eyesight and judgment are so good. Charge! We have the advantage. A lieutenant wielded a saber and brought more than 20 subordinates in an attempt to surround the captain of the pirate, repeating the previous siege. But they picked the wrong opponent this time, and Marco Gai is not the mediocre pirate leader with a bounty of around 20 million baileys. Before the seamen formed an encirclement, the few seamen who fought with Marco Gai from the front were directly slashed away by a slash with thunder, and they smashed out of the ring together with their companions who were ready to catch them from the back. Taking advantage of Lei Ching's knife, the soldiers who tried to pinch from the left and right angles stab and chop tacitly with their knives, hoping to let the pirates take care of one another and lose each other just like last time. But Marco Gai's defense was faster than their offense. Ding ding ding! The crisp sound of a few sword collisions was accompanied by the ear-piercing buzzing of electric shocks. The navy around him spit black smoke and fluffy roots of hair. The roots were erected and knocked directly to the ground by electric shock. Lei Ching didn't look at it, and slammed the sword against the back that was wide open in neutral. The next moment he used the shave to accelerate the knife, it was easily blocked. With the help of the waist strength of turning around, Marco Gai slashed with a backhand on the lieutenant who looked flustered. That idiot! As he witnessed blood pouring out of the lieutenant's chest, Dazhou violently pushed away the pirate cotters who were fighting against him, and made another naval squad formed a battle formation to surround the entangled pirate too. Vice. As Dazhou quickly approached Marco Gai, who was walking towards the edge of the battlefield, the sensitive pirate captain naturally noticed the colonel who rushed towards him. He couldn't help but smiled. "Ha, do you think you can stop me?" The blades of the two collided. I'm pretty self-aware, but I must stop you if I can't beat you. Dazhou's cheeks still have burnt black marks, and the residual current on his body makes him twitch a little, but his expression is exceptional. Firm. If he didn't stop him, these subordinates would not be the enemy of each other at all. The formation that had been torn apart could not withstand a large number of casualties in a short period of time. The colonel quickly stepped on the solace of his feet, and the burst of shaved thrust caused him to get close to Marco Gai again. The blades of the two slammed into each other again, and the navy that was directly hit by the navy suddenly changed its direction in the air, and then pounced again. Since you want to die, then I will satisfy you. Lei Ching slashed fiercely, carrying the chirping and roaring treasure knife and smashed away the entangled school officer again. He turned into a stabbing and tried to make the opponent hang his body on the spot. Chong! A saber that slashed obliquely blocked Marco Gai's offensive, and the other sabers slashed at different positions on the pirate's body at the same time. The Ghost Spider has arrived. If you can still move, you and the reinforcements from the east will block these pirates together. The Ghost Spider stared at Marco Gai's actions, and gave orders to the Dazhou behind him. After being raided by Major General 8 Daoliu, even though Marco Gai reacted quickly to avoid the sword, he still suffered some minor injuries. He glanced at his left arm, which had been cut with a large opening. Does your navy only sneak attacks? The Ghost Spider didn't take this shot at all, and swiped in the direction of avoiding Lei Ching with several knives. The long-nosed pirate leader shook his wrist, and the current circulated at the tip of his knife. The high-speed swing of his wrist brought out a chain lightning to guard against his body. Billy Billy. Behind the Ghost Spider, the arm of a hairy spider controlled by the return of life suddenly took a beat, not connecting to the previous blade. He couldn't help taking a step back and turning offense to defense, blocking the electric knife that swept again. The Major General looked solemn, and his previous conjectures during the fight turned into reality. The blade of the opponent with electric current is really disgusting. Even the moment the blade collides, the electric current can be transmitted to him through the metal. A slight numbness of the body is a trivial matter, and the fine manipulation of the return of life is restrained is the thing that really gives him a headache. His long brown-black hair does not conduct electricity, but it can't stand the electric charge of the whole person including his hair. The charges repel each other. The hair bundles he manipulates repel each other and cannot work together. The fact that he was able to play 70% of his strength was the result of his return of the ghost spider's life to his control, which made the admiral extremely frustrated. But fortunately, the 400 seamen who followed quickly laid their numerical advantages in their respective small battle circles. As a large number of fresh troops joined the naval defensive forces, the offensive and defensive forces slowly reversed. Sufficient lieutenants, majors, and other mid-level combat power have made up for it, and the Navy's exquisite battle formation has finally begun to show off. Now it is the pirates' turn to have a headache. 60 Home Stealer Lindemann, Part 1. Hey! The Navy's reinforcements had a serious impact on the battle situation, and this impact was intuitively reflected on the pirate cotters and crew. Leiching Marcoge was entangled by ghost spiders again, and couldn't be distracted to support at all. Originally, there were 7 school-level officers in charge of this line of defense at the beginning of the breakout. Even if everyone was responsible for catching the leaders of the pirate regiment, they would be understaffed. Not to mention that there are many pirates under the leadership of these pirate leaders. Aside from the group of people who are greedy and adventurous, the battle formation composed of sergeants has indeed relieved the pressure of the impact to a great extent. Many pirate cotters were divided by several battle groups composed of naval sergeants and sergeants, which reduced the pressure on the school lieutenants who pulled out to fight. This was while holding the pirate regiment, while waiting for reinforcements. After sufficient mid and low-level combat power was added, the pressure on the pirates who were trapped inside increased sharply. Both the frequency of attacks and the intensity of counterattacks in the battle circle have risen to a higher level. The school lieutenants who have escaped from one-on-one catching with the pirate cotters have turned from strenuous support and passive defense to offense. Go to the thickest armor, finally it's our turn to be hunters. The officers grinned and began to target the pirate cotters. On the side of the 100-man assault team, the shrewd hunter ran into a tricky prey. As the captain of this special warfare destruction team, Lindemann, who is thoughtful and mindful, is naturally not a brash man who pursues Zola. There are not many left behind pirates on the pirate ship, only about 30. Except for a group of people observing the situation at the observation deck who were more cautious, the other pirates were sitting on the gunwale chatting and bragging, and several people on the deck were sitting around a pile of cards playing cards. Dazo, who arrived at the designated location, did not act immediately, but led the team to hide in the shadow behind the thick roots of the mangrove. Lindemann took the binoculars handed over by a soldier and carefully monitored the enemy's action patterns. For a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. The guards of this group of pirates were quite lax. The only trouble is that the group of 2 pirates on the top of the mast watching the tower, good vision, plus another open area. Once discovered, the sneak attack is likely to become a strong attack, which is bound to alarm the main pirate group resting in the hotel. Although there are only more than 20 pirates, a storm can also be taken. But Major General Ghost Spider's ambush plan was completely bankrupt. The importance of the ship is self-evident. Leiching, as long as he receives the news from the pirate ship, he will definitely rush towards reinforcements. It is best if the Major General can hold it, but if it doesn't hold it, Lindemann's group of special combat sentries must be dead. Although he had confidence in his boss, Lindemann really didn't dare to put the life of the 100th person on others. Let everyone walk next to the roots of the tree and go around to the distant coastal zone. We dived through the water. Lindemann was paying attention to the movement of the pirates while giving the team a task. The pirate sitting in the observation deck took out his pocket watch to confirm the time. 10 minutes was a gap. He picked up the telescope set aside and pointed the lens at the land. There was no difference from the scene 10 minutes ago. The place where their ship was moored happened to be a large area of open space. If an enemy comes, the scouts can detect it from a high place at a glance. If a formidable enemy comes, you can quickly pull out the anchor and set sail, which can be regarded as a good berthing place. The pirate turned the observation mirror to the surface of the sea again. After the reconnaissance was over, the pirate sat back again. In the blind area blocked by the stern, black spots continued to pop up. Lindemann took the lead and jumped onto the boat with the help of a throwing hook. He leaned down to avoid the pirate's sight and squatted in the neutral position on the stern deck. The Navy lieutenant behind him was so drenched and climbed onto the ship. "You take 20 people into the crew cabin and wait until we are found outside before destroying the rudder," Lindemann arranged in a low voice. The lieutenant colonel nodded and made a tactical gesture to make the soldiers who belonged to him stand by. The experienced Ozo turned his head and glanced at the two pirates not far away who hadn't noticed any danger at all. With a few people hunched over and slowly approached the pirate's back, the pirate leaning out of the porthole was chatting with his companions to pass the time. Lindemann, who touched the pirate at a close range, rose into a violent figure, covered the opponent's nose and mouth from behind the pirate, and wiped it with a knife. The other two lieutenants quickly passed the colonel, and together they hugged the other pirate who hadn't recovered and twisted his neck abruptly. The three held the pirate's fallen body and gestured to the Marines behind him. The knowing lieutenant colonel took the opportunity to sneak into the cabin with 20 sergeants. After solving this group of lone pirates, Lindemann frowned as he watched the pirates squatting or lying on the deck playing cards. The deck is an open area, and there is no possibility of assassination. In order to get on the boat smoothly, they were swimming and diving all the way, and they didn't even bring the flintlock. At this moment, apart from the saber, there were only 2 rifles obtained from the pirate's corpse just now. Lindemann pointed to the pirate on the mast above. Since he was destined not to be assassinated, there was only a strong attack. Boom! Boom! The rifle in the dark suddenly fired, and the pirate who was arranging the ropes on the sail fell off. At the same time, the colonel stepped on the toes of Shave. In an instant, the blood of those pirates burst out. Only a burly pirate drew his sword to block the dead blade. "Oh! Enemy attack!" The pirate's first officer shouted in surprise. At the same time, he swung his sword and stabbed, attacking the navy that dared to attack him. More navy soaking in the sea threw out hooks from all around, hung on the ship's side and began to climb. The pirate first officer's free left hand suddenly pulled out a short gun from his waist, and knocked off a navy soldier who had just appeared from the side. His right hand kept slashing down diagonally. Hey, Lei Ching is too cautious, too? Is it necessary for you to stay here as a chief mate for things like guarding the ship?" Lindemann dodges the diagonally slashing sword and stabs him. "Out! Hey, otherwise, how could I run into such a good opponent like you?" As the second in command on the ship, the powerful pirate officer unavoidably shook out a sword flower and picked up the saber that stabbed him. The Navy's superior number is also an attack, and there is no stalemate that the melon eaters love to see. The Navy and the pirates are in a deadlock and it is unreasonable. It is almost a one-sided crush. Only Lindemann had a hard nail here. The first mate's strength is also weaker than Lei Ching, but Lindemann is not a waiter. The two exchanged offense and defense within a few breaths, and no one suppressed each other. 61 There is no peace of mind in the Navy. Chapter 31. It's done. An officer in a wet navy coat rushed out of the cabin of the pirate ship. Seeing the Navy rushing out of the cabin, even if the pirate's first officer reacted slowly, he would understand that this cargo must have gone to the ship to make trouble. As the second in command on the ship, he naturally knows how important things are in the cabin. They have been recording the logbook since the beginning of the voyage, the control room of the rudder, and the armory where ammunition and supplies are stored. Now he panicked, trying to get rid of the entanglement of the squinted Navy in front of him. Lindemann simply let the pirates go with one blow, and he didn't entangle too much. Taking advantage of the messed-up pirate rushed into the cabin to check the damage, his feet turned into after-images shave. Lindemann, remembering the requirements of the Major General, jumped up high and pulled his knife to the sail. Slid away, and if you win, you will run. Seeing that the goal was achieved, the colonel smiled and greeted the subordinates to retreat. Even if Leiching led the people back, the ship would not be able to move. The Navy quickly put down several life-saving boats equipped on the ship, and rowed to the water inlet where the communication tools and weapons had been stored. Not halfway there, I only heard a bleak howl from the pirate ship. Lindemann couldn't help turning his head and looked at the lieutenant colonel who had entered the cabin and made trouble earlier. By the way, what did you guys do inside? That scream is like we killed his wife. According to your request, we destroyed the rudder control lever. We also ran to the pirates' armory to spill all their powder kegs, because we were still on the ship, so we didn't ignite them. The lieutenant colonel replied fairly well. He thought about it again and added, "Oh, I also tore up a photo album." The expressions of the navy of a ship are a bit stiff. How much hatred is this? Osa grinned reluctantly. I suggest we paddle faster. I always think that pirate will explode on the spot. By the way, what are you doing to tear up the photo album? Lindemann asked dumbfoundedly. Hey, justice won't tolerate that kind of evil way, it's all poor breasts. The lieutenant colonel's expression was sacred and salty and wet. Lindemann almost staggered off the boat, no longer talked about it, just kept moving with the marines, paddling the oars frantically. Sakazuki was a little confused. He called, but Lindemann didn't answer the phone. He didn't believe that the ghost spider would be completely wiped out by the pirates, but not answering the phone obviously meant that the battle was in a state of anxiety. The lieutenant general rose from the ground and sprinted on the top of the house and on the eaves. He was a little annoyed that he had walked too hastily before, only remembering that the main force of the pirates was stationed in the number 19 mangrove. Although temporarily suppressing the 8-armed general in front of him, Leiching knew that the situation was not optimistic and couldn't take any action, and his subordinates were being held in by these weird and unprecedented battle formations. Uru. The phone worm's call rang from the pocket of Captain Pirate's coat. While expanding the range of the electric shock, Marco Guy used his left hand to take out the phone worm from his pocket. The first officer will not call him for no reason. There must be an emergency. Captain. The Navy raided our ship. The little ones are all dead. Ask for reinforcements. Oh, it seems that Lindemann did a good job there. The ghost spider smiled, speeding up and slashing at Leiching now. Distracted. Damn. The captain of the pirate backhand forced the ghost spider back for a few steps, blood pouring from his chest, and he looked around at the few pirate cotters who were still struggling to support. Let's go. He first approached to the left to try to rescue the second officer who was scarred by the Navy siege, but the major general who had been suppressed had reached the purpose of delaying here. The ghost spider ignored the power grid swayed by the opponent in front of him, used an iron block to make a cut, grasped Leiching's knife-holding wrist, and flew with a knife. Unexpectedly, the opponent would prefer to take a hard blow to his own life, and the pirate captain lifted a foot on the Navy body to avoid the fatal blow with the help of reaction force. Uncharacteristically, the ghost spider did not pursue it. He stared at the rear of Leiching with a guilty and low expression. Before Marco Guy turned his head, an astonishing heat wave surged from behind. From the second officer's perspective, he could clearly see that his captain was swallowed by the head of a huge hound whose dark red lava was surging on the surface. Captain! The distracted second mate was pierced into the body by several stabs at the same time, forming a blood gourd. The hurried Sakazuki first saw dozens of marine soldiers lying in a pool of blood, and of course more of them were the corpses of pirates. Let the medical soldiers come here, there are still many soldiers still alive. Sakazuki turned his head and gave instructions to the distressed Major General with a grey and black face. There is no pirate who can still stand in the battle circle. Sakazuki watched the soldiers who slowly eased the battle formation and added, "Those fallen pirates were stabbed at important organs a few times. The soldiers left a few unharmed sergeants to make up the knife." The wounded comrades supported each other and walked to the medical team to receive bandaging and treatment according to the serious situation. "Lindemann isn't with you." Sakazuki only noticed that he didn't see the ghost spider's henchmen. The subordinates arranged for him to attack the pirates who are coating the thief ship. It has succeeded. General Ghost Spider put the knife in the sheath and explained to the superior. The lieutenant general knew how many caddies his subordinates had, and he couldn't help but said with concern, "Why are you so embarrassed? That pirate should not be able to beat you." His moves were accompanied by electric shocks, which gave me some restraint, plus I was delaying time on Lindemann's side. The ghost spider reached out to take a bottle of alcohol, and squatted down to wipe the injured garrison colonel. Wound. The wounded colonel, who was squatting on the ground, had a ghostly expression on his face. He stammered and pleaded, "Major General, this time it is indeed my organization that caused heavy casualties, but I shed blood for the army. I have served the navy, please don't kill me. This is alcohol." The ghost spider's voice was squeezed out between his teeth, and now he really wanted to kill someone. Using good eyesight to carefully identify the name on the bottle, the colonel was relieved to see that alcohol was written on it. Mom Dan thought he was going to be poisoned to death by Major General Ghost Spider. The lieutenant's face trembled, and he suppressed a smile and asked the ghost spider, "I saw the use of battle formation, what is the actual effect?" The Major General dipped the cotton swab into the alcohol and waited for the cotton ball to absorb enough alcohol. "Lieutenant General Sakazuki, I placed a video phone bug on the top of the bell tower. This is a good way." Sakazuki nodded approvingly, but the ghost spider, who disdains to take credit for his subordinates, corrected it and said, "This is what Lindemann came up with." Thinking of his careful abdomen, Ghost Spider's complexion eased a lot. But it is obvious that everyone is the same big zo, how can this guy feel such a big gap under his nose? The Major General's expression went gloomy again, and he took the cotton swab and wiped it at the wound. Author's message. P.S. In the past few days, some book friends said that the last few chapters are a bit boring, saying that they are not interested in these little-known little people. Thank you very much for your comments and suggestions. I must admit that these chapters are a bit boring and lack a sense of substitution. But I didn't create any superfluous character images. These chapters can be regarded as a transitional chapter and a necessary process for the development of the plot. On the one hand, I hope to reflect the influence and radiation of this new Red Dog's change on the surroundings through the changes of some small characters and the details of the characters in the plot. On the other hand, in addition to the new exploration of the style of writing, the chapters of Geometry Mouse can be regarded as introducing 3 plot characters and locations. The importance of Vegapunk to the Navy is self-evident. From the image of others as the foundation, the appearance of these people will not appear abrupt in the future. 62 Languages and Art, Part 1. After the ambush, the naval soldiers received the treatment of a victor, recuperating, vacationing, beer, and barbecue. For the generals, you need to know how to make the soldiers dress up properly and relax. But from lieutenants to generals, these uncles of military officers collectively nestled in the military intelligence room to watch the video of the audience. Don't have to take a vacation, many military officers were directly criticized by Sakazuki and scolded them so badly. It was planned by Sakazuki to ask the officer class to conduct post-war discussions. Sakazuki adjusted the template of the previous life according to the military background of this world, and moved it to the army under his command. It is the most important thing to reflect on the advantages and disadvantages of the entire operation and the adjustment plan after a war. Among the generals in the Navy headquarters, only a few people such as Jonathan and Stolberg have developed this habit. The experienced lieutenant general hopes that the military quality of the overall officer corps of the troops he leads can reach a certain level, and gradually from low-level officers to high-level generals can accurately understand orders, efficiently arrange battles, and absolutely execute orders. From the perspective of Sakazuki, which has a good strategic view, this is like a chess replay, which is a process of slow accumulation. Replaying is not just about placing the pieces, but carefully analyzing your own layout, focusing on thinking and calculation methods, finding regular problems, and not only constraining on the merits of each move or technical gains and losses. This is especially true in war. Restoring the battlefield on the battlefield is by no means as simple as a single simulated battlefield situation. Was the deployment of various units reasonable before the war? The overall performance of one's own side during the battle, the teamwork during the continuous fierce battle, etc. are still the most basic points of reflection. Sakazuki frowned and pressed the pause button on the remote control with his thumb. What's the structure of this line of defense? He turned his head and looked at the colonel, who was named to stand up and maintain his military posture. Report. The subordinates plan to use pocket formation to kill the pirates. Chapter 32. I can see that you want to use a pocket formation. This formation is really beneficial to the defending side. Whether it is to dissolve the enemy's impact on the position or to disperse the enemy's combat power, it has a unique advantage. The lieutenant general picked it up and put it on the table. The pointer of the dog was gesturing along the terrain shot from a high place. The lieutenant, who had already burst out from his temple, stared blankly at the unidentified subordinates. Could you please explain to me, whose pockets are open to the enemy, and the firepower of the rifle inside is flat? Of. Puff. The officers present could not help but smile at last. The entrance to the enemy is as narrow as a pocket. It is to lure the enemy to deepen, but as the enemy deepens, the space inside should become larger and larger. Then when all the enemies enter, the army seals the entrance at the entrance to the enemy, like tighten your pockets to prevent the enemy from coming out, and the incoming enemy will be surrounded by our army, thus sealing the enemy. What is your arrangement? No wonder you only have to be passively beaten. Sakazuki suppresses the anger. These officers under his command are brave and fearless to death, but a little bit of tactical and technical things can kill the popularity. When the chess is resumed, the players will cooperate with the top players to read the game record of the game, integrate and improve the chess ability step by step. Sakazuki is currently doing the same thing as those famous chess players, expanding the knowledge reserves for its subordinates from a more professional perspective, allowing them to think about strategy and tactics from a higher perspective. As a direct confrontational colonel, his assessment of the battle group is of considerable reference value. He thought carefully about, "Sir, our battle formation was destroyed before it was fully formed." He combined his own personal experience. Carry out serious contrast thinking. Yes, I can see from the video call Worm's video that, setting aside the strength gap between the captain of the pirate and the formation of the battlefield itself, there are differences in the cooperation of the soldiers. Who else needs to add? Sakazuki nodded. The officer's self-checking needs to be affirmed and encouraged by the officer. Only by understanding your own problems can you improve and improve. A lieutenant stood up. Lord Admiral, in the report, there is a problem with the deployment of combat forces in our battlefield. Very well, let's be more detailed. Sakazuki is persuasive. Language is an art. His voice is no longer so harsh, and he encourages with a low voice, slowly letting the officers open their minds. Our battlefield includes all the pirates in one airbag, regardless of whether the opponent is a codder or an ordinary pirate. This has led to a direct massive attrition of some battlefield teams at the beginning of contact. Sakazuki was secretly delighted. Of course, I could see the pros and cons of this war circle, but it was a different concept from the mouth of the subordinates. Although the description is not accurate, it does show that they are thinking that the subjective initiative of soldiers is slowly being cultivated. What I want is not a bunch of killing machines, but soldiers who know how to cooperate and think. Uru. The short voice that sounded in the military situation room interrupted the officer's subsequent speeches. This was a phone worm that was specifically responsible for contacting the headquarters. Only one sound was a notice of an emergency. Sakazuki is a bit of a surprise. In his memory, in the year of Heian calendar 1500, there shouldn't be any important information except for the escape of the Golden Lion, right? But not afraid of 10,000, but just in case, the lieutenant took the microphone and said, "This is the Chambord Islands Naval Base. The base director is discussing with the government department about the aftermath of the arrest operation. I am the top person in charge of the base, Sakazuki." "Oh, ha ha ha. It just so happens that I am not looking for the head of the base." Karp's iconic loud voice came from the microphone, making the lieutenant general feel that something is wrong. "Is there any emergency to convey?" Mr. Karp, Sakazuki continued to ask with a serious expression. "If you want to come to Karp, wouldn't you make calls regardless of the severity? Excluding this unlikely situation, then the instructions for Karp to convey personally are definitely not trivial." "Oh. I'm here to ask your guardian's opinion. Can Robin follow me in practice for a period of time?" Sakazuki felt that he had auditory hallucinations. He turned his head in doubt and asked the officer in the room to reconfirm. "What did Mr. Karp just say?" "Mr. Karp is here to ask your guardian's opinion. Can Robin follow him to practice? The officers are also at a loss with your words, and I have restored Karp's speech just now. The lieutenant general hasn't recovered yet, just, no more." "No," the officers replied categorically. Sakazuki turned around and took a deep breath and put the microphone close to his lips. "Mr. Karp, you took Malin Vondo's phone worm to call the highest level emergency call just to tell me this." The whole room, they were all filled with roars, and the maps that had been placed on a high place for a long time and had not been wiped were even shaken to dust. What a shout! Isn't this an emergency? The child's growth can't be delayed. It's too late for the body to grow and stereotype. Besides, it is still such a good seedling. Pu directly yelled back with a louder voice. More dust fell on the map. Nothing else. I hung up, Mr. Karp. The rare and mischievous lieutenant general's chest was ups and downs sharply. Sakazuki tried to calm his emotions and restore his voice to a normal tone. Hey! Wait for me to pay. Before the old man opposite finished speaking, the lieutenant general calmly put down the phone. Looking around the silent military room, Sakazuki looks unchanged. Did you hear anything just now? This time even the ghost spider shook his head like a rattle. I was joking that I felt bad at this time. It's better to be slapped and beaten by a pirate. Then the phone worm rang a short tweet again, whether it was an harassment call or not, as long as this alert level ringed, then as the highest person in charge here, Sakazuki must be connected to the call. As a soldier, he will never raise his personal emotions to mission heights. Once there is a real emergency, and his Sakazuki is not received, that is the biggest gaffe as a soldier. After picking up the phone worm, Karp's voice came again, but with a more serious tone. There is a task. Say, please. Sakazuki signaled the ghost spider to pass him the pencil drawn on the table, and the lieutenant general pulled a piece of paper to carefully record the instructions of the superior. Robin is an absolute general-level combat power under my training. Don't abandon your father for personal reasons. Sakazuki. The voice on the other end of the phone was solemn and full of seriousness. No one with natural fruit ability feels closer to a real volcanic eruption than the current state. Language is an art, and art is an explosion. 63 Language is an art, Chinese. Sakazuki, which was on the verge of an explosion, was not as annoyed as everyone expected. Instead, his expression became calmer, but there was an extra in his tone that undoubtedly, Mr. Karp, your suggestion is in public and private. Allow me to refuse. From an official perspective, if you occupy the emergency contact channel and use trivial matters to interfere with the military affairs discussion of the frontline generals, I will report this matter truthfully. Sakazuki came to be a big hat on Karp, although the result he reported was mostly that Carp was criticized and educated by Sakazuki Sengoku. According to the virtues of this shameless old man, he will repeat the same trick after a long time. Although he knows that Carp doesn't care about this at all, he doesn't lose if he loses. A joke, don't I have a shame in Sakazuki? The way to mock this can only start from another aspect. Without waiting for Carp to speak, Sakazuki continued to add, from a personal point of view, as Robin's adoptive father, I must be responsible for the future of the child. Carp naturally understood the overtones of Sakazuki, and he opened his voice into the microphone with dissatisfaction. Are you disgusting that the old man is incapable of teaching Robin? Sakazuki's answer is not sloppy. I want to be honest, it does mean that. As a girl, Robin can't exercise according to Mr. Carp's method completely. Why can't it? Carp stretched out a little finger and dug out his nostril. I must admit that Mr. Carp's physique and domineering are definitely among the world's top masters. Sakazuki's flattering flattery made Carp a little triumphant. But have you ever understood that child's own thoughts? I know that Beichakwan is your previous dream, but from the perspective of education, children should not be a tool for us to inherit unfinished dreams. The phone worm suddenly widened his eyes, and Carp, who was about to play tricks, really didn't expect Sakazuki to say such a thing, and it was difficult to answer for a while. 1 month before the O'Hara slaughter order, the naval hero asked the Admiral of the Navy to return to his hometown to see how the situation in the East China Sea was after the death of the One Piece. Carp is also a veteran who has been on the front line for many years. It makes sense to be homesick. Sora gave Carp a 4-month holiday very happily. A holiday that anyone thought was reasonable was hidden from almost everyone. Only Sakazuki, the Traverser, combined with the timing of the original book, guessed Carp's true intention to find the blood of Gordy Roger. But what makes Sakazuki particularly painful is that Carp threw the son of One Piece directly to the bandit to raise. So how do you look down on the harmonious environment of the Navy headquarters? The Lieutenant General of Sakazuki, a serious messenger, deliberately showed a look of disdain, and mocked, I saw Robin the last time this boy is reading the book Navy Ships, mentioned in Chapter 35 above. As a senior Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, can you accurately clarify and let her understand the structure of the hull and the standard operating procedures of our military's warships at all levels? Does this have any necessary connection with teaching children? It's great to have this knowledge. Carp's IQ went online in time, seizing the loopholes in Magma Boy's words. Hehe, girls are generally more delicate than boys. Mastering more necessary military theories and knowledge is conducive to her meticulous thinking in the future. Lieutenant General Crane is the best example. Sorry, knowledge can really do whatever you want. From the phone worm came heavy wheezing. Feng Shui turns. Sakazuki did not contain a dirty word ridicule, and replied that Carp almost blasted several major blood vessels in the past. Others made it clear that you are uneducated and have the ability to hit me? The blue veins on Carp's forehead violently, asshole Magma Boy, it seems that I want to teach you how to respect the old. In the face of this rogue threat, the young and Zhuang Navy is not afraid. I saw the phone worm on Carp's side pull up the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was to undo and undo. The phone worm simulates the expression in Sakazuki in the same way. Oh? Are you angry? It seems that Mr. Carp, you are very unconvinced. How about we have a game? Sakazuki, which I saw in the pour, finally revealed the real intention. Don't be entangled in Robin's child. You have the ability to find an adopted son by yourself and send it to Malin Vander. We are in this fair environment. Whose education method is better than trying it? What did you say? Whether it is a child born on a great sea route or a child from all over the world, if you really have the ability, you can find someone who is not bad enough to train it. Don't you even bother to raise orphans. Sakazuki is a pun. The original aka Inu was very good at teasing opponents. Chapter 33. Both the Great Vortex Spider and Ace, who could have gone away, were induced and taught by his words. The Sakazuki that merged with the soul of the 21st century was obviously taken to the next level. Where am I going to find the orphan? Before he finished complaining, Karp was stunned. Roger's child was originally intended to be brought back to the Navy headquarters to raise him, but the Navy hero suddenly brought back a baby. Will arouse the attention of countless people. Warring States and Sora Karp couldn't explain it, let alone the origin of this strange child will definitely be checked by the sensitive CP department. But now it's different. If you want to doze off, get a pillow. The dispute between himself and Sakazuki is obvious to all. In this case, the competition proposed by the young and energetic hawkish Navy just allows Karp to be reasonable in the seemingly playful game without being suspected at all. He brought Ace back to the Navy headquarters to raise him. I'm really a genius. Karp smiled in his heart. He felt for the first time that his intelligence was not inferior to the Warring States period. Karp agreed in one fell swoop, okay. It's a deal. Wow, ha 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 ha, I'm sure to win. Humph. It's a deal, Mr. Karp. For the fairness of the game, I will record this call. The tone of Sakazuki is still unhappy. But Karp is completely smiling. He is worried about how the content of this game will be known to the Warring States period, so as to remove the suspicion that he has found a stranger. He hurriedly checked the phone bug on the desk, and he was relieved when he noticed that it was indeed recording. Hang up the other party's phone directly and save the recording. The Navy hero felt so refreshed for the first time, and he couldn't help laughing, ha 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 ha, that Magma Boy is still too tender after all. This mental urgency, ha 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 ha. The ghost spider paid attention to the lieutenant who was hung up, and he rarely hesitated, that. Lieutenant General in Sakazuki, would you offend Mr. Karp a little bit? Although his act of making a harassing call is indeed you violated discipline, but you were so angry that the other party hung up the phone. Sakazuki, a deep smile evoked at the corner of his mouth, angry? No, Ghost Spider, I helped him solve a big problem. Why did he get angry before he thanked me? Maybe someone is at the moment haha laughing. The Ghost Spider who didn't get the key at all looked blank. 64 Languages and Art, Part 2. The post-war summary seminar was held from the afternoon to the evening, and the officers walked out of the military situation room hungry. The hungry uncle officers hooked up in groups and left the base for food. Sakazuki has always been strict in governing the army, whether it is normal training or leading the army in combat. However, in the post-war training period like today, if it is the same as usual to strictly manage the personnel entry and exit regulations of the army, it will indeed be unsatisfactory. Put it lightly, soldiers and officers will think that you, the leader, are rigid and unflexible. You strictly require us to serve as soldiers during training and inspections. Everyone can understand that the military orders on the battlefield are also for our final victory, but after the war, when everyone adjusts their mood and recuperates injuries, you also forcibly stipulate that you cannot leave the base. Then this is simply inhuman. Speaking more seriously, it is inevitable that some people will say that SA always doesn't understand people's hearts. Sakazuki opens one eye to this. A good bow will also loosen the bowstring at ordinary times, maintaining the elasticity of the bowstring and the tension of the bow tire. If the bowstring is kept too tight, the bow will soon break. The same is true for the army. Soldiers have been tense and unable to relax, so it is only natural for things to happen at the most unexpected moments. Standing in the empty military room, Sakazuki took out a hand-operated coffee grinder and a bag of coffee beans sealed in a greased paper bag from the cupboard by the window and began to carefully grind the coffee powder. Coffee, as a necessary military material in the army, is even more important than the combat rations distributed to a certain extent. There was a joke among the European and American armies in the past, even if there is no military ration, you must drink a cup of coffee. So far, Yingjiang's individual combat food has not left the coffee thing, and even intensified its efforts to extract a mixture of caffeine as a necessary munitions medicine. The caffeine in a cup of coffee can stimulate the central nervous system, heart, and respiratory system of the soldiers, allowing them to maintain high intensity, long-term continuous combat, and proper amount of caffeine can also reduce muscle fatigue. As a star person who would die if he didn't drink coffee in his previous life, Sakazuki, who didn't like tobacco and alcohol, has always had a soft spot for this kind of drink. The boiling water room is on the outside of the military intelligence room, and the Lieutenant Admiral concentrates on controlling the water temperature with his ability. 80 degrees Celsius is the best partner for this bag of light roasted coffee. Light roasting is mainly to enjoy the various aromas contained in the green coffee beans. In other words, it reduces the coffee aroma formed during deep roasting, and highlights the inherent characteristics of green beans. Therefore, the main point of choosing light roast coffee is the freshness of the green beans and the rich aroma contained in the green beans. Basically, the more advanced the coffee market or green beans, the easier it is to come into contact with light roasted coffee. The so-called shallow refers to the degree of baking before the first to the second burst in the baking stage, that is, the cinnamon is baked in the city. Sakazuki likes to use a method to test the quality of coffee cup test. Put the ground fresh coffee beans in the cup, pour it into hot water, soak it, and then directly scoop it out with a small spoon without filtering. Yet, the Lieutenant General was fairly satisfied with the coffee beans placed in the cupboard by the base chief. In light roasted coffee, the coffee cell tissue has not been fully expanded, and the capillaries that assist in the extraction of coffee have not been fully formed, so the sourness is more prominent. The acidity is a common feature of all coffee grown in plateau areas. Higher altitude is often associated with better sweetness and more complex coffee flavor. To be precise, there is a certain correlation between the two, but not causation. To a large extent, the factors that influence the quality of coffee are more from the temperature of its growing environment. If the usual extraction method is used, the good taste may not be fully expressed. Adding several changes to the basic extraction method can produce a more flavorful and good coffee. The extraction time is also very important. The contact time between coffee powder and water is a very important variable for good coffee. If the contact time between coffee powder and hot water is too long, or the ratio of coffee powder to water is too low, it will often lead to excessive extraction. Sakazuki knows that when using a drip coffee machine and brewing espresso, excessive extraction is caused by fine grinding. When brewing by hand, the extraction time may be too long. Too high water temperature can also cause excessive extraction. Excessive extraction will extract too many unwanted chemicals, such as caffeine, and make the coffee taste bitter and uneven. However, if the contact time between coffee powder and hot water is too short, it is not enough to extract all the flavors from the coffee powder, which will make the coffee taste thin and lack the characteristics that coffee should have. Sakazuki bent down and put his face close to the freshly extracted coffee, gently swaying the palm of the hand to bring a breeze, allowing the aroma of coffee to be delivered to the nasal cavity. Picking up the coffee and returning to the dimly lit military intelligence room, the lieutenant admired especially enjoying a cup of coffee in such a peaceful atmosphere. Coffee is not only refreshing, but also helps him clear his mind. The 2 waves of phone bombings made by Karp today are really maddening. Sakazuki wants to return directly to Malinvondo, catching the old and putting it on a fight. As for whether to do it or not to win, is this a question of not being able to beat it? Although it seems that it really can't be beaten at the moment. In the past, I had thought that I had to improve my combat power before the establishment of Kaiwahei and the 4 emperors in order to gain more advances and reform more things. But Karp's immediate problem reminded himself once again, in this world where the 3 views are somewhat distorted, respecting the strong is not an empty talk. From the point of view of the pirates, the ant can conquer a country for sweets, and Kaido, the beast, is also notoriously insane. To say that the 2 of them have the biggest thing in common with heroes like Shanks and Whitebeard, they can play, and they can play especially. Those who could fight became the 4 emperors, and the remaining few who were particularly antisocial were sent to the deep-sea prison to pick up soap. But it takes strength to maintain justice. With fellow naval colleagues like Carp, you can still be slapped with a fist, but if you can't fight against a pirate, you will be dead. Who will give you time to push the gun? This is the pirate who is not a certain Konoha who rubs the and kills the enemy every day. The winner takes all, and the loser kneels and licks is such a principle of the weak and the strong. Jean will pull out a piece of white paper from the drawer, raise his hand to pick up the pen placed on the table, and start earnestly listing some of the moves and techniques that he knows in anime and movies that are similar to his own rockberry abilities. Physical skills and domineering cultivation require time and effort, and the only way to quickly improve one's current combat power is the ability to develop fruit. Compared with unreferenced fantasy, whether it is to take the essence of similar ability development in other animations or discard some of the dregs of the original Red Dog, it will undoubtedly save a lot of time. And Sakazuki currently lacks time most. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. A rigorous lieutenant dare not take it for granted to imitate these things directly in actual combat. Only in constant experimentation and polishing can the hypotheses listed on the paper become reality. Author's message. How can the coffee thing be said to be water? Funny. Okay, put the knife down, no more skin. No more skin. 65 Why are you so skilled? The base commander stood in the harbor with a look of resentment and waved goodbye to the warship of the Navy headquarters Lieutenant General. Yesterday he had a whole day in the government department and the unprofitable officials. The plague gods in the headquarters took people to kill them, and then left a mess that needed to be dealt with and threw it to the garrison base. His rockberries were actually paving a thick layer of dark red lava on the streets of the fighting area. Although those with natural fruit ability came forward personally afterwards, they melted and absorbed all the troubles scattered outside. However, the follow-up treatment of houses destroyed by bomb explosions and melted through an authentic street during the war was troublesome. The Navy is the face of the world government, and according to the explicit stipulations, these expenses should be coordinated and allocated by the military and local government departments. However, when there is credit to be gained, the bureaucrats of the world government stationed in the Chambord Islands directly proposed that this pirate clearance operation should be fully borne by the Navy base in the Chambord Islands. Unless this time the commendation of military merits submitted to the government and Navy officials adds the names of several of their officials. The reason is also very simple. The government department did not request the Navy headquarters to send a lieutenant to provide support to the Chambord Islands, so all losses caused by the Navy were paid by itself. This is justified and well-founded, but the Navy who is going to negotiate the allocation of expenses is particularly chilled. When we need our support, we will treat the Navy as a big boss, and when we don't need us, we will kick it away. The intelligence collection is integrated by the naval bases, and the capture of pirates is also the contribution of the Navy, and then it is the turn of the government to reward you. Not to mention whether this ordinary 5-star star with every day in the battle of annihilation will pay attention, it is a pig's brain that these officials are lying on the merits of the future. Chapter 34. It's not that similar things have happened before. If the main force of annihilating the pirates this time is led by his base leader, as long as the other party is willing to pay for the aftermath, it is not impossible to let these brainy promotion get some merit. But this time it was the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. The top person in charge of the base decided to call Sakazuki, hoping to hear the thoughts of the parties involved. This time the compensation costs are borne by the headquarters in full. It is only one block and the Navy headquarters can still afford it. Sakazuki drinking coffee did a better job. These bureaucrats just wanted to pay for it through the aftermath. Regarding stall matters, should the government offices stationed in the Chambord Islands also participate? Since the other party thinks that there is no request to call the headquarters for support, how am I embarrassed to let these masters participate in the compensation? The base director said that this kind of thing you said earlier. As a result, I took people to the office of the world government to be angry for a whole day. So, you, such a devastating and supernatural ability person, just stay in your home. What are you doing here in the Chambord Islands? With complicated eyes, the base commander watched the warship of Sakazuki leave. Lieutenant General, do we need to go to Murloc Island as expected? The ghost spider stood beside Sakazuki and asked softly. Wu Lao Xing never responded to Kong, and without the command of the marshal, Sakazuki as a lieutenant general could not have been waiting for orders in the Chambord Islands. No, Wu Lao Xing has not ordered for a long time. Let's go back to the headquarters and wait for the next order. Sakazuki estimated that Wu Lao Xing was waiting for a reasonable opportunity and did not directly reject his proposal. That means there is still room for maneuver. But what the specific opportunity is, he really can't think of it at present. Now that I was going back to the main part, Sakazuki thought for a while and continued to speak. Ghost Spider, I'll give you a special task. The Major General leaned his feet back. Please tell me. Action code Flying Dragon, come here with ears. Report. Sakazuki, come back. The lieutenant looked solemn, not curious about the hearty laughter of the warring states coming from the room, and stood outside the door, waiting for the marshal's reply. Come in. Kong said with a smile, and the burly lieutenant came in. I don't know if it's an illusion, it feels like the marshal has changed his desk. But this was quickly skipped by Sakazuki because the tape on the table played his voice. Sakazuki now knows what they are laughing at, but Carp is obviously not the kind of villain who complains against him, so the tape in front of him is obviously the Navy hero's conspiracy. He wanted to let the two people know about this game, and let Roger's children enter the Navy headquarters when everyone knew that Carp was looking for an adopted son. Don't look at the old bastard's heartlessness, but the plan is really clever. The Sakazuki that should be performed with him will naturally not turn a blind eye. Marshal, is this? I heard you are so angry about Carp. Sakazuki Sora stroked the table with deep meaning. The lieutenant general's cheek twitched slightly. The feeling of being sued by the wicked first is really subtle. Even if you know that Carp is doing this in general, why are you so skilled, Mr. Carp? Wasn't it me who was shaking with anger? Obviously it's me first. Sengoku Yuyu added a sentence. Kapu broke the table of Brother Kong as soon as he came, saying that he was so angry that he had blown up a few blood vessels by the magma boy, and said he wanted to go to sea to find a talented adopted son to get his face back. It's so embarrassing to say that. Sengoku, who is furious with his comrades every day, feels exasperated. Sakazuki, well done, that guy finally stopped for a while. Sakazuki suddenly realized, it's no wonder that I didn't see Carp. It seems that someone wants to act as quickly as possible. Carp's words and deeds are in line with his own temper, but you with big eyebrows and big eyes can also act. Let the lieutenant sigh secretly. The lieutenant general asked briefly, Marshal, do you think I did something wrong? Wrong? Carp, as your predecessor, how can you talk to him like this? Sora cursed with a black face, but directly extended his thumbs with both hands to the surprised lieutenant general. This is simply Gan. Te, disease, Piao, Liang. Yes. My subordinates understand. Let me personally visit Mr. Carp another day to pay, the crime, xin. I looked at the old marshal who was serious about diplomacy, and then looked at the confidant who was tacitly confessing his mistakes. Sakazuki continued to be heard in the tape without a nasty word. The Sengoku suddenly felt that in the future, this kind of provocative dirty work could be left to Sakazuki. As a marshal, Sora naturally knows how to put the atmosphere freely and feels almost harmonious, so he returned to the topic. Okay, after the joke, don't be discouraged when there is a news. Wu Lao Xing has contacted me before and thinks you are stationed. The plan for Murloc Island will be put on hold for a while, and will be implemented together with another big plan that is still being developed in a year's time. Sakazuki frowned. Is it just temporarily shelved? Didn't Wu Lao Xing bluntly refuse? There are not many things that make Wu Lao seeing a big plan, combined with the frequent travel of major air routes in recent time. Pirates. Wu Lao Xing's intention is clear. Okay, don't care too much, just wait for a year. Sora thought that Sakazuki was still tangling, and said comfortingly. Marshal, General, there is something else that needs to be approved by both of you today. I hope to take a period of time off to practice fruit abilities, and I have found a general direction recently. No change tonight. Seeing to be off work, an emergency meeting was held, and then the department worked overtime collectively. I haven't had dinner until 9:30, and there is no update tonight. I feel like I'm overworked. 233333333333333. I would like to apologize to everyone here. I really feel tired. I don't want to think about code words tonight. By the way, I would like to collect opinions on the reform of naval weapons and equipment for the future, aka DOG. At present, I intend to start with the bolt-on rifle, and hope that the big brothers will give guidance on the military and military aspects of World War II. 66 The 18 Palms of the Dragon, Sea Dragon in the Field. Hey! Warring States raised his head and looked at the lieutenant general in front of him. He knew that his subordinate was a practical faction. The suggestions made by Sakazuki have always been targeted, and don't do useless work. Since the other party can ask for leave and practice in front of them, at least he has a lot of confidence in the success and reliability of this matter. Kong frowned, and now it was time for the Navy to be stretched. If Sakazuki can lead the team to catch pirates as before, it will surely reduce the pressure on the Navy. In addition to having great real power, the Admiral of the Navy also has strong requirements for his own strength. Being able to stand above these generals, his own combat power, strictly speaking, has reached a rare peak in this world. Although he is not a natural ability person, the experienced Admiral knows that this stage of Sakazuki proposes the meaning of strengthening his own fruit ability. How sure are you? Sora asked about Sakazuki instead, for the sake of safety, and still did not reply directly. 7%. Sora glanced at the Warring States period, waiting for his confirmation. Although Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Kuzan are already on his list of general candidates, there are still a few who can break through this threshold in their early 30s. The general as the highest combat power of the world government and Navy headquarters is a sign and a threshold. Zifa, who has resigned from the position of general and only retains the rank of general, devoted himself to naval elite education when he became a master of armed and domineering at the age of 34. After several years of fighting, he was awarded the title of Black Fist, and even more so at the age of 38. Served as admiral in the name of this title. The two geniuses of Karp and the Warring States also stepped into this threshold at different times. With the strength of these three people, the Navy headquarters supported the prestige of the three Navy giants Big Buddha, Black Fist and Iron Fist before the era of the Great Pirates. Sakazuki is a general who climbed from the bottom of the Navy to the rank of lieutenant through battle. Compared with the highest admiral of the Navy, Kong, his direct superior Sengoku has a clearer picture of his true strength. The Warring States period estimated that the strength of Sakazuki was already close to him, and if he changed his decision, it would take a whole year for his subordinate Sakazuki to break through the barrier of quasi-general to general in one fell swoop. The Navy headquarters will gain a real combat power. So it is all worthwhile. Warring States nodded gently in response to the Marshal. Sora was also unambiguous. Since I am taking Karp's 4-month holiday, then I will give you the same amount of time. The Marshal paused, a little helpless. Although I really want to give you a full year of training, our manpower is really lacking. As the generals of the Warring States period, you can't walk around at will. You elite lieutenants will give you more than 100 million rewards. The thieves' deterrence is self-evident. Okay, go down and prepare supplies. The lieutenant general nodded in understanding. During this period of time, the pirates are like animals in estrus in the spring. After you sing, I will appear on the stage. it's almost endless. Kuzan is a tired and lazy temperament. Polo Salino doesn't refuse to do things, but he likes to be ambiguous in many things and only half of it. At the moment Karp and himself are on vacation again, and the intellectual and military forces of the Warring States period are both online, but they have a dragon-slaying skill, and they can only guard Malin Fanduo. To be honest, Sakazuki is a bit distressed for the Admiral. But true men dare to face the tragic life, dare to face the dripping blood. Kong brother, steady. Sakazuki stand side by side and give a salute to the two superiors. Just out of the corner of the marshal's office, Sakazuki couldn't wait to take out a phone bug. Ghost Spider, where is Flying Dragon now? Lieutenant General, Flying Dragon is taking Little Robin for afternoon tea, less than 10 meters away from your officer's dormitory. Flying Dragon, how did you know that I was back? You forgot. Flying Dragon is currently the highest general-level person in charge of the entry and exit registration of the Marin Vatican military port. The Ghost Spider lowered his voice. Damn, I really want to thank her for blocking me without getting off the boat. Chapter 35. Keep watching and keep the information open at all times. Sakazuki concluded, and the burly lieutenant turned and walked to Polo Salino's dormitory. I said, Sakazuki, although I am very happy that you are a guest at my house, why do you cover up like a patient with severe typhoid? Holding a pot of steaming black tea in one hand, mixed tea with the old friend on the opposite seat. Shut up, Polo Salino, don't I usually use hoods and military caps for double-layer concealment? What's weird? Sakazuki, which prefers to show up after crossing, is back to the previous one. Dress up. No, the old man just wants to remind you that you can't drink tea with a white veil, your taste is getting more and more weird. Polo Salino, wearing a pale yellow bottoming shirt, withdrew his left hand from his pocket and stretched out a slender finger to touch the veil hanging under the brim of the Sakazuki hat. There is a captain named Zion under the old man who looks very similar to yours. Sakazuki took off the mask in one hand, took the saucer together, and gently brought the full black tea to the mouth. Is the Zion you said was transferred from the branch and ate the Superman series? The rusty fruit kid. Well, I thought you didn't care about this information. Polo Salino also took a sip from his teacup. Rust fruit is the natural enemy of metal products such as swords and firearms. Sakazuki put down the teacup and picked up a small jug of milk in front of the table and poured it slowly into it. Poro Salino clamped a piece of sugar with a small clamp and placed it in the black tea. To be precise, if developed properly, the rusty fruit is the natural enemy of all metal products, including our warships and turrets. Take care of this person, and exercise him more if you have nothing to do. Don't waste such an excellent fruit. Sakazuki was silent for a moment, and solemnly asked his comrades in arms. You have friendship with him? The Lieutenant Admiral raised his left eyebrow while keeping his slanted mouth. Not at all. It's just that my mind has changed a bit. The Lieutenant General who put down his hood shook his head. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Our Navy used to be accustomed to being crowded and powerful, but in the final analysis, our mid to high-end combat capabilities are insufficient. There are not many colonels that can be used on a warship. Poro Salino thought carefully, and then replied, although what you said is a bit absolute and one-sided, there is indeed such a problem. The warship led by the Lieutenant General can be regarded as a Major General alone, and a Major General is the highest. There are basically no outstanding characters in the commander's warship. Since we want to improve the combat power of low-level ordinary Marines, why not exercise the ability and strength of middle and high-level naval officers together? Sakazuki smiled and raised a question. 67 The 18 Palms of the Dragon, Qianlong in the Yuan. Interesting idea, I know your plan. Polo Salino is a personality, his eyes flipped around like a playful ape in his eye sockets. Do you plan to teach and exercise yourself, like your subordinates, ghost spiders, Doberman, etc.? Sakazuki took the small clip with sugar cubes from Polo Salino, it's not just these major generals, Polosalino, I am willing to cultivate the qualified school officers and lieutenants. The slick and shining fruit ability raised his eyebrows, and he looked extremely mature, who was already wrinkled with his forehead. He stared at Sakazuki meaningfully. The idea is good. As an old friend I must remind you, I don't know if you have that kind of idea, but does this count as forming your own faction? Sakazuki picked up a teaspoon and stirred the black tea gently, so that the amber-colored clear tea soup and milk were closely integrated. He didn't take it seriously. We personally will not ask our subordinates to form parties. This is to increase the strength of the navy. You think so, but outsiders don't think so, Sakazuki. Polosalino was rarely serious, looking at his old friends. Generals don't think so, and marshals don't think of it this way. Even if the overall strength of the navy is raised a lot as you think, so what? The more the military power increases, the greater your hatred of forming parties and private interests. He looked squarely into Sakazuki and yelled, "Don't be too idealistic. Sakazuki. Such innocence is tantamount to suicide." Sakazuki stared at the black tea with his head down, making it difficult to see the face covered by the brim of the hat. For a long time, he spoke with a low voice, "Polosalino, I accept your love. When the friendship is not good enough, Sakazuki will not tell others about your plans. Similarly, only true friends with deep friendship will warn you so sincerely. Hello, do you still stick to this line of thinking?" Seeing Sakazuki, Polosalino's expression became even more bitter. This mindless is as stubborn as their common teacher Zifa. Once he has his own ideas, no one can persuade him to come back. Ms. Zifa's affairs gave me a wake-up call. Sakazuki took the well-stirred milk tea into the mouth. Without directly answering this question, Sakazuki deliberately continued to ask, "Do you think the world government would like to see complete unity within our navy? Do you think that teacher Zifa's family was killed by the pirates behind the shadow of government departments?" Polosalino's thinking turned quickly, and he tapped the desktop with his fingertips. Although there are some doubts about this incident, such as how the pirates will know the specific home address of General Zifa at that time outside the military headquarters? For example, why didn't the CP department arrange personnel to mark there? But these are our guesses, and I have a bad relationship with the old man, but we don't have any evidence to point to the world government. Sakazuki looked calm. "Yes, all of this is our assumption, and I have never been a person who is keen on conspiracy theories, but in all fairness, the only army with good combat power controlled by the world government is us. Navy." Sakazuki took a sip of milk tea and continued to explain, "On the one hand, our navy has great real power. From independent conscription to the deployment of military personnel, we don't need to consult the world government departments. Marshals and generals can always mobilize the army to attack any area under the demon-slaying order. Moreover, in such an army, the world government has not placed any government personnel. If the army is united as never before, all act according to one person's thoughts." The corner of the mouth of Sakazuki rose slightly, and said the words of humiliation. What if one day the 5 old stars disagree with a certain general or even the marshal, causing the direct navy to rebel? Polosalino didn't speak, and for a moment he inserted a second sugar cube into his teacup. Only then did he begin to follow up the Sakazuki conjecture. If it is really such a united army, even if a general leaves office, it is possible to take away a large number of fresh troops, let alone a marshal with a deep military heart. "I really didn't expect you to start the layout from now on, Sakazuki." The smile of the person with shining fruit ability is weird. Not only has the military's high-level strength been enhanced, but it has also deliberately divided factions from the surface to allow the government to manage with confidence. In fact, with your reputation, hey, I will take it as you are forced to protect yourself in order to become a general. Don't say I'm as radical as the kid Durag who has been out of the navy for a few years, Polosalino. Sakazuki drank the milk tea, and then he stared at his comrades in awe. "Throw the third sugar cube into the milk tea." The sleek lieutenant general added a cup of black tea to Sakazuki. I heard that you are dating a certain female officer. Sakazuki Polosalino's smile became more wretched. Could it be that you are hiding from Jun? So is the general's intuition so good? Can't counsel. How can you be counseled about things from your heart? Sakazuki has no expression on his face. I found out that your information came quickly. It was the same the time I brought Robin back. You'll know for a long time. The wretched lieutenant smiled and lit a cigarette with his power. Sparkling Fruit's additional power is just that, don't worry about it. The ability to sparkle fruit. I believe in your evil. Seeing the old wretched evasion, the serious lieutenant general didn't feel embarrassed to deliberately question him. He changed his hand and dialed a phone bug. College Lindemann, can you please go to the officers' cafeteria and get me a meal to Lieutenant General Polosalino's dormitory? Are you coming? The lieutenant general who was throwing the fourth fastest sugar cube into the milk tea was stunned. Are you planning to hide with me until you leave Hong Kong to practice? No. If you believe it, it's strange. Polosalino leaned half of his body directly in front of Sakazuki. Are you afraid of women? Surprised. Why didn't I know when I spent so long with you? Shut up, bastard. How long do you think I didn't kill the female pirate? Oh. Are you afraid of Jun? Polosalino, who was successful in the routine, smiled more brilliantly, shaking the cigarette ashes from his mouth directly into the teacup of Sakazuki. He kept his left hand and threw the fifth cube of sugar into his cup. I can't drink tea anymore. The helpless iron-blooded general gently pushed the teacup away. Basically, he had never seen the deflated and smooth lieutenant general of Sakazuki determined to push his nose to his face. Chapter 36. You can also drink Sister Beepa. Sakazuki finally realized that his endless was even more wretched than Huang Yuan's wretched face. Isn't it just a sister paper? Life is to overcome difficulties. Sakazuki. Sakazuki really hates my own association. 68 Holy Light's Philosophy Class. Holy Light. That enemy is worth fighting. Polosalino started elemental preparation in advance, and it was a bit strange to see someone who hasn't done anything yet. Polosalino, it's useless for you to use aggressive generals. Lindemann will deliver the food later. Even if she is Jun-wise, she never thinks that I will be with you. Sakazuki is confident. Ahead of time let the ghost spider report the other party's whereabouts, and then arrange Lindemann to run errands, no matter how you think it is stable. The two generations of Sakazuki are not bad in EQ. He noticed that Jun really had an affection for him, but is this affection for idols the most? Or like him? Although Jun is one of the few military flowers in the navy, people who chase her can circle around the main fortress. The most fascinating thing is Juji, T-Dolphin. Based on the information currently heard in Sakazuki, that Short has launched the 10th confession to the female swordsman. But no matter how bright the moon shines in the ditch, Sakazuki currently has little contact with Jun. Sakazuki is actually very envious of those who travel with me, because seeing Robin and Nami are the beauties who appeared in the anime, I will pursue the pursuit without saying a word. The pirate empress is a piece of cabbage that must be arched. He also wanted such a proud life that had no brains on beautiful women and was conquered by soldiers and tigers. But the imagination is very full, the reality is very skinny, and the factions in the Navy's troops are numerous and not to mention. At the beginning of the journey, the soldiers and officers under his command had their own minds. Huang Yuan, Qing Pheasant, and Warring States are all online, and some have more brains than him. The beauty here is particularly traumatic. Most of the female officers in the Navy headquarters are not interested in his Sakazuki at all. Finally, a blind Jun ran into him, and the two did not even cross each other on weekdays, let alone feel it. Polosalino did not refute either, taking a breath and drank the milk tea with 5 cubes of sugar in one go. I said, although I know you are a sweet party, Sakazuki feels that my cheeks are twitching, but eating so much sugar will damage your eyesight, and later wear glasses to see how you use eye lasers. The contented sweet-loving demon didn't care about it, it's just laser. I have a dexterous left hand and a strong right hand. In an emergency, I can also spray laser in my mouth. Accept the sanctions of justice. Sakazuki looked indifferent, lifted his slap across the table and went to the friend who drove without saying a word. The owner of the dormitory, who had long been expected, instantly turned into photons and appeared on the sofa beside him. He did not forget to call a few words. You are slower than when we were training together. Before, when I said the first sentence, you just called. The whole room is that big, I see where you can teleport to. Sakazuki got up and left the dining table and walked towards the door, his face amiable. I can't catch you, Lindemann calculates that the time should come. The next moment he saw the color domineering turn on, and changed his direction towards his comrades who started to lift their legs on the sofa. Are you a dog face? Whatever you say, you will change. Although the two were just fighting, Polisalino still didn't want to be hugged by this grotesque bear. He was joking, he was not armed and domineering. Strong, being hugged by this guy is either disabled or injured. Yada mirror was activated immediately, and the narrow space in the officers' quarters was shining brightly by the light reflections. Sakazuki stood in the center of the light path and closed his eyes to strengthen his perception. Even the call worm in his pocket did not distract him. Suddenly he turned back and threw himself down, grabbing Polisalino who was trying to stand behind him and continue to owe him. The burly and mighty lieutenant relied on his physical superiority to bring down those with shining fruit ability restricted by the terrain to the ground. If it is in the open terrain, it is difficult to grasp the photon Polisalino by domineering, even if the strength of the two is equal. Seeing that the domineering can track down his deeds, but he can't catch it in action, and others will run away with a refraction. Some triumphant Rockberry real ability people pressed the yellow satin jet under their bodies, and said in response, "What about I am a dog face? Your mocking ape face will be rubbed on the ground by me for one night today." Crack! A graceful figure stood outside the door, her left hand was holding a distressed colonel who was struggling with a lunch box in her left hand. And her right hand gently pushed the door open. "Hey? Sakazuki, you used to be here." The two men in a philosophical posture on the solid wood floor looked at each other. "You yin me?" "No." "How did she find it?" "Surprised." "How do I know?" "What to do then?" "Either eat or eat her." With eyes facing each other, the information flowed and disgust in the eyes of the two in the blink of an eye. Sakazuki turned his head and looked at Jun who was a little surprised. "Come in and sit down." "Then excuse me." Jun walked into the house with the frustrated Lindemann, and the disgraced colonel was happily thrown to the ground. Sakazuki lying on the ground turned his head to look at his subordinates whose tears were about to come down. "Why did you run into Major General Jun when you bought a meal?" "Lieutenant General, this is a sad story, can we not mention it?" The colonel who was arranged to have dinner was knocked off the back of the air by a kendo expert, and then dragged to death by a dog. "Here. It's a shame to spread it out." "Well, are you training in this position?" Jun put a huge food box on the dining table, squatting down to observe Sakazuki and Polisalino. What a character in Sakazuki! Without changing his face and heartbeat, he raised his head. "Yes, we are practicing the grappling technique of close combat in a small space." Polisalino, who was under him, had a look on your face that you can make up. Jun nodded. "So, the two of you are persisting in cultivating between these moments." Jun is deeply admired. It is worthy of being called a monster in the student period. Polisalino liked his slanted lips, and they were even more distorted. "I'm not, I don't think about it." Almost the two lieutenants with a set of quality 3 consecutive outlets are full of pain in their eyes, and finally returned to the table obediently. 69 Unparalleled acting skills, Gul'dan, police, and robber Wu Yanzu. The main dish in the cafeteria today is sea animal skewers, as well as regular dishes such as steaks and bacon sausages. I don't know what the lieutenant likes, so I took some for each dish. Lindemann stood at the table and counted. The food boxes were taken down one by one and introduced to the 3 generals who were already seated. Porisalino couldn't help but glanced sideways at the huge half-person height food box. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he thought, "You deserve to be caught upright." But Tuco returned to Tuco. Their food intake is not too small. Without such a box of dishes, this dinner is really not enough. Lindemann, sit down and eat together. Although Sakazuki was annoyed by the stupid subordinates and was caught by Jun, some of the CAF guards watched from the warship docking until now and did not stop much. The colonel who had rested was still relented. He messed up what the boss personally ordered, and made Lindemann, who has always been careful and thoughtful, blames himself. He was hungry, and he immediately turned aside. "Thank you for your kindness, Lieutenant General Sakazuki, but I have eaten." "Eat?" "Yes." Lindemann sat at the end of the table obediently. "You subordinate is very careful." Jun pointed to the dazzling array of dishes and affirmed Lindemann. "Be careful and you won't be robbed halfway." Sakazuki sighed without a trace. Lindemann is a typical kind of doing bad things, wanting to add some dishes to the old man, but did not consider whether such a conspicuous object will be discovered by the target. "It's a very careful young man. By the way, how did you run into him?" Sakazuki only followed the topic of Jun, trying to tap the course of the matter from the side. Previously, when the ghost spider reported to him, Flying Dragon still had afternoon tea with Robin, but he could not let the beautiful woman in front of him notice that he was arranging personnel to monitor the others' movements. Jun sat upright, put his hands on his legs, and answered very formally, "I took Robin's boy and wanted to wait for you to have dinner, but you never saw him." Polosalino sat in the main seat with a smile, looking at the men and women on both sides. Seeing the two sitting on the seats in an awkward chat, he veteranly warmed up the atmosphere and interjected in a reproachful tone, "Sakazuki, this is your fault. Beautiful Jun Miss is hungry and waiting to have dinner with you. Come here, let's be free at home. How about we eat and talk?" Chapter 37. Jun took Polosalino and handed a plate of bacon sausage dining fork to tie one up, and thanked the considerate dormitory host softly. She turned her gaze back to the Lieutenant Admiral opposite, and continued to tell the previous story. "At that time, it was time for dinner, so I wanted to take Robin to the Navy cafeteria to pad my stomach. It doesn't matter if I eat later. But the children's diet must be regular." Jun's person seemed to remember something, and recalled with a warm smile, "It seems that Sister Crane said that when she took care of me." Sakazuki stared at the corners of the opponent's mouth, with a shallow smile that was natural and unpretentious. He suddenly felt that his behavior today was a bit too much. Sakazuki pursed his lips slightly, but did not make a sound to disturb some tranced Jun, so he lowered his head to deal with the food on the plate. "Sorry, where did I go?" Jun returned to his senses and smiled apologetically. "By the way, when we were about to leave the store, we ran into Mr. Kuzan, who had a cold drink with us last time. He had happened to be dragging the Major General who was working with you on the boat for tea. I'll just say why there is no news about the ghost spider." Sakazuki only then discovered that there is also his own brother Kuzan in it. "Oh! Brother Kuzan, he really likes that kind of lazy life." Polosalino smiled strangely, although he didn't know that Sakazuki arranged ghost spiders to guard Jun. But Kuzan's ability to grab the unfamiliar ghost spider and come for afternoon tea speaks for itself. The tacit understanding of Sakazuki is naturally to hear the true meaning of Polosalino's previous non-nutritious words that seemed to be used to not be cold. Kuzan likes to lazily basking in the sunset and drinking afternoon tea, but the efficiency-seeking ghost spider is not the kind of time-killing role. Polosalino's meaning is obvious: "I know what you did, but I don't expose you to the face." Help Jun to connect the topic and make a perfect transition. I also point to the previous arrangement of Sakazuki from the side. The Rockberry real ability person who has remained silent has to admit that Polosalino's brilliance, tut, is the hero of the human spirit. Jun didn't know the mystery and confrontation in this sentence at all, but just took advantage of the situation to use the words of the person with the shining fruit ability to complete the matter. If I remember correctly, that Major General is called, Ghost Spider? He saw us too and invited us to have some refreshments and cakes together. I really didn't expect that a man who seemed fierce would be so approachable. No, you can judge the Ghost Spider by his appearance. Sakazuki and Polo Salino glanced at each other, and the expressions in their eyes seemed to be getting higher. Jun's dining knife cuts the bacon sausage into small pieces, forks a thin sheet of meat into the mouth. She found that the two lieutenants seemed to be fascinated by this story, and quietly waited for her next description. However, the Ghost Spider who tried his best to complete the blocking task, even if he was disgusting enough, the Major General who used the warm men's routine finally failed. Because Sakazuki heard the original words from Jun's mouth, Robin can sit here and eat some cakes. I will go to the cafeteria to show you how the food is today. Sakazuki finally couldn't bear it, his voice trembled inexplicably, and he asked softly, that. I asked Lieutenant General Kuzan and Major General Ghost Spider on the way here. They will take Robin for dinner, so I can rest assured that Sakazuki, I will not take the child away. Jun habitual he straightened his chest and blocked what Sakazuki wanted to say with a hint of credit. Yes, let that kid stay with these generals more, it's always good to have more friends. The insincere Sakazuki felt that his voice started to choke. The Admiral of the Navy, the Red Dog. 70.I/Manla Human. After the dinner, Lindemann consciously picked up the table. Polo Salino was not idle either, very actively tidying up and cleaning the inside and outside of the house. The remaining two people seemed extraordinarily redundant. At the suggestion of the owner of the house, the two of them sat on the roof eaves of the second floor. The dormitory is consistent with most of the architectural styles of Malin Vander, and Japanese-style buildings like to be built in the mother house. It's just that compared to the highest spec double-eave style laid on the naval fortress, a small dormitory of a lieutenant admiral can barely be laid out in a single-eave style. Sakazuki sits side by side with Jun, even though the cool touch of the army pants tiles is still slowly passed on. The two were speechless, and finally Sakazuki broke the weird silence. I didn't know you were waiting for me outside my dormitory. I'm sorry. The night wind blew the temples of Jun up and down slowly. She shook her head gently and comforted, it's okay, I don't care. Really? Sakazuki looked at the opponent's side face, hoping to see if there was any slight change in the other's expression. Generally speaking, if a female ticket tells you that it's okay, it means there is a big problem, and if you don't care, it basically means that you are cold. To be honest, I still care a little. Jun changed his sitting posture and said softly. Oh, woman. Sakazuki took a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and Jun, who played the cards out of common sense, let him guess once after all. No girl cares about waiting alone, especially those who she still cares about. The girl who already had the rank of Major General smiled at a young age, and did not continue to maintain her usual upright posture. At this moment, she finally showed the ease and comfort that should belong to her age. Jun bowed slightly, stretched out his hands to curl up his legs and hugged him, and turned his head slightly to watch Sakazuki. You have been running away from me, right? Please don't deny. Although Jun is a bit dull, it's not stupid. The girl slowly put an index finger on the lips of Sakazuki, preventing the other person from speaking. The face of Lieutenant General was reflected in her eyes. Actually, I was vaguely aware that we met Lieutenant General Kuzan when we had a cold drink together, and today was also a dinner with Lieutenant General Polo Salino. Jun turned his head to the side and stared at the condescending night view of the town in a daze. You seem to be afraid of being alone with me. Even now, I can feel that you are very uncomfortable. The corners of her eyes seemed to glide past, echoing the twinkling stars in the silent sky. But when she turned her head and looked at Sakazuki again, she smiled brightly. She put her head on her knees and comforted the somewhat bewildered Lieutenant General. it's not your fault, it's always been I want to get closer to your world, and even asked Sister He to perform a chance encounter. You must be troubled, right? There was a strong contrast between the indifferent and black-bellied soldier image of Jun in his mind and the somewhat weak girl in front of him. This time, he still missed the guess. Sakazuki stared at the smiling woman, suddenly stretched out his right hand and wiped the teardrops that Jun didn't want him to see with a rough finger pad. His voice was low and hoarse, "It's really troublesome, Jun. Every night after I meet you, I can't sleep. I'm thinking about why such a good girl would like me, a guy who has always been unflattering." He learned the sitting posture of Jun, with one leg encircled in Sakazuki and the other leg stretched out on the rows of tiles. "Since everything is for this purpose, there is nothing to conceal," he said frankly. "You were right before, I am avoiding you because I don't know how to face you." Sakazuki saw Jun's eyes at a loss, and his smile was a bit bitter. "In your eyes, I am soldier among the soldiers, but in my own eyes, I am nothing." The girl seemed to be even more confused, and asked somewhat puzzledly, "Why do you despise yourself so much?" "It's not underestimation, but fact." The burly lieutenant waved his hand. "I am proud of being a soldier, but without a uniform representing justice, I am just a flawed ordinary person. I'm not as smooth and thoughtful as Polo Salino in dealing with people, and I'm not as easygoing as Kuzan in my treatment of children. The pirates are afraid of me, and my colleagues respect me. You see, Jun, you are the first person who likes me." Sakazuki raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky, as if he could see his hometown at the end of the distant universe. For the first time, he was aroused by outsiders, his own loneliness that was deliberately ignored by Sakazuki. He narrowed his bitter smile and asked the girl, "Am I just smiling?" "Well, it's ugly." The honest Jun nodded vindicatively. Sakazuki hesitated for a moment, and finally said from the bottom of his heart, "The greater your expectations of me, the greater the gap will only be. I am not worthy of such a good you, I am just a mortal who can't find a home." "Jun." The Major General was silent, and she stared at each other. Jun had never seen Sakazuki with such an expression. The back of this tough guy was a little rickety, and the solemnity and coldness in the usual days were replaced by loneliness. The Major General supported the eaves tiles back with his hands and stretched and straightened the slender legs with perfect length ratio. Jun maintained such a sultry posture. He tilted his head too far without a smile. Only his eyes shone solemnly. "As you said, you are inferior to Kuzan and Polo Salino in many aspects. But it is precisely because of these. The flaw is Sakazuki." Jun got up and went around to sit in front of the Lieutenant General who was still sitting on the tiles. "Magnificent, listen to me, I like your staidness, like your sternness, like your meticulous concentration when performing tasks. If you avoid me because you don't think you are worthy of me, I tell you, believe it or not, that I am stronger than you." Sakazuki was stunned by the loud declaration. He looked up at the murderous woman for a long time, got up and patted the dust on his trouser legs. With a somewhat awkward gesture of bending over, Sakazuki handed a hand to Jun. "My name is Sakazuki, the beautiful swordsman general. I wonder if I have the honor to be able to be with you associate." "Yet." The handsome soldier bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 38. 71 Academic Talent Meets Soldiers, Part 1. Puff! A short chuckle came from under the eaves, which seemed so harsh in the quiet night. Sakazuki and Jun turned their heads at the same time, looking down. Poro Salino was lying quietly on the floor of the attic with a teacup, listening with relish to the emotional drama on the eaves. Relying on the bug-like attributes of shining fruit, he easily photonized and walked upstairs. When he heard Jun's domineering declaration, finally he could no longer hold back the tea contained in his mouth, and forcibly used an iron block to lock his muscle movement. Polo Salino was struggling to score extra hard. The one on the eaves that was declared strong was Sakazuki. The indifferent demon of the Navy headquarters, the iron-blooded lieutenant admiral who made the pirates frightened. Today, I was sworn in righteously by a lady. Obviously it was me first. No, obviously that guy is a sorrowful man. The lieutenant who insisted on listening to the corner to the end still did not restrain the hot tea in his mouth. Bo. Lu. Sa. Li. Nyo. Sakazuki roared at the next word. Hey? What's the matter? A strange voice deliberately stretched out from the living room. Lindemann and I have been drinking ale downstairs. Oh? Can you explain to me what is going on with the tea on the second floor? Sakazuki doesn't believe the other party's nonsense at all. The most shameful part of that must have heard it. Jun wiped the tears from his face with his sleeves, walked down the eaves and whispered to persuade him, "It's too early, let's say goodbye." Sakazuki was also not hypocritical, and nodded, "Be careful." In fact, on the boundaries of the main part, it is completely nonsense. But there is no way Jun can buy it, and the corner of the Major General's mouth is a smile. Okay. Watching the two walking down the stairs, Lindemann, who was drinking matcha with swollen eyes, looked helpless. Polisalino greeted them with an ale. "Sit no more." "Haha, let you watch a good show and still behave?" Sakazuki sneered in his heart and changed his hand to embrace the shoulders of his comrades. "Jun, you go first, I have to discuss close combat with Lieutenant General Polisalino's skills." "Hey! No, wait, I didn't." The muffled sound of floor cracking came from Polisalino's home. Robin always wakes up very early. The morning is the best moment of memory. She likes to solve the most difficult books at this hour. "Good morning, Jonathan." The little girl went downstairs and waved to the mustache who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Listening to the cooking in the kitchen, Miss Jessica, who should have been prepared based on Robin's previous judgment's delicious breakfast too. Then little Robin was stunned. She saw Jessica wiping the table with a rag. "So who is busy in the kitchen today?" "Everyone, ready to eat breakfast." A deep and powerful voice came from the kitchen. "Sakazuki!" Robin exclaimed. She was taken by Kuzan to have a meal with the ghost spider last night. "I did hear some rumors, but did not expect the other party to come so quickly." "You look good." Sakazuki still sullenly squeezed out such a good morning. "Morning. Good morning." A little surprised, but Robin, who has always been polite, responded to Sakazuki with 4 plates. "By the way, Sakazuki, you can't grow any longer. The kitchen door will be squeezed by you." Jonathan looked at his solid wood door frame with some distress. "I'm here today to take you out for training, Robin." Sakazuki handed over the breakfast that belonged to Robin. "Training?" Robin asked quietly. "Yes, I think the ghost spider told you last night, I am going to play with Mr. Carp." Sakazuki asked directly. Ghost Spider did tell Robin about this matter last night. Once I reminded Nicole Robin, he nodded and said, "Big brother Ghost Spider said that you are fighting for reasons and you are not afraid of power." Brother Ghost Spider. I always feel that the seniority of our Navy headquarters is getting more and more chaotic. Sakazuki doesn't take this at all. The story told by the Ghost Spider is naturally added to the jealousy. In fact, he must have not said that he was almost blown up by carp gas. I hope you can not only master the knowledge in books, but also combine with practice. Sakazuki casts its gaze on Jonathan, motioning for an assist. "Ah, yes, you can't be a little house girl at home all day, Robin," Jonathan said excitedly with a smile. "It's not an otaku, I went out yesterday." Robin pursed his lips when he heard the words, and looked at Jonathan, who was speaking ill of her angrily. Going out and training are two concepts. Sakazuki shook his head. "How much do you know about the structure of the human body?" The little girl who suddenly turned off the topic frowned and thought, "I know that our human body has 206 bones, divided into 3 parts, skull, torso, and limbs. Among them, there are 29 skulls, 51 torso bones, and limbs. 126 bones. It is not difficult to know how many bones there are in total, but to be able to tell the specific division clearly is to let Sakazuki give Robin a high look. Oh, children's bones should actually be 217 to 218 pieces. Robin corrected his own loopholes. Yes, you really read a lot of books. Sakazuki took a glass of milk and drank it. Do you know what articulation is? Is this the content of today's training? Robin's thinking was so fast. Since the other party would ask so, it must be related to today's training. Lieutenant General Karp hopes that you will learn your martial arts and cracking. That is based on his own development. Sakazuki swallowed the fried egg in his mouth and explained to Robin. The Lieutenant General took out a handkerchief and wiped his lips. As far as I know, Hwawaguo is a very comprehensive Superman fruit. Robin nodded in sympathy. She can use flowers and fruits to grow eyes and other invisible places to observe, ears to monitor, and she can directly act on others. How to think is more rational than directly practicing martial arts. We'll set off after a short break after eating, Sakazuki made the decision. Yes. The little girl extended 6 palms on her arms to salute the Lieutenant General. Joint technique is a fighting technique that causes abnormal distortion and deformation of human joints and makes opponents suffer from severe pain and loss of combat effectiveness. I believe you also know the introduction of this technique. Sakazuki stands on the training ground with both hands and arms around. But knowing and knowing how to use them are two concepts. Ask. Report first. Oh, report. Talk. Sakazuki feels like I have returned to the period of military training. May I ask whether articulation skills or percussion skills are better? Can you stop asking such tricky questions as soon as you come up? Sakazuki twitched his eyelids and replied loudly, it depends. It depends on what circumstances. Of course, wait. Who is the instructor in the end? Little girl. Report. When it comes to the academic level, little Robin is reluctant. Talk. Sakazuki was rather helpless. Can you be more specific depending on the situation? Whether it is percussion skills or joint skills, it must be based on strong physical fitness. Sakazuki combined with his own experience. I don't understand. Robin raised his right hand again. Shout to report. Chapter 39. Report. I don't understand. For academic Robin, he may be good at it, but when it comes to physical fighting, the kid is just a recruit. Oh, no, she has no eggs. Sakazuki decided to use the easiest way to let her understand. You use the fruit power on me and drag my hand out of your arms. Before the voice of Sakazuki was finished, Robin had already made a move. In the blink of an eye, 8 small hands suddenly grew on the strong right arm of Sakazuki, and they pulled out hard. Seeing Robin gritted his teeth, his arms and Sakazuki are as stable as a huge rock on the mountain. Did you see it? I don't have enough power, even if I have 100 hands, I can't pull it. By the way, Sakazuki, which explained knowledge by the way, struck lightly, and the arms formed by the abilities of flowers and fruits instantly turned into dancing. Empty petals. 72 Academic talent meets soldiers, middle. As you can see, the key to determining whether a move is strong or not depends on the individual. Sakazuki continues to conclude, even if Robin has now learned Karp's combat skills, the technique of infighting. It's just the force of a small fist punching your chest on others, it doesn't hurt or itchy at all. But if you change to Karp and use joint skills to fight close battles with strong men like Sakazuki, even the powerful Sakazuki will be a little worried about whether the head will be screwed off. Robin understood quickly, and her little head nodded. No matter how good a technique is, it is just empty talk without the power and speed that match it. It is not suitable to carry out long-term weight-bearing and muscle training when the child's body is still growing. Sakazuki doesn't want to feed on a game that was originally an excuse. He pointed to the border surrounded by stone walls around the training ground. you go jogging for 2 laps to warm up." Robin breathed a sigh of relief at this not-so-difficult request, and she nodded and ran towards the boundary of the training ground. Seeing the child whirring, Sakazuki lowered his head and thought for a while and took out a small phone worm from his pocket. With a long silence on the phone, he finally decided to hang up in Sakazuki. When the call was cut off, a listless voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey. Good morning, brother, let me sleep for a while." "Hey. Wait." Before finishing Sakazuki, the other party directly hung up the call worm unilaterally. "That guy is a soldier?" Sakazuki is a little dumbfounding, but his next training does require someone with the ability to freeze fruit to be more concrete and vivid. There is no alternative to Sakazuki, only the call is carried out to the end. "Kyuzan. Get up." The frozen fruit ability person hangs up directly. "Brother." The slacker who ignored the urging of senior brother continued to hang up. "Don't sleep." Lieutenant General Kyuzan hung up persistently. "Asshole. Does your officer's quarters want to be burned?" I don't know if it was conquered by the indomitableness of Sakazuki or threatened by the burning of the house. The idler of the Navy headquarters finally picked up the phone. "Oh, good morning brother, what's the matter? Can I trouble you to come to Training Ground 103? Sakazuki greeted blankly. "So, brother, you called me out of bed to do this?" The boss of Kyuzan reluctantly stood in the middle of the training ground. "Come on, Robin, I'm optimistic that I will show you again. The strike technique is vigorous and heavy. It is most suitable for close combat in the middle distance." The two lieutenants are less than 5 steps apart, and the short stride of Sakazuki is the closest. With a good attack distance, the back foot as a support twists slightly, turns the waist, and punches in one go. The head of Kyuzan standing in the same place was directly blasted into crushed ice slag, and then the burly lieutenant kicked a sharp high whip leg from the right side, and Kyuzan was exposed in the middle and slowly condensed the head of the neck. Distance is the key, when and how to move. Don't be rigid, but it depends on the scene. Sakazuki retracted the action and turned his head to warn Robin. "Ka-ka-ka," as the fine icing sound sounded, Kyuzan stood helplessly. "Brother, are you venting your emotions?" Sakazuki frowned and looked serious. "Of course not. Didn't I fail to use the fruit power and domineering? What do you think of the sacred teaching class? Is that really the case?" Kyuzan's faint fish eye narrowed even smaller. "No doubt," Sakazuki answered very decisively. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was observing carefully, and compared two completely different fighting skills. Articulation skills are more suitable for close-to-body distances, twists between square inches. There is no intermediate distance, from waist to arm. The force will be limited. The instructor who explained carefully sticks to Kyuzan and gestures his arms back and forth to exert force. This is why I plan to let you learn joint skills at the beginning. It can lock the opponent's joints with the least force and prevent the opponent's actions. Flowers and fruits can grow arms from all angles within the line of sight, right? The articulation is highly adaptable. Sakazuki stretched out his hand to hold Kyuzan's arm and twisted it in the opposite direction of the joint. Kaka, Kyuzan's cold right arm was directly snapped off. "Hey! Sakazuki, why use me as a target?" Kyuzan yawned and wiped his tears with his left hand. Sakazuki threw aside the ice-blocked right arm. The mastery of joint skills requires a lot of repeated practice, and novices often get injured due to mistakes in the technique. Among those with natural ability, Polosolino had no entity at all after elementalization, and the only ones who were able to serve as sparring partners were the two present. To better master the technique? It is indeed a good way. Kyuzan thought for a while and nodded, but felt that something was wrong. "But you also have entities in the natural fruit." "Oh? Then wring out the magma to scald the child's hand," Sakazuki asked rhetorically. "Come on, Robin." Kyuzan looked dead at home. Until Lindemann came over to deliver lunch to the three of them, the 103 training ground was full of broken ice cubes. Lieutenant General, this is... Colonel Lindemann was stunned, and some did not understand the situation on the training ground. This is training. Sakazuki glanced at the subordinates in his left eye where the black eye sockets hadn't subsided, and shook his head with some headaches. Obviously, I am usually careful enough, but I still lack response to emergencies. If you last night it's not like seeing Flying Dragon and using the 6-style kick to run, and she won't have any doubts to follow. The lieutenant pointed to the dark panda eyes of his subordinates, and continued to cruelly fill the knife. The gangster in Polo Salino grabbed the ale from you, so you just handed him the glass, knowing that he couldn't beat it, and he was still holding the glass. What did he think? I exchanged matcha for you, didn't I know he was upstairs? Your Excellency Lieutenant Admiral Lindemann took a flattery and took it with him. Sakazuki seemed to have not heard it. He reached out his right index finger and pointed the serial number of the training ground. Afternoon, you just stay here and train together. Yes. But... Sakazuki Lord, I dare not toss Lieutenant General Kuzan like this. The colonel smiled bitterly and pointed to the head of the person with the ability to hold frozen fruits with 6 arms behind him. Little girl pulling the flipper. I personally teach you something about fighting behind enemy lines. Sakazuki lifted the lunchbox and beckoned to the happily training 2. Thank you very much. It takes up your precious time. Lindemann naturally cherished this rare personal guidance time. Being able to get advice from the lieutenant can also save him a lot of detours. Sakazuki does not look back either. I plan to leave Hong Kong sometime later to find an island suitable for spiritual practice. I will say hello to the ghost spider, and you will follow me for a while. Yes. Take care of the children by the way. At 73 Goal, Ungoro. Those with rockberry abilities know that if they want to develop their abilities further, they must choose an uninhabited island to practice with great concentration. If the fruit is deeply developed, it is bound to involve the direction of natural properties. If the destructive power of rockberry is not properly controlled, it will be a disaster for the intelligent creatures on the island. Sakazuki, as far as I know, there are not many islands with volcanoes, and there are 3 special volcanoes distributed in the New World. Although all 3 lava lakes are erupted, it will cause the whole New World to start activity. But I don't know if your fruit will cause a chain reaction there. The Warring States period, holding a cup of steaming matcha, pointed to several islands on the world map and gestured to his subordinates. Then do you have any suggestions? Sakazuki asked for advice humbly. After all, the Warring States period as a wise general has a deeper research in the distribution of nautical charts and islands. Excluding the 3 special islands where Endpoint is located, the islands with volcanic landforms and sparsely populated islands are rare even in the Great Waterway. Do you know the ancient islands? The Warring States moved his finger away from the New World area and turned to point it. The first half of the Great Route. Do you mean that it is near the island where Alabastan, a member of the world government, is located? Sakazuki leaned close to the world map and carefully looked at the location of the Warring States. Yes, considering the peculiarities of the island, I will assign 2 military doctors with excellent medical skills in the headquarters to you. The Warring States period thought about the information that he had previously obtained in his mind. Chapter 40. Thank you very much, Mr. Sengoku. Sakazuki could not help but sigh for the rich knowledge and thoughtful thoughts of this great Buddha. Warring States waved his hand. Don't thank me in a hurry, these are incidental to the task. Task? Yes, I will assign you 10 more elite school officers, and take the time to train them after you practice. A deep voice came from outside the door. Teacher Zifa? Are you training a new class of students? Sakazuki was a little surprised. He hadn't seen his mentor in the headquarters for a while. The lavender hair was meticulously taken care of, neatly combed to the back, and the sturdy figure under the snow blue shirt made him look very stiff. Now that Zifa, who is in his 50s, wears plain glasses, his appearance is a little more gentle in his mighty appearance. Zifa, who walked in from the door, patted Sakazuki on the shoulder with satisfaction. I heard that you are in the limelight recently. Sakazuki did not have the slightest arrogance on his face, instead he bowed his head respectfully. Sakazuki, today's thoughts are all cultivated by teacher Zifa. Ha ha ha, Sakazuki, don't flatter me like this in front of the Warring States period. Zifa laughed cheerfully and teased his lover. As his first student in Sakazuki, the friendship between the two is quite deep. Sengoku stood up from his seat, shook his head, walked around the table to the eyes of the old friend. Even if Sakazuki lifts you to the sky in front of my eyes, I will laugh and applaud for you. Because this is Uze the honor that the law deserves. Zhejiang looked at some old comrades in front of him, and lightly punched him in the chest. The reason why Sakazuki is able to say such incisive remarks is because his teacher is his best role model. The unyielding iron bones of the soldiers, the dedication of the soldiers. Zifa, you have contributed too much to the army, and you have asked for too little in return. The army is my home, Sengoku. Zifa smiled. I have lost a beloved family and I don't want to lose a second one. Sakazuki has a reddish eye circle, a little bit emotional. The man in front of him who solemnly said, no matter how much he contributes to his family, he feels that it is not enough. In the original book, he finally broke with the navy. This soldier who dedicated his life to the army finally left his heartbroken family in the navy with his cold and broken heart. We are all your relatives, teacher Zifa. Sakazuki condensed his emotions in time, stretched out an arm to hold this veteran who has started to suffer from asthma because of his age. There are no too many words, only a warm hug, and a silent promise. Zifa was hugged face to face by his students. As the first group of students to whom he devoted himself to teaching, he was proud of his current achievements in Sakazuki. Damn, the wind is so big. The senior instructor of the Navy headquarters wiped his eyes with his thick fingers, and he patted Sakazuki harder and heavier. These 10 school officials are up to you to choose, and they can be regarded as helping your teacher share some of them. The Warring States did not forget the previous conversation. But after all my qualifications. Sakazuki felt a little improper, but the Warring States period didn't agree with it. As a symbol of the new generation of Navy, are you afraid that you can't overpower the officers? Zifa smiled, it is my intention to let these students follow you. In addition to training them while you are practicing, I want them to understand the responsibility of the soldiers. Sakazuki, I understand now that the training is small, and Zifa's current ability is much better than that of his student. But strengthening them ideologically is not to let him teach politics to those school officials. No wonder they think of themselves. Does Marshal Sora think? Sakazuki thought further. What do you think? Let me train the officers of this team first. The Warring States replied in an angry voice. I am out of the same school with all the teachers, and I can be considered seniors, but in the army, I have no other status. I am just your officer. If you want to get involved in a relationship, get rid of your thoughts as soon as possible. Sakazuki puts his hands behind his back and looks cold and indifferent. He looked at the 10 colonels lined up on the deck of the warship. Yes, sir. The 10 officers who kept their military posture straddled responded in unison. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, the materials have been checked. Lindemann, who was responsible for the preparation of the armament for this voyage, trotted to the Lieutenant General and stood still and saluted. Admiral Lindemann is the first mate of this ship, you follow his deployment. Sakazuki glanced sideways, squinted and smiled. His subordinates hadn't paid attention to Lindemann's smile before. Why does the more I look at this guy, the more he looks like a fox-faced spy with a childhood sweetheart? The training ship will go to the Teiku Island in the first half of the Great Route for experience. When the general is practicing in Sakazuki, I will be responsible for managing your training progress. Lindemann is qualified to say this. Although he was only repaired by Jun and Polo Salino and had no strength to fight back, his own strength really belongs to the small group of top-notch people among the school officers. Sakazuki issued the final order for this sailing: "Attention all units, this operation is code-named Discovery, Ungoro. 74 Tai Sui breaks ground." Starting from the Navy headquarters to the Teiku Island located in the first half of the Great Channel, even if the naval warships have permanent pointers to the islands along the way, and the shortcut is to take the Gate of Justice, it will take 2 months, less to say. The officers on the ship are all well-tested elites. For them, 2 months of sailing time can only be counted as a short trip. But for Robin, since the training ship left Malenvander, the past few days have been like living in hell. Robin, who has been living on the island for a long time, threw all 3 meals a day into the sea, and the little girl who had no experience in sailing became seasick unexpectedly. "How are you feeling?" Lindemann squatted before the little girl with his trademark smile, holding a glass of lemonade in his right hand and a towel in his left. Robin with a look of food weakly took the cup from Dazuo, and she barely squeezed out a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Lindemann, I have been feeling better these days." Lindemann glared fiercely at the several school officers who were standing on the side of the ship watching the jokes, and motioned to them to return to their posts and do what they should do. The adopted daughter of his lieutenant general has not yet a few outsiders' turn to watch a joke. Dazuo took the opportunity to put the towel directly on the little girl's head, with a soft voice, "Take it out and get used to it. We all came here before." "Oh." Lindemann seemed to think of something. "The lieutenant commander asked you to follow the big brothers on the warship and learn some basic operational knowledge." "Good." The girl who had just been slumped seemed to shine. Children always have a strong sense of freshness about unknown things, especially for Robin, who likes to delve into problems thoroughly. "Robin, what we call navigation is mainly the study of how a ship can navigate safely and efficiently from one place to another on an ideal route. Sakazuki stands on the rudder and controls the ship. Rudder, personally grasped the course." A somewhat fat navy hat was buttoned on the girl's head. She lifted the brim of the hat that would cover her vision, and held a small permanent pointer in her other hand. "The sun and ultraviolet rays on the sea are so strong that it is really no joke to tan people. People who wander at sea all year round, if they do not deliberately protect themselves from sun protection, they basically have brown or bronze-colored rough skin. A hat that protects from wind, rain, and sun is undoubtedly a good choice." Robin looked up a little puzzled. "Sakazuki, since our navy has a permanent pointer record, why do you still be extra careful when you enter the Great Route? The changeable climate, the complicated ocean currents, and the Great Route are called the cemetery of novices for no reason." Sakazuki did not hide it, and taught it to his adopted daughter. "The most important thing is that navigators in the 4 seas generally use the latitude navigation method, which completely fails in places like the Great Sea Route. This method of placing oneself on the same latitude as the destination and then keeping sailing is extremely practical. But the Great Route, weather, currents, etc. do not change according to common sense, and only the permanent pointer of the next island can be regarded as a path." As soon as the Lieutenant Admiral's voice fell, the navigator on the naval vessel was keenly aware of the change in wind direction. He put his hands to his mouth and shouted at the officers on standby on the deck, "Tighten the mainsail rope. We are lucky. Riding on this wind can save us a few hours of sailing time." The officers moved after hearing the sound and quickly climbed up the mainmast with the help of ropes. But someone was faster than them, and the mainsail rope was within Robin's sight. Before the officers of the headquarters climbed halfway, the light pink petals were flying, dozens of small hands protruding from the left and right of the mast, first flexibly untied the rope, and then worked together to stretch the heavy cable that required a few people to drag. "Tight. Is that the seasick little guy? I really can't tell, I thought she came to travel at public expense." "Not bad." Sakazuki nodded slightly, and Robin was able to take the initiative to participate in the daily operations of the warship, but he did not expect it. "Not only can you quickly get acquainted with these school officials and students, but it can also make some guys with broken mouth speechless. In the following days, Aunt Robin Liang became the busiest person on the warship. Operate the sail rope to find Robin, observe the direction of the pointer to find Robin, and fill in the logbook. It's not wrong to find Robin. Chapter 41. In just a few days, the little girl quickly integrated into this new collective. These uncles with eyes above the top are also willing to give a few practical tips while the clever little guy is helping. As the only women on the ship, the men were considerate to take care of the rough work of cleaning the deck, sweeping, and carrying heavy objects. A few foolish idiots were directly dragged into the small black cabin by Lindemann, who was secretly observing. There is an enemy. The investigative post in charge of the observation that day quickly picked up the phone worm to report. With the increase of the loudspeaker, the entire ship's crew knew the news. Lindemann stared blankly at 4 o'clock, and a pirate ship with a pink skull painted on its flag was approaching here. Because of the small number of people, the selection of Sakazuki this time is naturally not the top sailing battleship, but a small scout ship that can be operated by more than a dozen people. We are underestimated. Lindemann sneered. The officers of the headquarters naturally have their arrogance. The pirates who usually start to evade when they see them through the telescope, this time look at this small navy. The ship even dared to swagger into an offensive posture. It just so happens that my hands are itchy these days. To deal with these trash fish, they don't need the Supreme Chief to come forward. Lindemann turned his head back with a smile and looked at the people gearing up. Everyone, how about we have a game? See who kills more? I count me. A black-haired man with a ponytail immediately responded. An interesting game. The Major Scarface's grinning grimace was fixed by Lindemann's chance. So the rules. A deep voice came from the captain's room on the second floor, and Sakazuki slowly walked out of the room with poor lighting. If you are on the court, let's play a basket. Lieutenant General? You want to participate? Lindemann said hesitantly. How could he forget that the most murderous person in this boat is his immediate boss? The top commander stood with his hand. In that case, I will regard this incident as a training to test your abilities. Sakazuki stretches out the hands behind him, supporting the wooden handrails on the edge of the second floor. A big smile on his face. I wish you a happy hunting. 75. The pirates quickly approached this pocket-sized navy ship, intending to chop off all these people and throw them into the sea to feed the fish in accordance with the usual practice of hijacking merchant ships. However, the routine artillery bombardment of the enemy ship had not yet ended, and 11 shadows suddenly rushed out of the small warship. Lindemann took the lead, using moon steps more skillful than others to accelerate from the air, speed combined with exquisite knife skills, and directly swung a knife to cut a pirate aiming at him with a spear and a man. His blade upward blocked the machete coming from this position in the next second. Before the colonel turned his wrist and swept across, a lieutenant colonel behind him with a flintlock rifle shot the pirate in front of him into a headshot. Hey! What is the ability to grab heads? Lindemann said with a smile but not a smile, and pulled away and rushed to the next pirate. Using a special-made continuous fire rifle, he continued to headshot a pirate in the distance. The lieutenant colonel shrugged his shoulders. Naturally, whoever grabs it belongs to him. Sakazuki stood on the second floor and looked at the fight not far away. He turned his head slightly to look at the small head protruding from a separate compartment on the right, afraid. Yet. Robin nodded bluntly. Why do people who are usually gentle at first fight so scary? The battle is like this, either you die or I live. Sakazuki frowned. He didn't like bloodless soldiers. But Robin is only an 8-year-old child after all, and his Sakazuki cannot be compared to this little girl with his own childhood. The lieutenant general changed his strategy and walked to Robin, bewildered. Do you want to test your training results these days? Unexpectedly, Robin's tone was very firm. I don't want to. Sakazuki was not angry when he touched a nail, and asked, why? Is it because I didn't dare to kill, or because I was afraid I didn't dare to do it? Robin lowered his head in a little fear, and tightly grasped the corners of his clothes with his two small hands, both. Seeing Sakazuki, her complexion was a little gloomy, the little girl's head dropped lower, and she was ready to be scolded. After experiencing a nightmare order to kill demons, Robin was a little bit resistant to such a one-sided offensive. What's more, Robin, who has never hurt others, even if he was insulted by the children on O'Hara Island, never really injured those bear children who attacked her with naked and malicious attacks. The girl just used the power to drive away the annoying guys, scared back, and wiped the bleeding wounds by herself. Robin watched the Lieutenant General raise his hand expressionlessly, and closed his eyes instinctively. She knew in her heart that perhaps what was waiting for her was not a scolding, but a severe beating. Since she came to the Navy headquarters, she has used the 6 months of recuperation time to read a lot of Navy-related books. The Army does not allow soldiers to violate orders on the battlefield. Robin clearly knows and has witnessed the execution of traitors by the Navy. Sorrow. Robin bit his lip and suddenly remembered the gentle giant. But without the pain she expected, what slowly fell on top of her head was a big rough hand. Sakazuki has relief in his eyes, and he squats down in a standard military posture, just as he did on O'Hara Island. Some big rough hands rubbed Robin's little head and messed up her hair. The lieutenant's voice was calm and gentle, killing is never something done out of interest. Whether it's a pirate killing civilians to their treasure, or the Navy killing a pirate to perform justice. No matter who it is, it's killing. At that moment, we all became the strangers we knew best. Robin was a little dazed. Sakazuki put his eyes on the girl and stared at the confused little girl. Humans always kill each other for various reasons: robbers for treasure, kings and politicians for power in order for the oppressed to survive, and the soldiers for the peace of our country. We will always weave various reasons to appease our uneasy hearts. But even the most noble and most selfless reasons, in the final analysis, just want to get rid of this responsibility and consequences. The murderous Navy smiled. I didn't give you an order, just an inquiry. Don't worry too much about the consequences of the violation. You don't conceal your fear, which is good. I can refuse my proposal. I'm proud of you, Robin. The girl did not show her smile, but seriously thought about the words before Sakazuki. Suddenly she raised her head and asked, "Then are you also in fear? Are you also evading this responsibility under the righteousness of justice?" Sakazuki. "No, I choose to bear the consequences," Sakazuki replied very firmly. "In my hometown, there is a prince who once said such a sentence, and I will give you this sentence today. This is your third lesson. Only with the consciousness of being killed can you be qualified to shoot." The killing was over, and the satisfied officers returned to the ship one after another. Lindemann's spice and skill earned him the respect and awe of these proud school officials. In the Navy world, in addition to high power, whether it has convincing strength is also the most important point. Sakazuki used its fruit ability to clean the final battlefield, and the high temperature of the rockberry burned everything. Teiku Island, also known as a small garden. Because of the ancient climate on the island, many plants and animals that can only be seen in fossils and amber have survived. The island is densely wooded, and various animals form a delicate balance on the island. The geographical environment necessary for the practice of Sakazuki, this time the active volcano, is located in the center of the island. The group of Sakazuki arrived at the target island at dusk. The routine combat meeting before landing on the island is extremely important, and it is definitely not a wise move to rush to the island without any preparations. "Lieutenant General of Sakazuki, do we need to go down and investigate?" Lindemann raised his head and asked his big boss for instructions. "At night, this island belongs to the world of predators. With the terrain and species unknown to us, we will spend the night on the boat tonight. The old rules: 3 people watch. The next morning, 3 people in groups, to conduct an inspection on the island. With Sakazuki's own combat power, you can walk sideways on this island. But as a leader, he must consider from the perspective of the team. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the volcano visible in the distance. If he remembers correctly, it seems that there are still 2 pirates with over 100 million pirates staying on this island in the original work. He has always had zero tolerance for pirates. Up to now, he really has not considered whether there will be pirates who need him to keep his hands. Giants! Giants! Albuff Sakazuki muttered to himself. Author's message. P.S. The second one, by the way, pay tribute to His Royal Highness Lulushiu. 76 Welcome to Jurassic Park. The sun rose from the sea level the next day, and the Navy began to get busy. Jungle knives, fresh water, military tents, and essential insect repellent potions. Chapter 42. Lindemann also deliberately brought a camera, so that he could record the dangerous environment and edible animals and plants on the island that need attention. Dazou looked strangely at the other major in the same cabin, with a refreshingly shaved head. The other party seemed to be unprepared for anything. That. Major Bell. Lindemann narrowed his eyes and pointed to the opponent's bunt. This island is full of jungle. In other words, there is probably no existing path. You are sure you don't need to bring it? A mountain knife. The major with short light blonde hair patted a dagger on his waist. Thank you for your reminder, Colonel Lindemann. I have this enough. Lindemann shrugged slightly and walked out of the hatch. Anyway, there are many weird people in the Navy headquarters, and this one who likes to use daggers is not bad. Sakazuki stood on the deck and waited for the crowd to gather. They drove into the inner river basin of the island last night, and anchoring in a place with gentle water flow facilitated the reconnaissance operation this morning. Seeing Lindemann, the Lieutenant General waved to him. Good morning. Your Excellency Lieutenant General Lindemann said with a camera hanging in front of his chest, a little surprised at Sakazuki. Does your training time matter? He thought that the chief had already set off to the volcano for training. Originally, the Marshal only gave me 4 months of practice time, but Teacher Zifa asked me to train school officers, so he extended me a few more months from the Marshal. The lieutenant nodded and asked, how are the preparations done? Ozero laughed and said, everything is ready, waiting for your instructions. Very good, but let me remind you that this time is a reconnaissance mission to the entire island, and the threat on this island is not just from those ancient beasts. Sakazuki seems to point. You mean? Lindemann didn't react for a while. There are other things here, Mr. Lindemann. A childish voice came from behind the colonel. Robin put on a pair of loose trousers today, and the bites of the mosquitoes in the jungle are very annoying. Good morning, Robin, are you saying that there are other things on this island? Lindemann turned around and greeted the little girl. Robin held a biography of an expedition in her arms. She spread out the book and pointed to a passage in it. Have you read the work of the explorer Lewis Arnold? Not at all. Does that book record some information on this island? Lindemann asked the child humbly. He is a meticulous person who can collect relevant information on this island in advance. Information will undoubtedly be helpful for exploration. The island we know now is called Little Garden, which is named after the adventurer. Robin pressed his index finger under the text on the page, and read the original text aloud, for residents of, this island is like a small courtyard. Small garden, let's call this land like this. Lindemann's eyelids twitched, and he let out a breath, resident. Sakazuki refers to the jungle that keeps making strange noises behind him. What do you think is a guy who can regard this environment as his own courtyard? Lindemann was silent for a moment, raising his head in an uncertain tone, giant. The officers who were packed up and assembled heard Lindemann's suspicious words, and their expressions were a little unnatural. Obviously these elders who love swords more than books have not considered that there will be giants on this island. No? How could the giant be here? The Elbaf of the New World is the habitat of the giant. The inch-headed major closed the door behind him. Do you know the giant pirate group that was almost unmatched back then? Sakazuki asked in a deep voice. If it is true that some of the giant soldiers and pirates are left on this island, then it will make sense. Lindemann clarified his thoughts. Thanks to Robin who told me about this during breakfast this morning, I realized that we might face the remnants of the giant pirate ship. Sakazuki certainly knows the two members of the giant pirate group. The leader is in a duel here, but no one else knows at all. Once these school officials suddenly encounter giants while investigating the terrain of their camps, and their brains rush up, most of them will be killed by the elite of the two giants. The Lieutenant General could only use Robin's abundant reading volume to strike from the side and warn everyone without letting others doubt. Major Bell was grateful from the bottom of his heart for the little girl who practiced on the ship this time. He might be able to deal with the beasts easily, but the giant is not in his recipe. Moreover, he is a major who can't beat a giant that can match the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Ever since Albuff, the country of giants located in the New World, signed a cooperative franchise agreement with the world government, the Navy has added lieutenants such as John Gender and Hagul D. Sorrow. The terrifying strange power, the skin that can resist small caliber shells without damage, even the close-range bombardment of heavy artillery is not fatal to the giant. The world government's assessment of the combat power of these giants unanimously believes that they can match the domineering lieutenants in their headquarters. Proceed with caution. We are currently not sure whether there are giants alive on the island. If you encounter giants during reconnaissance, do not engage in hostile behavior. Return to the warship and report to me as soon as possible. Sakazuki looked around at the prepared 3A reconnaissance team. Yes. However, the head officials who landed in the small garden for reconnaissance activities soon ushered in the first group of guests. They were not attacked by giants as they imagined. It was the creatures on the island that attacked the island the first time. Is there really a dinosaur? Lindemann stuck the mountain knife on the ground and drew out the saber pin to his waist. He looked directly at the carnivorous dinosaur that was eating up on a stegosaurus corpse in front of him. It's Tyrannosaurus. Major Bell lowered his voice. He stared at the eating scene in front of him. I don't know if it tastes good, but I think we are going to become Chinese food. Another lieutenant colonel with a ponytail looked around and frowned. Yes, we were surrounded as prey. Do you think they would invite us to drink tea? Lindemann was calm and gentle. The headquarters school officer was almost caught up in dealing with these beasts, so he still talked coldly. Joke. The shaved major took out the dagger from his waist and held it back in his hand. Look, it is the velociraptor that is spying on us. The reason why they haven't attacked us yet is because they are afraid of the Tyrannosaurus eating breakfast in front of us. As the captain of the three-person investigation team, Lindemann leisurely picked up the camera and did not turn off the exposure. He directly pressed the shutter on the eating scene, cab. The Tyrannosaurus, who was secretly photographed by the paparazzi, stopped eating and rushed here with a roar. Hey, Captain, you should turn off the flash anyway. Facing the nearly 10-meter-long bloodthirsty beast rushing, Major Bell did not worry and vomited in the gap. The Tyrannosaurus took a bite to the headed Lindemann. When it thought that the prey was about to be bitten, Dazuo's figure suddenly turned into an afterimage. Shaved the OSA saber, who appeared again, was stained with blood. Its skin is really hard. Lindemann couldn't help sighing. It's just that the voice hasn't fallen yet, and the giant beast has fallen to the ground. A huge wound opened from its abdominal cavity. Author's message. P.S. Thank you bookmates for raising the issue of military rank. It's easy to write, and I didn't pay attention to it before. Lindemann's military rank has been written as a colonel, and it has been revised as a colonel. P.S. I don't know what's wrong with the font of the computer word today, there is a second one. 77 Ah. That faint homesickness, ah. The giant's worries. Let's go, Major Bell, do you really want to study the cooking techniques of Tyrannosaurus? Lindemann slammed the knife on the ground at will. Colonel Lindemann, Major Bell, I must remind you that those cuties hiding behind the dense foliage of the jungle have not left yet. The lieutenant colonel with his ponytail still frowned. The velociraptors wandered in the jungle, and an adult-sized velociraptor drilled out of the lush bushes, watching quietly not far in front of the three of them. An XIN, this is a normal operation. Before Lindemann spoke, Bell smiled and patted his colleague on the shoulder. Look, the one in front of us, right, can you see it? A wild velociraptor, it's so pretty, isn't it? But don't let it attract your attention. It's just a decoy. This cold-blooded animal hunting in groups will arrange for its companions to come to our side and behind to attack. He suddenly leaped to the side and plunged his backhand into the eye socket of the dinosaur that failed the sneak attack until the hilt of the knife. The other two were not idle either, and at the same time they pulled out and killed the velociraptor that attacked them. Hey, immature! Lindemann shook the blood from the knife, took a knife and received it into the sheath. By the way, whose nutritional value is higher than that of velociraptor meat and beef? Bell suddenly thought of something, and asked his teammates loudly. You're endless? Lindemann finally couldn't bear the other party's food topic, but he hadn't finished speaking. A rough and loud voice rang from a distance from them, responding to the previous question of the Navy Lieutenant Commander. The meat of velociraptor is more vigorous than beef, but there is always a sorrowful smell. Following the source of the sound, the three of them couldn't help but look back. Giant! The first thing that caught their eyes was a long mane, which drooped naturally to the lower abdomen of the other's tall body. Under the dark blue cloak, there are strong muscles. The giant didn't wear a shirt, just buckled the multi-purpose belt and cloak between his waist and abdomen. Lindemann eased his mind from the initial tension. You must know that in the 2 months at sea, Sakazuki has trained many subjects for his emergency ability. Looking at the two teammates who were somewhat stiff, he took a deep breath and tried to ignore the sword and shield the target was holding in both hands. He raised his head and tried to communicate with the giant wearing the ancient gladiator helmet. Hello. I didn't expect to hear other people's voices in this damned jungle. Ha ha ha, that's right. The old man rarely meets the seafarers passing by this island. Rough laughter sounded from the giant's throat, and the giant, who was over 12 meters tall, pointed at Bell's direction with his sturdy fingers. Boy is really interesting. Chapter 43. By the way, you haven't asked for your name yet. Lindemann tried to find out more information following the method taught in Sakazuki. The giant didn't have any thoughts. I am a soldier from the New World Albuff, Dongli, nicknamed the Blue Ghost. What about you? What is your name? According to the standards of espionage, Lindemann didn't dare to disclose the information of the other two people, and only revealed his own name. The giant Dongli finally noticed the trio's outfits. Hey? Lindemann, are you the Navy? I had some reputation when I led the pirates. I didn't expect you to chase here, so you have to come and fight with me righteously. Field. Lindemann's heart sank, and the situation was developing towards the worst. If he answered one sentence incorrectly, the green ghost Dongli would inevitably use force against the three of them. His expression remained smiling. We are just doing a natural survey of this island. The colonel picked up the camera on his chest and waved at the giant. As for fighting? How important is the delicacy in front of you? Hey! Bell, what are you still doing there? Seeing what you say is blunt, we can't wait to taste what dinosaur meat is like. He shouted to his companions. He scolded, and winked at his teammates from an angle that the giant couldn't see. Okay. There are delicious food everywhere in the wild. The major, who came back to his senses, hurriedly took out the litter that he had picked up from the pocket of his army pants. These were enough for tinder. Ha 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 ha, you are really a strange group of Navy. Dongli was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. Yes, what is more important than filling your stomach in the jungle? Lindemann simply sat down cross-legged, and raised his head to extend an invitation to the giant, "Mr. Dongli, also sit down and eat some. After all, there is a big Tyrannosaurus." Being invited by the Navy for the first time made Dongli feel very fresh. "Okay. I happen to be hungry too." He learned this strange Navy now, and sat down cross-legged. Lindemann beckoned to Lieutenant Colonel Mai, who was holding the handle of the knife nervously. "Go and help us get some firewood back. He is not in a hurry at the moment." The giant sitting down is actually a gesture of goodwill. Lindemann can also inquire more information. Uncle Dongli led the pirate group. If this information is true, then he definitely caught a big fish. Speaking of his pirate group, the giant took a bit of pride. The old man is the leader of the giant pirate group, the Blue Ghost Dongli, the strongest fighter of Elbaf. Originally thought that the opponent was at most just a crew member of the giant soldier pirate group, this wave of Dongli's self-exposure made Lindemann secretly grateful, but fortunately he didn't do it. "Hey? Speaking of Elbaf, I really have a few giant friends in the Navy." Lindemann deliberately confided this information to see how the other party reacted. "Impossible. Little guy, if you say you have a few giant friends, I still believe that in the Navy? Impossible, you should make up a decent lie." Dongli shook his head at hearing. It seems that the other party does not know the agreement between Elbaf and the world government at all, Lindemann thought in his heart. "Do you know John Jardin? He is now a lieutenant admiral in the Navy headquarters, and Rons, Sorrow and others have also joined the Navy." The colonel continued to speak. This time it was Dongli's turn to be dumbfounded. He knew all the names of the people mentioned by the Navy, but how could it be? Impossible. "You said that Sorrow, the crying ghost, will join your Navy, I believe. How could Jaden and Longs?" Dongli couldn't believe it. Lindemann shook his head. "There is nothing impossible. Since you Elbaf joined the world government, they have all become navies. Yo! The meat is ready." Major Bell was full of excitement holding a large piece of medium-cooked meat. But Dongli has lost his interest in eating meat. He just wanted to know why Elbaf chose to ally with the world government. Then what will their giant pirates do? 78 Shut up! Lindemann. Looking at the contemplative giant, Lindemann did not urge, but put his right hand on his thigh and supported his chin with the palm of his hand. He watched the giant's movement, swiped his left thumb, turned off the camera's flash button, and quickly pressed the shutter. In the voice of Major Bell's loud greeting, the giant did not hear the faint sound of the shutter being pressed. "Major, you are still raw meat in a strict sense." Lindemann smiled at the three-pointed cooked meat that was still dripping with blood. "Ah, it's okay, it's very exciting to chew like this." The recovered Dongli took the food handed to him by the Navy, but his huge size made this huge piece of meat, almost one person tall, look like a skewers. "Hey, by the way, why is Uncle Dongli on this island?" Major Bell was a little confused by the fire. "For a sacred duel." The giant tapped proudly on the surface of the shield. "Only one of us can leave this island alive. Are there other giants?" The Navy looked at each other. This information must be brought back. Dongli looked at the three anxious three. "Don't be nervous, that guy named Brokey is a member of the giant soldier pirates like me. If there are other members of your scientific research on this island, just don't ask if you take the initiative, nothing will happen." Lindemann said in a deep voice, "Can we go back and explain this to you? I still feel a little worried." Unexpectedly, the seemingly easygoing giant categorically rejected the proposal. He shook his huge head. "No, you have to tell me the details of Elbaf's alliance with the world government." Lindemann smiled helplessly. "I'm just a middle-level officer, how can I know the specific details discussed by these high-level leaders? You are an elite fighter of Elbaf. From a military perspective, we are considered allies. Please don't make us embarrassed." Dongli stroked his long beard and thought for a moment. "Your words have some truth, so let's go back and remind your comrades and inform your sir that you can speak for him to come and meet with me." He pointed sideways again. Pointing to the eastern volcano. I live in that position, I will be there waiting for your news. Lieutenant General. We have encountered a giant. A reconnaissance team returned first, but all three of them were a little embarrassed. Sakazuki had no expression on his face and said solemnly, "You fought him. If this is the case, then his next plan will be directly defeated by these pig teammates. According to your instructions, we started to report back when we saw the giant, but we walked too quickly, and the branches and dead leaves of the jungle were hanging a lot." The Lieutenant General heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words. He stared at the few people who had just calmed down and breathed. So, is the enemy's clothes and appearance clearly visible? The three people who looked excited and waited for the chief's compliment froze. For a long time, the leader of the team scratched the back of his head. After seeing the giant's figure, we shaved off the road directly, as if vaguely saw the opponent wearing a horned helmet. MDZZ, Sakazuki flashed such a in their hearts, so that they still knew nothing about the giant's intelligence. Push UPS, squats alternately, 100. Lieutenant General's face was gloomy. Why not one of the officers who can fight can have a snack? Lieutenant General Sakazuki. I'm waiting for an important military report. Lindemann's voice came from a long distance in the air. However, within a few breaths, the three Lindemann quickly landed on the deck of the warship. Lieutenant General, we have found the giant. Looking at Lindemann's voice from a long distance, this is probably another reconnaissance team that ran back without even hitting him. Sakazuki guessed. He couldn't help having a headache and didn't look up. If you dare to say that you didn't see the giant's face clearly, then tell the dinosaurs about what I taught you 500 times. Unexpectedly, as soon as the captain's voice fell, a camera was handed over. This giant is named Dongli, nicknamed the Blue Ghost. According to him, he was the leader of the giant pirate group. Lindemann pointed to the camera clearly. The image explained to the boss. After a short silence, Sakazuki turned its head to the trio who was lying prone on the deck doing push UPS, add a group to the previous punishment. Don't do it. The three of them begged for mercy, but they speeded up the training. Sakazuki nodded to Lindemann, and he knew that his subordinates could be reliable. Very well, well done, go to rest. Lindemann. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, I haven't finished reporting yet. Lindemann stood there and did not leave as instructed. This time I really surprised Sakazuki. What information is there? Lindemann sorted out his thoughts and continued to report on his work. We had a brief exchange with the giant and learned that the other party was indeed from Elbaf, and we also knew the current giant General John Jardin and others. But for AI Elbaf knows nothing about the alliance with the world government. The smiling fox opened his mouth and intends to continue to gather all the information he has learned. Lindemann. Shut up. Please stop talking. Let us live. Brother Lindemann wailing came from Lindemann's left side. Watching this guy who kept smiling all day still has an unsatisfied, unhappy expression on his face. The third who heard the news first. People's hearts are tight. Oh yeah, this is not good. How can soldiers not do their duties? Lindemann continued his performance with a helpless and distressed expression. According to the giant Dongli, there is another one on this island. The elite of the giants and pirates are here, characterized by wearing a horned helmet and large nostrils, called Broki the Red Ghost. Add 3 more sets. Sakazuki glanced at the desperate trainer, turned and walked towards the cabin. Lindemann, follow me to the captain's room. Inside the captain's room, Sakazuki sits on a chair, rests his right leg on his left thigh, hooks his knees down, and raises Erlang's legs. He looked at Lindemann, who was standing at the same height as he was sitting down, and could not help but praised, "Yes, this time you have done a lot. If it is true, then it is destined to alarm the senior Navy headquarters, no, even the 5 old stars. It's not necessarily true that I'm paying attention to this matter personally." He looked at his a little surprised subordinate, his chin raised slightly. "Why? I don't know how much credit he has given to this information. Find a seat and sit down. Chapter 44. Lindemann tried to imitate the handsome sitting posture of his boss but almost broke his ankle. To no avail, he had to put his foot down honestly and said sincerely, I also hope that the Lieutenant General in Sakazuki will give instructions. It's a small thing to find giants, but if you are really the leader of the giant pirates, according to the habit of the giants to worship the strong, the Blue Ghost Tori will undoubtedly have a huge reputation in Elbaf. Sakazuki said nothing. Too many subordinates according to the government's habit, we definitely require our navy to ban killing each other, and at best we can only capture him alive. But if he can be recruited to the navy, his iconic character will bring a huge impact. The impact, let alone, will at least double the number of giant troops in the navy headquarters in the future. Lindemann smiled and looked at Lieutenant Admiral admiringly, you deserve to be a Lieutenant General in Sakazuki. From this little information, you can think about so far-reaching. In this way, the 5 old stars will definitely look at the adults. Presumably the Marshal is also proud of it. 5 old stars? Sakazuki completely sneered at the verbal praise of these politicians, and could help their navy to add more warships, sophisticated weapons, and devil fruits than anything else. However, most people in this world still have awe of the highest authority of the world government. What Lindemann said is not a flattering politician, but his own worldview limits his vision. Don't take the credit to me, Lindemann. This time from discovering the giant to collecting information, your team did it completely. I will report this to the Marshal truthfully. Although I know Lindemann's kindness, but he can't put the credit that belongs to his heart on his face. Although he is strong in his actions, he is not yet so fond of fame and power. If you didn't get it by your own hard work, you wouldn't be qualified to enjoy it with peace of mind. This time Lindemann was really stunned. Sakazuki had previously analyzed the impact of this information so thoroughly. Knowing that the merits are enormous, he also handed over his eyes to the subordinate who looked at Po Tien's great merits. When Lindemann was under the Major General, the Ghost Spider was arrogant and not greedy for credit, but he would not deliberately let his subordinates get commendations. Lindemann felt for the first time that he was the right person. He stood up solemnly and sincerely and respectfully bowed to Sakazuki. The lieutenant in Sakazuki cultivated love like this, and Lindemann will never forget it. Author's message. 79 There is no peace of mind in the Navy 2.0. Lindemann felt for the first time that he was the right person. He stood up solemnly and sincerely and respectfully bowed to Sakazuki. The lieutenant in Sakazuki cultivated love like this, and Lindemann will never forget it. Lindemann's gratitude is utterly in the expectation of Sakazuki, although in the 21st century, this kind of nepotism and the support and maintenance of superiors and subordinates are a chronic poison for the military. But in this world of a navy composed of a small number of elite officers and a large number of trained ordinary soldiers, the military will improve the commander's control over the army. He slowly put his legs down, stood up and walked towards the phone worm on the table. How to deal with the leaders of these 2 giant pirate regiments is related to the future layout and policy of the Navy and the world government. The Marshal, the General, and the staff of the military jointly discussed the matter. Oh! Sakazuki, have you arrived at the Teiku Island? Sengoku sitting in the office leisurely drinking matcha. It is rare for Carp to mess around and slow down his office efficiency. On weekdays the military summary that took half a day to write and sent to the 5 old stars for review, it actually took only 1 hour today. Shit, Carp. Warring States took out his pocket watch to reconfirm the time, and took the time to check his own report. The atmospheric and steady calligraphy combined with the meticulous report structure of the article was completely 2 things that were written under the interference of the old man. Shit, Carp. The general sighed secretly. The general who was drinking matcha even cared about the little guy who made people feel pity and love. Sakazuki, how about little Robin? Is there seasickness? There are many ancient creatures on the primordial island. I have to show it to the old man. If there is anything wrong with that child, I will ask you. I'm probably a fake adoptive father. Before I had time to report, Sakazuki was directly threatened by my boss. Lindemann, who stood behind Sakazuki, couldn't help but curled his lips. It's no wonder that Sakazuki threatened him to tell the dinosaurs about the espionage behind enemy lines 500 times before he reported. It turns out that this issue is really a matter of inheritance. Mr. Sengoku, I have a military report here. The corner of Sakazuki twitched, and the subject changed abruptly. Do you know the giant pirates? The Warring States period picked up the cup and sucked the tea soup with a loud noise. Of course I know that the Giants and Pirates group was a thorny annoyance to the Navy and government back then. We encountered the pirate who claimed to be the leader of the original Giant Pirate group, Tori, the Blue Ghost. Sakazuki turned sideways and motioned to Lindemann to transmit the photos from the camera via the video phone worm. Go to the Navy headquarters. Puff. The Warring States suddenly spit out a sip of tea. You didn't kill him. The heart of the Warring States is tightened. His subordinate is indeed an excellent soldier, but basically none of the pirates who were hit by him have the opportunity to enter the judicial island to drink tea, let alone advance to the city of Impelton. The soup is hot. Don't just kill that Dongli directly, this old killer will have fun. Sakazuki put the ear close to the phone worm and waited until he could almost hear the heartbeat of the Warring States of the phone worm, and then slowly gave the chief a reassurance. We are currently in peace with the giant, please peace of mind. Oh shit! Sakazuki. Warring States calmed down for a while, and asked carefully, what's the specific situation? The situation of the giant Tori was detected by my subordinate Lindemann, and he also used spy methods to detect and hear a lot of useful information. Sakazuki praised his subordinates without hesitation, except the Blue Ghost Tori on the island. There is another member of the giant pirate group, the Red Ghost Brokey, who is said to be able to equal the strength of the giant leader Dongli. Wait a moment, Sakazuki. Sengoku's expression became serious. He stood up and shouted to the outside of the office, come on. Give all the information about the giant soldier pirates that the headquarters has collected. I'll find it. Immediately. Remember all the information. This Navy Buddha, who made the pirates awe-inspiring, picked up the clear picture that was only passed from the primordial island, and wanted to compare the giant figure sitting on the ground with his cheeks meditating in the photo with the rewards of countless pirates in his memory. Yes, this is indeed the Blue Ghost Dongli, even the leader of the giant pirate group that can reach 100 million Baileys in the bounty of the year. And the Red Ghost Brokey in your mouth is also worth 100 million Baileys. General. This is all the existing information about the giant soldier pirates in the archives. Several major generals rushed to the office with a few large stacks of paper bags in their arms and shaved them. Reward order. Although the wanted paper has turned yellow, the appearance of the pirate wearing a battle helmet and a dark blue cloak on the screen is exactly the same as the appearance in the photo from Sakazuki. Sakazuki, I order you not to conflict with him, even if the worst happens, you can only catch him alive. This character is of great use to the unit. The Warring States Department ordered in a deep voice. Order. In addition, Mr. Warring States, Lindemann's intelligence showed that the Blue Ghost Dongli was completely unaware of the alliance between the world government and Elbaf. Because of its huge influence and reputation in Elbaf village, the subordinates proposed to recruit the other party to join the navy. Sakazuki brought out his own thoughts. Zhejiang nodded, well, you and I want to go together. Regarding the reward of the giant soldiers and pirates, the world government has cancelled the wanted. If the two can be convinced, then those giants who are still in a neutral wait-and-see state will make their choice. The combat power of our navy is bound to skyrocket. He promised to the other end of the phone, give me this task clean and beautiful. Just ask if you need any support. I will let the nearby naval base send it to you in the starry night. Sakazuki has long been caressed in his mind, and he is not welcome. Beverage, big barrel of wine, a lot of wine. He thought of the characteristics of the Elbuff giants, but he was quite emboldened in his heart. Looking closer at the bear, looking at Nordic Nord from a distance, and pulling a little further away, the unrestrained barbarians of Skyrim, who have a sufficient understanding of the way of thinking of these giants, Sakazuki have already figured out countermeasures when they left behind the ships. Isn't it Foz Lorda? No, it's Lok_Taro_Gar. After finishing the call, Lindemann, who was listening to the exchange between the two, watched Sakazuki with some admiration. Combining the previous call with the Lieutenant General and himself, Mr. Sengoku seemed to have guessed everything about Mr. Sengoku's plan. Lord Admiral, are you ready to negotiate with the giant now? Lindemann quickly followed the Sakazuki that had opened the hatch. No, Lindemann, diplomacy is the best thing to do. Sakazuki stopped. Lindemann could only see the other side's majestic back. Then what are you? Go back and tell Dongli that the chief in charge is cultivating in the volcano. If you are not afraid of death, let him come to me. Author's message. P.S. I didn't expect that the reaction from everyone last night was so great. In fact, because everyone's living environment and growth environment are different, our stand, angle and even level of viewing issues will be different. There is no need to start spraying just because we disagree with the other side's point of view. Seeking common ground while reserving differences also allows us to consider from a new perspective, except for Jingri www.readaloud.com. Just look at it in a friendly manner. There is no need to make everyone feel upset because of a small matter. Not pleasant. I deleted the interim posts that everyone discussed from the backend, for the sake of the book guest. You don't want the book guest to be highly concerned by XXX, right? Finally, this is the end of the topic. Please give me a face in Sakazuki, laughs. 80 Sorry, knowledge can really do whatever you want. Magma, Sakazuki as a natural system rockberry, he is familiar with this natural substance. His development of fruit ranges from killing people and setting fires in battle to the subtleties of cooking noodles and coffee in life. Even compared to Kuzan, who is proficient in fruit ability micromanipulation, it is evenly divided. Even Polo Salino, who relies on the shining fruit ability, is full of praise for the fruit ability development of Sakazuki. The extremely destructive hot magma is a nightmare for the enemy, whether it is close combat or long-range confrontation. With the fist of the fruit ability, the high temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius and the terrible adhesion, even if the enemy has mastered the domineering, he has to weigh whether his own armed domineering has reached a higher rank. Rockberry can also exert a strong suppression effect at medium and long distances. Whether it is to control a large amount of lava gushing out of a lava giant fist, or to simulate a volcanic eruption after charging, it is an extremely terrible move. From a military point of view, M is air defense and ground. But Sakazuki currently regrets that I was not an excellent geography teacher, physics teacher, or chemistry teacher before crossing, because magma is involved in many aspects, and the operability is greatly improved. The moves he currently masters, even if they are powerful, can only be regarded as the basic use of the properties of magma. Magma, but don't take it literally as liquid. Because this geological term refers to molten or partially molten rock below the formation, it is more accurately defined as a molten fluid. Sakazuki stands on the crater of an active volcano and looks at the bottom, relying on himself as a fellow of wild magma. The elementalization of the natural ability person jumped from the mountain pass and slid to the surface of the dim magma lake. In the past, even if there were volcanic attractions when traveling in my own world, I could only watch from afar, but I couldn't do this kind of opportunity for zero-distance contact now. Chapter 45. He can only learn more about what he is after elementalization by actually observing the magma activity in the natural world. Then Sakazuki was found to have been pitted by the old thief in Oda, because the rockberry is closer in nature to the high-temperature liquid that is deep in the upper mantle and asthenosphere of the crust, and the fluid he uses and is exposed to the surface of the body. It's Niang's lava. Lava and magma seem to be very similar words, but there is still a big difference. He still remembered a refined sentence from the geography teacher: what is lava? It's the magma that erupts from the surface, but the lava is not real magma. Lava magma will become lava when it comes into contact with air. During the eruption process, the lava flow will lose a large amount of volatile matter due to the sudden pressure drop during the eruption, which is only the substance closest to magma. The two are in the relationship of inclusion and inclusion. Magma can migrate to different depths of the Earth's crust to condense and crystallize with the activities of the Earth's crust, or it can spill to the surface to condense and consolidate. This curvy sentence made the traversers of the year still look dumbfounded, so the geography teachers took out the ultimate move to give a vulgar life rationale: the second sexual characteristics of the men mature after puberty. Then, the tadpoles that are active in the rice-clear liquid in your body can remain active for a long time, but once you shoot out, the tadpoles exposed to the outside air can theoretically live less than 20 minutes. Sakazuki recalls the teacher's indoctrination that magma and lava are not good. He still doesn't know, but the graceful geography teacher of the year was really dazzling. The lieutenant general lowered his head slowly and looked at his abdomen. In other words, what is in his body is lava. Once it acts on the outside, it is lava. Earlier, he had wondered why the known moves of Hara Akagi could be simulated by him, a traverser, in just a few months. But now it seems that it is not his unusual talent. First, Hara Akadog's moves are based on his completely original foundation, and he spends time to figure it out step by step. And he, a traverser, is equivalent to just borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, standing on the shoulders of giants and doing things. I simulated the existing moves in my mind through the fine control of the fruits and the comprehensive application of knowledge of geology, physics, and chemistry. Sorry, knowledge can really do whatever you want. Those with natural fruit ability stepped on the surface of the magma lake, the sticky touch and firm texture of the lower temperature lava. Indeed, the fact that the density of lava is 2 or 3 times the density of water and human body, the low-temperature lava buffer and unloading force are not bad. If it is built into its own offensive and defensive system, it would be a bad idea. But, should he really have to learn from the Four Tails to wear a melting armor after Sakazuki? Cooperate with the armed color domineering to be a fight-resistant bastard? The temperature of the lava is different, it will give birth to different properties. He muttered to himself, suddenly stunned. Although Sakazuki has a lot of animation and game skill ideas in his mind, he still needs to talk about the basics. He patted his head and couldn't help but feel a little grateful. Previously, he was limited to pure game animation, and he almost picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. To give a simple example, as far as he knows, the viscosity of magma and water is 100,000 times higher than that of water. In other words, the development of his rockberry fruit should be divided into 2 main directions: internal magmatism and specific chemical and physical reactions, and changes in the temperature properties of external lava. Moreover, this is only a consideration from the aspects of geography and geology, and it has not yet set foot in the fields of chemistry and physics for development. Sakazuki suddenly produced a hint of understanding why rockberry actually exists as the upper fruit of the burned fruit. In his impression, the essence of burning fruit is burning, and there were previous guesses that it could break the limit of temperature. So why can rockberries, which are kept at a high temperature of 700 to 1500 degrees Celsius, stand on top of the theoretical limit of burning fruits that are almost enough to reach thousands or tens of thousands of degrees Celsius? Rockberry is actually the highest and top natural fruit, and it not only possesses deadly high temperature and kinetic energy. It also invades the power of a volcano and easily simulates a volcanic eruption. The most in-depth development involves the dual properties of mantle magma and surface lava, as well as the research of physics, chemistry, and geology. It can be said that the more comprehensive the knowledge and understanding of this information, the more the power of the rockberry can be reflected. Animation games are based on scientific theory. In the original book, aka Dog obviously does not have the huge information flow brought by the 21st century and the theoretical research that countless scientists have explored and summarized. Sakazuki sighed slightly, knowledge is power. Author's message. P.S. Before writing this chapter, I visited the library about 3 times, and also checked a lot of geography materials on the internet. But I still feel confused in some places. In the end, I asked a university professor who specializes in magmatic rock, combined with some of my own brains, hoping to describe the abilities of the rockberry fruit as truthfully and reasonably as possible. After several days of hard work and dozens of hours of searching for information, in fact, my own knowledge has been continuously expanded and enriched in this process. I hope to write this novel better and better with a serious and responsible attitude, so that everyone can read it comfortably. 3 days off. Emezhanki notice. Because this week's weekend on April 22nd, the school arranges a graduation defense, so you really need to put aside the things in your hands and make serious preparations. If it is too watery, you will be asked to ask 3 questions, and you may not be able to graduate. Only to prepare for the battle in these 2 days, the update will be resumed next Monday. Sorry. 81 Shurima, your emperor is back. What are you talking about? Dongli wore a helmet that resembled the Nordic style. This helmet with great Albuff national characteristics tightly protected the wearer. The top cover with wavy borders extends to the back of the head and the fragile neck. The thick turbanet on the front of the helmet and the half-covered nail leaf are only vacant at the eye, leaving a gap for observation to ensure the field of vision. The corners of Lindemann's mouth twitched slightly, and he had already seen the abruptly widened eyes of the opponent's battle helmet. The school officer who kept smiling all the time bit his scalp and said the words of Sakazuki again. The lieutenant general said that he is cultivating in the volcano. You are not afraid of death and go. Before the words fell, a huge sword with some mottled scars was inserted into the ground beside Lindemann. In the volcano? What a joke! Not to mention whether the lieutenant imp can survive in the magma. Dongli sneered at the remarks, but he readily accepted the Navy's provocation. Moreover, he actually dared to question Mrs. Elba's bravery. What is death? The Navy colonel's coat was swayed backwards by the roaring air waves of the giant. The drooling airflow made Lindemann unable to open his eyes at all, and he simply pointed back with his backhand. Sakazuki, Lord Admiral is on the biggest volcano. Sakazuki maintains elementalization, slowly stepping on the fragile surface of the lava lake, walking like a fire on the grey-brown low-temperature lava. The lower the temperature, the greater the viscosity and the lower the fluidity, so the surface of the lava lake has a good load-bearing capacity. But it's still too heavy for an adult's weight, especially for super heavyweight players like Sakazuki. As soon as he stepped up to the center of the lake, half of the body of the natural ability person was plunged into the hot lava. Sakazuki attempts to gradually expand the scope of its own elementalization. The magma generated by itself can be completely controlled as he wants. He usually generates magma for attack and defense in battle, but the natural system can do more than just in this way. The awakened devil fruit of the Superman system can affect the surrounding things and make the fruit power. This is a skill that is known as the closest to the natural power. But in the eyes of the natural type abilities, this is not a difficult task. The assimilation ability that requires the superhuman abilities to develop the fruits in depth is only a basic operation for the development of the natural devil fruit. Kuzan can easily freeze seawater into ice, and Polosolino can capture free photons around them to gather energy at any time. In the original work, Crocodile can easily absorb water from objects and reduce dead objects to fine sand. Even the natural marsh fruit like Aruki can easily turn a solid ground into a swamp. Assimilation is also called assimilation and contamination. Because magma has a very high temperature and strong chemical activity, it can melt or dissolve the surrounding rock in contact with it. If the magma completely melts or dissolves the surrounding rock and makes it completely uniform with the magma, it is called assimilation. Sakazuki attempts to use previous scientific theories to prove that he is by no means a mere producer, but a porter of nature. Putting aside the effects of so-called assimilation, going home, this is the only feeling of a rockberry real ability person. A steady stream of power pours in from the elementalized lower body. The natural devil fruit not only generates and evolves a natural substance, but serves as the embodiment of a natural phenomenon. Sakazuki slowly raised his arm soaked in magma, and a huge crimson magma dog's head slowly emerged from the surface of the grey lava lake. The lieutenant general was still expressionless, but his eyes were on his face. A touch of joy. He hopes to evolve this huge, natural force into the trick he has created, dog biting the red lotus, which is theoretically feasible from the current point of view. And with the help of the majestic original strength, the range of moves and the kinetic energy contained in them are more than twice as large as on land. But looking at the fuzzy-looking magma, Sakazuki sighed lightly. Compared with the lifelike hounds of the past, he didn't even portray the nose and eyes of his creation this time. It seems that there is currently a limit to my deep control of magma. Too much energy is a waste for him if it cannot be used in a reasonable and meticulous operation. Chapter 46. The higher the temperature of the magma, the lower the viscosity and the greater the fluidity. Looking at the hound with slobber on top of his head, Sakazuki knows that I have been trained in the past few months. When his elementalization has spread to the surface of the entire lava lake, Sakazuki closes its eyes to strengthen the perception, and the surrounding magma and lava are surging. And the part of the magma that went deeper into the volcano seemed to be part of the body of the person with the natural fruit ability, and it seemed that as long as he was willing, he could sway this huge force on the vast surface at will. The crater is shaking, and the energy of the volcano is controlled by Sakazuki, like a young child playing with his favorite toy. It's just that this toy can arbitrarily transform the landscape and destroy all creatures and civilizations. Standing on the mountainside, Dong Li naturally felt the tremor of the mountain, from the initial slight to the tremor that he could not perceive, to the intensified tremor. The volcano was shaking, and some rocks that had been eroded by weathering began to collapse. Entrapped in soil and trees, the largest volcano in the small garden seems to be about to face the latest eruption. That kid didn't cause the volcano to erupt, right? Facing the imminent natural disaster, Dong Li raised his head and frowned at the top of the mountain. As an elite fighter of Albuff, he does not retreat but advances, maintaining the frequency of his footsteps, and walking upward step by step. He had decided to go to the crater to wait for the navy to come as agreed, even if it was just a huge magma wave facing him, he deserved it. The blue ghost Dong Li knew that the heroic soul of God of War was watching him. Elbaf kept their promises, they never promised and agreed easily, but even if they were to fight for their lives, they had to do what they promised. To this end, they formed the Giant Pirate Group, a giant pirate group and mercenary organization. On the sea, the pirate group formed by the giants of Elbaf continues to follow the spirit of Elbaf village that advocates courage, values honor, and has the courage to take risks. Rough nerves, daring to take risks, and excellent HNA skills make them fearless of any severe weather and sea conditions. They are cruel and brave, but compared to the pirates who really like to raid towns and the weak, the giants of Elbaf are more inclined to accept tricky employment, and even directly attack the powerful pirates, to prove to their companions and the heroic soul of the of war that they are the strongest fighters. The giant walked up the volcano's mouth step by step. With the violent mountain shaking, magma was faintly gushing from the top of the mountain. Dong Li knew that this was a sign that the volcano was about to erupt. Dong Li looked around, but found no one. At the top of this huge volcano that is about to erupt, only his huge and burly figure stands proudly. Oh, coward! Standing on the edge of the volcano, the giant leader sipped at his feet. He already understood that the navy was definitely not an expedition member. And the lieutenant general in his mouth is just a coward who used unknown means to trigger the stable volcano in advance. Using such insidious means to kill a prominent giant pirate is really in line with the style of the world government. The next moment the volcano's vibration subsided, as if all the previous signs were just Dong Li's illusions. An indifferent and low voice sounded from the bottom of the crater, with faint anger and dissatisfaction. "Why do you want to wake me up? Why bother me? Pirate!" Dong Li looked down at the sound. The head of a giant ferocious beast that was nearly 10 meters away evaporated the saliva he had just spitted in midair. The head of the beast shifted slightly, and Dong Li finally saw the man half of his body immersed in the constantly surging lava lake. Magma, jumping beside him, cheering for joy. The entire lake was rolled up from the outside to the inside with a terrifying magma wave, layer by layer against the grey-brown lava lake surface, as if playing a grand movement in rhythm. The magma of the entire mountain range was restless, and the hot lava wave did not swallow him, but instead surrounded the person and worshipped. The magma bursting from the depths of the lava lake dazzled the entire lava lake like a golden red mansa pearl. The striped petals bloomed slowly, welcoming the king of magma. Author's message. P.S. Everything goes well, thank you for your encouragement and support. 82 Nordic Fight, Part 1. The volcano is roaring. The petals of lava naturally fell from a high altitude, and a fire rain fell on the hot and steaming lake. The magma, twisted in a spiral around him, placed the burly body of Sakazuki in the center of the magma vortex. Sakazuki stared at the giant looking down, tapped his fingers on the surface of the lava lake. The magma surged from the bottom of his feet like a fountain. When the first magma's climbing force was exhausted, the second magma continued to rise from the channel formed by the first lava. The first burst of magma quickly dissipated in temperature, and the sharply cooled surface began to solidify the grey-brown rock mass. Through the grey surface, the dark blood-red lava in the semi-solidified channel that began to bear the pressure of the column appeared and disappeared. After a few breaths of effort, the lava rose extremely fast, and under the incredible horror of the giant's eyes, a mountain throne made of lava appeared above his head. Only Sakazuki can form a miniature volcano at the bottom of the lava lake in the crater. The lava is finally shaped on the top of Sakazuki, slowly forming a mountain-like sharp chair-back shape. Sakazuki put his hands on the handrails of burning lava, looking down at the giant. Dong Li took a big step back, letting an astonishing craze rushing over his face. The high temperature distorted the air, and the giant looked up at the incoming people. The face of slashing stubbornness, coupled with an indifferent expression, is like an eternal mountain range. Silent, solemn, but awe-inspiring. The lava ash-like navy blue tattoo under the slightly open collar and the strong muscles formed a perfect combination. Combined with the rough and sturdy shape of the lava throne, it formed a strong visual impact in Dong Li's eyes, wild and majestic. At first glance, Dong Li didn't hate the man in front of him. He was masculine and mighty, and he was a man. Compared with those nymphs, these machos who go to the battlefield to carry knives and hack people, and go to the battlefield to drink booze are more appreciated by Mrs. Elba. In Elbaf, the men fight for momentum and who can fight better. The purpose of my trip is to find out what happened between Elbaf and the world government. The giant stood proudly, hitting the shield with a huge sword. Dong Li, who was born in the new world of Elbaf, had a not narrow vision. The navy in front of him could drive magma, and it should be a rare natural demon fruit ability. But just relying on the power of a natural element cannot scare him. The giant's voice is unusually loud. Naturally, I know the whole story, but what responsibility and obligation do I have to tell a weak person? Sakazuki's stodgy face added a hint of contempt. Blue veins burst into the giant's temples, and for the first time he was rejected for this reason. What did you say? Sakazuki leaned on the back of the throne's chair, gently turned his neck, and made a soft crackling noise. If you are a weak person, even telling you is of no avail. Then why should I waste my tongue? Oh? It looks like you think you are very strong, kid. Dong Li skillfully pulled up a sword flower, pointed the tip of the sword at the navy and smiled bravely. You can try which one of us is weak. Lieutenant General's index finger tapped the armrest of the throne, and the calm hunter dropped the final trap. Interesting, if you can defeat me. The answer you want, my head, should be offered. Sakazuki really wanted to see how his physical strength was. Starting from the crossing, he was basically in a crushing situation by virtue of the power of Rockberry. He was really unsure of what stage his physical skills and physical strength were at. In the Navy, Karp, Zifa, and others, who relied on the domineering physical skills to dominate, struggled to find an excuse. If you want to train against Karp, that old thing either often disappears, or performs tasks outside. This year, Sakazuki has never encountered Karp several times. Reassure, I won't use my fruit power to fight you. Sakazuki stood up, and the lava was automatically laid under his feet. Every time the lieutenant general took a step, the lava was just right to cushion it forward. Dongli stared at Sakazuki and said solemnly, "Are you pitying me?" Sakazuki, who walked to the side of the giant, moved his hands and feet, and put on an offensive posture on the spot, and by the way, he corrected the other's language, it is respect. Real men should do what men should do, compared to making barbecue. I prefer to punch you out. I like you a little bit, kid. Dongli also dropped his saber and solid shield, and creaked his fists. Come on. See who is stronger. Chapter 47. Before the giant's words were over, Sakazuki had disappeared in place, and the lieutenant admiral who appeared again was already close to the giant's eyes. A domineering punch attached to the armed collar directly hit the opponent's helmet, and the huge kinetic energy knocked the giant backwards. But it was only a fall back, and Dongli took a few steps back at the moment he lost his balance, reducing his strength to a minimum. The giant punched in the empty space with a backhand. Sakazuki jumped up and lashed the giant's unprotected abdomen with a sharp whip. Bang! There was a loud bombarding noise at the place where the two of them were handing over. As soon as the giant stepped on the ground, the attacks of Sakazuki followed. Torai, who had already begun to adapt to this style of play, blasted out a punch and knocked down Sakazuki, which was changing direction in the air. Boom! At the place where Sakazuki landed, a huge amount of smoke was raised with the impact. Dongli was not in a hurry to continue his hands, he must have done a lot with the heavy punch just now. But judging by the moment he touched the opponent's body just now, he clearly felt it hit the steel. In the big pit not far away, the smoke gradually dissipated. There was a man standing in the center of the impact pit with arms around him. Sakazuki was wrapped in purple and black, armed and domineering. He looked up at the giant and mocked, "You don't have the strength to hit people. Are you really a giant?" Dongli frowned, armed and domineering. He also saw a lot of domineering pirates in the New World, but there were not many pirates who could cover the upper body in one breath. He laughed loudly, "You are very resistant to beatings, Navy kid. The strange power of the giants is really good, even the moderate giants like Soluo can easily solve several naval battleships." On the opposite side of Sakazuki, the elite of the Elbaf giants, the leader of the giant pirate group, whether in terms of resistance to punching, combat response speed, or punching power, is higher than that of the giants of the Navy. Cut. Keeping the upper body armed and domineering hardened, Sakazuki analyzed a lot of things with that punch just now. This giant is very strong, the previous punch hastily struck that kind of strange power, but there is no trace of domineering. If Sakazuki uses the fruit power, it is still just a living target. Sakazuki simply changed its strategy and ran towards the giant. To conquer this fighting nation, the evasive offense is obviously not in line with the opponent's taste. Sakazuki is afraid that he will fight a game without the fruit, and then get nothing. Pure men still have to punch to the flesh. 83 Nordic Fight, Part 2. The battle is still going on. Giving up avoidance and choosing a frontal just means to withstand more concentrated and violent attacks. The jungle has never been quiet, with insects, the light rustling of trees being blown by the wind, and the various low sounds of unknown beasts. But at this moment, the noisy sounds in this area were covered by bursts of roar and loud noises. Wild beasts and dinosaurs ran to the edge of the island one after another, avoiding the two monsters fighting in the middle of the island. The blue ghost Dongli uprooted an obstructive tree in front of him and kicked it out, intending to push his opponent onto the opposite mountain wall. Even with the huge difference in body shape, Sakazuki still cannot avoid it. He kept his armed color and domineering hardened, and slammed an elbow on the combat boots printed on the front. With the loud sound, the Lieutenant Admiral was plowed by a huge force for several tens of meters before the castration was stopped. The giant was also uncomfortable, and the huge body that was out of balance fell straight back. The huge figure and the astonishing weight overwhelmed large tracts of trees, bringing up bursts of sand and dust. Sakazuki is secretly shocked. He asks himself that he is a power player, and he is also proficient in 6-type iron and high-end armed color domineering. But in the head-to-head confrontation that has only lasted for nearly an hour, it didn't take the slightest advantage. But he didn't know that the giant was even more amazed in his heart. In this kind of death of the two sides fighting for maximum strength, endurance, and anti-strike ability, as an elite warrior of the giant clan, Dongli fought for the first time with humans for so long. Even if he used to be in the village of Elbaf, Dongli wrestled hand-to-hand with his fellow clan. Counting down with heavy punches, even if the opponent is a giant, it's a bit overwhelming. But the navy in front of him didn't have any evasive movements at all, and he forced countless fists and feet. You punch, I will take a punch. You kick, I won't let it go, and shake you away with an elbow. So far, Dongli feels that he has not hurt the opponent in a real sense. Every time a fist collided, he felt as if he was hitting steel and hard rocks. And he did not forget that the Lieutenant Admiral was a natural eater of devil fruit. Dongli got up quickly, with his left hand in front and his right hand in the back, accumulating strength, and assumed a fighting posture. Until now, the giant's expression has become more solemn. He stared at the plowed soil on the ground. In other words, can the guy on the opposite side be tied with him just by relying on physical skills and domineering? What are you kidding? Dongli was inexplicably angry. What face does he have now to fight Brokey for the title of the strongest warrior? He also counted on getting the latest news about Elbaf and the specific content of the agreement with the world government from the other side. As the navy opposite said, the weak, there is no need to know. The giant warrior stepped forward and ran towards Sakazuki. The dull and hasty footsteps are like fierce drums on the ground. The rhythm is fast and exciting. Lieutenant General of Sakazuki, Lindemann, who stood in the distant treetops and fought intuitively, showed a trace of worry. He didn't know why the chief did not use elementalization, but used domineering and physical skills to fight against the giants again and again. Didn't you talk to the head general about the promise to communicate and surrender the giants? Sakazuki rose to the ground against the violent giant, combined with the iron part of the arm to mobilize the strength of his whole body, and hit Dongli's cheek severely with a punch. At the same time, the giant slammed him with a fistful of fighting spirit and rage. Dongli's hard helmet was shattered by a blow, and his left cheek was deformed by a huge force, and the muscles on his cheek were pulled inward by force. The giant's entire head was pressed into the soft soil by this punch. He didn't have the time to get up to see the result of his punch. Dongli's ears were humming. My vision is a little blurry and I can't focus immediately. The giant wanted to stand up, but his consciousness still felt a little blank. He was soft, and fell to the ground. Sakazuki was in the air when it attacked the giant. He had some assessments of the giant's previous strength, but he never expected that Dongli's power in the violent state would directly increase a step. The lieutenant general was a little caught off guard, but he reacted swiftly through the years of battle. He directly did his best to strengthen the domineering to the maximum range, and the defense of the iron block also tightened the muscles to the hardest stage. Then, he was blasted off, and slammed into the volcanic wall in the center that they had beaten all the way out. The elementalization of Sakazuki slipped from the cracks in the stone, feeling that his whole bones had been shaken all over. The lieutenant general was breached for the first time. The iron block and domineering defense in time resisted most of the damage, and Sakazuki, which was restricted by the huge impact in the air, subconsciously turned on elementalization to minimize the secondary damage caused by the impact. Dong Li stood up swayingly, and threw his torn helmet on the ground. The fragments of the battle helmet pierced the giant's forehead, and blood ran down his cheeks. He wiped the corner of his eye vigorously so that the blood would not interfere with his vision. The leader of the giant soldier pirate group felt that his sight was still a bit ghostly. That punch was almost comparable to the old punches of the two elders of Albuff, Yaelu and Kalulu, when they were angry. He watched Sakazuki approaching once again from the sky, staggering and staggering to continue fighting. Laughed and said, "Good fight." The old-fashioned vice-admiral of the Navy headquarters stopped on his shoulders. Sakazuki put his hands in his trouser pockets, shook his head and said, "I didn't win, let's tie for the time being. Our Navy's supply fleet is here, and have a drink in the evening." "How?" "Okay. Wait until we have a good rest, come back again." Dong Li promised boldly, "I haven't tasted wine in a long time, ha 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 ha. A good man who can fight is a good friend. After a fight, if you are willing to sit together and drink a glass of wine, you are good friends." The logical thinking of the giant is very simple and rude. Chapter 48. Sakazuki heaved a sigh of relief. Whether he was riding or slashing back then, he also had a lot of contact with him. He still knew the virtues of the Nord barbarian. Except M can't kill their chickens, it seems that these muscular in their heads are still good to talk. Coupled with previous cultural studies of the Vikings, Sakazuki dared to make a guarantee in front of the Warring States period and issue a military order. Aiming at the character of giants and the culture of Albuff, Sakazuki prescribes the right medicine. Defeating the giants will make Dong Li lose face and lose himself. It is even more important to see him. A temporary tie is the best choice at the moment, and the most difficult persuasion, physical, level has been dealt with in the past. In the months that followed, Sakazuki was confident that these giants would gradually convince them. "Lindemann, inform the crew, open a bonfire party." The lieutenant general waved to his companions who were watching the battle from afar. 84 There is no peace of mind in the Navy 3.0. Dong Li tidied up the long beard that had been messy due to the fight, and turned and walked towards the mountain pass where he had thrown his weapon earlier. He turned his head to look at Sakazuki standing on his shoulder. "Navy, your name is, eh?" "Saka, what is Saka?" "It's Sakazuki." The corners of the lieutenant's eyes twitched slightly, and the two of them had been beaten to death for so long. "You still don't know who the opponent is?" "Yes, this is a giant." Then Dong Li's next sentence almost made Sakazuki want to put a ghost dog on his head. The giant pointed to an area under his feet. "Where can I go empty-handed to eat banquets and cocktail parties?" "You are waiting for me here, I will go hunting 2 dinosaurs and drinking." Fortunately, the lieutenant general got used to his expressionless face, and some twisted expressions fell on his facial paralyzed face, only the corners of his mouth curled downwards slightly. "No, after you get the prey, come directly to the direction of the inland river. I have to check the condition of the drink preparation." Sakazuki stopped talking, and walked away with a moon step. Dong Li squinted his eyes and looked at the direction the Navy was leaving. The key is that people don't talk too much. The giant felt that this opponent was pleasing to the eye, and Elbaf could try not to force it. Lindemann first arrived at the position of the warship. They will not set up camp rashly until they find out the jungle of this island. There are not many naval fleets in his expectations. A small Navy-guided ship followed 2 huge sailing merchant ships alone. There were only a few guns on these 2 merchant ships. Judging from the number and caliber of the guns, they were all 24-pound light guns. This kind of firepower is inferior to the Navy's most basic warships. The giant merchant ships, which are slow and bulky like tortoises, are simply ideal prey for pirates. However, the flags flying on these two merchant ships stopped ordinary pirates who were not completely muddled. The flag with a white background is printed with a jet black cross star, and at its end are 5 black spheres of the same size. The world government, a member country with more than 170 member countries, is currently the world's largest international organization. It was first formed by kings of 20 countries 800 years ago, and the current supreme leader is the 5 Old Stars. Its subordinates include the Direct Secret Spy Agency, the Deep Sea Prison Impelton, and the large-scale and numerous naval forces. Why is the world government here? Lindemann muttered to himself as he looked at the world government personnel in black on the ship's side. No, it's the CP department. Sakazuki followed it and stepped firmly on the treetop to correct the problems of the subordinates. He had already seen the old acquaintances standing on the upper deck of the first merchant ship, the 2 government CP department agents who had a relationship in O'Hara. Agents with short hoods are mobilizing manpower to carry wine barrels, vegetables, fruits and meat on the shore. What surprised Sakazuki most was that in addition to the help of the naval ministers who accompanied him, a dozen children were working together to lift a huge oak wine glass off the sampan. Lieutenant General, what are the world governments doing? Lindemann accompanies Sakazuki by jumping off the treetops and walking towards the ship. Sakazuki didn't answer for a while. God knows what nerves the 5 Old Stars are making. Obviously, the children in this team have been trained, and even if they are carrying materials, their movements are neat and uniform. Before the 2 approached, the 5-meter-high giant wine barrel had been transported to the ground from the material supply ship. Your Excellency Lieutenant General Sakazuki. The agent commanding the dispatch on the ship obviously noticed the return of the highest person in charge here. Although the CP department and the Navy are not members of the same system, Wu Laoxing called for all their trainers to be assigned to Sakazuki this time, subject to the other parties' dispatch arrangements. O'Hara ordered a goodbye. I didn't expect to be able to cooperate with you again here. The mustache agent was obviously very good at being a man, and immediately ran down from the bridge to pay a military salute to the Lieutenant General. Thanks, you are here, what about Spandane? Sakazuki replied. The other party's organization and scheduling for a long time really deserves this respect. Mustache said, I know this expression, and he smiled bitterly. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, you don't know, we are an emergency team organized hastily, and the real supply fleet is still on the way. The naval base closest to the island almost broke its mast after receiving an urgent order from the headquarters, and it was still 3 days away from the Teiku Island. 5 Old Stars urgently searched the nearest bases and islands under the government of the world. Except for the island of Alabaston, there are only a handful of staff who cultivate new spies at the secret training base. The mustache pointed to the dozens behind him. My child, explained to Sakazuki. Lindemann followed the other's fingers and looked at the students who were about the same age as Robin. The most distinctive feature was a little fat guy with a zipper on his mouth, and a small square face with a ridiculous horn haircut. A kid with a square head and long nose was arguing with another fierce kid with a scar on the side of his eye. And there is another kid with a mask, is it a geisha? Is the little ghost with a top hat and a pigeon on his shoulders here to perform magic tricks? Isn't the kid here to add to the chaos? Lindemann grumbled dissatisfiedly, having a full view of all the movements of the kiddos. What are you talking about? The little kid who was feeding the pigeon seemed to hear Lindemann's whisper and frowned and looked here. The school officer smiled, squinted, and said the previous words again. I said, isn't the kid here to add to the chaos? Shave. Hey? 6 styles. Lindemann opened his squinted eyes in amazement, and drew out the scabbard abruptly, without looking back to block the kick that volley took. Lu Chi! Come back! Don't be rude in front of the adults in Sakazuki! Mustache yelled at the student who didn't agree with him. Yes. The child known as Lu Chi took a deep look at Lindemann, pressed his hat against Sakazuki and slowly returned to the queue. Oh yeah, it really surprised me. Lindemann regained a somewhat frivolous tone. You actually mastered one of the 6 shaves at a young age. It seems that Robin is about the same age as you. 8 years old. Liu Qi stared at the naval officer who was smiling like a fox. He didn't know who Robin was in the other party's mouth, but this did not prevent Little Leopard from hearing that it was a compliment. Liu Qi was awarded the title of Killing Machine at the age of 13 in 1505, and he was only 8 when he came back at the end of 1500. Sakazuki feels a little headache, but he knows why there is no Lindemann in the original book. He has skill and brain, just temporary flexibility. If the flag is not set, the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters in the original book will have this top spot. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he offended all the members of the future world government spy agency CP9, and even tried to tease the menacing Little Leopard. Sakazuki clapped his hands, attracting the attention of future bigwigs. I have nowhere to go, let you see the joke. In order to prevent the smooth subordinates from being inexplicably killed in the future, they are stayed. It will be a rare round. Chapter 49. Lieutenant General. I'm sorry. Lindemann realized that he was a little presumptuous, and bowed his head to apologize to Sakazuki. Author's message. P.S. People are still outside, and the code to go home will be the second one. 85 Nordic Fighting, Part 2. Seeing the Lieutenant Admiral gave a step, the short stubborn agent pointed behind him. Chief Spandane sits on the judicial island, and my colleagues and I happen to be training new recruits in shifts. This new spy is okay. Rob, Lucci, Keiku, and Gabra have all mastered and roughly mastered the 6 easiest shaves. Lucci has already roughly mastered the iron block and the foot at the age of 8. 8 years old, indeed a genius. Sakazuki glanced at the porthole where Robin was on the ship. The training island is very tight. I have to make an exception and bring them to help. The government elite in black was a bit distressed. The supplies and food we store on the whole island are basically here. A little blonde loli standing behind Liu Qi pouted a little dissatisfiedly. Sakazuki can be understood, and I also want to understand. The Warring States period must have been connected to the 5 old stars by hanging up the phone on his front foot and on the back foot. After all, it was the world government, not the Navy headquarters, that signed the agreement with Elbaf. For some specific details of the agreement and the handling of the giant leader, the general must also ask Wu Laoxing to review it. So the result is obvious. The judgment made by the 5 old stars is that the influence of these 2 giants on the world government in Elbaf, and the appeal of other New World countries that hope to cooperate in the future are all worth making these 2 giants worthy of cooperation. The espionage personnel who conducted training in isolation from the outside world left their training and participated in the arrangement of this Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked at the future new stars of the CP department, and suddenly discovered that they were the first group of people who were affected by the impact when they came to this world. The butterfly's wings are flapping, and in the future he will change everything as always. It just happens that my plan requires a group of expedition members. Are you interested in accepting your first mission? The voice of Sakazuki is low but full of magnetism. His calm temperament and the power of a general make these present the little ghosts who are still novices are especially respected. The rectangular-nosed Keiku looked back at their child king, and seeing Liu Qi nodded a little excitedly, they said in unison, "Listen to your orders." "Very well, justice needs such a response." Sakazuki patted his subordinates on the shoulder, and signaled Lindemann to assist the government personnel in setting up the banquet room. The lieutenant general clicked on the wooden barrels piled up beside the students. He saw an eye in one of the wooden barrels. "Robin, come out and meet your little friend. You follow me. Our /expedition has begun, /small scientific expedition team members /. Sakazuki naturally did not forget the intelligence that the trio told the giant when they encountered the giant. Since you want to pretend to be the research and expedition team of the Navy, what can relax the psychological defense of giants better than curious children? Aha! Sakazuki! I can smell the aroma of ale a mile away. Ha 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 ha. Dong Li put the huge shield behind him, and the giant with the sword in its sheath vacated holding a corpse of a winding dragon in each hand, the blood stains along the way rubbed over. So, how do you eat this special cat? The navy looked at each other, staring at the two Rojhan piled up in front of them. Sakazuki didn't say much, and threw the filled giant wine glass at the giant with one hand. Dong Li slipped through the wine glass in the sky and gushed the refreshing ale. Hiccup! The giant drank a glass of wine full of the capacity of dozens of ordinary navy wooden barrels, and by the way, he burped comfortably. Fortunately, the drinks and food carried by the two giant cargo ships are enough for the giant to drink tonight. Otherwise, Sakazuki would really not make him feel bored with such a bold mouth. Dong Li rubbed the wooden wine glass with satisfaction, looked at the dumbfounded people, and explained with some embarrassment, I haven't had a drink for many years. It's a pleasure. Sakazuki looks at the navy and government personnel surrounding the wood bonfire that supports the sky. It's okay to drink tonight. I have arranged a man to watch the night. Before the words were over, the cheers of the men followed. Hooray! Yo roar! Hi beer! Dawalij! A mouthful of boredom. Sometimes men's happiness is as simple as that, and soldiers are even more so. Pour a refreshing beer in the sultry jungle. Damn, this is heaven. The giant was amused by the soldiers' actions. Ha ha ha, Sakazuki, your subordinates are really interesting. Cheers. We played well today. Sakazuki also picked up a large glass of frothy beer and greeted Dong Li first. Fug. For glory. The giant watched a young human child skillfully uncover a barrel of beer, standing on a high platform to fill him. Sakazuki didn't say anything else, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, poured the glass to the top, and stared at the leader of the giant pirate group. This scene made Dong Li even think that when he returned to his hometown of Albuff, only the muscle barbarians there would fight happily on the battlefield, and then ran to the wine court to get drunk. With some emotion, he picked up the glass and drank the beer, and the foam dripped down his long beard. Roar! You are really good. Lindemann stood directly on the giant's lap with his ale. Cheers! For this wonderful meeting. Dong Li laughed and drank his third beer. Damn! Lao Tzu is starting to like your navy, you are really not bad. Dong touched the little things that pour him wine with his fingers, and he turned his head to look at the lieutenant general. By the way, why do you want to those children brought this jungle that is too dangerous for them? Seeing that it is the topic, there is a smile in the eyes of Sakazuki. Lindemann told you before, we are a scientific research expedition team. How can the children of the navy be the brave men on the sea in the future? Fear this little jungle. The lieutenant general stretched out his right arm and pointed to the wine glass that the giant was holding in his hand. They made this wine glass that fits your size. They are very happy about this jungle. Dong Li couldn't help but carefully looked at the oak wine glass he had in hand. He was like a big kid at the moment, and solemnly thanked the children who were busy pouring wine for him. Ha 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 ha, you are really empathetic. Hey, I said, did you kill the dinosaur just now? It is so big. A blonde loli grabbed a beard beside Dong Li's mouth like a curious baby and asked. The giant raised his right arm to bulge up the hill-like muscles. He proudly answered the questions of the curious babies. Of course, I am the best fighter on this island, and your lieutenant general. I remembered what I watched Sakazuki and added another sentence. The children drank the juice and continued to fight. Are you born on this island? A strange little devil with a long nose raised his hand to ask questions. Dong Li had a drink with the navy who came to toast, while planning to answer the strange questions of the little kids. No, his clothes should come from Elbaf. Before Dong Li could answer this stupid common-sense question, another boy who was feeding the pigeons with his head down interrupted the other children's Twitter questions. Dong Li squinted his eyes and looked at the black-haired kid. He was more calm than his companions. Yes, I am the strongest fighter from Elbaf, the blue ghost Dong Li. King Gui? Chibaba, What's that? A little fat man with a zipper on his mouth looked at his companion suspiciously, and Otoa Owl betrayed his innocence with innocent eyes. Idiot! That's a nickname. The coolest dark-haired kid couldn't help but reach out his forehead. Hey! But the strongest warrior, he said, is the nickname, right? Lucci. A boy with a somewhat vicious face with scars pried open another wine barrel, ready to fill the giant. Hearing that, he couldn't help refuting the boy feeding the pigeons. Ha 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 ha. It's all right, it's all right. Dong Li laughed and rounded up the disputed little kids. This scene reminded him of his quarrel with Brokey, Jadon and others when he was a child, who are the two great warriors like Mountain Beard Yalyalu and Waterfall Beard Ulyalu. I see, the strongest fighter is the Lieutenant General in Sakazuki. The horned kid who hadn't spoken for a long time suddenly said something like this. Hey, Bruno, the Lieutenant General in Sakazuki is not their giant. Liu Qi picked up the hat on the ground, which was a signal for them to do it. But isn't the definition of a warrior to protect their people and hometown? The boy called Bruno asked in a moment of silence and doubt. Hey! Bruno, don't break the subject, we are talking about the issue of Sakazuki, that the lieutenant is not a giant. The black-haired kid in the hat seemed to be bombarded by the constant idiot problem and finally lost his patience. You tell me. What does the issue of Sakazuki the lieutenant being not a giant have to do with Albuff's accident and Dong Li's failure to rush back? What does the strongest giant warrior have to do with this? Liu Qi. Sakazuki suddenly shouted out loud, as if trying to stop the child's unintentional words. Boom! Boom boom boom, the huge wine glass suddenly lost the strength of its support and fell from the air. The golden beer sprinkled the giant, but Dong Li seemed completely unaware of it. He stared at the children dumbfounded. You said. What's wrong with Elbaf? The corner of the mouth of Sakazuki sitting next to the giant raised a slight margin and drank the wine in one go. 86 Bear Kid and Sugar. Chapter 50. What's wrong with Elbaf? The giant's expression was nervous and uneasy. He doesn't care about being a little bit because of his actions. Panicked Navy and government personnel. Sakazuki. Dong Li turned his head and looked at the highest person in charge here, hoping to hear an explanation. But Sakazuki didn't even look at him, pouring a glass of wine by himself. This incident was considered a sensational big news at the time. It's okay to tell you, after all, it's something that even children know. The Lieutenant Admiral looked down at the golden wine by himself. Takashi, oh no, you are used to calling Takihu, right? Yoruru, one of the two oldest and most respected elders in Elbaf village. Blue Ghost Tori felt a little trembling in his voice. Takihu, what's wrong with your lord? Say it quickly. You should be the leader of the successor, Dong Li. The former supreme leader of the giant pirates, one of the giant elders Takihu Yoruru, was killed by a demon-like little girl, and then the buildings in Elbaf village were destroyed. Halfway through, Sakazuki raised his head and looked at the giant in front of him. The giant was dizzy, his eyes widened and staring at the soldiers sitting around the fire. Ha 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 ha, Sakazuki, your joke is not funny. Dong Li laughed dryly. How much he hopes for this joke of drinking. However, there was dead silence all around, only the crackling sound of a bonfire burning. The giant was silent for a moment, and suddenly roared, "Isn't this true? Sakazuki! Tell me it's not true." This incident spread all over the world, even if I tell you it is false. Who can you deceive? You are just comforting yourself. Sakazuki sneered, I don't need to lie to you at all, you can say that to anyone you want. Tell Takihu how the Lord died? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, a devilish little girl? How can a child be the opponent of Lord Yoruru? The giant stood up suddenly and shook his head viciously. Are you forcing me? The expression in Sakazuki became quite cold. I worry that your mood deliberately ordered the soldiers not to mention this. Is this your attitude of asking others? After taking a few deep breaths, the leader of the giant pirate group slowly sat back on the ground, but his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Our navy heard about this at first, and it was unbelievable until the clerk of the Alliance of Consultation sent by the world government saw Yoruru's body. Sakazuki seemed a bit trance, imitating the state of people when they were meditating. Vivid. The elders of the giants would be killed by a little human girl with bare hands. It is simply the worst joke. Sakazuki smiled bitterly and drank the beer in the glass. But the really unbelievable thing is behind. Sakazuki slowly lowered his voice, and he noticed that Dongli had been completely attracted, even the navy and government personnel sitting around the fire. We couldn't help but listen carefully. This is the real XIN from the top. As ordinary soldiers and grassroots cotters, they only know that the famous Yoruru was killed by a girl. As for the reason, they don't know the reason. Today, there is a rare opportunity for people in the know to break the news. They don't want to miss this opportunity. Sakazuki stared at Rob Lucci's side, and the little girl with black hair also looked at herself seriously. His voice was low, as if telling an ancient legend. Do you know why that girl is called the demon, the evil Lingling? No one answered, everyone waited for the reason given by Sakazuki. But the lieutenant just whipped up their appetite and talked about other things. We usually think that children are innocent, tender, and cute. That is the child. She is a little different, yes, different. She is the embodiment of the evil of human nature. Sakazuki glanced at Dongli. The child named Charlotte Lingling was adopted in Elbaf from her. Dongli felt a little unbelievable, he guessed a fact that made him chill. Could it? Yes, it's that. The lieutenant admiral nodded. The kid who was allowed to live in Elbaf by the giants accepted the goodwill of the giants and ate the food kindly provided by the elders. He was allowed to participate in the event. Great War God ceremony. Then, because of the boring reason of not eating enough sweets, most of the village was destroyed, and Yoruru, who came to stop her evil deeds after hearing the news, was also killed by her. Sweets. Dongli fished his ears vigorously, wondering if his hearing was broken in the afternoon battle. Sweets. Sakazuki nodded affirmatively. He turned to look at the crowd and explained, you can't eat food before the winter solstice festival in Elbaf. You can only drink water. Dongli is now convinced that the winter solstice festival is the most sacred sacrificial activity in Elbaf. Since childhood, most people in the village have followed this tradition for 12 days of fasting and worship. Just because she was invited to our most sacred and festive festival, is her desire to eat sweets unsatisfied. Dongli was furious, pulling off his half-sharp beard, which is not good for his usual treasures. Perception. It's really scary, isn't it? Sakazuki remembered the bear kids in the previous life, and in this power-respected world, Charlotte Lingling brought the destructive power of bear kids to the extreme. I don't care about the giants' daily care, and have no gratitude at all. For people's kindness, she gave the cruelest and most vicious response. Sakazuki unceremoniously made such an evaluation of Charlotte Lingling. The reason why bear children bear is because of their amazing destructive power. On the other hand, their so-called naive can be mischievous and make people laugh or cry, but they should be children with good intentions. But in the view of Sakazuki, in her childhood, the aunt told her to bear the child as an insult to this term. She could easily kill and destroy people, even adults fear it, and she couldn't explain it as a bear child. The lieutenant general looked at the giant who almost broke his teeth, and added, then she killed the nun who had been caring for her and became a pirate, a mad woman who could conquer a country for sweets. What did Sister Karumal disappear because of the child she adopted? That kid. Most people in the Navy have heard of this nun's sage name. Not everyone has the courage to stop the Navy from capturing the giant. Execution. Kill the giants. The deep hatred between giants and humans can no longer be solved. Let us keep people under the knife, let us create a beautiful world where we live in harmony. Sister Karumal is best known for this declaration. Sakazuki knows that she is a human trafficker under her glamorous appearance, but other ordinary people don't know it. As a peaceful nun, the nun who was once promoted to the altar disappeared suddenly in her old age, which made many civilians pray for her. The Navy heard another breaking news. Can't help but sigh at the nun's encounter. 87 Believe in the holy light. Dong Li was silent for a while, his voice was dull and a little hoarse, and he muttered unclearly, "Thanks for the news." No one in Albuff respects the elder Takihu more than him. As an elite warrior of the giant tribe cultivated and trained by Yoruru. Even Tori, who finally served as one of the current leaders of the giant soldier pirates group, has a complicated sentiment towards Takihu. He is a great fighter that Tori has always respected, a rigorous instructor in growth training, a strong opponent eager to challenge. However, this Takihu died, at the hands of a kid. The giant slowly got up and walked towards the inland river. No one stopped him. Dong Li turned his head and looked at the dark night sky, which belonged to Albuff's position. This man who had been fisted to the flesh with Sakazuki had never kneeled for an entire afternoon. He knelt heavily on one knee by the riverside and was moist and wet. Some muddy soft soil. He solemnly drew the saber from his waist, which he took from Yoruru during the coming-of-age ceremony. With the tip of the sword facing down, the giant used his hands to force his already somewhat gaped giant sword into the land of this foreign land. His head, which has been so high, lowered deeply, whispering the prayers of the warrior's land. The Navy watched quietly behind him, and no one suddenly broke the solemnity at the moment. The bonfire was still burning and crackling. Sakazuki made a gesture to the Navy and led them back to the cabin for the night. The dinner broke up halfway, and the purpose of Sakazuki has been achieved. Lindemann looked a little worried. He looked at his boss with a little bewilderment, and said in a puzzled way, "Lieutenant General, now that the giant has been told the truth, why didn't we strike while the iron was hot to recruit?" Chapter 51. The answer from Sakazuki is intriguing. Don't worry, let the bullet fly for a while. Fighting with war is nothing more than a win by surprise. One by one, the giant felt that he was valued by the Navy, but not so much. In this invisible confrontation, the initiative of diplomacy is always in the hands of Sakazuki. Early the next morning, the biological clock in Sakazuki awakened him on time. Thanks to his military career, his life is extremely regular. Before opening the door, the domineering look and feel of Sakazuki had already sensed a big face outside the door blocked in front of his door. The lieutenant general couldn't help but shook his head gently, thanking Jun for his chase during that time, allowing him to develop the habit of exercising prestige and domineering before opening the door at any time. Did you think about it? Sakazuki pushed open the door, and as expected Dong Li searched outside his door with bloodshot eyes. Can I carry the next batch of your Navy fleet to Albuff? Dong Li asked the highest person in charge of this naval force with a solemn expression. Take revenge. Sakazuki tidied up his clothes again, and he couldn't bear to appear disheveled in front of his men. This is not a face-saving project, but the image and temperament of a soldier will affect the style and appearance of the entire military barracks. Strict discipline is not a slogan in the troops he currently leads, but rigorous implementation in every little thing and every detail. If it weren't for the bizarre hairstyle of its boss, Sengoku and Sora, Sakazuki estimates that the first thing I would do after crossing over was to shave the hair of all the people in the Navy. There used to be sergeants in crumpled, sloppy uniforms that dared to wear in front of him, but since Sakazuki stipulated that people who are not dressed up would have 300 push-ups and doubled their offense, they never appeared in front of him again. With the Navy hat on his head. Dong Li looked at the lieutenant general who was heading to the second-floor restaurant and frowned. Albuff has paid his debts since ancient times. Are you going to stop me? Sakazuki stopped and turned around to look at the giant. Vengeance is a sacred thing for you giants. I will not stop you, but I just want to ask, you are so anxious to die. What are you talking about? How can Dong Li's violent temper stand this one more fight? No, you make it clear to me that what you are going to do is revenge, to cut off the head of the pirate to comfort the heroic spirits of Taki-hu, but not to fight with Charlotte Lingling. Sakazuki raised eyebrows. If I use my fruit power to fight you a life and death battle, who do you think has a big win? This sentence penetrated Dong Li's heart, and it took a long time before he replied in a somewhat unpleasant tone, I die, you live. The lieutenant nodded, with a teachable look, even if it's me, I don't dare to beat Charlotte Lingling lightly. So many Navy masters have a headache for Big Mom, why do you think you can kill her? Sakazuki saw that the giants were a little disheartened and threw out their killer tricks. After the nightmare that fell in Elbaf, the giants joined the alliance of the world government. Personally, there is currently no way to avenge the elders, Dong Li. The giant understood the subtext of Sakazuki, do you want me to join the navy? Dong Li shook his head decisively, and directly refused, sorry, I won't use the hands of others to complete my revenge. I will slaughter the frantic pirate with my own hands. Sakazuki is not discouraged either, just staring at Dong Li with a look of foolish eyes, who said our navy will help you get revenge. Dong Li was stunned by this unexpected answer. He was stunned and questioned, if you don't help me get revenge, then why should I join the navy? Domineering, can you? Physical skills, do you dare to say exquisite? Sakazuki showed his trump card. In the navy, we have the best domineering teacher and the strongest physique master. Do you know the devil fruit? There are still so many miracles of the sea in our navy. If the routine of Sakazuki last night can only be considered a conspiracy, then today, he is a real conspiracy. The scarcity of resources is destined to lead to uneven distribution. His confidence in persuading Dong Li is actually that the Navy's background and Elbaf are not in the same order of magnitude. He looked at the giant in contemplation and struggling, and dropped the last sentence of the straw that crushed the giant. Should we continue the so-called holy duel with Brokey on this island or join the naval giants for real revenge? The lieutenant general stopped talking and went straight into the dining room for breakfast. Breakfast coffee is the source of the spirit of the day. Sakazuki retains the original habit. Robin did the same, sitting across from him with a cup of coffee with milk and sugar. On weekdays, they can't eat fresh milk on the warship, but this time the government department's supply is with 2 cows. Damn, the corrupt bureaucracy. Sakazuki compares the daily black coffee on the warship with the food today, and it feels extremely unbalanced inside. Sakazuki, here we want everyone to pay attention to the bites of bugs. Robin held a book and pointed out the chapters to the lieutenant general. The insects on the Taku Island carry rare ancient viruses and bacteria. Although I asked the ship doctor sent by the uncle of the Warring States period to carry enough medicine this time, I think everyone should be vigilant. Robin started to learn to admonish the chief of the ship step by step, but he didn't notice the surprised eyes in Sakazuki. Putting aside the painful uncle of the Warring States period, this child is learning and simulating Jonathan, Warring States, and his own cautious thinking mode in Sakazuki intentionally or unconsciously. What's the matter? The little girl tilted her head, looking at the soldier in front of her with some wonder. For the first time in Sakazuki, I am very fortunate to have brought Robin back to Malin Vander. They will imitate the words and actions of the people around them, and subtle changes will occur. Excluding book knowledge, the good environment of the Navy headquarters has brought her a more rigorous thinking and logic and a view full of positive energy. Believe in the holy light. For some reason, suddenly such a sentence popped out of Sakazuki. I wish you all a happy May Day. I wish you all a happy May Day and have fun tonight. Everyone must be happy, gather together with friends who have not seen you for a long time, and give your family a warm hug. To travel, prepare in advance. Book friends who plan to stay at home for 3 days should also remember to combine work and rest. I just wandered outside 2333333. No update tonight, codeword tomorrow. Went for hot pot. 88 Since ancient times, the affection cannot be retained. Before Sakazuki could speak, the corner of his eyes swept to the training camp newcomers who were entering the restaurant one after another after Raihi's morning exercise. It seems that there is something to do with it. The lieutenant general's passion for doing things became active again, and he turned his head to look at the little girl opposite him. It's nothing, I didn't expect you to have such a deep knowledge and understanding of the species on this island. Although there was a face on the opposite side, he still had a rather majestic look. But Robin still heard the meaning of praise from the words in Sakazuki, and the little man shook his head. The records of these adventure books describing the small garden are not exhaustive. There are still many unknown animals and plants on the island. Reading books can increase knowledge, and practice can confirm the things in these books. Whether it is the events in the book, the authenticity of the information, or the realistic understanding of the truth in the book. The little kids who greeted him. Can I go into the jungle and do field work? Robin's eyes lit up. Sakazuki didn't raise his head, but refused directly, no. But you said you want to integrate with practice. Robin seized the point of view stated in Sakazuki and launched a counterattack. What else can you do when you go to the jungle and serve as a snack for the dinosaurs? The lieutenant general seemed to sneer at this. Chapter 52. Little Lolita couldn't refute. She suddenly saw the young man at the table next to Lindemann staring at each other fiercely, and she suddenly had an inspiration. Robin pointed to the other side. I can train with them, so I can do field trips and increase my strength. You don't want to return to Malinvondo and see that the children brought back by Grandpa Cap are better than me. The man on the opposite side was silent for a moment, cast his gaze to the neighboring table, and reluctantly agreed, yes, pay attention to your own safety. Yet. Robin jumped up happily. Lindemann at the next table shook his head. He was still too young. Even if he had enough knowledge accumulation, he still easily jumped into the routine of anti-guest in his own home. Is it that since ancient times the affection cannot be kept, only the routines are popular, or the wise generals of the warring states line like to play a little scheming? Lindemann shrugged, maybe there are both. Hey! Sakazuki! The giant's loud voice came from outside the door. Sakazuki patted Lindemann on the shoulder and walked out the door first. Think about it. The heroic soul is watching me, Navy. I have been called by you and must respond. The giant of Elbaf looked like an old god. So, are you joining Overwatch or our Navy? Sakazuki hands and arms, the giant army welcomes you, presumably Jadoan and other old friends are very happy to see you. Then, as the highest person in charge here, I will give you the first task recruiting the Red Ghost Brokey. Dongli's eyes widened, what about you? As a matter of course, the lieutenant general headed towards the volcano, passing by the giant. This is your first nomination certificate, and I will continue to practice. Hey! Wait, when will you return to your Navy headquarters? Dongli was stunned. Our Navy headquarters, we. Sakazuki stopped and corrected. I usually do domineering training in the morning and research fruit ability development inside the volcano in the afternoon. The task is left to you. Sakazuki continues to move towards the destination. Lindemann didn't know when he appeared behind the giant, holding a small notebook. Sakazuki, will wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, breakfast coffee with bacon, and no matter what you eat for lunch, you must have a glass of lemonade. Since I became his subordinate, the actions planned in the Lieutenant General's plan have never changed. Paranoid. Torai turned around and looked at the back of Sakazuki and muttered. Robin was jumping between the dense branches of the jungle, and walking with her was a blonde loli who was smaller than her. Under the arrangement of Sakazuki, the young Robin joined the training camp of CP newcomers. Robin, as the worst transfer student in history, has not applied for any special treatment. The maximum amount of training is the same as that of Khalifa, which is smaller than her. The big nanny Lindemann and the instructor stood quietly on the top of the tree and watched the movement of the team below. Compared with the island where the trainees were located, the jungle of the primordial island is more dangerous and deadly. Even Rob Lucci, who was not surprised, was stunned by the carnivorous dinosaurs at first. Facing the unknown environment and the numerous predators, the trainees no longer conduct monotonous training, but develop a real survival in the wilderness. And the addition of Nicole Robin, the oil bottle, made the situation of the CP team even more dangerous. Chibaba, so, are you really a Navy recruit? The little fat man with a zipper on his mouth muttered, and leaped back. Shut up, Yun Yu, it's not that you have been twittering all the time to expose our existence. Liu Qi yelled in an angry voice. Several people are currently climbing on the branches, except for Liu Qi and others, they have not yet mastered the offensive skills in the 6 forms. That newcomer, follow up, you will feed the dinosaurs below when you fall behind. Liu Qi frowned and looked at the girl lying awkwardly on the branches of the trees beside him. It is precisely because of this guy who can't even shave that the whole team's marching speed is surprisingly slow. The task given by the instructor was to take this large oil bottle to stay in the jungle for 10 days. However, according to the current situation, she couldn't survive even 1 day. As soon as the broken mouth of the owl entered the jungle, dozens of fast-moving raptors caught sight of them, which caused them to be trapped in high places at the moment. Although Keiku, Gabra, Snuggle and even Bruno should have the power to protect themselves, they are limited to self-protection. It is impossible for them to organize offensive waves with stumbling shaves. Hey! Those dinosaurs are not underneath anymore. Keiku, who was sitting high in the trunk, called out loudly to Liu Qi. Sitting next to the long nose was a cruel-looking child with a look of contempt. It's not easy. They must be tired of squatting, so let's give up. Before Liu Qi could speak, the nervous black-haired girl next to him first denied, no, they haven't left yet. They must lie in ambush elsewhere. Hey? What are you talking about? Coward! As he said, Gabra jumped down the tall tree. Suddenly, several vigorous figures burst out from the dark forest. The sudden attack of the predators made Garib staggered in fright when he landed unsteadily. He gave a weird cry, and quickly stepped on the ground and shot towards the branches as the dinosaurs were about to get close. And under his nervousness, the somewhat out-of-shape movement made Gabra stomped on the branch where he fell. Be careful! The few people watching from the tree exclaimed. Liu Qi leaned forward to save the careless guy. Even Lindemann and Mustache, who were on the sidelines over their heads, had already built up their strength and were ready to eject. A small hand grabbed Gabra's ankle, and several arms protruding from the branch pulled the boy's body, fully offsetting the potential energy of the fall. Catch up! Robin let out a sigh of relief with his hands interlaced across his chest. 89 Iron Bone Clank Road Mirror Sawa, Part 1. Catch up! Robin let out a sigh of relief with his hands interlaced across his chest. Chibaba, you are actually a demon fruit-capable person. Yun Mu Owl looked surprised. Got saved. Gabra let out a sigh as the arm transformed by the fruit's ability lifted it onto the branch. Even Rob Lucci couldn't help but glance at the girl a few more times. He turned his head and looked at Robin. If it weren't mandatory for the mission, he would have thrown this idiot who knows nothing in the jungle. But now it seems to be somewhat useful. Robin stared at the indifferent boy in front of her, and she suddenly had the illusion of being stared at by a beast. What's the trap you mentioned earlier? Rob Lucci was the first to break the silence. He must prove a previous guess. Before the brainless guy Gabra jumped down, the girl had already issued a warning. Robin tilted his head and pointed at the predators hovering at the roots of the tree below. This dinosaur is a velociraptor, good at collective hunting. Ambushes and decoys are their usual hunting methods. You seem to know this well. With his hands folded, the indifferent young man stepped steadily on the slightly narrow branch and slowly approached the oil bottle in his eyes. It's not an understanding, but there are records in biology books, and I happen to read it. The girl smiled modestly. Liu Qi had already walked up to the girl. They were obviously about the same age, but Liu Qi was still a head taller than Robin. The little leopard stared at the opponent's azure blue eyes, trying to judge from the subtle changes in the opponent's eyes whether the opponent was lying. Coincidentally. Chapter 53. Remember not to blink your eyes next time you lie. Lu's expression was a little unhappy. He was obviously a rookie who couldn't even tell a lie, so he wanted to be stunned. I have read some books on paleontology and jungle. Robin's eyes were erratic, and he no longer looked at the boy. Lu raised his eyebrows, and the end of his eyebrows seemed to be inlaid with a jade, which made his simple eyebrow-raising movements attractive. Oh! He put one hand in his trouser pocket, and reached out with the other hand against the trunk behind Robin. Can you tell me the type of the tree behind you? Lu maintained this posture, tapping the bark with his right index finger against the trunk. Robin was stunned, then turned his head to observe for a moment. It's a palm-shaped pseudocycad tree. The boy threw out a few tricky questions in one breath, but the girls quickly answered these biological and plant questions one by one. Can you detect your ability? The boy pursed his lips. Hey! Lu. Gabriel, who was only rescued, cursed, are you asking my benefactor like this? Even if it's you, I'm going to turn my face. Lu looked down at Robin, who was standing next to him. Palms with eyes grew from the tree beside the girl. It seems that we have picked up the treasure this time, Gabra. The most dangerous thing in the jungle is the unknown. What are the habits of what animals and what plants are edible? And having such an encyclopedic character joining this team will undoubtedly increase their chances of survival in the wilderness. What's more, this little guy is also a full-scale devil fruit-capable person. Reconnaissance. Keku and Gabra holding sharp wooden thorns in front yelled at the same time. At 5 o'clock, the target was found behind the tree fern. Robin closed one eye and stood in the center of the team. Next to her is Rob Lucci, the strongest of the CP team. As the brain and heart of the team, Lu is placed in the Chinese army, which can protect the weakest Robin and Khalifa and provide support to the surroundings at any time. You two go around with a shaver. You must be a fatal blow. The chief analyzed the collected information and quickly issued instructions. Yes. The two people in front instantly turned into shadows and attacked in the target direction, and a dozen arms grew out of the Stegosaurus leisurely eating the young leaves after the Alsophila, pulling the beast's neck desperately upwards, exposing its most vulnerable parts. It's done. The two staggered wooden thorns pierced into the fragile neck of the Stegosaurus with blood. The huge herbivore slowly fell down with stunned and confused eyes. Yet. I want to be a sword dragon knight. Khalifa jumped over the supper lying on the ground. Such killings have been going on for several days. From the embarrassment of being forced to climb the tree by the velociraptors, to gradually adapting to the jungle, the children's mentality adjusted quickly. Lu did not relax, but let the four people in the front and rear positions continue to open the alert range. Compared with the boring training day after day in the past, it seems that they have grown up a lot in just a few days, and their previous skills have also been improved in the continuous fighting and hunting. Today is a day worth celebrating, and there is still one day away. They are about to walk out of this dense forest that people love and hate. The children collected the berries and wild vegetables identified and picked along the road on a huge banana leaf. The youngest blonde Loli is responsible for tapping each other with sparkling sticks to produce sparks. No bonfire in the jungle at night would be tantamount to suicide. Whether it is grilling and heating food, or using the characteristics of avoiding fire, animals can barely have a relatively safe sleeping environment. Compared with those little ghosts, Lindemann lost a whole circle. He crawled in the woods, covering his figure with dead branches and leaves. In addition to their safety issues, the school officer must also ensure that they follow them out of the jungle without them noticing it. Along the way, he didn't know whether Lindemann's survivability had improved, but his reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills must have advanced by leaps and bounds. Watching the little ghosts raise the bonfire and start barbecues, Lindemann swallowed and ate the dry food with the fruit. Tisk, do they train little Robin every day? Lindemann picked up the binoculars and looked at the distance. Half an hour after the meal, the team took turns teaching the girls the 6 poses. Although they are currently half a bucket of water, it is really painful to not shave them. Obviously using shave to drive the road, 3 days ago, he could sit in the camp and brag with the Marines. But no matter how mission-critical, people do not have such explosive movement skills. The team can only figure it out slowly, walking according to the established route every day. Although knowing that Robin can master the shave in just a few days is just a delusion, the team still draws out a member every day to explain her strength skills carefully. The core of shaving is explosive power. Don't step on your toes stupidly on the spot. Liu Qi was a little dissatisfied standing opposite Robin. The lowly opposite was a idiot. It seemed that the words and deeds of Keiku and others had fed the dinosaur a few days ago. 90 Ironbone Clank Road Mirrorsawa, middle. Liu Qi frowned. A few days ago, the on-site teaching of Gabra, Keiku, and Khalifa roughly explained the principle of shave and the details of specific force. Although it took him nearly a month of groping and practice, he could roughly apply the theoretical stuff to the reality. Therefore, his training is more under the guise of practicing 6 poses to allow girls to gradually develop their fruitful abilities. But the training these days is not useless, and everyone feels that the little girl is constantly adapting to her ability. Whether it is the scope of the investigation before and after the war, or the rapid and accurate force of the arm during combat. The sinister environment of the jungle and the unremitting training of everyone makes this girl, who has always positioned the fruit ability as an auxiliary tool for reading, has to regard the fruit ability as the greatest dependence on the survival of the jungle. Sakazuki, the combat skills taught by the people in the Warring States period, etc., were constantly familiar and mastered by the girls in this actual survival battle. From the team being chased by wild beasts to hunting these dinosaurs, Robin's own ability to use fruits has been constantly being hardened. Jungle is a strict teacher, unkind, but can test the limits of your mastery to the greatest extent. Be vigilant, open your eyes, and pay attention to the details of my force. Liu Qi was pacing on the flat ground not far in front and issued a warning. Robin tried his best to stare at each other with his eyes wide open. Shave. Before the voice was over, the teenager was no longer seen. Robin hasn't reacted yet, Liu Qi has appeared beside her. So fast. The girl can only vaguely capture the afterimage of the other party. Liu Qi rolled up a sleeve. Use your power to capture my figure. Yeah, Robin nodded. This is a set of activities they often practice these days. Starting from the least proficient in shaving Khalifa, Robin was asked to use the ability of flowers and fruits to fix the opponent in place while clearly seeing the opponent's strength. Only by catching the person accompanying the training can further training be obtained. The CP rookie caught by Robin must be punished, so Robin's sparring staff always pay extra attention. In the past few days, Khalifa and Robin have made the most obvious progress. The blonde little lowly has gone from being somewhat uncontrollable shaved to now more skillful in control and positioning. Chapter 54. You know, when they first went to the training island under the CP department, Khalifa often bumped his head on the tree. From the very beginning, it was easy to catch the blonde lowly who hit the tree, until Robin practiced all night before barely catching him when the long-nosed brother couldn't open his eyes. Khalifa and Keiku have a new difficulty in turn. To this day Robin has seen the difficulty of hell, and Liu Qi has refreshed her knowledge of the technique of 6 forms. As recognized by the team as the strongest, Liu Qi understanding of shave is also above everyone. The more concentrated the power at a point, the more you can notice the reaction force of the ground. Liu Qi even had more power to explain to a few people on the ground during the high-speed movement. Learn to use this counterforce. Liu Qi tapped his toes and disappeared again. No, I can't do it. The girl shook her head discouragedly. The moment the boy, who had been very calm, exerted his strength was too fast, and she was often caught in front of her eyes and lost the other side. Liu Qi didn't expect the opponent to be able to catch him from the power point of his legs overnight, but it was equally important to learn to be flexible in battle. You can't think of a way to catch me tonight, so don't rest. Rob Lucci shook his head. Liu Qi. Strictly speaking, Khalifa tried to plead with her good sister. The fierce-looking boy rubbed the blonde Loli's hair, and laughed. Which idiot hit the tree with his head and was picked up by Robin? You are sexual harassment. Khalifa made a grimace and turned angrily to Long Nose Keku for help. The boy with a square nose shrugged helplessly. Because he was too sleepy during the sparring session, Robin, who had always been patient, locked his calf and planted him down the tree. This embarrassment was grabbed by that fool of Gabra and laughed at it for a full day, and now he doesn't want to get a map cannon. Seeing no results from foreign aid, Robin's mind changed sharply. According to Liu Qi's speed, she will not be able to catch the other party's loopholes and flaws tonight, even if she is patient enough. The Warring States uncle said that in the art of war, we must learn to use our own strengths and attack the other's shortcomings. Since the other party has no flaws, she will create them. The girl who had made up her mind had a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery.